May I borrow your phone for a moment? Amidst the bustling traffic and flickering neon lights, a woman clad in red leaned against the riverside railing, quietly scrolling through videos when she was startled by a clear, youthful voice. Apologies, it will only take a moment. A boy named Shoku appeared beside her, his expression radiating innocence. The woman raised an eyebrow, a hint of wariness in her demeanor. Yet when Joku extended his hand, she hesitated before reluctantly handing over her phone. He took it, tapped a few times on the screen, and swiftly brought up an image. A coin. The woman frowned, uncertain of his intentions. Actually, I am a street magician, practicing my craft. I am going to make this coin appear from your phone. The woman's brows relaxed. Her interest peaked as she regarded Shoku. Very well, little magician, proceed. Shoku's fingertips glided across the screen, a flash of metallic brilliance illuminating the air. In the next instant, a 1 yuan coin shimmered faintly in Shoku's left hand. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, a gasp escaping her lips. 2 seconds later. Clap, clap, clap. The woman applauded, exclaiming, absolutely marvelous. In the distance, passers-by were drawn by the commotion, unable to resist approaching. Shoku bowed gracefully. Thank you for your kind words. After expressing his gratitude, he was about to return the phone when a cold breeze swept by, causing him to sneeze. Achoo! His right hand twitched slightly. The phone slipped from his grasp, plummeting through the air in an arc directly towards the river. Splash! The tranquil surface of the water erupted with ripples. The woman's arm halted midair, poised to catch the phone. Shoku, embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and surreptitiously slipped the coin into her hand. The woman stared blankly at the coin in her palm. What about my phone? It transformed into that coin. Shoku blinked innocently, his expression full of feigned naivety. You think a single yuan is enough to buy my phone? Cough. Perhaps I could offset the remainder with a performance fee. The woman glared at him, her expression darkening. Noticing the tension, Shoku feigned an attempt to escape. The standoff attracted curious glances from onlookers. Does anyone understand? This person threw my phone into the river and now wants to flee. Her voice grew louder, drawing a larger crowd that leaned in to witness the unfolding drama. Shoku felt a thrill at the growing audience, his objective met. He smiled slightly. Apologies, madam, for causing you concern. I am a magician. All actions are merely theatrical effects. There is no failure in magic, only your unwitting participation in a meticulously crafted ruse. Now, please open your bag. Skeptical, the woman unzipped her LV handbag, her eyes widening in disbelief. Inside lay a pink phone, resting quietly. This is. She retrieved it, examining it closely. My phone. She held it aloft triumphantly. The crowd gasped collectively. A child holding an ice cream cone gaped, melted cream dripping onto his father's polished shoes. 2 seconds later. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted around them. Apologies, young man. I misjudged you. In a mere few minutes, Shoku performed several more tricks. Coins vanished. Roses appeared from a single hand. Flames sprung forth from thin air. The crowd swelled, their excitement mounting. At that moment, the audience's enthusiasm reached a crescendo. Sister, the next grand trick is the highlight of today's performance. Shoku produced a deck of playing cards, fanning them out with a flourish. Please, feel free to select a card. The woman lightly tapped one, drawing it from the deck. 7 of clubs. The card bore a faint scent of perfume. Shoku returned it to the deck and shuffled. Sister, let me pose a question. Do you know how many suits are in a deck of cards? The woman smiled slightly. Of course. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. There are 4. And how many values does each suit contain? She answered effortlessly. From ace to king, there are 13 values. Impressive. One final question. How many cards are there in a complete deck? 54 cards. For suits of 13 values make 52, plus the 2 jokers, totals 54. She spoke fluently. Correct. I had not anticipated your knowledge. Thus, the probability of randomly drawing your selected card from these 54 is 1 in 54. The audience chimed in unison, supplying the answer for him. Shoku spread the cards face down in his hands, selecting them one by one. Not this one, nor this one. The audience's gaze was fixed on him, eagerly anticipating that the young magician would reveal the 7 of clubs. Aha! Shoku swiftly pulled a card from the deck, raising it high. This one. The woman was poised to gasp. The onlookers raised their arms in anticipation. However, when they beheld the card's face, they froze in unison. It was not the woman's 7 of clubs. The atmosphere turned awkward. Mom, he made a mistake. A little girl exclaimed, tugging at her mother's sleeve innocently. What? Shoku flipped the card over, puzzled. I in the circus. You are the busiest in Gotham City. You are the wildest. You stand guard before McDonald's. And in the deck, you are the Joker. The image on the card perfectly mirrored his current predicament. A clown. Cough. You did remarkably while the woman attempted to ease the tension. But Joker suddenly tossed the clown card into the air. The moonlight glinted softly upon the card, reflecting a silvery sheen. Do you remember what I said? Joker's lips curled into a grin, his voice rising. There is no failure in magic, only that you have fallen into a meticulously orchestrated ruse. The card spun gracefully through the evening breeze, as the lights of a distant financial building cast bizarre shadows across its surface. Bang! It was as though someone had flipped the switch for the entire city to in an instant. All the lights along the commercial street extinguished simultaneously. What just happened? The crowd murmured in confusion in the dark. Look at that building! A voice suddenly cried out from the throng. Certain windows of the financial building flickered, lights igniting one after another. Like countless white points of light, they raced up the building's facade. Eventually, thousands of bright windows aligned in a pattern, culminating in a massive playing card design hundreds of meters high. The shimmering river reflected the card design, as if the entire city had plunged into a magical realm of playing cards. And that grand design was the very card the woman had selected. 7 of clubs, wow. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Every spectator raised their hands, applauding wholeheartedly. Joker slipped away quietly. He whispered softly, "Magic, a perfect finale." At that moment, the resounding cheers echoed through the night sky. After distancing himself from the crowd, Joker stretched leisurely. Today's magic performance was quite successful. Who are you? Before him, 2 men resembling police officers blocked his path, revealing their badges. We are from the Department of Anomalous Abilities Regulation of Long Country. Apologies, we detected your unauthorized use of abilities. Please accompany us. Chapter 2. Arrested name. Joku age. 17. The short, stout police officer across the table raised his eyes and frowned. Speak the truth. 17? Really? Joku innocently replied. I'm telling the truth. Nonsense. The officer slammed the table. You're definitely 18. The tall, thin officer interjected. Hey, let's maintain civility. Then, he kindly smiled and said, Young man, you've broken the law. Won't your parents be heartbroken to find out? Joker replied, My parents are deceased. The 2 officers were momentarily taken aback. I'm sorry. The stout officer cleared his throat and asked, Now, tell us why you used your special abilities. Joker blinked a few times. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I'm feigning ignorance? The stout officer tapped the desk with his pen. Someone reported that you conjured coins and a phone out of thin air in front of countless civilians and caused a citywide blackout for 5 seconds. The term civilians sounded odd at first, but was quite normal in this world. Joku was a transmigrator who had crossed over from Earth at a young age. However, the technological level and climate of this world were nearly identical to those of Earth. The only difference was that the political system in Longwa was a monarchy with nobles, a king, and commoners. The commoners were impoverished, while the nobles varied in wealth. The major nobles wielded power and influence, while the minor ones were only slightly better off than the commoners. It was evident that the lady in red with an LV bag was undoubtedly a noble. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The emphasis lay on the fact that he had used special abilities. First, I appreciate your acknowledgement of my magical skills. However, I must clarify that everything was an illusion. An illusion? The 2 officers exchanged glances. Indeed, when I made the coin appear, I had hidden one in my palm and placed it behind the phone. Joku excitedly elaborated on the principles behind his tricks. And the phone I tossed into the river was a model. The real one was secretly put back into her bag. As for the blackout, I had bribed the electrician beforehand, which cost me quite a bit. Alas, it pains me. The tall, thin officer let out a laugh. Joku frowned. What are you laughing at? I recalled something amusing. What is so funny? Joku pressed. The officer covered his mouth. My wife just had a baby. I'm not joking. The 2 officers quickly composed themselves, their expressions turning serious. Mr. Zhou, let's be frank. You have violated the first rule of the nobility, the prohibition against displaying magic in front of commoners. But I am a commoner. Nonsense. You clearly look like a student from the Longwa Nobility School. I am truly not a noble, let alone someone who could afford that school. Yet, no matter how Joku protested, the officers stubbornly insisted he was a magician. All right, fine. How much is the fine then? Joku sighed in resignation, feeling as if these officers were incapable of understanding reason. No fines. The 2 officers exchanged glances before uttering 2 chilling words. Death penalty. What? Joku seemed to mishear. Come on. Is it really necessary to take it that far for a magic trick? As for the so-called special abilities, I genuinely do not understand. Forget it. I'm done here. Goodbye. Joku stood up, raised his hands, and vigorously shook the silver bracelets on his wrists, as if attempting to break free. The stout officer immediately reached out to grab him. In the next moment, snap! The silver bracelet slipped from Joku's wrist and instantly locked around the stout officer's hands. Joku feigned innocence. Oops, my hand slipped. How did the bracelet end up on you? You. The stout officer was about to explode, but he suddenly closed his eyes and muttered a peculiar incantation. Square transforms all. All things are divided. Square. What was that? Before Joku could grasp it. Crack. The central part of the handcuff shattered. Now it was Joku's turn to be bewildered. Wait, you really can do that? Just reciting a strange poem shattered the handcuff? Joku had earlier used a small wire to pry it open and had tossed it onto the officer when he got close. However, this officer had opened the handcuff without any wire. Joku resumed his seat. So, you're also in the same line of work? Which trick did you use? And where is your wire hidden? The officer was utterly confused. What same line of work? I used special abilities. Behold. This divine card. He pulled out a playing card from his wallet. Diamond 2. Can a playing card really break handcuffs? Why not? This is the exclusive ability of Diamond 2. It can split all objects in two. It was granted to me by the divine on my 18th birthday. Such fond memories. The officer suddenly realized. Hey, don't you have one too? Joku opened his hand. I have an egg. Didn't you receive a divine card on your 18th birthday? I already told you. I'm only 17. The two officers exchanged glances again. When is your birthday? Joku raised his hand to check his watch. In 5 days? Happy early birthday. 4. Huh? 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. The clock struck midnight precisely. At that moment, Joku officially turned 18. Boom. A brilliant light enveloped him. A strange sensation coursed through his body, as if something within was stirring. In an instant, the palm of Joku began to glow faintly. A blinding white light flashed. A playing card slowly spun in the air. Joku caught the card, and the radiance ceased. What is this? Joku examined the card in his hand. It was none other than the Joker from a deck of cards. The back of the card was adorned with intricate patterns, while the front depicted a jester. The corners of the card bore a few letters, Joker. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed in his mind. Divine card. Joker. Unique. Ability. Possess the abilities of all other playing cards. Ability trigger condition. Hidden. Detected that the current conditions for ability activation have been met. Ability automatically activated. Randomly selecting other abilities. Instantly. The playing card in his hand began to flip rapidly, ultimately transforming into another card. This card depicted a regal king, with the corner designs featuring a club pattern and the letter K. Club K. Ability. Alter the probability of events occurring. Note. This divine card reverts to Joker after using its ability once. The two officers stared at Joku with wide eyes, utterly speechless. Is this the divine card you spoke of? Joku waved the club K in his hand. The officers snapped out of their daze. You really just turned 18? Joku produced his identification card and handed it to them. Authentic and indisputable. The next moment, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The two officers bowed in unison. They escorted Joku to the police station's entrance. Young man, we look forward to your next visit. Joku smiled and waved goodbye while internally chuckling. Divine fortune. After a 30-minute trek through the night, he returned home. Upon gazing at his dilapidated little apartment, Joku let out a sigh. Why, after all these years, did he find himself embodying the plight of the common man rather than that of a noble? He reached into his pocket for the key. As his fingers brushed against the fabric, he encountered a small note. This note emanated a subtle scent of perfume. Written in elegant red ink were the striking words, "Tomorrow, I shall come to find you." Joku furrowed his brow. The fragrance lingered on the paper. Could it be that the scent belonged to the woman in red? Chapter 3. The Noble School. Upon entering his home, Joku immediately scrutinized the note. A rich fragrance of perfume wafted through the air, causing him to furrow his brows. Joku was a magician, having practiced from a young age the art of stealthily placing objects on others. Yet, someone had managed to employ this same trick on him. The scent of the perfume undoubtedly belonged to the woman in red. Joku was certain she had not approached him closely. As a skilled magician, he would never allow anyone the opportunity to sneak up on him. Therefore, how had she accomplished this? How had she placed the note in his pocket without making contact? After a brief contemplation, he soon arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps there existed some extraordinary ability that allowed for the instantaneous transfer of objects? He too possessed such a power now. The divine card, Joker. He retrieved the playing card from his pocket. The once jester card had transformed into another, the King of Clubs. What are you thinking about? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the silence. Wait, the divine card can talk? Ah, I am not merely a card. I am the deity who granted you the jester card. You may call me the jester god. Where did this deity come from? We live in a technological society that venerates science and denounces superstition. How absurd. Conversing with you is futile, a typical mindset of a time traveler. Very well, farewell. Wait. Don't you want to know what this playing card is for? Go on, enlighten me. You heard it at the police station. Every individual with potential receives a divine card at the age of 18, bestowed by the deity. And the divine card is this very playing card in your hand, possessing the power to activate extraordinary abilities. Each unique divine card grants different powers, and the Joker can transform into any playing card, making it the strongest divine card in existence. Why would such a powerful card be given to me? Cough. Well, it's simply that your demeanor is more suited for a jester. Please clarify. Now your jester card has transformed into the King of Clubs. I eagerly anticipate the moment you unleash your extraordinary ability. Farewell. With that, the sharp voice faded away. No matter how much Joker called out, the jester god's voice did not return. The King of Clubs. Joker pondered the extraordinary ability associated with it. Altering the probability of events? How would one utilize that? Could it apply to any event? If so, he could simply play the lottery and adjust the odds of winning the grand prize to 100, thus securing his fortune. Or perhaps there were more appropriate opportunities to employ this extraordinary ability. However, he recalled the jester god had mentioned, this divine card can only use its power once before reverting to the Joker. The ability to alter probabilities could only be utilized a single time. Joker decided against using it immediately and carefully stored the divine card away. The following day. Ding dong. The doorbell jolted Shoku awake. He opened his eyes to find that it was already the next morning. He had unknowingly slept through the night. Rising to wash his face, he made his way to the door. Click. Shoku turned the doorknob. Upon seeing the graceful figure standing at his doorstep, he sighed softly. As expected, it's you. Outside, the woman in red revealed a charming smile. Hello, handsome. Did you receive my note? Without waiting for Joker's response, she breezed inside, rummaging through her LV handbag and pouring out its contents. Stacks of vibrant red 100 yuan bills cascaded onto the floor. Joker gazed at the money, swallowing hard. Orphaned at a young age, he had relied on performing magic to survive, often worrying about his next meal. Over the past 2 years, his financial situation had improved slightly through live-streaming his performances, allowing him to rent a modest apartment. Yet, he had never encountered such a considerable sum before. Sister, please don't tell me this is a reward from yesterday's magic show. It's not a reward. However, it is indeed all for you. Why are you giving me money? You don't intend to support me, do you? The woman smiled gently. Child, your imagination runs wild. This is all a scholarship. What? A scholarship? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. She extended her business card. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chin Yun, a professor at the Dragon Nation Noble School. Divine card, Diamond 5. She produced her own playing card, the Diamond 5. Another playing card. Joker hesitated to inquire. Are you also an extraordinary being? Extraordinary being? She covered her mouth and laughed. That term is quite peculiar. Now, without further delay, you must hurry to register for your enrollment. What enrollment? Of course, it's for the Dragon Nation Noble School. Today is the first day of school. The Dragon Nation Noble School is the most prestigious institution in the Dragon Nation. It has produced countless top politicians, businessmen, and elite figures across various fields. Graduating from this school guarantees a future with $1 million salary, marrying a beautiful heiress, and achieving the pinnacle of success in life. All of which Joker had always dreamed of. Yet, this school only accepted nobles. Sister, I am a commoner. I know, you have been granted special admission. With his dream within reach, Joker hesitated. The divine card, extraordinary beings, the noble school. And this woman in red suddenly wanting to enroll him. How strange, too strange. Joker glanced at the pile of money. Are you saying that if I agree to enroll, all that money is mine? Of course. Joker immediately declared. Mentor, from this day forth, I shall be your student. Strange as it was, who could turn down money? To hesitate for a moment would be a disrespect to wealth. One must seize the opportunity. Thus, let us proceed with the enrollment. Professor Chin Yun inquired again. Have you had breakfast? The new student enrollment begins at 8 a.m. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Joker pointed to the wall clock. but it is already 7:55. The Dragon Nation Noble School is located in the city center, far from Zhouke's home. Even by taxi, it would take at least an hour. Oh, that's not a problem. We're not walking. She grasped her divine card in her left hand and extended her right arm. Hold on tight. What are you doing? Just hold on to me. Zhouke, skeptical yet compliant, placed his hand on Xinyun's arm. She closed her eyes, holding the Diamond 5, murmuring, Diamond, transforms all phenomena. 5, secures the destined path. Diamond. What? 5. What is that? Another peculiar rhyme? In an instant, Zhouke felt himself being compressed into an exceedingly narrow space, his entire being contorting, gasping for breath. The next moment, the air became refreshing. He blinked and surveyed his surroundings. His dilapidated apartment had vanished completely, replaced by a magnificent school entrance. Above it were inscribed grand characters, Divine Card School. Ahead of him, a sea of people. The Dragon Nation Noble School is also known as the Divine Card School. I just utilized my divine card to teleport us here. Zhouke regained his composure. So, that little note must have also been sent to my pocket using your extraordinary ability? Professor Qinyun, as if praising a child, remarked, How clever. She cast a glance at her phone and exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to mention that in order to enroll, you must pass 3 entrance examinations. However, I trust in your abilities. With your skills, passing these tests should pose no challenge. After leaving this remark, the young professor swiftly vanished from sight. Zhouke was left somewhat speechless. It seemed rather dubious that someone so young could hold the title of professor, and she appeared less than serious, which gave him pause. He sighed and turned his gaze forward. At the front of the line, an upperclassman called out, New students, please queue orderly for the first round of entrance examinations. Zhouke stepped forward, taking his place at the end of the line. A sense of trepidation filled him. This was an elite institution, and as a commoner, could he truly pass the examinations and gain admission to the foremost academy of the Dragon Kingdom? Hey, are you a new student too? Someone ahead suddenly struck up a conversation. Chapter 4, Bloodline Testing. Zhouke lifted his gaze and beheld a uniquely adorned young man. This individual sported a cascade of silky long hair, so delicate that one might struggle to discern his gender at first glance. His attire was remarkably modest. Were it not for the fact that this institution exclusively admitted the nobility, Zhouke might have presumed him to be a commoner like himself. Zhouke responded courteously, Indeed. May I inquire if you are also? The long-haired youth exclaimed, Wonderful. Oh my goodness. I am exceedingly anxious, worried that I might fail the test. And I am terrified beyond measure. At last, I have encountered a fellow freshman who shares my sentiments. My name is Zhang Yang. May I ask your name, brother? Oh, I am Zhouke. Such a rare name. You must belong to an obscure noble lineage, just like me. Haha, my family is nearly as impoverished as commoners. My parents have to spend quite a sum for my education. Zhang Yang tossed his hair nonchalantly, by the way. I heard that a legendary figure has joined our cohort this year. Intrigued and eager to gather more information, Zhouke looked at him attentively. Pray, do enlighten me. Zhang Yang chuckled. Word has it that this individual caused a blackout across Donghai City for 5 seconds yesterday. He rendered the lights of the Yi family's financial skyscraper utterly inoperative, and it even made the headlines. Moreover, he accomplished this feat while still a minor. On that very day, he received his divine badge and earned his admission eligibility. Most importantly, he obtained the rarest Plum Blossom Divine Badge. Feigning ignorance, Zhouke inquired, Oh, is the Plum Blossom Divine Badge truly that scarce? Of course, Zhang Yang replied, brimming with knowledge. In any case, I have never encountered a Plum Blossom Badge in Longhua. Furthermore, he adopted a conspiratorial tone. According to 2 police officers, that lad hails from commoner origins. Zhouke pressed further, What of being a commoner? Zhang Yang stared at him in astonishment. Aren't you shocked? This is the only recorded instance in the world of a commoner being granted a divine badge by a deity. He was thus granted special admission by the school. Zhouke mused, I would love to witness this person firsthand. What could have drawn the deity's favor upon him? Does he possess additional limbs compared to ordinary individuals? Zhouke feigned ignorance. I am unsure. Perhaps he is exceptionally handsome. Ahead, a senior student called out, organizing the line with discipline, one at a time, no rush. Zhang Yang noticed the senior as well, excitedly tugging at Zhouke's arm. Look at that person. Zhouke observed the senior, tall with somewhat dark skin, unable to discern his features from afar. What is it? What's happening? Zhang Yang gazed incredulously at Zhouke, that is Senior Li Hanfeng. It is said that during his entrance examination, he achieved the highest score. Zhouke was oblivious to the fact that entrance examinations were ranked. nor did he grasp the significance of such rankings. He merely nodded, feigning understanding. The line for the entrance examination was lengthy. Joka noticed that the students at the front were passing through a device resembling a security checkpoint. Beep. Magic level 3. Divine badge square 4, pass. Beep. Magic level 5. Divine badge spade 6, pass. At that moment, Joka quietly asked Zhang Yang, "What is happening up there?" "Why? It is the first round of the entrance examination. You must know that all freshmen must undergo 3 rounds of testing. This round, term bloodline testing, assesses whether the magic levels within the new students meet the requisite standards." Joka continued to inquire, "What does the magic level signify?" Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, are you serious? How do you not know what magic is?" Joka fabricated an excuse. "I grew up in a commoner household. No one ever informed me." Zhang Yang began to explain earnestly, "In that case, you must have played games before, right? Do you understand the concept of combat power? This magic is an innate energy possessed by nobles, akin to a combat power metric. With diligent training, one can gradually elevate their magic level. When the magic level reaches 10, one can ascend their divine badge by 1 tier." As he spoke, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many individuals graduate without ever achieving ascension. Some may never elevate their magic levels beyond 10. I do not aspire for so much. As long as my magic level is no less than 3, I will pass the examination smoothly. Joka felt a twinge of unease. If my level were indeed below 3, would the school reject me? Zhang Yang reassured him, "Fear not. This round merely tests your bloodline. As long as you are a noble, your magic level will typically exceed 3. Only commoners have no magic within them. So, you need not worry." After hearing this, Joka felt even less assured. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the front of the line. Beep. Magic level 11. Divine badge square 8. Pass. The announcement from the security checkpoint drew the attention of the crowd. A magic level of 11? It is said that 10 is a threshold that freshmen cannot surpass. How could he achieve 11? No wonder the Yi family, one of the 4 great noble families, is inherently superior to us lesser nobles. The Yi family stands as the foremost family beneath the royal lineage, boasting pure bloodlines and substantial wealth. Joka peered into the distance. A young man clad in opulent attire strode confidently past the security checkpoint, his demeanor quite arrogant. At that moment, Zhang Yang, like the others, gaped in astonishment. This Yuling Tian actually broke through the 10-point magic threshold upon admission. Joka asked again, "Who is Yuling Tian?" "Ah?" Zhang Yang was once more taken aback by Joka's question. "You do not recognize Yuling Tian? Tell me, do you know that the financial building that experienced the blackout yesterday belongs to the Yi family group?" Joka nodded. "Even commoners are aware of that." "Precisely. Yuling Tian is the scion of the Yi family. He is known for his flamboyant and arrogant behavior. It is best not to provoke him." Before the crowd could calm down, another commotion arose from the front of the line as the testing device revealed yet another astonishing result. Beep. Magic level 15. Divine badge spade Q. Pass. The crowd erupted in excitement. A magic level of 15? Even among the great nobles, such talent is a rarity. Who is this noble lady who conceals herself so meticulously? Indeed, true experts often remain low-key. Joka turned his gaze toward the noble girl undergoing testing. She wore a black mask and a flowing white gown, but what captured attention was her silver hair, a rare sight in Longhua. Joka inadvertently glanced at her left wrist, where a silver bracelet glimmered subtly in the sunlight. Zhang Yang exclaimed once more, "I cannot believe that this cohort has produced 2 top-tier geniuses. Moreover, her divine badge is rated Q." Joka inquired again, "Is there a distinction between Q and other ratings?" Chapter 5. The letter cards. Zhang Yang was no longer surprised by Joka's ignorance of the divine card ranking system. He patiently explained, J, Q, K, these 4 ranks of divine cards, commonly referred to as letter cards, possess extraordinary abilities compared to other numerical divine cards. It is said that those who obtain these cards have been personally guided by the deities. "I understand now," Zhang Yang suddenly exclaimed, pointing mysteriously at the masked girl. "She must be the one who caused the entire city to lose power yesterday. Only a letter card could wield such formidable abilities. Look, she doesn't even dare to show her face. She's afraid of being recognized." Joka chuckled softly. "Didn't you say that person was A Club's card? I heard from the detection gate that the girl's divine card suit is spades." Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. "It seems you're right. I completely forgot." Before long, the 2 reached the front of the queue. "It's our turn." Zhang Yang's expression grew a bit anxious as he stepped forward and stood beneath the detection gate. Beep. Magic Essence Level 3, Divine Card, Hearts 5, Qualified. Ah, thank goodness. Zhang Yang grinned as he accepted his school uniform and freshman registration booklet from the senior. Nearby students whispered among themselves, only a level 3 in Magic Essence? Isn't that the minimum admission standard? Look at his attire. He seems to come from a noble background. However, Zhang Yang paid no mind to the surrounding murmurs, exuberantly waving his hands. Divine Card Academy, here I come. Shoka took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hello, I'm the senior responsible for this round of testing. Please step through this detection gate, said the senior with dark skin. Standing beneath the detection gate, Joka silently closed his eyes. Gaining admission to the Divine Card Academy was a pivotal step toward achieving social mobility, amassing wealth, and attaining prominence. The detection gate emitted a series of beeps. Beep, Magic Essence Level 43, Divine Card, Clubs K, Qualified. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The next moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. What? A newcomer? 43? Which family does he belong to? With that attire, he seems like a minor noble. Can a minor noble really have a 43? Club suit? K rank? Joku himself displayed little surprise. He was aware of the uniqueness of his divine card and had anticipated this outcome. However, it appeared that the detector failed to recognize his card as the Joker, instead reporting it in its transformed state. Zhang Yang, who had passed through ahead of him, turned around in astonishment, his mouth agape. Clubs? Could it be that you are? Joka calmly accepted his school uniform and registration booklet, bowing slightly to the senior. He then approached the dazed Zhang Yang and said flatly, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shoku of commoner origin. The one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday was me, on one of the campus towers. Two professors silently observed the admission testing ceremony. Director Chun, you truly have an eye for talent, a middle-aged man remarked, gazing at Joku in the distance. I heard you contacted him in advance and promised to provide him with support? Qinyun chuckled. It was merely good fortune. I happened to pass through East Street and encountered him performing a popular magic trick in the commoner world. It was a coincidence that he turned out to be a genius with exceptionally high magic essence levels. However, you, Professor Yuan Xing, only admit students from the upper nobility in your class. You might miss out on many promising talents, he continued. Professor Yuan Xing, the middle-aged man, did not respond directly, only frowning. I still believe that talent and lineage outweigh everything. For a student of commoner origin to possess a magic essence level of 43 is a mere statistical anomaly. Moreover, magic essence level does not guarantee future performance. But, Yuan Xing hesitated. Qinyun glanced at him knowingly. I understand what you wish to convey. You have noticed his divine card. Yuan Xing nodded softly before continuing, Clubs K. It has been ages since we have seen a club's suit divine card in the Dragon Kingdom. Classmate, join our student organization. The excited senior with dark skin exclaimed, blocking Shoka's path. I'm Li Hafeng, the president of the Black Blade Society. Oh, right? The Black Blade Society is the best and most prestigious student organization in the entire school. A genius like you must join us. Li Hafeng firmly grasped Shoka's hand, shaking it vigorously. Is this the enthusiasm of university club recruitment? Before Joku could formulate a response, another senior called out. New students who passed the first round of testing, please come this way. The second round of testing is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Joku apologetically said, Sorry. Senior, I still need to complete my admission testing. Oh, my apologies. Li Hafeng scratched his head. There may be other seniors trying to recruit you into different clubs later. You mustn't agree. In the first round of testing, only a handful of students did not meet the minimum magic essence requirement of 3 points. Joku now found himself at the end of the line for the second round of testing. Wait, that mysterious commoner genius is actually you. Zhang Yang, who was still ahead of Joku, wore an expression of disbelief. Hey, did Li Senior just try to recruit you into his club? Seems like it. Did you accept? No. Zhang Yang looked utterly flabbergasted. Why not? So many people want to join the Black Blade Society, but can't. Li Hafeng is quite the campus icon. It said he ranked first in the entrance assessments and ascended in divine card rank in his second year. Not to mention, his academic performance is stellar. He practically collapses under the weight of all his scholarships. Joku felt overwhelmed by the barrage of achievements. However, it was rumored that the Black Blade Society only accepted students with Spades divine cards. Zhang Yang's eyes darted around. So your divine card is indeed Clubs K? Yes, why? Zhang Yang suddenly feigned a bow, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Hey, rise, my subject. I cannot accept such grand gestures. Joku was baffled by Zhang Yang's antics and decided to play along. Humph, Zhang Yang chuckled, explaining, did I not mention earlier? Those who possessed letter divine cards seem to have received guidance from the deities. Moreover, different letters signify different meanings. J represents a servant, Q represents a queen, K represents a monarch, and A represents an ace. Your divine card is K. Perhaps you could one day become a king. Shoo, keep your voice down. Joku quickly covered his mouth. While we live in a modern society, it wouldn't do to attract unwanted attention. After all, isn't this just superstition? Wasn't there a girl before who had a Q divine card? Can she really become a queen? I'm not sure about that. It's just what my mother told me. She said that those with K divine cards are destined for royal fates. Zhang Yang scratched his head. Joku did not take Zhang Yang's words to heart. After all, his divine card was the Joker. It merely activated an ability, temporarily transforming into clubs K. Following Zhang Yang's logic, would he be destined to be a clown because of his Joker card? Chapter 6, Qualification Assessment. As the line gradually diminished, Joku focused his attention on the impending assessment. Brother, this second round of testing, referred to as the qualification assessment, involves a one-on-one competition with other students. Zhang Yang gazed ahead at the second round of tests. However, it merely evaluates qualifications and does not eliminate anyone. Losing is inconsequential. Joku also looked forward. The individual responsible for the second round of testing was an upperclassman girl. She sported a short haircut, her fair skin accentuating her striking beauty. And her attire was exquisite and lavish. Many freshmen cast eager glances her way, with a few audacious boys even attempting to strike up conversations. Yet, she remained indifferent. Her demeanor icy and unresponsive, methodically organizing the assessment for the newcomers. As they approached, Joku noticed a small badge pinned at the neckline of the senior S attire, a ruby heart-shaped brooch. He couldn't help but glance at it a couple of times. Hey, brother, you're not staring at Senior Zhuang, are you? Zhang Yang clearly noticed Joku's gaze. Don't even think about it. This senior is notorious for being the ice queen of the campus, with a haughty and aloof personality. Sure, she's beautiful, but don't expect to get close. I've heard no male has ever been seen beside her. Joku averted his gaze. I was merely observing the brooch she wears. Zhang Yang replied, oh, that? It's the emblem of one of the 4 great aristocratic families. Just like the Yi family, which belongs to the Yiling Tian, the senior's surname is Zhuang. And the Zhuang family is also one of the 4 great families. The Yi family is known for their square emblem, while the Zhuang family represents the heart. Thus, their family emblems correspond to their respective suits. The line gradually reduced until it reached Zhang Yang's position. It's my turn, brother. I'm about to participate in the second round of testing. Zhang Yang announced as he stepped forward. Stand here, the senior instructed coldly. Zhang Yang complied and positioned himself in front of a testing apparatus resembling a large computer, which was connected to a helmet. Put it on. The senior, still unfazed, did not utter another word. Zhang Yang obediently sat before the computer and donned the helmet. Across from him, another student took his seat, also adorned in opulent garments. Joku noticed that this individual wore a noble badge as well, which was distinct from the seniors. His was a design reminiscent of entwined branches in the shape of a square. Joku recalled that the family emblem of the Yi family indeed resembled a square. The opposing boy exuded an air of arrogance. What right does this little noble have to compete with me? How could I possibly be tested alongside Yiling Tian? I'm definitely going to lose. Zhang Yang felt despair creeping in, muttering under his breath, yet forced a smile, extending a hand. Brother Yi, a pleasure. Yiling Tian shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang's attire. I refuse to shake hands with someone of lesser nobility. Zhang Yang retracted his hand, crestfallen. This student. The assessment is arranged by the school. Please wear the helmet. The upperclassman admonished Yiling Tian with a fierce glare, her tone growing firmer. Additionally, please refrain from making classist remarks. Yiling Tian raised his eyes to the senior, irritation evident in his gaze, as if poised to retort. However, upon noticing the emblem on her chest, he ultimately lowered his head in silence and donned the helmet. The cool-headed senior tapped a few keys on the computer, and in an instant, Zhang Yang and Yiling Tian vanished. Next, the senior declared. Joku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Simultaneously, another individual approached to take the position across from him. The student facing him was cloaked in black, their face obscured by a hood, rendering their expression unreadable. What a peculiar outfit, rather nonconformist. As Joku advanced, the short-haired senior surprisingly lifted her head slightly and initiated a conversation. Are you the genius with a magical aptitude of level 43? This question sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd behind him. No way, did I hear that correctly? The senior initiated a conversation with the boy. The senior remained unperturbed by the murmurs, retrieving a business card from her pocket and handing it to Zhou. I hope you can join the Red Heart Society, one of the 3 major societies at our school. Here's my card. The crowd erupted in discussion. What? The senior is personally inviting him to join the Red Heart Society? This is the first time I've seen Senior Zhuang invite a freshman into a society. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as she cast a cold glance at the freshman, her expression indicating displeasure. Remarkably, they fell silent, none daring to utter another word. Zhou examined the card he received. Zhuang Xingyao, Heart Suit J, President of the Red Heart Society, Elite Cup Champion, Heir of the Heart Scepter. While the details eluded him, he sensed its significance. Zhou accepted the card. I will consider it. Countless eyes fixated on Zhou, seemingly wishing to pierce him with daggers. Consider it? Which family does he belong to? It said he comes from a common background. Does he even comprehend what he is saying? My greatest aspiration since enrolling was to join the Red Heart Society one day, and he is merely considering? Magical aptitude level 43. It's evident that comparison breeds envy. Zhou disregarded the background noise. All right, both students. Please take a seat at the computer and wear the helmets. This round is the second round of enrollment assessment, the qualification test. Once the system selects the content for this round, both parties will be automatically transported to the examination venue. Zhou donned the helmet, as did the cloaked figure. Zhou noticed a simulation roulette on the computer screen, with each segment labeled with the term strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently spun the roulette. It whirled rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, ultimately pointing to one segment, luck. Students, the content of this assessment is luck. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. In this round, the student with superior luck shall emerge victorious. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Transport to the examination venue is imminent. Zhuang Xingyao clicked on the computer, and in the next moment, Zhou felt everything around him spinning. He recalled the sensation of being transported alongside Professor Qinyun. It felt almost identical. It was as if he were squeezed into an exceedingly narrow space, thrumming through it. He felt a constriction, struggling to breathe. Then, the air suddenly became refreshing. Zhou looked around. He had arrived in a new location. Chapter 7. Russian Roulette. As Zhou emerged from his momentary daze, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. It was a modest classroom, furnished with only a single desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He sat in one of the chairs while his opponent for this round of testing, a classmate clad in black, occupied the other. Suddenly, a sharp knife materialized on the chair behind him, pressing against his spine. The icy touch of the blade sent a shiver down Zhou's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. He understood that he could not act recklessly. The test had likely commenced upon his entry into this room, which appeared to serve as the examination venue. Zhou recalled the spinning wheel displayed on the computer screen, which had landed on luck. He pondered the possible methods of assessing luck: rock, paper, scissors, dice rolling, or perhaps a game of high card draw. Just as he was lost in thought, the blackboard flickered to life, revealing several lines of text. Second round entrance examination, aptitude assessment. Assessment focus, luck. Exam content, Russian roulette. Russian roulette? Zhou was familiar with this term, having encountered it in numerous films and television shows. It was a cruel game of life and death, utilizing a revolver and one's very existence. The revolver's cylinder contained 6 chambers, one of which held a bullet. After inserting a bullet into one chamber and spinning the cylinder, the result was a handgun with a randomly positioned bullet. The 2 participants would take turns aiming the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger. The one who was shot would inevitably lose. The essence of this game lay in its reliance on sheer luck, aligning with the focus on luck for this assessment. Yet, the question lingered. Was it truly necessary to gamble with one's life for an entrance exam? The text on the blackboard continued to unfold, detailing the examination procedure. The revolver contains 6 chambers, 1 bullet. Both students will take the revolver and pull the trigger towards themselves in turn. The individual struck by the bullet will be eliminated. Note: please remain seated and strictly adhere to the rules. Failure to comply will result in the blade on the chair piercing forward. After reading the rules, Zhou let out a sigh. It was precisely as he had envisioned Russian roulette. However, the same question persisted. What kind of test was this? Was it truly necessary to risk one's life? As if responding to Zhou's unvoiced thoughts, The screen displayed 2 more lines. The examination venue is a smart simulation, equipped with safety mechanisms. Upon completion of the assessment, both participants will be returned to the school, and no one will suffer real harm. This was somewhat reassuring. Zhou shifted his gaze from the blackboard to the desk, where indeed lay a revolver. An assessment of luck was rather straightforward and brutal. Shall you go first, or shall I? Zhou inquired politely to the classmate in black. Outside the examination venue. Terminate the assessment. Chen Yun gasped as she rushed into the testing area. After escorting Zhou and the black-clad student into the examination room, Zhuang Xingyao was organizing the next pair of students to don their helmets. Professor, what has happened? She asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. A killer from the Skull Society has infiltrated the examination room. What? The mention of the Skull Society caused the new students present to collectively gasp. Even Zhuang Xingyao, who was usually as cold as ice, showed a hint of concern. Chen Yun, still catching her breath, continued, we received intelligence. A killer from the Skull Society is masquerading as a student, preparing to kill a new student. Furthermore, he has already been transmitted into the examination room. The Skull Society was a premier assassin organization lurking within Longhua. Anyone targeted by the Skull Society faced an inevitable fate of death. Countless dignitaries, tycoons, and wealthy merchants had met their demise at the hands of the Skull Society. Professor, is what you say true? Are our new students also at risk from this assassin? Zhuang Xingyao hesitated before adding, but the examination rooms are all smart simulations. Even if the assessments are dangerous, they are merely illusions. If one were to perish during the exam, they would be safely returned to reality after its conclusion. Finally regaining her breath, Chen Yun replied sternly. Someone within our school has compromised the safety mechanisms of the examination room. What? Zhuang Xingyao realized the gravity of the situation, her usual composure slipping away. She rushed to the computer control panel, murmuring to herself, abort the test. We must evacuate the new students from the examination room. She clicked frantically on the examination system interface. Soon, students were being returned one by one from their helmets. What is going on? I was just about to win. Thank goodness, I almost lost. Countless new students either complained or secretly rejoiced, while most wore puzzled expressions, casting glances at Professor Chen Yun and senior sister Zhuang Xingyao. I sincerely apologize, dear students, but due to technical difficulties, this round of testing has been cancelled. Chen Yun bowed in apology. Teacher. Zhuang Xingyao bit her lip, fixated on an electronic screen. What is it? Chen Yun inquired, her gaze filled with confusion. For the typically calm Zhuang Xingyao, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. One examination room has malfunctioned. The test content involves Russian roulette. There are 2 individuals, still inside. Quickly, get them out. Without the safety mechanisms, being shot will lead to real death. Zhuang Xingyao's voice grew hoarse as she murmured, the examination room is beyond control. Moreover, the bullets in the gun have been replaced with real ones. Inside the examination room. Hello, classmate. Shall you go first, or shall I? Zhou attempted to engage politely. I'll go first. The figure in black responded with a hoarse, low voice that seemed uncharacteristic of a student. He extended his right hand, deftly retrieving the revolver. Zhou noticed a black skull tattoo adorning the back of his hand. Such an unconventional appearance, Zhou mused, wondering if the individual opposite him was a rather eccentric character. The black-clad individual did not utter another word. He raised the gun and aimed it at his temple. Zhou calculated the odds of being shot. With 6 chambers and 1 bullet, the theoretical probability of being struck was 1 in 6, or approximately 17. In other words, if fortune favored him, the bullet might discharge at that very moment, and Zhou would emerge victorious. Of course, a 17 probability was not particularly high. It was more likely that the gun would click empty. Click. The black-clad figure pulled the trigger. The first shot. A blank. Silently. The black-clad individual passed the revolver to Zhou. Zhou lamented inwardly. As expected, it was a game of luck. A 17 chance was indeed not very favorable, and he was not that fortunate. Zhou accepted the revolver quietly, weighing it in his hand. It seemed to be a real gun. He recalled the words on the blackboard. The examination venue is a smart simulation, equipped with safety mechanisms. Upon completion of the assessment, both participants will be returned to the school, and no one will suffer real harm. At that moment, he could not help but doubt whether, should he unfortunately be shot, he would truly be unharmed. Chapter 8. The sudden examination question. Zhou raised the gun, positioning it beside his temple. The barrel was cold, sending a chill through his temple. With 5 chambers remaining, only 1 bullet was present. The probability of being shot stood at 1 in 5, equating to a mere 20. While not exceedingly high, luck is a fickle mistress. A shot could indeed find its mark. Zhou closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click. He exhaled softly. The second shot. No hit. After all, a 20 chance was still a chance, and he could hardly be that unfortunate. Zhou rolled his shoulders, preparing to hand the pistol over to the figure opposite him when the system announcement echoed throughout the examination hall. Ding. Sudden examination question issued. Students currently holding the gun must complete a small task before transferring the weapon. Otherwise, they must fire at themselves once more. A sudden examination question? Complete a task to pass the gun? The classroom's images flickered to life. With a series of actions from Zhuang Xingyao, a large screen illuminated, broadcasting the entirety of this life and death assessment. Russian roulette, originally a test of luck devised by the school, had now turned lethal. If one were shot, it would not merely be a game. Death was a genuine possibility. Zhuang Xingyao murmured to herself, her voice laced with anxiety. It wasn't that she cared deeply for the lives of those involved. Rather, she was responsible for this second round of examinations. Historically, the assessments for new students had never resulted in fatalities, and should an accident occur this time, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. At this moment, all the new students in the school were transfixed by the large screen, witnessing the process of Zhou engaging in a deadly game of chance with the assassin from the Skull Society. When Zhou's first shot missed, Professor Qinyun breathed a sigh of relief. A student dying on the very first day of assessment would constitute a grave educational incident. In the next scene, the screen displayed the issuance of this sudden examination question. Sudden examination question? Professor Chun, do we have such a segment? Zhuang Xingyao inquired, her eyes lifting. Professor Qinyun furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou on the screen. Absolutely not. The luck assessment is purely a test of chance. Thus, this sudden question must have been orchestrated by the assassin. Within the examination hall, a sudden examination question? Zhou furrowed his brow as he regarded the blackboard. Why was it that when it came to him, an additional question had to be posed? Was this also a facet of testing luck? Those who were unfortunate were saddled with an extra question? Content of the sudden examination question. Please find a red object and place it in the center of the table within 5 seconds. Countdown 5. A red object? All he had to do was find something red to place on the table. The task appeared deceptively simple, yet Zhou swiftly scanned the entire examination hall. The classroom was stark in its simplicity. Desks, benches, and the handgun, everything was gray, devoid of any red elements. 4. Zhou realized he could not rise from his seat to meticulously search the examination hall. After all, the initial rules had clearly stated that if he attempted to leave his seat, a sharp blade would immediately strike forward. He had no desire to gamble on whose action would be swifter, the blade's or his. Moreover, even if he did leave his seat to search thoroughly, there was no guarantee he would locate a red object. Zhou glanced at the figure clad in black across from him. The shadowed visage seemed to bear a subtle smirk. 3. Something was amiss. This assessment was decidedly off-kilter. The exam had explicitly stated it was a test of luck. Yet the content of the sudden examination question had evidently transcended the bounds of a mere luck assessment. Furthermore, the fact that only he was required to complete this task blatantly violated the principles of fairness. 2. There was no time for further contemplation. He needed to survive this round of testing. A red object. A red object. In truth, Zhou had already thought of a red item, though he hesitated to accept it. However, with the countdown pressing ever closer, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Resolutely, Zhou extended a finger to his mouth and bit down hard. 1. His expression remained impassive as he withdrew the punctured finger from his mouth, placing it calmly in the center of the table, blood dripping. Blood, after all, was a red. Red object detected, task completed. Expressionless, Zhou passed the handgun to the individual opposite him, then inquired, "This student? You seem rather unfazed by the sudden examination question. Moreover, your voice hardly resembles that of an 18-year-old. Could you elucidate why you were concealing your face?" "Phew, that was nerve-wracking," Zhang Yang exclaimed as he saw Zhou emerge unscathed, patting his chest. "Brother, you must not perish. I have finally made a brilliant friend. I still wish to copy your homework in the future." Professor Qinyun retrieved a handkerchief from her LV bag, gently wiping her forehead and the cold sweat that had accumulated. Thankfully, my chosen student cannot come to harm." Zhuang Xingyu did not speak immediately. Her gaze remained fixed upon Zhou. Upon witnessing him calmly bite into his finger to resolve the sudden examination question and noticing his awareness of the assassin's peculiar behavior, her brows slightly lifted. Zhou Ke, what are you truly made of? Within the examination classroom, the assassin of the Skull Society ignored Zhou Ke's inquiry, simply accepting the handgun and, without a moment's hesitation, aimed it at his own forehead, pulling the trigger. For Chambers, 1 bullet. The probability was 1 in 4, translating to 25. Click. The third shot. An empty chamber. Zhou Ke frowned. The individual opposite him was far too decisive, firing without a hint of hesitation. Doubts began to creep into Zhou Ke's mind. Did this man possess foreknowledge of the bullet's location? I am not a student. The figure in black suddenly spoke. But I harbor no grudge against you. I am merely following orders. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow, accepting the handgun once more and once again positioning it against his temple. He was compelled to adhere to the examination hall's rules, feeling the sharp blade behind him. Poised for action. The rules of this classroom's assessment have been altered by you, haven't they? What orders have you been given? Zhou Ke inquired softly. 3 chambers, 1 bullet. The probability of death stood at 33. This was a considerable risk. The bullet was likely to be in this round. Without hesitation, Zhou Ke pulled the trigger. He clearly observed the glint of murderous intent in the assassin's eyes beneath the hood. In that moment, the assassin uttered 3 words. I will kill you. Click. The fourth shot. An empty chamber. The assassin sighed, his tone laced with disappointment. What a pity. Zhou Ke gently lowered the handgun, his gaze unwavering on the figure before him. So, you are a killer? If I am not mistaken, the safety measures in this examination hall have indeed failed. Haven't they? Should I be shot, I would truly meet my end. The assassin raised his head, revealing half his face, his cold and menacing eyes locking onto Zhou Ke's. You were quite astute. However, being too clever can prove detrimental. I now understand why that person wishes to eliminate you. Zhou Ke disregarded the assassin's words, extending the handgun once more. Yet, the figure opposite him did not accept it. Because, ding, another sudden examination question issued. The system announcement resonated once more. Chapter 9. The most important thing in the world, unexpected question. Please. The current gun holder must answer the following question within 5 seconds. If the answer is incorrect, you must shoot yourself again. Listen closely. What is the most important thing in the world? Countdown. 5. What? Again? Zhou Ke clenched his fists. Indeed. It was only when it was his turn that there were additional assessments. Zhou Ke was now convinced that someone opposite him was playing tricks. 4. The question is, what is the most important thing in the world? Is it a specific object or an abstract concept? Wealth? Love? Career? Social status? Or life? Logically speaking, life is the most important. Once a person dies, nothing else matters. But is that truly the correct answer? 3. Countless individuals have sacrificed their lives for freedom and dreams. Yet, many believe that without the ability to live, everything else is inconsequential. Ultimately, this question yields 1,000 different answers for 1,000 different people. It is an open-ended question, without a definitive correct answer. A miser would deem wealth as paramount, while a romantic would hold love in the highest regard, and a workaholic would be devoted solely to their career. Throughout history, many have sought longevity, believing that in this vast world, life itself is the greatest asset. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. No matter how he answered, it seemed impossible to provide a correct response. This was an unsolvable conundrum. 2. Zhou Ke recalled the unexpected question once more. If the answer is incorrect, you must shoot yourself again. The question did not demand a correct answer. It merely stated that if one answered incorrectly, one would need to shoot themselves again. Therefore, he only needed to provide an answer that could never be deemed wrong. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in transcending the question itself and articulating a response that could never be judged incorrect. 1. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhou Ke suddenly raised his head and spoke. My answer is incorrect. The system's voice was momentarily taken aback. It responded, laced with mechanical undertones, grinding its metaphorical teeth. You're clever. Outside the examination room, Zhuang Xingyao remained focused on the screen, anxiously operating something. It must be fast. Before the skeletal meeting takes action, I must rescue him. Professor Qinyan stared intently at the large screen. Upon witnessing Zhou Ke's ingenious response, she let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Many freshmen began to grasp the meaning behind Zhou Ke's answer and couldn't help but admire him. How did he come up with such a response? Zhang Yang was utterly confused. He muttered softly, what does this mean? Did Joka pass? Next to him, Professor Chen Yun explained. The issue lies not in finding the correct answer, but in discovering an answer that cannot be judged incorrect. Zhang Yang tilted his head. Why wouldn't this answer be deemed incorrect? Professor Chen Yun elaborated. If this response is considered incorrect by the system, what would happen? Zhang Yang struggled to contemplate Joka's answer. He said, his answer is incorrect. If that statement is wrong, then, according to Zhouke, his answer must be correct. Beside them, Senior Zhuang Xingyao interjected, continuing her work. Exactly. Professor Chen Yun nodded. Since the answer is deemed correct, the system naturally acknowledges that he has passed this unexpected question. Zhang Yang scratched his head, asking again, then what if the system considers this answer correct? Professor Chen Yun reiterated, if the system deems Joka's statement correct, then his answer is incorrect, becomes true. Joka's response would then be incorrect again, creating a contradiction with the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao concluded, thus, this answer is a paradox, neither right nor wrong. Since there is no right or wrong, it cannot be considered incorrect. This freshman did not directly answer the system's question. He is quite clever. Zhuang Xingyao suddenly halted her actions. Professor Chen Yun quickly inquired, what is wrong, Xingyao? Is there progress in repairing the examination room? Zhuang Xingyao gently shook her head. I have tried every possible method, but nothing works. Now, he has only one way to survive, that is, to win this test. Within the examination room, after successfully passing the second unexpected question, Zhouke handed the gun to the killer opposite him. It's your turn. The expression of the black-clad assassin finally showed a hint of wavering. Yet, he still aimed the gun at his own temple. After all, the rules were absolute. The blade on his seat pressed against his cervical spine. Failing to adhere to the examination rules would mean death for him as well. The assassin's finger began to tremble slightly. 2 chambers, 1 bullet. A 50-50 chance, a 50 probability of death. This time, the mortality rate was exceedingly high. Zhouke glanced at his finger. The assassin seemed to be staring intently at him. After 2 seconds of silence, he pulled the trigger. Click. The 5th shot. An empty chamber. At that moment, silence enveloped the examination room. Both understood what would transpire next. Heh. The man in black laughed triumphantly. Kid? Do you know what this empty shot signifies? If you intentionally answered the unexpected question incorrectly, this empty shot is on you. And I would be forced to take over your gun, which has now misfired twice in a row. But now, the assassin tossed the revolver back. The 6th shot is your turn. Russian roulette, with a total of 6 shots, 1 bullet. The first 5 were empty. This implies. Zhouke helplessly gripped the gun's handle. 1 chamber, 1 bullet. This last shot would have a 100 chance of firing. A certain death. Is there any way to escape? Zhouke felt the blade behind him, its pressure slightly piercing through his clothing. Should he violate the rules and choose to flee or fight desperately, the blade on the seat would undoubtedly pierce forward. He could not gamble on which was faster, him or the edge of the blade. He sighed heavily, placing the cold barrel against his temple. The temperature of the bullet felt like the cold touch of death's fingers. Pulling the trigger would end everything. The man in black spoke softly. I'm sorry. I'm just following orders. After all, I'm going to die anyway. You could tell me who wants me dead. Zhouke suddenly posed this question. The assassin shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. I cannot reveal his name. Zhouke did not relent, asking again, is it someone I know? Someone at the school? As his words fell, Zhouke noticed the assassin's face, hidden beneath the hood, twisted oddly. The reaction was too pronounced, Zhouke thought. This could only mean that his guess was correct. There is someone in this school who wants him dead. Why? I'm just an ordinary freshman. I don't remember offending anyone. Why would someone want to kill me? Zhouke pressed on relentlessly. The assassin seemed to let out a cold laugh. Heh, you really don't remember your parents? Chapter 10, The King of Diamonds. One's own parents? Zhouke was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling slightly around the gun. His parents had never spoken to him about divine cards or supernatural abilities. Growing up in a modest household, he had always believed that his parents were ordinary citizens, devoid of any connection to nobility or the supernatural. Yet, since childhood, Zhouke had been haunted by a recurring dream, a stranger bursting into his home, flames engulfing everything, and his parents meeting a tragic end. As a young child, he would cower beneath his bed, trembling and powerless. In the final moments before his mother's death, she had urgently uttered a phrase to her young son. However, the content of that phrase eluded him, no matter how hard he tried to recall it. Her voice had been loud enough that he should have heard her clearly. It was her last words, and he could not dismiss them. He had exerted tremendous effort to remember, employing various methods, Yet that phrase seemed to have been erased from his memory. Every attempt to recall it brought forth excruciating headaches. Enough hesitation. Let us proceed, the man in black urged as Zhou Ke hesitated to pull the trigger. Zhou Ke closed his eyes, unwilling to embrace death. He had yet to discern the meaning of his mother's words, nor had he unraveled the enigma of the divine cards. What means could possibly ensure his survival? Instinctively, he found himself uttering an unusual incantation. The King of Diamonds alters the probabilities, the monarch establishes the laws of heaven. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Ke's face. He had never encountered that phrase before. Yet it flowed from his lips with an ease that suggested it was innate to him. Instantaneously, the cards in his pocket became scorching hot. The King of Diamonds unconditionally alters the probability of events. Understanding dawned on Zhou Ke. He had witnessed individuals utilizing divine cards before, reciting peculiar verses. Thus, he had inadvertently activated the powers of the King of Diamonds. Before him, a number began to oscillate wildly. Initially at 100, it rapidly diminished to 0 under Zhou Ke's scrutiny. This number represented the probability of the bullet being fired. In that fleeting moment, the probability shifted from 100 to 0. Zhou Ke slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce and resolute. The anxiety that had gripped him dissipated. With an elegant tone brimming with confidence, he regarded the assassin across from him. I am a magician. Throughout my extensive career, my favorite adage has always been, magic does not fail. It merely leads you into a meticulously crafted ruse. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. The sixth shot. The final round in this game of Russian roulette. The gun was empty. The man in black wore a look of sheer disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had witnessed. Staring blankly at Zhou Ke, he stammered. Why? How is this possible? This was the last bullet. The probability of firing was 100. It had to hit. Zhou Ke remained unflappable, casually tossing the gun back to him. Perhaps the bullet jammed. Perhaps there were never any bullets in the chamber. Or perhaps I executed a masterful illusion. Regardless, it is your turn now. Russian roulette, the seventh shot. The man in black grasped the revolver, his voice trembling. He aimed at his own forehead, asserting, impossible. The organization does not make mistakes. There must be a bullet in the gun. Zhou Ke replied calmly, indeed. There is a bullet, but only in this shot. If I am not mistaken, you are bound to the rules of this contest as well, are you not? In any case, go ahead, fire your shot. You must fire for me to escape. The tremors of the assassin gradually subsided. He gazed steadily at Zhou Ke. You are astute, too astute. However, such brilliance can be a double-edged sword. If you had feigned ignorance, perhaps you could have salvaged your life. Yet, you have exhibited qualities befitting your lineage, and thus, you must perish. He pointed to the black skull tattoo on his hand, then gestured skyward. This confrontation is being observed by those above. They are now more resolute in their intent to eliminate you. If I die, another assassin will swiftly follow. Zhou Ke regarded the assassin quietly, then lifted his gaze to the heavens. I apologize, but I know not how to conceal my brilliance, nor do I see the necessity of doing so. Send as many assassins as you wish. No matter how many come, I shall vanquish them all. The assassin hesitated before ultimately pulling the trigger. Bang! His head exploded, blood splattering across the table. The assassin of the Skull Society lay dead. On the blackboard before him, words rapidly materialized. Detection completed. Winner, Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke rose gracefully, bowing. The magic had concluded flawlessly. He retrieved a tissue, gently wiping the blood from his face. You are about to be transported out of the examination area. Gradually, Zhou Ke's body transformed into motes of light before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he found himself beside the testing machine at school, emerging from the helmet. This examination had proven to be rather intriguing. Stretching lazily, he strolled leisurely out of the teleportation portal. Why were so many people gathered here? Had they all completed the exam? Surrounded by countless astonished eyes, Zhou Ke was met by Chen Yun, who approached him with a look of shock. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The one you just killed was an assassin of the Skull Society. They have never failed prior to you. Back at home, Zhou Ke replayed the events of the day. His audience at the magic show, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor at the Supernatural Academy. She had even urged him to participate in the entrance examination for the noble school. Moreover, he had inadvertently claimed first place. This was inevitable, as he was the sole victor of the second examination. Due to the fatality that occurred during the exam, the entire process had to be halted. The originally scheduled third examination was postponed for 1 week after enrollment. Thus, theoretically, all new students who participated in the examination were entitled to admission. Before returning home, Professor Chin-yun had repeatedly insisted on sending someone to escort him. However, Joku had declined. He preferred not to be surrounded by a throng of bodyguards. To him, it felt more like surveillance, which would only hinder his actions. For 18 years, he had survived alone, tackling various challenges and crises independently. He was more accustomed to solitude. Joku once again took out the Joker card. After utilizing the ability to alter probabilities, the card reverted from the King of Diamonds back to the Joker, awaiting the next activation of its power. Supernatural abilities, divine cards, noble schools, and assassins. He recalled the assassin's last words. Do you not remember your parents? You exhibit qualities befitting your lineage. They are even more resolute in their intent to eliminate you. Why would someone wish to kill him? Why did the assassin mention his parents? What were his mother's final words before her death? The final words of the assassin echoed in his mind. The next killer will arrive soon. Joku was uncertain how soon that might be. He only knew that he would be prepared. The following day, Joku rose early, ready to report to school. As he made his way, a multitude of luxurious vehicles sped past, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These opulent cars were the exclusive domain of the aristocracy. Only the nobility possessed divine tokens and extraordinary abilities. Could it be? Chapter 11. Catching the subway. Perhaps it was precisely because the aristocrats were endowed with divine cards that, aided by their extraordinary abilities, they emerged as the elite across various professions, amassing immense wealth. Meanwhile, the commoners, lacking divine cards and unaware of the existence of these extraordinary powers, were relegated to mere beasts of burden, exploited by the nobility. This notion sent a chill down Shoku's spine. He recalled the incident just 2 days prior when he was mistakenly apprehended by the police, accused of using extraordinary powers in front of commoners. Thus, the common folk remained blissfully ignorant, akin to livestock, completely oblivious to the extraordinary abilities around them. At the mercy of the aristocrats, Joku exhaled a sigh. In a mere 2 days, his worldview had been irrevocably transformed. He had initially thought that the world he had traversed to was not so different from his original Earth, save for its political system. However, the emergence of divine cards, extraordinary powers, magic schools, and assassin guilds compelled him to acknowledge his profound ignorance of this new reality. Clenching his fists, he felt fortunate to have received his divine card on his 18th birthday, granting him access to the true world. As long as he could attend the divine card school, he too could eventually ascend to the ranks of the nobility. He redirected his focus to the task at hand. During his previous journey to school, he had been instantaneously transported by Professor Chin-yun's extraordinary powers. Today, however, he was required to navigate on his own, relying solely on the subway. The subway station at 8 in the morning was a bustling sea of humanity, overwhelmingly crowded. Joku couldn't help but sigh. The vast majority of aristocrats owned private vehicles. In this world, the subway was primarily a means of transportation for the commoners or for those like Zhang Yang, the fallen aristocrats. As the subway arrived, a throng of people surged forward. Joku, with agility, finally managed to board the train, only to discover that all the seats had already been occupied. Reluctantly, he found himself swaying amidst the crowd. Ding dong. The East City Square station had arrived. It was a large platform, and some passengers began disembarking. Joku remained still, as he intended to ride to the final destination. Suddenly, in the midst of the bustling subway, a soft figure collided with him. Sorry, a melodious voice chimed from behind. Joku turned to see a girl with silver hair. Sunlight filtered through the train windows, casting a scattering of light upon her silvery locks. Her skin, visible above her black mask, was pale, and her eyelashes cast butterfly-like shadows on her cheeks. The girl dressed elegantly yet simply, exuding a sense of cleanliness and style. She appeared to be of Joku's age and carried a red backpack, seemingly also en route to school. After apologizing, she gently closed her eyes, not directing her gaze towards him. Joku instantly recognized her. She was the girl from yesterday, the one with the divine card of Spades Q. His eyes drifted to her wrist, adorned with a delicate silver bracelet, engraved with a distinctive emblem that bore a resemblance to the medals on the chest of Zhuang Xingyu and Yiling Tian, albeit slightly different, a spade pierced by a long sword. He recalled Zhang Yang's words, noting that Zhuang Xingyu and Yiling Tian belonged to the 4 great noble families, hence the presence of such medals. This girl before him was also one of the 4 great nobles. Joku furrowed his brow. This subway was typically reserved for commoners, occasionally frequented by impoverished lesser nobles. Why was she here, squeezing into the crowded subway? Excuse me. Joku attempted to engage her in conversation. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the subway. Passengers glanced around in confusion, voicing their concerns. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? A chilling scream echoed through the carriage. A female passenger covered her mouth, pointing towards the end of the train, her voice trembling. There's a monster on board. Joka followed her gaze towards the last carriage, where a figure clad in black, wearing a hood, stood silently. At first glance, one might mistake him for an oddly dressed eccentric. However, the appendages protruding from his sleeves were not human hands, but rather dark, slick, and slippery tentacles resembling those of an octopus. Slowly, the humanoid monster spoke, its voice hollow and hoarse. Rebels shall die. This does not concern others. I am here to kill one person. As it spoke, it began to approach Joka's direction. Hey, what are you doing? Cosplaying? A burly man blocked its path, his muscular frame imposing. This is a public place. Please maintain order. The creature halted, seemingly scrutinizing the man's face. 2 seconds later, it uttered in its raspy voice, non-target, obstacle removal. It suddenly extended one of its tentacles, lifting it high before slamming it down onto the muscular man. Though the man appeared robust, he was sent flying as if he were a mere piece of paper. The sound of slick movements emanated from beneath the creature's dark robe as the toppled man crashed against the train's railing, the stainless steel pipes emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Having removed the obstacle, the creature continued to advance. The surrounding crowd gasped in horror, hastily retreating in panic to escape the carriage. Joka remained still, noticing that the creature's black clothing bore a skull emblem. He also observed that the silver-haired girl had not fled. She muttered softly, however, it is precisely because of this that such killing monsters operate with a mechanical logic, devoid of nuance. Joka sighed faintly, recalling the second round of new student assessments from the day before. The assassin had fervently declared that they would soon send someone to hunt him down. Upon witnessing the tentacled creature, Joka had mentally prepared himself. He just hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. He sighed again, murmuring, they must be here to kill me. The silver-haired girl echoed softly, they must be here to kill me. She had unintentionally echoed Joka's thoughts. He shot her a sidelong glance. Dear classmate, are you perhaps being a tad self-important? The girl, oblivious to his gaze, remained fixated on the tentacled creature. In the next moment, she swiftly produced her divine card. The speed was astonishing, yet Joka caught a glimpse of the emblem, a black queen, spade Q. The silver-haired girl muttered, though using a divine card in public is illegal. The situation is urgent. I must act. Following this, she recited an incantation. Spade, break through the myriad armies. Princess, forge divine weapons. In an instant, a handgun materialized in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, she opened fire at the creature. The monster did not evade, absorbing the bullets without any sign of injury, continuing its relentless advance. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly shook her head, about to step forward, only to be halted by a hand. Joka's classmate. Its target is me. Please do not make a futile sacrifice. Joka positioned himself in front of her, speaking softly. The girl scrutinized him from head to toe, hesitantly asking, who are you? Chapter 12. The tentacle beast. Joka cleared his throat softly. Do you remember the soul victor of the magic essence level 43? The Russian roulette? At that time, there was an assassin from the Skull Society who sought to eliminate an ordinary freshman. The girl politely awaited the conclusion of his words. Indeed, I am the one from yesterday. Ack! The creature erupted with a furious roar. Before Joka could finish his sentence, the monster abruptly accelerated, charging towards the duo. Apologies, we shall converse later. The girl swiftly brushed aside his arm and advanced forward. Upon spotting the silver-haired girl, the tentacled beast's gaze fixated on her with evident intent. It then emitted a hollow voice, target acquired. Huh? Joka was momentarily taken aback by the beast proclamation. Target acquired? Was this girl truly the object of the tentacled monster's hunt? Does your Skull Society intend to eliminate so many individuals at once? Joka stood frozen, feeling the gaze of the girl ahead filled with helplessness, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Ding, divine card. Joker, ability trigger conditions met. Why has the divine card triggered? Joka distinctly recalled the sharp voice that accompanied his acquisition of the Joker card. Ability, possessed the powers of all other playing cards. Trigger condition, hidden. The conditions for ability activation had not been disclosed, and at this moment, he was oblivious to what condition had been fulfilled to activate his power. Randomly drawing divine card ability, the voice retained its high-pitched, distinctive tone. Joka remembered that the owner of this voice referred to themselves as the Joker God. In such a predicament, drawing a power of considerable strength would undoubtedly be advantageous. To be candid, Joku yearned to draw an elegant and formidable combat ability. This way, he could gracefully vanquish the monster, rescue all aboard the train, and bask in the multitude of astonished gazes. He focused intently on the divine card in his grasp. Much like when he first received the card, he watched as it spun in midair, ultimately transforming into the image of another card, the Seven of Hearts. Divine card, Seven of Hearts, ability, read the innermost thoughts of any individual. This divine card reverts to Joker upon use. What? Mind reading? Could it be any less useful? Joker felt somewhat speechless. To put it bluntly, in a scenario beset by a monster-esque assault, this ability was practically futile. Read the innermost thoughts of any individual. Whose thoughts was he to read? The monster's? Did a tentacle beast even qualify as a human? He quickly reconciled himself to the situation. After all, abilities were drawn at random. It was entirely reasonable that he could not obtain a power suitable for the current predicament. In the blink of an eye, the monster had already lunged toward them. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability once more, conjuring a long blade that she swung forcefully at the creature. However, the tentacled beast reacted with remarkable swiftness. It raised one of its tentacles and effortlessly swatted the blade away. Before she could recover, it lifted a second tentacle from its sleeve, aiming to pierce her. The girl trembled slightly, seemingly surrendering to fate, and closed her eyes. At that moment, Joku took a measured step closer. Since he was not the intended target of the assassination, there was no need for concern. Being nearer should pose no threat. Crack! Just as Joku passed by the creature, the tentacle beast's hand suddenly halted midair. Its head tilted slightly, and the hooded visage turned to face Joku. He seemed to glimpse the glowing eyes beneath the hood, fixated directly upon him. Joku blinked. You can kill if you wish, but why gaze at me? The creature's gaunt mouth opened once more. Target acquired, changing the target for extermination. It instantly pivoted, its gaze locked onto Joku. Wait, wasn't that girl just now your target? He extended a tentacle, launching an assault on Joku with such speed that he barely had time to react. Swish! The anticipated pain never arrived. The girl stood at a distance, maintaining a posture of having thrown something. She had somehow procured another long blade, hurling it at the tentacled beast, which redirected its attack. Why are you dawdling? Run! The girl shouted from afar. In a split second, the weighty hand of the tentacled beast swung toward Joku. He promptly leaped to the right. The impact was mere inches from his head. The tentacled beast, quick on its feet, charged toward Joku again, ready to strike. Joku rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the attack. He dashed through the train, eliciting gasps from the passengers. Yet the tentacled beast seemed oblivious to the others aboard, fixated solely on Joku. Great octopus, what have I done to provoke you? Why does your skull society seek to eliminate me? Joku thought, filled with indignation as he evaded. Spades, break through the myriad armies, princess, forge the divine weapon. The girl in the distance swiftly produced her playing cards, shouting once more. Whoosh! This time, she conjured a long spear and hurled it at the tentacle beast. The creature ducked to evade. The glass of the subway shattered upon impact, and the passengers screamed. At last, Joku was afforded a moment of respite. Regarding the divine card abilities, from his observations, her ability appeared to allow her to conjure any weapon she desired without limitation. In comparison to his own, it seemed far more suited for combat. However, he was no longer an oblivious, ordinary person. He was a member of the Divine Card Academy and should learn to adapt to using his powers. His Joker had transformed into the Seven of Hearts. Although he was uncertain of the utility of the mind-reading ability in this scenario, it was certainly better than inaction. Joker mimicked her, holding his card. Do I need to recite a peculiar incantation as well? In any case, I shall employ my divine card. In an instant, a peculiar sensation surged through Joku's heart. He felt the magic essence coursing through him, reminiscent of when he utilized the King of Diamonds during the examination. Concurrently, a true incantation flowed naturally from his lips, as if he had been born to utter it. Hearts, seize the myriad souls, 7, unveil the true intentions. He felt the ability activate instantaneously. Suddenly, everything before him seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil of blood mist. A cacophony of chaotic and murky voices flooded Joku's mind. Commence extermination. Follow command. Royal blood. Eradicate. Joku was momentarily stunned. Was this the tentacle beast's innermost thoughts? He recalled the girl's earlier words. This monster was a killing machine trained by the Skull Society, acting solely on commands. Eradicate royal blood? Was this the extermination command he had received? Was royal blood referring to royal lineage? A hypothesis began to form in his mind. The tentacled beast continued its relentless assault. Zhou Ku, agile and nimble, evaded the creature's grasping tentacles. Bam! His back collided with the subway railing, the cold metal sending a shiver through him. Zhou Ku finally created some distance from the tentacled beast. However, the dark, thick voice echoed once more. Royal blood, eradicate. Target too distant, changing attack target. The creature's tentacles retracted, redirecting their assault toward the silver-haired girl. Startled, she leaped back, widening the distance. At the moment when the distance was extended, Zhou Ku once again heard the inner thoughts of the creature. Moreover, it was identical to the voice from before. Target changed due to excessive distance. In an instant, the attack from the tentacled monster surged towards Zhou Ku once more. Could it be that Zhou Ku had begun to vaguely grasp the logic behind the creature's assaults? Chapter 13. The Red Heart 7. If one were to discern the thoughts of the tentacled creature, it would become evident that this abomination would shift its target if the distance became too great. On 2 occasions, this monster disregarded all other passengers aboard the train, focusing solely on attacking either itself or the silver-haired girl. It seemed that among all the souls aboard, only the 2 of them aligned with its murderous intent. Furthermore, if one of them attempted to distance themselves, the creature would promptly redirect its assault towards the other. Just moments ago, when the creature aimed to eliminate the girl, Zhou Ku inadvertently stepped forward, prompting the monster to discard its initial target and pursue him instead. Zhou Ku formulated a hypothesis. The creature could only claim one victim at a time, thereby exclusively targeting the one closest to it. Verifying this theory was straightforward. Zhou Ku raised his voice, calling to the silver-haired girl, "Run towards me." "What?" The girl was taken aback. "Trust me," Zhou Ku insisted. After assessing him, she weighed her options and ultimately decided to heed his command, dashing towards him. Changing attack target. The tentacled monster abandoned Zhou Ku and turned its ire back towards the girl. "Stop!" Zhou Ku shouted urgently. The silver-haired girl complied, halting in her tracks. Zhou Ku swiftly adjusted his position, running towards the creature. As Zhou Ku closed the distance, he witnessed the creature's tentacle retracting from its pursuit of the girl to extend towards him instead. It was as he suspected. This monster appeared devoid of independent judgment, its logic exceedingly simplistic. 1. It would only attack one of the 2, Zhou Ku or the silver-haired girl. 2. It would select the nearest target. Thus, the solution to their predicament became glaringly obvious. Surprisingly, Zhou Ku's telepathic abilities, seemingly ineffective in this scenario, proved unexpectedly advantageous. There are no useless magical artifacts, only unreliable magicians, Zhou Ku mused, who claims that offensive abilities are superior in such situations. In the hands of a skilled magician, even a decayed branch can blossom. Calmness washed over Zhou Ku as he shook off his earlier panic, retreating gracefully, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, Zhou Ku, the silver-haired girl, and the tentacled monster formed a straight line within the train car, with equal spacing between them. Suddenly, the monster froze. To an outsider, it appeared as though Zhou Ku's slight retreat had rendered the creature immobile. However, the reason was clear to Zhou Ku. A smirk graced his lips as he listened to the creature's thoughts. Abnormal. Distance between the 2 is equal. The monster's logic dictated that it would only attack the closer individual, yet if the 2 were equidistant, its judgment faltered, plunging it into confusion. This was the true key to their escape. The girl stood momentarily in disbelief, glancing between the paralyzed creature and Zhou Ku, her expression one of incredulity. She could not hear the creature's thoughts, leaving her astonished by Zhou Ku's ability to immobilize it so effortlessly. However, in the next moment, the tentacled creature extended both of its appendages towards the 2 of them simultaneously. Simultaneous attack. The creature's voice was deep and murky, resonating with a newfound intensity. "Ah, so you are not entirely foolish," Zhou Ku murmured. He had anticipated this action from the tentacled beast. If it had been foolish enough to abandon its attack, Zhou Ku would have questioned the intelligence of the killers from the Skull Society. "Step back," Zhou Ku commanded the girl urgently. "We must both retreat while maintaining an equal distance from it." The silver-haired girl, unable to hear the creature's thoughts, was perplexed by Zhou Ku's order. Yet, having witnessed how a mere step back could immobilize such a creature, she began to trust his abilities. She complied with agility, leaping to the side of the train car to evade the tentacle's strike, swiftly retreating. Zhou Ku matched her speed, moving as if propelled forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The 2 maintained perfect synchronization, ensuring that the creature could not focus its attacks on a single target. As they retreated to a sufficient distance, crack, the tentacle reached its limit. In that moment, The scene within the train car was one of stark contrast. In the center stood the tentacled monster, extending its appendages towards each young individual, yearning to strike them simultaneously. Alas, its reach was limited, rendering it stranded in the middle, unable to grasp either one. The creature's intellect was dreadfully lacking. Joka bent down, retrieving a metal rod from the ground, an object dislodged during the earlier skirmish with the tentacled monster. He weighed it in his hands, satisfied with its heft. The next moment, he thrust the rod downwards with fervor, pinning the tentacle to the ground. The appendage thrashed violently, yet it was ensnared and rendered immobile. The silver-haired girl stared at Joku, bewildered by his actions. Joka met her questioning gaze. If you do not understand, just follow my lead. The girl hesitated but then nodded. Channeling her abilities, she conjured a spear and, mirroring Joku's motion, she thrust it down with precision. The tentacle writhed in agony, secured to the ground by the spear. Now, let us draw nearer while maintaining our equal distance, Joka whispered. The silver-haired girl nodded in agreement. In perfect harmony, they gradually approached the tentacled monster. Due to their equidistance, the creature could not concentrate its aggression on a singular target, leaving it to flail its tentacles in simultaneous attacks. However, those appendages were already pinned down by the rods, immobilized entirely. Thus, the two safely reached a position before the creature. Royal blood. Eradicate. Error. Distance between two targets is equal. The creature's thoughts buzzed incessantly. It sought to unleash its full force upon them, yet its tentacles remained firmly restrained. Consequently, it could only squirm helplessly in place. Joku's gaze sharpened as he focused on the skull emblem adorning the creature's attire, his expression darkening. I have warned you, send as many assassins as you wish. For each one that arrives, I shall slay them all. A glint of cold light flashed as Joku drew a short sword from his pocket. With a swift, decisive motion, he severed the creature's throat. As the monster's head crumbled into a mist of crimson, Joku's eyes glimmered with a fading red light. The creature's cacophonous thoughts vanished into silence. The cessation of its abilities signified the creature's ultimate demise. Joku stretched languidly, tilting his neck as if awakening from a mere slumber rather than having just extinguished a life. The silver-haired girl regarded Joku, hesitating to speak. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Joku softly encouraged. Chapter 14. The Princess, how did you do that? She blinked, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Her voice cool and crisp. Do what? The silver-haired girl gazed at her in astonishment. You managed to immobilize that monster. After a brief hesitation, she continued, typically. The abilities of individual divine cards can restrain others. Yet, I only saw you take a step back, and suddenly, the creature stood still. In that moment, I didn't observe you utilizing any divine card. Joku was reluctant to reveal that he had employed the Heart 7 divine card, especially since his divine card was the Club K, as indicated in the previous day's bloodline test. Generally, a person is only permitted to possess a single divine card. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it was simply my charm that left it dazed, he jested, attempting to divert her attention from the matter at hand. Seemingly perceiving Joku's intent, she smiled slightly, her understanding evident. It's all right. A shunti of pride. Hello, my name is Su Chensi, and I am grateful for your rescue. The girl performed a subtle noble gesture, her posture both graceful and dignified. Joku pulled out a tissue and silently wiped the blood from his face. No need for thanks. I'm Joku. Su Chensi's expression shifted slightly. Joku, you're the one from yesterday, the commoner with a magic level of 43 points, who also killed a Skeleton Society assassin. Joku nodded quietly, countering with a question. You are the new student with the Spade Q divine card, correct? I witnessed you employing your ability, which must be the power to conjure weapons without limitation. Joku had an excellent memory. Among the new students yesterday, she was the only one with striking silver hair. Su Chensi did not conceal her identity and readily confirmed. Indeed, that is a combat-type ability. However, I can only manifest the weapons I am proficient with. Joku chuckled ruefully, by the way. We just employed divine cards in front of commoners and even took a life. The school won't expel us, will it? He recalled the events of his 18th birthday when he performed a remarkable magic trick, only to be treated as an ability user by the police. They had been exceedingly severe, even threatening him with the death penalty. Su Chensi shook her head. That individual was a killing monster affiliated with the Skeleton Society. They have long since lost their humanity, obeying only the commands of their trainers, automatically seeking out targets to eliminate. He does not constitute a person. Using abilities against him is considered a special circumstance, exempt from legal repercussions. Additionally, I will inform my father about this. You needn't worry. Upon hearing the word father, Joko understood. She was indeed a noble lady, hailing from a family of power and influence. Furthermore, based on the earlier instructions from the tentacle monster, Joko had already deduced her identity. So, as a noble, why did you take the subway? Joko finally posed the question that had piqued his interest from the outset. She smiled. Surely, you do not believe I am the type of lofty noble lady? She continued, in truth, I have always felt that the gap between nobility and commoners should be diminished, treating everyone equally within society. Thus, I came today to experience the sensation of taking the subway, leading by example. She sighed, however. It seems that this has attracted the attention of the skeleton society as assassins. Given the monster's behavior, the command it received must have been to eliminate all nobles. Joko raised his chin, but I am not a noble. She chuckled lightly, there is no need for modesty. While it's true that everyone claims you are of commoner origin, your magic level is so high that it could only suggest you are of noble descent. Moreover, that short sword of yours is unmistakably a noble item. Short sword? Joko glanced at his right hand. He was still gently gripping the weapon he had used to slay the monster, its tip still faintly dripping with blood. This short sword is exceptionally well crafted, Su Chinsi praised. Joko shook his head. This sword was bequeathed to me by my parents, and I am certain they were commoners. As for how I came to possess magic and received a divine card, it must simply be an anomaly. Su Chinsi pondered thoughtfully. If you truly are a commoner, then what command did the Skeleton Society monster receive? To eliminate all students of the Divine Card Academy? Joko remained silent. Recalling the tentacle monster's ominous thoughts, royal blood obliterate. At that moment, the subway arrived, gliding smoothly into the station. Upon disembarking the platform, they caught sight of the pointed spire of one of the school's buildings in the distance, amidst a throng of people. Joko, I must be going. Thank you once again for your assistance on the train. I owe you a favor and shall repay you in the future. Goodbye. Joko bid her farewell. To be honest, he held a favorable first impression of the girl named Su Chinsi. Despite being a noble lady, she had taken the subway to school and exhibited none of the usual airs associated with her status, displaying remarkable courtesy. Joko thought of Yilingdian, who flaunted his family crest, his nose in the air, seemingly eager for others to recognize his noble lineage. Indeed, among the nobility, there existed considerable variation. Wow, Joko, you finally made it. A resounding slap on his back jolted him. Zhang Yang grinned broadly. How do you feel? Nervous? Excited? The freshman enrollment ceremony is about to commence. The new students buzzed with excitement, crowding into the grand auditorium of the Divine Card Academy. Each student engaged in animated discussions, observing the hall's decorations. At the front of the auditorium stood a large stage, illuminated by dazzling lights. Rows of seats below were already filled with new students. Joko and Zhang Yang settled into a spot towards the back. Hey, I just overheard someone in front say that the king's daughter is enrolling this year. I wonder what she looks like. Coming from royalty, she should be quite impressive. Zhang Yang began to fantasize. Perhaps we will even have some story to tell with the princess as classmates. Joko, however, was not as enthusiastic as Zhang Yang, merely engaging in idle conversation. If she is indeed a princess, she must be quite proud. Would she even notice someone of your modest standing? They continued to converse on these trivial matters. The enrollment ceremony commenced as an upperclassman took to the stage, speaking in fluent Mandarin. Teachers, students, welcome to the Divine Card Academy now. We officially begin the enrollment ceremony. Please welcome the principal to the stage. After delivering the announcement, the upperclassmen exited the stage. The new students buzzed with excitement, eagerly awaiting the principal's appearance. However, as seconds turned into minutes, no one took the stage. Curiosity spread among the audience, and whispers grew louder. Ahem, it seems the principal has been delayed. We shall skip this segment for now. From the audience, a young female professor stood to regain control of the situation. Recognizing her crimson attire, Joko instantly identified her as Professor Qinyun. Now, we invite the representative of the new students to deliver a speech. With that, Professor Qinyun initiated applause. The students joined in, their claps creating a lively atmosphere. According to tradition, it was typically the privilege of the highborn to take this role, and this year, it was likely to be the son of the Yi family. Hey, did you not know? The royal princess is enrolling this year. It must be her. Joko overheard discussions nearby. Amidst the applause, a captivating figure gradually ascended the stage. Hiss, every gaze from the new students was drawn to her. A young lady, adorned in a flowing gown with cascading silver hair, gracefully approached the microphone. Joko thought, look, the the goddess has descended. Beside him, Zhang Yang was on the verge of drooling. Zhou Ke did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze fell upon the left wrist of the young girl. Adorned on her fair wrist was a silver bracelet. She spoke, her voice melodious. "Hello everyone, I am Su Chenxi." Ah, her voice is so enchanting. Zhang Yang could hardly contain himself, nearly leaping in exhilaration. Chapter 15. Seating Su Chenxi stood tall. Her words articulated with clarity. "It is a great honor for me to represent the new students and deliver a speech. Most of you may already know me, but I wish to express. I do not wish for you to regard me as a lofty princess, but rather as an ordinary classmate." Zhang Yang was immediately taken aback. So she is the esteemed princess. No wonder she is so stunning. Zhou Ke discreetly covered his face with one hand, pretending he was unfamiliar with the boy beside him. Su Chenxi continued her speech, much of which consisted of somewhat formal rhetoric. However, one particular statement left an impression on Zhou Ke, as it echoed something she had said before. "I hope that in the future, there will no longer be a divide between nobility and commoners. As a princess, I choose to take the subway to school, just like a commoner." Clearly, this is her true sentiment. My speech concludes here. Thank you all. She placed the microphone down and walked toward the audience. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Yet, most were not truly engaged in her speech, but were merely applauding because she was a princess. "Oh my, the princess is coming this way," Zhang Yang whispered, shaking Zhou Ke's arm. Of course, she is also a new student. Where else would she sit but among the audience? Zhou Ke brushed his hand away, urging him to act more composed. Su Chenxi walked slowly, her gaze searching for an available seat. The majority of eyes were fixed upon her as she moved. There were indeed empty seats beside some students. However, being a princess, even without an air of superiority, she inherently exuded an aura that made it difficult for others to muster the courage to invite her to sit. As Su Chenxi passed a certain row, a figure suddenly stood up. Zhou Ke frowned. Dressed in luxurious attire, with a defiant expression and adorned with a square noble insignia on his chest, it was Yi Lingtian. He slightly bent forward and extended his hand to Su Chenxi. "If your highness does not mind, you may sit here." There was indeed an empty seat beside him. However, Su Chenxi merely inclined her head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness," before continuing to walk past that row. He awkwardly halted and sat back down. Zhang Yang couldn't help but silently cheer. "Haha, it's the first time I've seen the son of the Yi family be turned down. If this were a common person, they would have faced dire consequences. But the princess is of royal blood. She could do as she pleases, and Yi Lingtian wouldn't dare to protest." Zhang Yang smiled and turned to Zhou Ke. "Hey, do you think, since there are empty seats next to us, that the princess might choose to sit with us?" Zhou Ke responded with a hint of exasperation. "She can sit wherever she likes. Why are you concerned about it?" Suddenly, Su Chenxi halted right at Zhou Ke's row. Her gaze turned toward him, clearly recognizing him. "Hey, Zhou Ke, the princess is looking this way. Is she looking at me?" Zhang Yang straightened his posture, hoping that the princess would indeed sit beside them. As if hearing his thoughts, Su Chenxi genuinely walked in their direction. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" she quietly inquired of Zhou Ke. "No, it's available. You may sit," Zhou Ke replied nonchalantly. "Thank you." She sat down directly. The surrounding students gasped in unison, whispers filling the air. Su Chenxi seemed to ignore the murmurs and initiated conversation. "Earlier, I saw your results from the first 2 rounds backstage. You ranked first among all new students." Zhou Ke smiled modestly. It was merely good fortune. There was an unexpected incident during the second round of aptitude testing that caused an interruption. I was the only one who completed the assessment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved first place. Su Chenxi smiled back. "You need not be so humble. Your performance on the subway convinced me that even if the exam proceeded normally, you would still have achieved commendable results. Had you not been of commoner descent, I imagine you would have been selected as the student representative to speak on stage just now." Before Zhou Ke could respond, Zhang Yang let out an incredulous exclamation. His gaze darted between Zhou Ke and the princess, then back to Zhou Ke, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Zhou Ke and Su Chenxi both looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. "What's wrong? What? Zhou Ke, do you know the princess?" Zhang Yang whispered, lowering his voice. Su Chenxi lifted her gaze to Zhang Yang, smiling politely. "Zhou Ke, is this your friend?" Zhou Ke, reluctant to admit it, introduced them. "Su Chenxi, this is Zhang Yang, a friend I met upon entering school. Zhang Yang, this is Su Chenxi. We have met before." Su Chenxi added, "Zhou Ke saved my life once. He is my benefactor." Zhang Yang gazed at Zhou Ke with wide eyes. Zhouke only smiled in response. By the way, Your Highness, why did you choose to sit here? Zhang Yang asked suddenly. Su Chenxi looked attentively at the stage, speaking softly. Where do you think I should sit? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Our seats are towards the back. Most here are minor nobles. When Yi Lingtian invited you earlier, I thought you would choose to sit in the area designated for the high-ranking nobles. Yet you bypassed him entirely. That was unexpected. Zhouke and Su Chenxi replied in unison. Not unexpected at all. Su Chenxi turned to him. Oh, you know my thoughts? Zhouke answered casually. It's merely a shallow analysis. As a princess, you choose to dress modestly while attending school and even opt for the subway. Earlier in your speech, you mentioned hoping not to be perceived as a princess. You concluded by expressing a desire for nobles and commoners to coexist. All of this indicates that you do not wish to be regarded as a haughty noble lady. Therefore, rather than sitting in the area for the elite nobles, you would prefer to be among the ordinary minor nobles. And I, likely the only person you know in this section, happen to have an empty seat beside me. Thus, your choice to sit next to me is hardly surprising. Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. After 2 seconds, she smiled. If I didn't know you were a king of diamonds, I would doubt your ability to read minds. Zhouke looked at her. So, does the king of diamonds possess mind-reading abilities? Having already triggered the ability of the Seven of Diamonds, he was aware of its capabilities. Yet, to maintain a facade and gather more information, he posed the question. Su Chenxi nodded. Of course. It is well known that the abilities of the diamond suit are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, mind control, hypnosis, memory alteration, and so forth. Oh right, you are exceptionally talented. I often forget you come from a common background. She smiled warmly. You might be quite unfamiliar with this knowledge. But if you feel out of place here, feel free to ask me anytime. I would be glad to assist. Do not hesitate. After all, you saved my life. And I must find a way to repay you. Zhouke chuckled. So, you truly snuck out to take the subway? Su Chenxi sighed. Yes. It was quite a feat to shake off a throng of bodyguards. I merely wished to experience public transportation, but unexpectedly encountered an assassin. I apologize for the trouble caused to the passengers. The government will adequately compensate the injured commoners. Observing Su Chenxi's somewhat remorseful expression, Zhouke contemplated that the assassin was likely a result of his own actions. The blame did not lie with her, yet he only smiled faintly without voicing it. At that moment, Professor Chunyan slowly approached the stage and spoke into the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Professor Chunyan, and I also serve as the head of the first year. The principal, due to prior commitments, is unable to attend. Therefore, I shall take his place to provide an introduction to the school. Chapter 16. Divine Relics. Professor Chunyan stood on the stage, addressing the audience. Firstly, our school holds the Elite Cup midway through each semester. This is a grand competition organized by student clubs, encompassing the entire school. Freshmen wishing to participate may consult the presidents of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you have already met 2 of them during the initial rounds of the entrance assessments. Zhouke lowered his head in contemplation, recalling that indeed, 2 upperclassmen had invited him to join their clubs during the entrance evaluations. One was a tall senior with a darker complexion, Li Hanfeng, and the other was a short-haired senior girl, Zhuang Xingyao, who appeared somewhat aloof. Professor Chunyan continued. Secondly, it is customary for incoming students to undergo 3 rounds of entrance assessments. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we only managed to complete the 2nd round. At this juncture, Professor Chen paused for a few seconds. Zhouke sensed that she smiled and glanced in his direction, winking. Thus, the most crucial 3rd round of assessment, the comprehensive test, will take place 1 week after enrollment. This assessment will solely serve to rank the abilities of the new students and will not eliminate any participants. Furthermore, the first place in the comprehensive test will be awarded a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the auditorium erupted with excitement. A portion of the students engaged in fervent discussions. Divine relics? For us? What on earth is a divine relic? If I could sell one, I'd be set for life. Is that all you aspire to? A divine relic cannot be measured by money. So what exactly is a divine relic? I've heard that these are sacred artifacts left behind by the ancient gods, imbued with immense energy. But what are they truly for? While a small group of students eagerly debated, the majority remained puzzled. Snippets of conversation reached Zhouke's ears, prompting him to quietly ask, Zhang Yang, do you know what a divine relic is? Initially, he expected Zhang Yang to chastise him for his lack of knowledge about this world, but to his surprise, Zhang Yang shook his head in confusion. This is my first encounter with the term as well. Beside them, Su Chenxi sighed. It is entirely normal for you not to understand. The rarity of divine relics surpasses that of your plum blossom divine token. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures. Joku turned to the princess. For instance, for example, a blade that guarantees a lethal strike, a clock that can reverse time, a gem that can bring the dead back to life. However, these are merely legends. Few have witnessed them firsthand. Nevertheless, since the professor mentioned it, it must be true. Moreover, the school possesses one. Joku was astonished that the school would offer a divine relic as a reward for the champion of the entrance assessments this year. Suddenly, Su Chinsi locked eyes with him. Joku, do you wish to contend for that treasure? Her sudden inquiry caught him off guard. Why do you ask me that? Joku was momentarily taken aback. I simply believe that if you wish to win, you shall be the victor. But I am merely a commoner, lacking any skills. You need not possess skills. The level of your magical essence is your true strength. Your 43 points of magical essence already exceed that of many upperclassmen. Joku remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he replied, Yes, I wish to obtain that treasure. His gaze fell upon the front row, where the aristocrats congregated. There, Yilingdian boasted to his fellow noble peers, declaring that he would undoubtedly secure the championship and claim the divine relic. Ahem. I know everyone is eager to learn about the divine relic. However, the third matter I am about to discuss is the highlight, Professor Qinyun said with a smile. Students who perform exceptionally well at the end of the semester will earn the qualification for divine token ascension. What? At that moment, the entire auditorium erupted in excitement. Zhang Yang could not resist waving his arms. Divine token ascension was a dream coveted by many. Even Su Chenxi, usually composed and reserved, leaned forward with eyes sparkling with anticipation. Only Joku appeared unfazed. It was not that he did not desire divine token ascension. Rather, he was entirely unaware of what it entailed. Clearing his throat, Joku lowered his voice. Your Highness, could you kindly explain what divine token ascension is? Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Of course. After all, I promised you that you could ask me about anything you do not understand in this world. She then spoke slowly. If the divine relic offers humanity a chance to connect with the divine, then divine token ascension allows one to transcend social classes. Moving from minor nobility to high nobility, the four great noble families, the king, or even become a deity. Every individual possesses magical essence within them. When the level of magical essence reaches a certain height, at the age of 18, one will receive a special artifact bestowed by the gods, known as a divine token. However, the strength of the divine token is not fixed. Its powers can be upgraded. This process is referred to as divine token ascension. Joku pressed further. What does that entail specifically? Su Chenxi lowered her voice. If you can elevate your divine token to the next level, you will receive a personal conferment from His Majesty, my father. You will no longer be a commoner, but one of the nobility. The surname Zhou will become a new noble lineage. You will also receive a reward from my father, acquiring a small enterprise. Should you manage to elevate your divine token to its highest level, you will ascend and become a new deity. It is said that throughout the history of Long Kingdom, only one person has ever accomplished this. After hearing this, Joku silently caressed his Joker divine token in his pocket. He had grown weary of the struggles of a commoner's life. He had imagined countless times possessing a noble surname, status, and wealth. Now, everything was filled with possibilities. Perhaps he could achieve it, and one day, ascend to divinity. Divine token ascension. At that moment, Joku felt an overwhelming desire to learn more about this world, to acquire knowledge about divine tokens, and to enhance his strength. The enrollment ceremony concludes here. Thank you all. On stage, Director Chun Yun wrapped up her speech. Groups of students began to rise and leave the auditorium. Let us go to the dormitory. I wonder what the living conditions are like. Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. They exited the hall. Su Chenxi headed toward the girls' dormitory, parting ways with the two boys. Joku and Zhang Yang continued toward the boys' dormitory area. Wait a moment. Are you Joku? A voice suddenly called out from behind. Chapter 17. The Gamble of Campus Network Joku turned his head and beheld a flamboyantly dressed young man surrounded by numerous affluent classmates, his square medal glistening prominently on his chest. Joku recognized him, Yilingdian. He instructed Zhang Yang to return first, and then turned to Yilingdian, inquiring, Yes. May I assist you? With his head held high, Yilingdian remarked, a commoner with a magic aptitude of 43. Quite unexpected. I had presumed that those of lesser lineage and first-rate commoners were altogether inept. His words dripped with disdain, eliciting a round of laughter from his entourage. Zhou furrowed his brow, responding, "Spare me the pleasantries. What is it that you truly desire?" Yilingtian scoffed lightly. "In truth, I seldom converse with commoners. I deem them unclean and unworthy. When selecting my followers, I would never consider anyone beneath the rank of mid-tier noble. However, your performance upon enrollment was commendable. I harbor no ulterior motives. It is merely that in 7 days, the comprehensive assessment will take place, which differs significantly from previous years. The champion will receive a divine relic. To secure victory, I require a capable subordinate. A distinguished figure must always have a retinue to accomplish grand endeavors. Do you grasp my meaning?" Zhou replied coldly, "I appreciate your concern. I wholeheartedly concur with your statement. A distinguished figure must indeed have a retinue to achieve greatness. However, you simply do not qualify to be my subordinate." With that, Zhou turned and strode out. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. But as the implications of Zhou words sank in, they erupted into applause. Yilingtian gaped, feeling humiliated. Standing in the center of the hall, he shouted fiercely at Zhou's retreating figure. Merely boasting does not equate to genuine skill. In 7 days, for the comprehensive assessment, I shall claim the championship. When I possess the divine relic, I shall have you kneeling and licking my shoes. In the dormitory, "Hey, Zhou, do you really need to work so hard?" Zhang Yang lay on the upper bunk, yawning. "You can't possibly take Yilingtian's threat seriously?" Zhou did not look up, engrossed in his textbook. "Zhang Yang, you misunderstand. I have never regarded Yilingtian as a worthy adversary. My efforts are for my own sake. It is my ambition to obtain that divine relic." Zhang Yang sighed deeply. "What I fear is not the talent of geniuses, but that they strive even harder than us." Zhou remained silent, continuing his studies. He felt woefully underinformed about this world and sought to remedy that with theoretical knowledge, in hopes it would serve him well in the upcoming assessment. The textbook titled Foundations of Divine Cards provided a lucid and detailed introduction to divine cards. There are a total of 52 types of divine cards in the world. For suits, 13 ranks. Each suit possesses different types of abilities. Spades specialize in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, diamonds create changes, and clubs disrupt causality. The knowledge was straightforward to memorize. Zhou considered his memory superior to that of his peers, as he excelled in associative learning, linking complex concepts to familiar ones. The shape of spades resembled a short sword and a shield, thus associating them with martial power. Hearts, naturally, pertain to the mind. Diamonds evoked thoughts of bricks and foundations, relating to creation and transformation. As for clubs, Zhou recalled his own king of clubs, which had successfully altered probabilities, a concept tied to causality. He could not help but reflect on all the divine cards he had encountered thus far. The Queen of Spades, belonging to Su Chenxi, whose ability was to conjure weapons infinitely, certainly a combat-oriented power. The Seven of Hearts, which he had used on the subway, granted him telepathy, a mental ability. The Two of Diamonds, possessed by a stout policeman, allowed him to slice objects in half, also a transformation ability. The Five of Diamonds, associated with Professor Chen Yun, seemingly enabled instantaneous teleportation, altering one's position, yet again a transformation power. The King of Clubs was his first ability, one that modified the probabilities of events, an ability of causal nature. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's loud exclamation jolted Zhou from his thoughts. "What are you shouting about?" Zhou snapped irritably. "Quick, check the pinned post on the campus network." "I'm studying," Zhou replied, flipping another page. Zhang Yang sighed and read the title aloud. "High stakes. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? The winner will split 50,000 dragon coins." The post was made by an anonymous upperclassman, initiating a bounty vote. The names of all 500 freshmen were listed, with Su Chenxi, the princess of the royal Su family, leading by a wide margin, having received over 600 votes from upperclassmen. Yilingtian followed in second place, with over 400 votes, also from upperclassmen. The votes for subsequent candidates plummeted. "Hey, brother, you have over 50 votes," Zhang Yang exclaimed, glancing at Zhou's name, which was approximately ranked around 500. However, all the votes cast for Zhou came solely from first-year students, with not a single upperclassman supporting him. "Let me see where my name stands." Zhang Yang searched fervently, finally locating his name near the bottom with a mere 3 votes. "How dismal. This is unacceptable. I must vote for myself." The post was inundated with discussions. It was well known that the Su family was a prestigious lineage renowned for their spade-type abilities, a formidable asset in the freshman assessment. The Yi family was equally powerful, being the foremost family beneath the royal lineage, controlling the economic lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. Do not underestimate the power of wealth. Who is this Zhou? Is there a family by that name? Why do only freshmen vote for him? What accomplishments does he have? I heard he hails from a common background. How does a commoner even gain admission to a divine card school? At that moment, a senior girl with the ID Xin Yao unexpectedly posted, "I cast my vote for Zhou." Instantly, the campus post fell silent. Xin Yao was the ID of Zhuang Xingyao, the president of the Red Heart Society, who rarely participated in such discussions. Yet she broke her silence to wager that this obscure commoner could become the champion of the freshman assessment. Such a lively event cannot be without my participation. I too vote for Zhou, exclaimed a senior with the ID. Eating a peach is so chill. Li Hanfeng. Someone gasped in astonishment. Li Hanfeng was the president of the Black Blade Society, known for the rivalry among student organizations. Yet, on this occasion, the two presidents had remarkably found common ground. This voting quickly caught on, and Zhou's vote surged, propelling him into the top 100. After all, although Li Hanfeng often appears frivolous, he is indeed the champion of the previous freshman assessment. The discerning eye of a champion is certainly not to be underestimated. Who, after all, is this Zhou? He is quite handsome, but the freshman test is not a beauty contest. What significance does that hold? Soon, someone unearthed all the information about Zhou. Zhou, born into a humble family, was a popular online streamer before the age of 18, renowned for his prowess in magic. In the first round of the Bloodline assessment, he was evaluated with a magical aptitude level of 43, his divine card being the King of Diamonds. In the second round of the qualification assessment, due to unforeseen circumstances, the exam was interrupted. After vanquishing a skeletal assassin, Zhou emerged as the sole victor among all freshmen. A peculiar silence ensued. Votes began to surge for Zhou, rapidly climbing to over 200, catapulting him to third place on the overall leaderboard. Zhou, why not cast a vote for yourself? Zhang Yang called out, swaying his phone towards Zhou at the table. Not interested, Zhou replied, still engrossed in studying his divine card. There's money to be made. With a snap, Zhou instantly set aside his book and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. One who doesn't seize the opportunity is a fool. Upon opening the post, Zhou immediately found his name, ranked third, rather high. He frowned slightly upon seeing the words, shared prize of 50,000 yuan. Since it was a shared prize, naturally, the fewer people who voted, the better. However, the intelligence network of the Divine Card Academy was formidable. His performance in the first two rounds had been thoroughly exposed. Oh well, as long as there is profit to be gained. Without hesitation, Zhou cast a vote for himself. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the third round of testing. At this moment, all freshmen gathered on the lawn in front of the Grand Library, each facing a computer identical to the one used in the second round, equipped with helmets. Zhou had enjoyed a restful night's sleep and was brimming with energy for the exam. In contrast, his neighbor, Zhang Yang, appeared somewhat lackluster, yawning frequently. Before all the students, an upperclassman approached slowly. He was slender, dressed very plainly, and his face bore a pallid hue. Upon seeing this upperclassman, Zhang Yang instantly perked up. Chapter 18. The Contest for Titles. It was Senior Lu Yingming. Rumor has it that he hails from an obscure noble lineage, yet his academic prowess is remarkable, demonstrating a profound mastery of abilities. Indeed, I have also heard that he is the president of the esteemed Diamond Club, alongside Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. Unsurprisingly, I learned that during the annual freshman assessments, the three club presidents serve as the chief examiners. Zhou listened intently to the whispers of the students around him. Senior Lu Yingming spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating each word with precision. This assessment marks the third round of the freshman entrance examination, known as the comprehensive assessment, which will rigorously evaluate students' physical endurance, intellect, decisiveness, and adaptability, simulating real-life scenarios. He emphasized that the comprehensive assessment is the most critical and time-consuming evaluation of all. The assessment is divided into 3 stages, spanning 1 week, with each phase intricately linked. The upcoming segment is the first phase of the comprehensive assessment, which lays the groundwork for the subsequent stages. Those who prevail in this initial phase will gain a competitive advantage in the overall assessment. Now, let me introduce the contents of the first phase. Zhou remained focused, absorbing every detail, determined to emerge victorious. In the society of Longhua, there exist 3 distinct classes: the monarchs, the nobility, and the commoners. The first phase of this examination dubbed the contest for titles, requires all 500 students to strive for the highest possible score. The top 3 scorers will earn the title of monarch, while the top 500 will be conferred the title of noble. The remaining 1,000 will only attain the title of commoner. The higher the title, the greater the advantage one holds in the subsequent phases. The methods for accruing points will not be disclosed prior to the test, leaving each participant to explore independently. Now, let the competition commence. Please take your seats at the teleportation devices and don your helmets. As a chorus of sounds echoed, all 500 students donned their helmets. Word has it that some students performed exceptionally well in the initial 2 rounds of testing. Anticipation swirled around their forthcoming performances. Was it merely an illusion? Zhou momentarily felt as if Senior Lu Yingming glanced in his direction. Lu Yingming stood at the forefront, pressing a button. And in the blink of an eye, all the students vanished. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The ground felt cold beneath him. Once again, he experienced the disorienting sensation of teleportation, a discomfort he had already encountered during the second round of the aptitude assessment. As the overwhelming dizziness subsided, Zhou gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? He swiftly rose and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was in a classroom, albeit different from the last. The lighting was dim, and through the windows, he could see that it was nighttime. Outside, he recognized familiar buildings, the teaching blocks, the playground, the library, and the expansive lawn. He was still within the confines of the school, situated in a classroom of one of its many buildings. Zhou noticed that not far from the playground, numerous students lay scattered on the ground, nursing their heads, seemingly recovering from the same dizzying sensation and looking around in confusion. Ding, the contest for titles has officially begun. The examination environment is simulated. No one will be harmed or perish. A mechanical voice echoed through the air, accompanied by a large screen illuminating the sky, flashing several prominent words. Contest for titles. Rule 1. Unrevealed. Rule 2. Unrevealed. Rule 3. Unrevealed. Unrevealed. Zhou recalled the rules that Senior Lu Yingming had introduced before entering the examination room. The objective of the competition was to accumulate points to secure a higher rank and gain a superior title. He remembered that only 3 titles of monarch were available. However, the methods for earning points remained undisclosed. He gazed up at the screen, pondering whether the 3 hidden rules pertained to point acquisition and how they might be unveiled. Oh, at the other end of the classroom, a blurred figure stirred, accompanied by a familiar voice. Was that Zhang Yang? Zhou hesitantly called out to the silhouette. The figure scrambled to its feet and, upon spotting Zhou, he recognized the long hair unmistakably. Please take me with you, Zhang Yang exclaimed, rushing towards Zhou and clasping his leg. Zhou, slightly exasperated, pulled him away. This examination is not a team battle. You must rely on your own abilities. Zhang Yang scratched his head and chuckled. Didn't they say there are 500 spots for nobles? I don't ask for much. Just being able to stick with you to reach the top 500 would suffice. Or are you aiming for the title of monarch? With only 3 monarch titles available, it implied that one must rank among the top 3 of all 500 participants. Zhou raised his hand, unabashedly revealing his ambition. While speaking, Zhou suddenly noticed an electronic wristwatch had appeared on his left wrist. He promptly tapped it to check. The small screen illuminated, displaying several lines of text. Current identity, commoner, score, 10. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see. Zhou deftly dodged Zhang Yang's gaze. Don't you have one? Check yours. Zhang Yang glanced at his own wrist. Well, would you look at that? He tapped his screen and read aloud. Current identity, commoner, score 10. Zhou expressed his disbelief. Are you really going to broadcast that information? Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. You're the one with the connections. There's no one else here. What is the harm in telling you? Moreover, Zhang Yang fiddled with his wristwatch. It seems you're also a commoner. All commoners can see each other. Upon hearing this, Zhou looked down at his wristwatch once more. Tap on commoner, Zhang Yang suggested. Zhou's finger brushed over the word. Instantly, a large table appeared on his wrist display, listing numerous names, each marked with the title of commoner. Zhou and Zhang Yang were among them. Zhang Yang sighed. It seems our real-life statuses are quite similar. You're a commoner. I'm a marginal noble, which is pretty much the same. Messages began to flood the wristwatch screen, names emerging from the list. It appeared to be a chat group, with countless messages pouring in. What is going on? Is this the examination venue? So what is the exam question? I've been standing here for ages. This wristwatch can chat? Not bad. Not bad. Are all the people in this group commoners? I am. 1. Zhou ignored the meaningless chatter and meticulously examined the name list, suddenly noticing an anomaly that prompted him to furrow his brow. Zhang detected the change in Zhou's expression. Hey, what's up? Did you uncover something crucial? Chapter 19. Initial identities. Zhou presented the list to Zhang. Some names were conspicuously absent. Is that so? Let me take a look. Zhang scrutinized the table of names, quickly scanning through it. It seems that Yiling Tian's name is missing. Oh, even that of the princess is absent. He began counting the entries. 1, 2, 3. That's unnecessary. I have already counted. Zhou interrupted him. There are 50 rows and 20 columns, precisely 1,000 individuals. Oh. Zhang seemed to realize that counting each entry was rather foolish, scratching his head in embarrassment. So, what does it signify that there are 1,000 commoners? He touched his nose thoughtfully. Zhou rested his chin on one hand and spoke softly. I recall that the monarchs are the top 3 scorers, the nobility the top 500, while the commoners are the bottom 1,000. The competition has only just begun, and there are exactly 1,000 commoners. Thus, I deduce, everyone's initial scores must differ. There are 500 students whose scores are already higher than ours. Outside the examination hall, countless upperclassmen were observing the test. They were glued to their phones, watching the live stream of the examination room, typing furiously on the campus network. Hey, none of the top 3 favorites have drawn the monarch title. 2 are nobility, and 1 is a commoner. At that moment, the score table was screenshotted and shared in a post. Score ranking table: 1. Zhang Liang, monarch 302. Wang Li, monarch 303. Su Xing, monarch 379. Su Chenxi, noble 50. 130. Yiling Tian, noble 50. 1228. Zhou, commoner 10. Zhou, who had consistently excelled in the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessments, was not experiencing such fortune this time. It's hard to say. Perhaps initial scores are not that significant? What are those hidden rules? Can anyone shed light on them? Just a hunch. But it might involve completing various tasks in the examination hall to earn points. Inside the examination hall, Zhang rubbed his nose and casually chose a desk to sit at. So, there are 500 students who start with higher scores than us. Why does it seem like this competition is inherently unfair? Zhou shook his head. No. This round is a comprehensive assessment. All factors will be taken into account, including luck. Moreover, Senior Lu Yingming mentioned that the examination would strive to simulate reality. Isn't that how society functions? Some are born into royal families, while others are born into poverty. Our differing initial scores are merely a reflection of luck. Zhang sighed. Brother, that's quite disheartening. In reality, we are the underclass. And in this exam, we are still commoners. Alas. Zhou, however, did not express much dissatisfaction. Complaining is futile. Opportunities for reversal must be seized through our own efforts. Instead of lamenting, we should consider how to accumulate more points. Zhang was swayed by Zhou's words. You are absolutely right. The triumph of the underdog is far more exhilarating. So, he looked at Zhou with a grin. How exactly can we enhance our scores? Zhou remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen outside, which displayed 3 rules, all still undisclosed. At this moment, there was no way to ascertain their meaning. They would have to wait for the rules to be revealed. For now, we must seek out clues. The 2 emerged from their classroom and wandered into the corridor, observing a row of other classrooms. Let us explore them one by one. After a while, they had visited nearly every classroom. Each room contained approximately 2 students. They inquired of many, but most were equally perplexed by the assessment, lacking any understanding of how to earn points. No one was willing to disclose their scores or identities. Eventually, they entered an empty classroom, bare except for a blackboard and desks. How ridiculous. The school only subjects us to assessments without even informing us of the questions, Zhang grumbled, kicking a nearby stone. With a clatter, the stone struck the blackboard, causing it to flicker to life. By the blood of the monarch, reveal the law of conclusion. Zhang read aloud the inscription. What does this mean? It's so difficult to decipher. Zhou contemplated the phrase. Monarch, blood, law of conclusion? The law likely refers to rules, revealing the law of conclusion. Perhaps this is a method to unveil the rules? Zhou proposed his hypothesis. Zhang scrutinized the text again. That seems a plausible interpretation. But how do we reveal the rules? Zhou pointed to the first half of the phrase, the blood of the monarch. We possess 3 titles, monarch, noble, and commoner. The blood of the monarch likely refers to those bearing the title of monarch. Thus, if we were to spill the blood of a monarch upon this blackboard, it should unveil the rules. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. But there are only 3 monarchs. Where would we find one? He pondered. What does law of conclusion signify? Zhou furrowed his brow in thought before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps it indicates the 3rd rule. Zhang Yang glanced once more at the writing on the blackboard. So, does this imply that if we spill the blood of a student with the monarch title on it, the 3rd rule will be disclosed? Zhou nodded, acknowledging that without further clues, this was the only conclusion they could draw. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the campus. Snapping the two from their thoughts, they hurried to the window to look outside. On the playground, a student plunged a knife into another student's chest. Despite the dim light, Zhou recognized the assailant's face. Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian muttered, as long as I rank in the top 3, it doesn't matter. Right? If that's the case, there's no need to figure out how to earn points. I just need to eliminate everyone ranked above me, and victory will be mine. Haha. This assessment is far too simple. The stabbed student clutched his chest in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood flowed, soaking into the turf. He writhed for a moment before succumbing to stillness. After committing the act, Yiling Tian swiftly activated his wristwatch. Ah, I see, he murmured to himself. From the upper floors, Zhou noticed a slight smirk forming at the corner of Yiling Tian's mouth. In the next moment, Yiling Tian bolted away, disappearing behind a building, swallowed by the shadows of a nearby classroom. What is he planning? Zhang Yang exclaimed. Even though this is a simulated examination, one can still feel pain. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. He can't be thinking of winning this competition through murder, can he? Zhou did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment. I think I understand. What do you mean? Zhou, you wouldn't also want to win the game through murder, would you? Zhou looked up and replied. This competition is a comprehensive assessment, which means that the element of force is indeed included in the evaluation. I said I understood, as I seemed to grasp how to score points. Chapter 20. The Violent Princess Outside the Examination Hall. News continued to flood the campus network. The rankings have changed. Someone has scored. What? Who has scored? It's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yiling Tian. Someone reposted the ranking. Score ranking. 1. Zhang Liang, Monarch 302. Wang Li, Monarch 303. Su Xing, Monarch 304. Yiling Tian, Noble 60. Haha, splendid. I voted for Yiling Tian. Those supporting Su Qinxi and Zhou are about to be proven wrong. At this moment, the number of votes for the voting list surged dramatically. Yiling Tian's votes skyrocketed by over 100, reaching over 600, matching Su Qinxi closely. Meanwhile, Zhou's votes lingered around 300, although he maintained 3rd place. He remained at a considerable distance from the two leaders. Just then, Zhou's vote count quietly increased by 1. Observant individuals immediately discerned who had cast this vote, Lu Yingming. He also supported Zhou. Yet, he was the chief examiner for the 3rd test. Why? I've been watching Zhou hide in a classroom on the live feed with no notable actions thus far. I don't understand. I'll cast a vote too. The actions of public figures often set a precedent. After Lu Yingming cast his vote, Zhou's total votes increased by over 50. In this most popular voting thread on the campus network, the 3 most renowned figures of the school, each the president of a student organization, unanimously voted for Zhou. Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Society, Zhuang Xingyao, president of the Crimson Heart Society, and Lu Yingming, president of the Diamond Society. Inside the examination hall, Zhou uttered the word killing in a detached manner. Zhou, what did you say? Zhang Yang looked at him in disbelief. The method to gain points is through killing. Zhou sighed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang, we are at a significant disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang Yang displayed a puzzled expression, seemingly oblivious to Zhou's realization. Zhou explained, you can understand it just by looking at Yiling Tian's expression. After he killed a classmate, he checked his wristwatch and displayed a delighted demeanor. What does this indicate? Zhang Yang hesitated in his response. It implies that the information on the wristwatch changed. Making him happy? After pondering for a moment, he uncertainly added, so, his score increased? Precisely. Zhou nodded with a smile, and right after he killed someone, he immediately sought a place to hide. This indicates that he understood, the way to increase points is through killing. To avoid being attacked by others, he had to conceal himself quickly. Thus, I assert that we are at a considerable disadvantage in this competition, as we possess 1 Plum Blossom Series Divine card and 1 Heart Series Divine card. Clearly, the Spade Series Divine cards are far more advantageous. Zhouke did not expect that the knowledge he had gleaned from books before the test would truly prove useful. Spades specializes in martial prowess. Heart controls the mind. Diamond creates change, and Plum Blossom disrupts causality. He had long memorized this knowledge regarding supernatural abilities. During the Bloodline test, upon enrollment, he learned that Zhang Yang's divine card was of the Heart series, while his own remained dormant. At least for now. It appeared that the Spade series divine cards could enhance one's combat capability, which would be immensely beneficial in a scenario reliant on killing for points. Zhang Yang, lamenting, said, "Indeed, neither of us possesses Spade series abilities. So what should we do?" Zhouke remained calm. He slowly approached the classroom window, a gentle breeze tousling his hair. Breathing in the fresh air, he elegantly smiled as he looked outside and boldly declared a single word, "Endure." Huh? Zhang Yang stared, bewildered. As he sniffled, Zhouke maintained his smile. "As long as we endure, we can wait for the rules to be revealed. This competition is a comprehensive test. It cannot be won solely through brute strength. When all the rules are disclosed, that will be our opportunity to turn the tide and showcase our true capabilities." The two powerless civilians quietly concealed themselves in a storage room of a tall building. This storage room had an excellent vantage point with a wide window, allowing them to observe the unfolding events outside. Moreover, the room contained a considerable supply of food. The two found a comfortable spot to sit and gazed out from the classroom window. Since Yi Lingtian initiated the violence, an increasing number of students began to attempt aggression towards one another. Initially hesitant and doubtful that killing would indeed yield points, a few bold and fearless individuals began to strike. Gradually, everyone recognized that killing others would indeed increase their scores. Even those reluctant to kill, for the sake of self-preservation, felt compelled to eliminate potential threats. After all, if one refrained from killing, they might become the target. Consequently, more and more students joined the fray of mutual slaughter. Outside, on the distant playground, within the teaching buildings, and inside the complex, screams echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, Zhouke and Zhang Yang, each clutching a bucket of popcorn, had entered a spectator mode. That individual possesses remarkable combat prowess. He must have killed many and amassed a significant score. Look over there. That one is covered in blood. Wow. He even unleashed a shockwave. He is likely a formidable Spade series divine card user. Hey, isn't that Su Chenxi in the midst of the chaos on the playground? Zhang Yang pointed towards the nearby field. Zhouke squinted as he focused on the scene. A silver-haired girl wielded a submachine gun, spinning in place. Her movements were light and graceful, resembling a dance rather than an act of murder. Had she not been drenched in blood with flames erupting from the gun's muzzle, Zhouke might have mistaken her for a performer. Countless students attempted to approach her, to attack her, yet all were met with gunfire. Gradually, no one dared to draw near. To be honest, Su Chenxi was a royal princess. Zhouke had presumed her to be somewhat delicate and unlikely to be particularly ruthless. However, this audaciously violent princess, drenched in crimson, compelled Zhouke to re-evaluate his impression of her. One must wonder, where did the princess acquire such a submachine gun? The firepower was overwhelmingly formidable. No one stood a chance against her. Zhang Yang continued to gaze at Su Chenxi, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 21. The first rule is announced. I have witnessed her extraordinary abilities. She can conjure weapons out of thin air, truly formidable. Zhouke stuffed another piece of cookie into his mouth. That makes sense. After all, she is the Queen of Spades. The spade suit is inherently inclined towards combat. And being a queen, her combat prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. The two engaged in a lively exchange, commenting on the chaos of the external conflict, occasionally tossing popcorn into their mouths as if this farcical scene bore no relevance to them. Su Chenxi had already eliminated all her classmates in the vicinity, brandishing her firearm and shifting her position, seemingly in search of new targets. The pair ceased their observation of her, redirecting their attention to other intriguing spectacles. Zhouke, with the madness unfolding outside, are we merely going to hide here? Doesn't it seem rather pointless? Zhang Yang mused, still chewing on snacks. Have you ever played Battle Royale? Surviving until the end is tantamount to victory. It matters not how many you slay. If you cannot endure, all efforts are in vain. Zhouke took a swig of soda. Stop fighting, please. A girl's voice resonated. Zhouke and Zhang Yang turned in unison towards the source. In the center of the playground stood a petite girl with a ponytail. Her voice frail yet brimming with courage. This competition organized by the school is not meant for you to engage in mutual slaughter. Students ought to embody tolerance, friendship, and collaboration to earn points. All actions froze momentarily. Some students hesitated, glancing at their weapons as if pondering the validity of this method of earning points. Ding, Rule 1 announced. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. On the large screen, the first rule swiftly appeared. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. The law of the jungle, resources are limited. And everyone is a competitor. Points will not increase arbitrarily, they will be transferred through killings. The students comprehended the implications instantly. Those who kill can seize the points of the slain. The girl in the center, awkwardly smiling, said, "Continue as if I hadn't spoken," before turning and fleeing. Whoosh! A stray bullet struck her head. Crack! Her fleeing motion abruptly halted, and she collapsed, spectacularly meeting her demise. Well, Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang chorused, tossing another chip of snack into their mouths. When do you think it will be our turn to perform? Zhang Yang mumbled through his food. Patience, let the bullets fly a while longer. Zhou Ku gestured towards the screen. We have deduced the first rule. Yet the second and third remain undisclosed. Acting rashly may yield counterproductive results. What if a subsequent rule states that more kills incur deductions? They would become the jesters, while we could effortlessly claim victory. Zhang Yang's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. That makes sense. Haha, I feel like victory is imminent. As seconds ticked by, the outside world remained a cacophony of gunfire and chaos. Students wielding spade suit cards rampaged against those of other suits. Though the scene was drenched in blood and adrenaline, Zhou Ku began to find it rather tedious. Just as he was about to yawn, a commotion in a certain corner of the playground caught his attention. There, a student with a scarred face was mercilessly hunting down a petite female classmate. Haha. Don't even think about escaping. The scarred student, with a cruel expression, brandished a sharp knife as he pursued the frail girl. She seemed utterly exhausted, unable to run far before being caught. Thump. Without hesitation, the scarred student thrust his knife into her abdomen. Her face contorted in horror, eyes wide as she clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground in agony. The scarred student, devoid of mercy, knelt and repeatedly plunged the knife downwards. Ultimately, the girl lay motionless, soon to meet her end. Ding! The scarred boy's wristwatch emitted a sound. He glanced down. Current identity, King. Ha 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 ha. I have finally ascended to King. Who would have thought that my seemingly worthless spade card would prove so advantageous in this examination? Snap! A nearby branch snapped, interrupting the scarred boy's jubilance. He tightened his grip on the knife and shouted, "Who is there?" He swiftly approached the source of the noise. In that corner, a chubby boy had fallen to the ground, pleading, "Brother, don't kill me. I fear pain. I'm just a worthless civilian with only 10 points." The scarred boy spat disdainfully. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. Every point counts. I want to spare anyone. Raising his knife, he advanced. Boom. A brick suddenly fell from above, striking the scarred boy in the face. He staggered briefly but quickly regained his composure. Fatty, are you trying to ambush me? He shook his head, seemingly unaffected by the blow. Haha, you didn't expect my spade card makes me impervious. Ordinary physical attacks have no effect on me. Otherwise, do you think I could have survived this long with just a dull knife? The chubby boy gazed at the arrogant figure before him, tears welling in his eyes. His plan to have accomplices drop bricks from above had backfired, and now he found himself facing a formidable opponent. Please, go easy on me. I'm so scared. The scarred boy licked his lips, swiftly thrusting his knife downward. Thump. The chubby boy felt his abdomen, completely unharmed. In stark contrast, the scarred boy's expression froze. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from his midsection. Blood and entrails flew everywhere. He had no time to utter a word. His face frozen in disbelief as he staggered before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! The chubby boy, momentarily dazed, was startled by the sound from his wristwatch. Hesitantly, he clicked to check. Current identity, King. Points, 310. He blinked in disbelief. King? He had instantaneously ascended from civilian status to King? This signified that his score was now among the top 3 in the entire school. Overjoyed, he screamed, flinging his arms wide. I'm the king. Ha ha ha. All of this transpired under Zhou Ku's watchful gaze from the window. Indeed, a twist of fate had emerged. Chapter 22. The counterattack. Zhou Ku keenly observed that the student with a scarred face had indeed plunged a sharp knife into the corpulent figure. However, at the very moment the blade made contact with the fat man, it was inexplicably deflected. Simultaneously, the scarred student's body was violently obliterated. Moreover, judging by the reaction of the chubby boy as he glanced at his wristwatch and the ecstatic expression that adorned his face, it was evident that he had undoubtedly acquired the score of the scarred face. It was the chubby boy who had slain the scarred student. Yet, What puzzled Zhouku was why the fat man appeared so astonished. Could it be that he had inadvertently killed the scarred face? After a moment's contemplation, Zhouku turned his gaze to the large screen. Rule 1. Spade Assessment. Jungle Law. Scores do not increase without reason, but are transferred through murder. Rule 2. Not disclosed. Rule 3. Not disclosed. The undisclosed rules could also take effect. Thus, the bizarre demise of the scarred face must have been triggered by certain rules. Hey, Zhouku, what are you staring at? Zhang Yang inquired. Noticing Zhouku's abrupt cessation of popcorn consumption, Zhouku remained silent, merely gesturing towards the direction of the chubby boy. I've become the king. Ha ha, the fat boy exclaimed, exuberantly rising to his feet and flailing his arms in joy. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that the assessment was far from over. The title of king was merely temporary. In an instant, countless predatory gazes converged upon him. Run. The chubby boy suddenly realized his indiscretion and took off. However, as an ordinary person without a spade god card, and being overweight, how could he outrun the bloodthirsty students? No one would miss such a prime target, a king-level prize. In a flash, a crimson figure lunged forward. The glint of a dagger flashed by. The fat boy trembled, suddenly feeling a warm dampness beneath him. He was terrified to the point of losing control. Thud! The chubby boy touched his neck. Not a scratch. Before him stood a masked student wielding a dagger, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Then, he disintegrated into fragments, meeting a fate identical to that of the scarred face. Am I truly this formidable? Those who attempt to kill me perish? The chubby boy was utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, a sniper rifle in the distance had him in its sights. The marksman squeezed the trigger. The bullet sped through the air, swiftly approaching the fat boy's temple. Click. The bullet was miraculously deflected. Simultaneously, the sniper perched atop the building had his head blown apart. The chubby boy trembled as he checked his wristwatch. Score, 430. Thud. Another student charged at him, only to spectacularly explode upon impact. Score, 480. The fat boy's face became a mask of numbness. He could not fathom the unfolding events and simply sought refuge in the shadows. Did you see that? Something's off with that fat boy, Zhouku remarked, pointing at the figure disappearing into the distance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling as if his brain were overheating. It's bizarre. While he was fleeing, numerous individuals sought to kill him, yet they all ended up self-destructing. I can't comprehend it at all. Zhouku analyzed. Clearly, the chubby boy himself is equally perplexed. Therefore, this cannot be attributed to his god card skill. Something else must have triggered the rules. Zhang Yang glanced at the large screen. Are you suggesting that the two undisclosed rules are at play? But what kind of rule could cause the aggressor to explode? Zhouku did not respond immediately, instead meticulously piecing together the sequence of events in his mind. First, the scarred face killed a girl, plunging his knife into her abdomen, an act that guaranteed her demise. Afterward, he noticeably checked his wristwatch, revealing an expression of pure delight. If Zhouku's conjecture was correct, some unexpected changes had occurred regarding this certain information on his wristwatch. But what could this change be? The information displayed on the wristwatch consisted of merely two elements. Zhouku glanced at his own wristwatch. Current identity, commoner, score, 10, identity, and score. Judging by the blood on the scarred face, he must have committed numerous murders. Therefore, an ordinary increase in score should not have been substantial for him. Thus, the change in the information on the wristwatch indicated not only a shift in score, but also a transformation in identity. If his identity changed, given the proficiency with which the scarred face killed, his accrued score should have placed him within the top 500. Therefore, he must have been a nobleman. And after he killed the girl, he ascended to the rank of king. Subsequently, the scarred face targeted the chubby boy as his next victim. Based on the fat boy's reaction during their encounter, it was highly likely that he was a commoner. As a king, the scarred face opted to attack a suspected commoner, the chubby boy. The outcome was absurd. He detonated on the spot. Although the reason remained unclear, it was certain that the chubby boy naturally inherited the score of the scarred face, thereby becoming the next king. However, why did the scarred face suffer no consequences when attacking the female student, yet faced annihilation when targeting the fat boy? Furthermore, the chubby boy's exuberance during the scarred face's demise, along with his boisterous proclamations of having scored big and attained kingship, naturally drew the attention of many, resulting in countless assaults. Moreover, the identities of those who initiated the attacks were undoubtedly nobles. Commoners would either cower in fear or, like Zhouku, observe from a distance. Hence, only nobles would take the initiative to attack. And astonishingly, these nobles also faced the backlash of their own assaults. leading to their eradication while the chubby boy remained unscathed. Joku did not believe the fat boy possessed any exceptional traits or had awakened some hidden power. His survival was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate trigger of some concealed rule. As for what that rule entailed, Joku pondered deeply. First, the scarred-face noble killed the female student commoner. Next, the scarred-face king was countered by the chubby boy commoner. Subsequently, countless attacking nobles were vanquished by the chubby boy king. Nobles killed commoners. Kings attacked commoners and were countered. Nobles attacked kings and were countered. Recalling the earlier slaughter, which predominantly saw nobles hunting down commoners, Joku suddenly raised his head and softly declared, "I understand now." Zhang Yang looked at Joku. "What have you realized, my friend?" Chapter 23. Overthrowing the monarch, Joku spoke softly. "I have discerned the reason for the chubby boy's survival. I have also uncovered a hidden rule." He continued, "The powers of the spade suit cannot inherently be stronger than those of other suits. After all, this is a comprehensive test, which evaluates more than just martial prowess. There must exist a method for the weak to triumph over the strong." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Joku, you have once again identified the rule ahead of time?" Joku cast a sidelong glance at him. Shortly after the first murder incident commenced, the examination hall revealed the initial rule. I surmise that once a rule is triggered, it will soon be disclosed. The second rule is, there exists a chain of counterbalance among identities. A counterbalance chain? Zhang Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Joku elaborated, the monarch can eliminate the nobles. The nobles can oppress the commoners. The commoners can overthrow the monarch. Should anyone attempt to reverse this order, for instance, if a monarch seeks to eliminate a commoner, they would face a backlash and meet their demise. This clarifies why the scar-faced individual could easily kill that female classmate yet stumbled when attempting to slay the chubby boy, Zhang Yang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. After killing the female classmate, he ascended to the status of monarch. While he was still a noble, he could freely slay commoners, but upon becoming a monarch, he became vulnerable to retaliation from the commoners. Joku smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, there is hope for you. Outside the classroom, an increasing number of individuals began to notice that instances of murderers being retaliated against were occurring sporadically. Gradually, they ceased their indiscriminate slaughter and chose to lay down their weapons, observing the situation. Ding, Rule 2 announced. Upon hearing the system notification, all eyes turned towards the large screen. Rule 2. Heart suit assessment. Class suppression. The monarch executes nobles. Nobles exploit commoners, and commoners overthrow the monarch. You are my deity. Zhang Yang exclaimed upon seeing the results on the screen, nearly dropping to his knees before Joku. Twice you have predicted the rules ahead of time. This examination conceals its rules, yet for a genius like you, it proves utterly ineffective. Joku, somewhat exasperated, remarked. Flattery is unnecessary. It would be far more beneficial to study the rules to aid us in succeeding in this examination. Zhang Yang chuckled. You are right. He glanced once more at the large screen outside. Hey, Joku, I believe I have stumbled upon another useful piece of information. Oh. Joku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Pray, enlighten me. Zhang Yang gestured towards the exterior. There are already 2 rules established, correct? The large screen clearly displays. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. Law of the jungle. Resources are limited, and everyone is a competitor. Scores do not increase, but are transferred through killing. Rule 2, Heart Assessment. Class Suppression. The monarch executes nobles, nobles exploit commoners, and commoners overthrow the monarch. Having read the text on the screen, Zhang Yang exclaimed, I have noticed that each rule is accompanied by a suit indicator. Could this signify something? Joku regarded the rules on the display once more. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. Rule 2, Heart Assessment. It was evident that Zhang Yang was referring to these 2 pieces of information. Joku remarked gently, you are correct. There is no superfluous or irrelevant information within the rules. This assessment is a comprehensive test, is it not? Therefore, every quality must be taken into account. The so-called Spade Assessment pertains to martial combat. Killing to gain points is a measure of the student's combat prowess. The Heart Assessment, on the other hand, evaluates the mind. Zhang Yang nodded, partially understanding. I grasp the meaning of the Spade Assessment, but what is the purpose of the Heart Assessment? Is there a connection between the identity counterbalance chain and the mind? Indeed, there is, Joku responded promptly. Would you divulge your identity to a stranger? Zhang Yang shook his head. Precisely, Joku continued. Thus, regarding an enemy's identity, one must rely on their own judgment of the foe. In essence, It is about discerning the enemy's psychology. To unearth an enemy's identity is to engage in a battle of the mind. Zhang Yang's understanding deepened. Oh, so that is the implication. He looked at Zhou Ku with admiration. Your mind works swiftly. Zhou Ku, I feel as though I have contributed little. Not at all. Zhou Ku praised, giving him a thumbs up. Your insight is quite valuable. Really? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Zhou Ku gazed at the large screen displaying Rule 3. I recall you mentioning that the Dragon Kingdom lacks the Plum Blossom Divine card, correct? Zhang Yang remained somewhat confused. That is indeed the case except for you. A subtle smile graced Zhou Ku's lips. Then Rule 1 is the Spade Assessment, Rule 2 is the Heart Assessment thus. Rule 3 must surely be the Diamond Assessment. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Yang exclaimed, of course. Spades, hearts, diamonds, each corresponds to a rule. Well, does this mean we can predict the third rule before it is revealed? Zhou Ku pondered, murmuring softly, spades specialize in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind. While diamonds create change. Perhaps when the third rule is unveiled, it will alter the entire battlefield, Zhang Yang interjected excitedly. So should we lay low until the third rule is revealed? Zhou Ku lifted his gaze to a few words on the second rule. Commoners, overthrow the monarch. Rising. He stretched lazily with a slight smirk. No, there is no need. I have already conceived a strategy. It is now time for us, the commoners, to take the stage. He opened the window, inhaling the air outside, which was laced with the scent of gunpowder and a faint hint of blood. The gentle moonlight bathed Zhou Ku, while the breeze stirred the hem of his coat. Peering out the window, he observed the multitude engaged in fierce combat, tiny figures flickering in the dim light. Meanwhile, Zhou Ku remained within a small room, conserving his energy and biding his time, refraining from action until the critical moment arrived. From his elevated vantage point, those below appeared as mere ants, their excitement and frenzy reflected in the glimmer of Zhou Ku's eyes. He whispered softly, in this game, brute force is secondary. It is the art of cunning that defines true mastery. Within this modest warehouse, I have already discerned the path to victory. Come forth, now let the commoners overthrow the monarch. Chapter 24. The reawakening of extraordinary abilities outside the examination hall. Discussions regarding the competition have erupted across the campus network. As the first rule was announced, the majority of freshmen eagerly joined this brutal contest. Messages streamed in one after another. Wow, are the freshmen this formidable? It's sheer madness. They're going on a killing spree. It appears that the spade abilities hold a significant advantage. I reckon the top 3 will all be spade elites. Thankfully, I placed my bets on the princess. Her spade powers are truly impressive. TSK. Yi Lingtian also performed admirably. Although he wields a diamond ability, he has skillfully hidden in the shadows, scoring quite a number of points. By the way, what's up with Zhou Ku? Has he logged off? I cast my vote for him. How daring of him. A commoner witnessing such a bloody scene must be utterly petrified. At this moment, the rankings roughly stood as follows. 1. Zhang Liang, King 640. 2. Wang Li, King 503. Lu Wei, King 474. Su Qinxi, Noble 475. Yi Lingdian, Noble 460 among them. The top 3 kings primarily accumulated their scores through the misfortune of others, either by random lottery or by fortuitously turning the tables from commoners. They possessed little strength. Yet their luck was exceptional, having received numerous kills from other naive participants before the second rule was revealed. Moreover, they adeptly played it safe, retreating to secluded corners to await the conclusion of the competition after attaining their status as kings. In contrast, only Su Qinxi and Yi Lingtian climbed the ranks by hunting down commoners, steadily accumulating points. Inside the examination hall, just after Zhou Ku delivered the striking line, "Overthrow the king," the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Indeed, there were still commoners hiding here. A crisp female voice rang out. Zhang Yang turned his head, stiffening in shock. A figure clad entirely in crimson stood at the entrance, shouldering a submachine gun, blocking the sole exit. "Spare me." Great hero Zhang Yang began, but upon seeing the newcomer's face, he fell silent. Zhou Ku also gazed intently at her. Silver hair framed a strikingly beautiful face. Su Qinxi? Su Qinxi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two, then politely smiled. Under normal circumstances, her smile would be enchanting. Yet drenched in blood and shrouded in dim light, it took on an unsettling quality. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them. What a coincidence. Neither party moved. Momentarily at a loss for words. Cough. Zhou Ku, what do you think the princess's current identity is? Zhang Yang whispered discreetly. Without a doubt, She is a noble. Zhouke replied without hesitation. Why? Zhouke scrutinized the princess, assessing her wounds and bloodstains. Firstly, she is covered in injuries and blood, indicating she has undoubtedly slaughtered countless individuals. Thus, she cannot be a commoner. Secondly, the kings are among the top 3 in the school. They need not seek out prey, but rather focus on self-preservation. So she cannot be a king either. Therefore, the only possible identity for her is that of a noble. Upon hearing Zhouke's response, Zhang Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. He observed Su Qinzi still blocking the doorway, her submachine gun unwavering. Embarrassed, Zhang Yang forced a smile and fibbed. Princess, we're on the same team. Zhouke and I are both nobles. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the trio. Zhouke was at a loss for words, thinking this guy had lost his mind. Su Qinzi maintained her polite demeanor, her tone eerily calm. Is that so? She raised her wrist. Then why don't I see you on the noble roster? Her tone seemed to mock a child. Zhouke furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had realized this when he saw all the commoner information on his wristwatch. Since commoners could see each other's information, nobles must also share their identities. Although Zhang Yang's deception was rather clumsy, it did reveal a useful piece of information. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in realization. Oh no. I forgot about that. He quickly engaged his clever mind, cleared his throat, and pretended to be nonchalant. Actually, we're hidden kings. Do you believe us? Su Qinzi, who had always maintained her composure, could not suppress her amusement at this statement. She masked her laughter, striving to maintain a serious expression. You two were kings from the beginning? Out of 1,500 students, there are only 3 kings, and you just happen to be 2 of them? How fortunate. Zhang Yang quickly corrected. Of course not. We only became kings later on. Su Qinzi appraised them with a piercing gaze. You bear no bloodstains or injuries. Pray tell, how did you become kings? Did you do so by snacking? Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless. Zhouke rubbed his forehead, shifting slightly to distance himself from Zhang Yang. Then calmly addressed Su Qinzi. We are indeed commoners. However, this does not imply we are enemies. We can collaborate. Zhang Yang eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. Our points are minimal and worthless. We've conversed before. For the sake of being classmates and friends, let us be merciful and cooperate. Su Qinzi sighed, finally dropping her smile. Since this is an examination, it must be treated seriously. Although we are acquainted, this competition is not a team battle. Collaboration holds no significance. My apologies. I will be swift. You shall not suffer. She raised her submachine gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhang Yang fell, blood erupting from his forehead, marking a swift conclusion to this round of the competition. Now it's your turn. After eliminating Zhang Yang, Su Qinzi did not hesitate, but swiftly aimed her weapon at Zhouke's chest, her fingers slowly moving toward the trigger. Outside the examination hall, as Zhouke deduced the second rule before its announcement, the campus network discussion forum exploded with excitement. What kind of mind is this? I thought he was finished. Yet Zhouke is a remarkable figure. Incredible. A commoner can kill a king. Isn't this sensational? When the second rule was revealed, Zhouke's captivating line garnered countless admirers. The dramatic effect heightened further upon Su Qinzi's appearance. Wait, I thought Zhouke was finally making a comeback. Why did a noble suddenly appear? Oh no, it's Su Qinzi. That long-haired guy just got shot in the head. Did this big shot-ass underling just get taken out? How unfortunate for those who supported Zhouke. It seems you're out of luck now. Inside the examination hall, as Su Qinzi prepared to pull the trigger, an unusual voice echoed in Zhouke's mind. Trigger conditions for extraordinary abilities detected. Divine card activated. Zhouke discerned the familiar sharp voice once again. The conditions for his extraordinary abilities had been activated. In that instant, he felt as though he were the protagonist of a novel, about to meet his demise, only to receive an unexpected boon. Randomly drawing a divine card. Diamond 8. Ability. Transform one's appearance to that of another. Diamond abilities. Zhouke reflects on the connection between creation and transformation. The ability to change one's appearance will naturally belongs to the realm of block-related powers. However, what practical purpose does this ability serve? Zhouke is already aware of the utility of one such block power, Block 5. He vividly recalls that Professor Chunyun's divine card is Block 5, which grants the power of instant teleportation. If he possessed this ability, escaping perilous situations would be effortless. But now, what purpose does transforming one's appearance serve? A performance of Sichuan opera face-changing for Princess Su? At that moment, as Zhouke pondered, the wristwatch of Su Qinzi across from him emitted a sudden chime. She curiously raised her arm to check, and after 2 seconds, she silently lowered her assault rifle. Zhou Ku, quick to react, swiftly grasped the situation. With a playful smirk, he softly remarked, "What is it, my queen? Have you just ascended to the throne?" Resigned, Su Qinzi discarded her weapon and sat on the ground. "I cannot escape. Take my life." Zhou Ku approached slowly, refraining from aggression, and gently helped her to her feet. As Su Qinzi stood, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Zhou Ku's lips curled into an elegant smile. "Did I not mention, Your Highness? I wish to collaborate with you." Chapter 25. The Law of Termination. So, what is your plan? Why do you not wish to kill me? At this moment, Su Qinzi wore a somewhat despondent expression, silently trailing behind Zhou Ku. "I am not as heartless as you." Zhou Ku cast her a fleeting glance and replied softly, "I indeed value the bonds of camaraderie among classmates." The situation had become exceedingly clear. When Su Qinzi eliminated Zhang Yang, she gained an additional 10 points. It was precisely this 10-point margin that allowed her to ascend as the new monarch. Consequently, the previously restrained relationship between Zhou Ku and Su Qinzi was instantly transformed. At present, the scoreboard read, 1. Zhang Liang, Monarch 642. Wang Li, Monarch 503. Su Qinzi, Monarch 484. Yiling Tian, Noble 470. If Zhou Ku were to eliminate Su Qinzi, he could effortlessly claim all the points she had acquired. However, he refrained from taking such action, conceiving instead a more profound strategy. He instructed Su Qinzi to remain by his side, forbidding her from fleeing. Thus, they continued forward. Rustle. Rustle. Their footsteps suddenly halted. Zhou Ku murmured, "Your Highness, there is movement ahead." In an instant, a bloodied man wielding a knife leapt forth from the shadows. Charging toward Zhou Ku. Whoosh! Su Qinzi raised her hand, deftly pulling the trigger and dispatching him with precision. "Thank you. That man was a noble. Had you not acted promptly, I would have perished." Zhou Ku remained motionless, arms crossed. "I understand." As Su Qinzi reloaded her gun, she remarked, "You wish to keep me around for protection. Because I can slay the nobles, and you can slay me. Thus, you require me to shield you from noble attacks." Zhou Ku smiled faintly. "You are correct in your reasoning. However, should not a monarch protect their subjects?" Su Qinzi intended to respond, but suddenly winced, clutching her left arm. "What is wrong?" Zhou Ku queried with a questioning glance. "It is nothing. I sustained a minor injury to my arm earlier." Su Qinzi appeared resolute, stubbornly continuing onward. "Let me see." Zhou Ku interjected, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. With a sigh, Su Qinzi slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wound that was neither too deep nor too shallow. The laceration was lengthy and had begun to take on a reddish-brown hue. Upon noticing the blood seeping from the injury, an idea struck Zhou Ku. "Do not move. I shall tend to your wound." He produced a tissue, gently wiping the blood from Su Qinzi's arm, then tore a strip of cloth from his attire to wrap around her injury. His movements were meticulous, demonstrating both care and proficiency. Su Qinzi paused for a moment and softly said, "Thank you, but I must insist, there is no need for bandaging. After all, once we are transported out of the examination room, the wound will cease to exist." Zhou Ku did not lift his gaze, remaining focused on her injury. "Of course it is necessary, Your Highness. We do not know how long this competition will last. If the wound is not properly treated, it will cause you considerable pain." Su Qinzi seemed momentarily taken aback, wishing to say something but ultimately holding her tongue. Zhou Ku appeared to discern her thoughts. "Do not thank me. It is the duty of a subject to serve their monarch. Ultimately, safeguarding you is also a means of safeguarding myself. I would not wish for you to lose your combat capability due to an arm injury." With that, Zhou Ku carefully stowed the bloodied tissue. "Should you wish to express gratitude, simply remain by my side. After all, you are now a monarch and need not expend effort to elevate your score. If I manage to find and eliminate another monarch, you shall be safe." Su Qinzi nodded in understanding. Very well. Zhou Ku's current plan was exceedingly straightforward. He was a commoner, fearful of the nobles, while Su Qinzi was a monarch, a counter to the nobles. As long as he was under Su Qinzi's protection, he would be invincible. During this time, he aimed to locate a second monarch to eliminate, thus securing his own resurgence. However, after considerable time had passed, the duo had yet to encounter any other suspected monarchs. Those currently holding monarch status seemed to be clever individuals, lurking in the shadows and refusing to reveal themselves. Su Qinzi gazed at Zhou Ku, as if she had something to convey. Zhou Ku glanced at her. "Please, speak your mind." With a sigh, she began, "You have yet to find any other monarchs. Should the competition conclude now, you would only be left with a commoner identity. If you do not eliminate me, your chances will be lost." Zhou Ku chuckled. Are you urging me to claim your head? Quite the selfless spirit you possess. Su Chinxi's response was exceedingly polite. I merely wish to avoid being in your debt. You saved me on the train last time. I have yet to find an opportunity to repay you. Moreover, you could have killed me to become a monarch, yet you did not act upon that. Now, nearly 3 hours have elapsed since the testing began, and it may conclude at any moment. If you do not eliminate me, I shall owe you yet another debt. 3 hours have already passed. Shouke sensed something amiss. It seemed there was a flaw in the current competition rules. Before the competition commenced, Senior Lu Yingming only informed them that the objective was to accumulate as many points as possible and achieve a higher rank before the end of the contest. However, points could fluctuate at any moment, and ranks were in constant flux. Thus, a question arose. When would the competition conclude? When would the score be finalized? Zhouke pondered this, then looked up. Why has this competition not informed us of a time limit? Su Chinxi was taken aback. What? Zhouke regarded her. I mean, the entire test merely instructs us to accumulate points as much as possible. Yet, points are always changing and identities are continuously exchanged. Unless the competition can be concluded instantaneously, the points we earn now will ultimately be futile. Su Chinxi rested her chin on one hand. That is a valid point. I had not considered that. After a moment of contemplation, Zhouke raised his gaze to the large screen displaying the rules. At this moment, only Rule 3 remained undisclosed. The competition had been underway for quite some time. Perhaps, the method to conclude the contest lay within the rules. Su Chinxi followed his gaze toward the rule display. Are you referring to the undisclosed Rule 3? Rule 3. It is time, Zhouke announced. Su Chinxi, accompany me to a location. Zhouke led the way, with Su Chinxi following closely behind. They continued walking until they arrived at a seemingly empty classroom. Su Chinxi, please guard the doorway while I check something inside, Zhouke instructed before entering the classroom. No problem. I will not run away, Su Chinxi replied softly, positioning herself by the door. I trust you, Zhouke affirmed. He stepped into the familiar classroom. Although it appeared sparse in reality, Zhouke approached the blackboard and lightly tapped it a few times. Instantly, the board illuminated, revealing a line of text. With the blood of the monarch, unveil the law of termination. If my assumptions are correct, this law of termination signifies not only the final rule but also represents the method to conclude the competition. Zhouke retrieved a bloody tissue from his pocket. The blood on this tissue belonged to Su Chinxi. The act of bandaging her wound was not merely out of goodwill. He had seized the opportunity to collect her blood. This is the blood of Su Chinxi. And at this moment, her identity is that of the sovereign. Zhouke smeared the blood onto the blackboard. Suddenly, the blackboard began to flicker rapidly. 2 seconds later, the inscription shifted. Gradually, a line of silver text emerged. Your Majesty, I present to you the final decree. Chapter 26. The Art of Disguise, Rule 3. Kings shall not meet. If 3 kings gather, the competition will immediately come to an end. This rule will be disclosed to the entire school in 10 minutes. Indeed, upon reading this rule, Zhouke felt a surge of exhilaration. The so-called law of termination not only refers to the final stipulation but also to the method of concluding the contest. Zhouke reread the rule. If 3 kings gather, the competition will immediately cease. Suddenly, an ingenious idea surged in Zhouke's mind. His divine card had transformed into the 8 of diamonds, whose extraordinary ability is to alter one's appearance. A performance technique commonly used in magic shows is known as the double. A smile danced on Zhouke's lips as he softly remarked, the magic show is about to commence. Zhouke slowly exited the classroom. At the entrance, Su Chinxi remained steadfastly guarding the spot. You did not seize this opportunity to flee, Zhouke expressed with mild astonishment. I promise to protect you and shall not go back on my word. Su Chinxi nodded slightly. It was wise of you not to run away, Zhouke chuckled. I possess a means to conclude this competition, allowing both of us to ascend as kings. I will secure the first rank, with you in second. I shall manipulate all the kings as my pawns and orchestrate a grand coronation. Such words, if spoken by another, might seem ostentatious. Yet, Zhouke, the overwhelming champion of the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment, lent his statement a compelling weight. Su Chinxi's eyes flickered with curiosity. What method? Zhouke smiled and raised his hands. One of the 3 principles of a magician. Never reveal the content of the trick in advance. You need only follow my instructions. First, open your King's chat panel and inform those 2 King classmates with a message. Gather at the highest point of the school tower after the 3rd rule is announced. The 3rd rule? Su Chinxi seemed perplexed but complied. She opened her wristwatch and promptly conveyed Joke's words verbatim in the King's chat channel. Why wait for the announcement of the third rule? Why gather at the tower? A mixture of confusion and curiosity danced in her eyes. Joke replied with an elegant smile, I already know what the third rule is. Moreover, I assure you that once the rule is revealed, those two king classmates will certainly head to the tower. Furthermore, Joke suddenly lowered his voice, whispering a phrase into Su Chenxi's ear. Upon hearing it, her pupils constricted in shock. She stared at Joke with incredulity. You are insane. Su Chenxi covered her face and treaded quietly along the school avenue. The rustling of leaves echoed from a nearby thicket. Come out. I am not a commoner and have no need to attack you. My aim is precise. You cannot escape. My score is sufficient. If you reveal yourself willingly, I shall spare your life. Her voice was crisp and clear. She halted, aiming her gun at the underbrush. The figure hiding in the corner showed no signs of revealing their identity. Su Chenxi raised her voice. If you do not emerge, I will fire. Not so fast. From the shadows, a slender figure slowly stepped forth. He performed a standard noble etiquette. Your Highness, greetings. Adorned in exquisite garments. With a gleaming square medal on his chest and a defiant gaze, it was Yi Lingtian. Su Chenxi sighed. It's you. I have never liked you. Yet. Yi Lingtian appeared unfazed by her words. Ah, but I have always admired you. My parents have also sought your hand in marriage. And the sovereign is quite pleased with me, yet you have never acquiesced. Su Chenxi remained impassive. I have my own thoughts on that matter. Yi Lingtian frowned. Your own thoughts? I have never heard of any boy who could catch your eye. He paused. It wouldn't be that commoner, would it? At the entrance ceremony. You rejected my invitation in favor of sitting next to him. Do you have feelings for him? Of course, everyone knows that Princess Su does not care for others' lineage. He added, however, commoners are filthy. I advise you not to associate with such people. Su Chenxi raised her gun. Yi Lingtian, utter another word, and I will kill you. No, please. Yi Lingtian panicked. Everyone knows that Her Highness is a person of her word. Since I have made my presence known, you should let me go as per our agreement. Yi Lingtian was no fool. He had seen Su Chenxi's name vanish from his noble chat list on his wristwatch, realizing she had ascended to king status. Thus, Su Chenxi could easily eliminate the noble Yi Lingtian. May I inquire, Your Highness, as a king, why do you not hide in the shadows and await the conclusion of the competition, yet choose to reveal yourself? Before the princess, Yi Lingtian had tempered his haughtiness. I am on my way to a location. Su Chenxi disclosed her intentions openly. Where to? Yi Lingtian inquired with curiosity. Su Chenxi seemed to have an epiphany. If you assist me, I shall spare your life and reveal my destination. I shall not go back on my word. Yi Lingtian inclined slightly. Please, what is the task? Su Chenxi extended a foot and smirked playfully. Kneel and lick my shoe. Yi Lingtian's pupils widened in shock. This phrase echoed the harsh words he had directed at Zhou earlier. The princess now echoed a similar sentiment. Was it mere coincidence? Such crude language seemed unfitting for the dignified princess. Yet, faced with the threat of death, he had no time to ponder further. He slowly knelt before her. Su Chenxi, having been on the move, had her thick athletic shoes caked with mud and blood. Yi Lingtian, kneeling, gently brushed his lips against the dirted shoe of the princess. After all, it was a command from royalty. Even Yi Lingtian dared not disobey. Su Chenxi nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, Zhou is the most handsome man I have ever seen, far more so than you. Yi Lingtian shuddered, suppressing his discomfort, feigning ignorance as he replied. May I be spared now, Your Highness? Yes, you may leave. Su Chenxi waved her hand, seemingly eager for him to depart. Yet Yi Lingtian stubbornly remained. Moreover, may I know where you are headed? I recall this was our prior agreement. It is well known that the princess never goes back on her word. Su Chenxi cast him a faint glance, to the tower, the highest level, to meet the other kings. After uttering this, Su Chenxi swiftly vanished from sight. Yi Lingtian remained, muttering to himself, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of her words. Meet the other kings? Chapter 27, The Tower of Squares, Meeting Other Sovereigns? Why? Yi Lingtian found himself perplexed. The princess's character was well known throughout the noble circles. Honesty and integrity were Su Chenxi's life principles. Therefore, the information she conveyed must undoubtedly be true. Her identity as a sovereign was beyond dispute. However, there were no constraints among sovereigns, nor could they attack one another. What purpose did her visit to other sovereigns serve? Yi Lingtian remained baffled until, ding, the third rule is revealed. The familiar system notification resonated. At that moment, all examinees in the school simultaneously looked up at the large screen. A line of text gradually emerged. Rule 3. Diamond Assessment. Sovereigns do not meet. If 3 sovereigns gather, the competition immediately ends. Upon reading this rule, Yiling Tian's heart sank. If 3 sovereigns convened, the competition would conclude instantly? And the princess had just mentioned meeting other sovereigns at the top of the tower? This is bad. He suddenly realized. His score had not yet reached the top 3. He couldn't allow the game to end this way. Without further hesitation, Yiling Tian dashed towards the tower, disregarding the possibility of being attacked by others. At the school tower, Su Qinshi remained silent, quietly riding the elevator. Ding! Arriving at the top floor, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The highest level of the tower was empty. She walked to the center, removed her mask, and revealed her signature silver hair. Her voice remained crisp and melodious. Come out. You too. I have arrived. With a rustling sound, 2 figures cautiously emerged. Your Highness, is it really you? Wonderful. Now the 3 of us sovereigns have gathered. Zhang Liang, who had always considered himself inconspicuous, stepped forward excitedly. He sported a buzz cut and wore glasses, his appearance quite unremarkable. Another boy named Wang Li sluggishly stepped out. A diminutive figure whose height barely reached Zhang Liang's chin. Once we stand together, the competition should end, right? This game terrified me. There was killing everywhere. Luckily, I hid well enough to survive and snag a sovereign title. The 3 of them slowly converged. However, the expected broadcast announcing the end of the game did not materialize. Why is the competition still ongoing? Haven't the 3 sovereigns met? Zhang Liang and Wang Li exchanged puzzled glances. Su Qinshi struggled to suppress her laughter. Your Highness. What is this? The 2 looked at her in confusion, sensing something amiss, yet neither moved. At that moment, Su Qinshi could no longer contain herself and burst into wild laughter. The fair and beautiful face, under such a raucous expression, exhibited an unusual charm. The entire tower resonated with the princess's crisp and audacious laughter, startling the other 2. They had never witnessed the usually graceful and dignified princess in such a manner. Su Qinshi ceased her performance, preparing to shed her disguise. She softly recited an incantation. Square transforms all 8 faces exquisite. Upon uttering this spell, the expressions of the other 2 shifted dramatically. This is the incantation of the Square 8 divine card, isn't it? Your Highness, you are not from the Spade system? The voices of the other 2 sovereigns trembled. Su Qinshi's visage twisted rapidly, and her height suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, the princess transformed into a youthful figure. This boy, bearing the same pallor and remarkable beauty as Su Qinshi, was Zhou Ku. Once the transformation was complete, Zhou Ku smirked. Take another look at me. Who am I? Zhang Liang and Wang Li stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom why it was another person who arrived instead of the princess herself, despite receiving messages from her watch. Zhou Ku was not one to linger on explanations. He swiftly drew a short sword from his pocket. Whoosh! The blade gleamed sharply. Zhou Ku's movements were clean and decisive, the blade carving a beautiful arc. In an instant, blood gushed from the necks of the 2 sovereigns. Their faces contorted in horror and disbelief as they staggered before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Ku had simultaneously dispatched both of them. He smiled softly, his breath tinged with amusement. Commoners, subverting sovereigns. Then, I shall be crowned as the new sovereign. Ding! The watch chimed. He opened the panel. Current identity, sovereign, score, 1150. Subsequently, he pressed the sovereign button again. The watch immediately displayed the sovereign's chat panel. Zhou Ku typed swiftly. Su Qinshi, you may come over. So this was your plan. The real Su Qinshi leaped into the tower from outside. Her voice ringing clear. To eliminate 2 sovereigns in one fell swoop. You are indeed audacious. I must admit, your execution was impressive. And the plan has unfolded flawlessly up to this point. However, she posed a new question. You have become a sovereign, yet the game is not over. Although your score is currently that of a sovereign, it is merely temporary. Due to the existence of the second rule, the chain of restraint, any commoner could eliminate you. How will you ensure your safety? Zhou Ku waved his hand dismissively. The commoners no longer have that opportunity, because the entire competition is about to conclude within this tower. Zhou Ku gazed at his watch. At that moment, the names of all 3 sovereigns were laid bare before him. Zhou Ku, Su Qinshi, and he looked up at the tower's entrance with a smile. At this moment, the final piece should have arrived. A magic show has its opening, a twist, a climax. And finally, bang! A panting figure pushed the door open. The slender silhouette now stared blankly at Zhou Ku and Su Qinshi. Yiling Tian, I must quickly prevent the sovereigns from meeting. This thought raced through Yiling Tian's mind. However, after Zhou Ku eliminated the 2 sovereigns, The current rankings had changed to Zhou Ke, 1150 points. Su Chenxi, 480 points. Yiling Tian, 470 points. Originally ranked 4th. Yiling Tian had now become a sovereign. And at the moment Yiling Tian entered the tower, 3 sovereigns gathered. Ding! Law of termination detected. This competition has concluded. The mechanical system voice resounded, heralding Zhou Ke's resounding victory. Zhou Ke leisurely strolled to the tower window. A gentle moonlight bathed him, as if he donned a splendid silver robe. This was the finest coronation for the newly ascended sovereign. Zhou Ke softly murmured his favorite line after each performance's conclusion. The magic show concludes perfectly. Chapter 28. The competition for talent. Outside the examination hall. Countless upperclassmen eagerly focused on the live broadcast of the simulated examination hall. A moment later, the striking image of Zhou Ke skillfully decapitating 2 monarchs flashed across the screen. The cheers erupted from numerous students. At that instant, an ordinary commoner experienced a dramatic reversal, catapulting from the lowest ranks to an overwhelming. Zhou Ke maintained his lead, his score surpassing that of both the 2nd and 3rd place combined. In the most popular pinned post on the campus forum, many enthusiastic upperclassmen who voted for Zhou Ke expressed their excitement. Conversely, those who cast their votes for Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian appeared despondent. Do not gloat, Zhou Party. The 3rd test is merely the beginning. The remaining 2 phases shall reveal the ultimate results. Haha, who says commoners cannot triumph? The great nobles are merely pawns. Due to Zhou Ke's spectacular performance in the freshman assessment, an increasing number of upperclassmen joined the betting pool for the victor. Ding! The anonymous poster updated with new information. With more participants joining, the prize pool surged to a staggering 100,000 yuan. Moments later, impressive. The boss is generous. More and more students participated in the betting. Spurred by Zhou Ke's recent brilliance, his votes now surpassed Yiling Tian's, securing 2nd place. As the world spun around him, Zhou Ke found himself back in the familiar reality of the school. He rubbed his head, inhaling the fresh air of the campus. Zhou Ke, you are extraordinary. In an instant, a familiar figure rushed towards him. Zhang Yang's eyes brimmed with admiration. After my elimination, I kept watching your performance. When you transformed into a princess and achieved that ultimate turnaround, the entire school erupted. You have no idea how fervently the dormitory cheered. I could hear it all the way on the playground. You are now the frontrunner for the comprehensive test champion, a figure of prominence in the school. By the way, could you tell me how you achieved that transformation? I remember that ability belongs to the square god card. Zhou Ke deflected in the commoner world. I am a magician. I can disguise myself without the god card. Oh. Zhang Yang scratched his head. I don't know much about magic. But I've heard of something like Sichuan opera face changing in the commoner world. He seemed to convince himself. Ahem. Ahead, the chairman of the Diamond Group, Senior Lu Yingming. The chief examiner of this round cleared his throat. The first phase of the comprehensive test has concluded. We are about to announce the 3 recipients of the monarch titles. Please, the 3 students whose names are called, step forward. The vast lawn buzzed with animated discussions. A small number of students who had been eliminated during the match witnessed the final moments and excitedly discussed them. More students, having just teleported out of the examination hall after the conclusion of the test, curiously scanned the surroundings, eager to discover who had secured the top 3 positions. Senior Lu Yingming enunciated clearly. 3rd place, 470 points, Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian rose, his head held high. He strode forward, seemingly eager for the entire world to acknowledge his achievement. Applause erupted, mingled with various discussions. The great nobles are indeed impressive. I had a hunch it would be him. Huh. You don't know. Yiling Tian's ascendance to monarch was actually orchestrated by Zhou Ke. Is that true? I didn't see the finale. Don't deceive me. Senior Lu Yingming continued. 2nd place, 480 points, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi smiled, her gait poised and elegant, her silver hair flowing. This time, the applause grew even more fervent. Princess is truly formidable. Her god card is a powerful spade, having dispatched numerous foes. I had assumed she was a pampered princess. Little did I know she could be ruthless. Indeed, I was eliminated by her in a single shot. Lu Yingming cleared his throat and continued. 1st place. 1150 points, countless students craned their necks, anticipating who could possibly surpass both Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian. Zhou Ke. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds, as if in disbelief. Then, an eruption of applause filled the air. Most students recognized Zhou Ke, the prodigy from humble beginnings, whose brilliance had already captured their hearts in the previous 2 assessments. The applause was particularly vigorous from students hailing from minor noble families. resonating with them in this ultimate underdog story of a commoner claiming first place. Zhouke's expression remained neutral. He simply rose calmly and walked to the stage. The discussions ignited once more. Zhouke. I know him. A genius with a magical content of 43. I heard he hails from a common background. 1,150 points? So high? This score exceeds the combined total of the princess and young Master Yi. To score so high, how many did he eliminate? You wouldn't understand. I watched the entire game. He only drew his blade once. What? He only drew once and scored over 1,000 points. On stage, the three stood together, with Zhouke positioned at the center. To his left, Yilingdian cast a sidelong glance at him, snorted softly, then turned away, no longer looking in Zhouke's direction. To his right, Su Qinxi maintained her dignified demeanor, giving Zhouke a slight nod of acknowledgement. Senior Lu Yingming presented 3 cards resembling postcards before them. He explained, these 3 cards, known as monarch cards, are tools to be used in the next phase of the test. Please, Zhouke, the highest, select a monarch card first. As he spoke, Lu Yingming produced the 3 cards. Each card bore a crown, inscribed with different symbols, spade, diamond, and heart. Why is there no clover? Zhouke suddenly inquired. Lu Yingming replied in a low voice, the spade, diamond, and heart represent 3 forces, a tradition at our school. After all, aside from you, no student here has ever possessed a Clover God card. Thus, the Clover Monarch card is naturally excluded. What purpose do these Monarch cards serve? Yilingdian asked abruptly. Lu Yingming shook his head. I'm afraid the functions of the Monarch cards must be discovered by you yourselves. As you know, the comprehensive test consists of 3 phases, and what just transpired was merely the first phase. I can only say that the Monarch cards play a vital role in the final stage of the comprehensive test, potentially altering the course of events. They contain clues for the competition that you will need to decipher. Zhouke scrutinized the 3 cards once more. He glanced at the emblem on Yilingdian's chest. The red family crest entwined with a spade gleaming brightly. Then he looked at Su Qinxi's left wrist, where the longsword pierced the spade emblem, equally radiant. With a soft sigh, he selected the Heart Monarch card from the center. Please, the second-place student, step forward to choose. As expected, Su Qinxi exhibited no hesitation and directly took the Spade Monarch card. Yilingdian, with an expression of satisfaction, accepted the final Diamond Monarch card. Now, let us announce the content of the second phase of the comprehensive test. After Lu Yingming completed the distribution of the cards, he immediately addressed all the students. The second phase of the test is titled Talent Competition. It is widely acknowledged that a nation thrives on its people. The rise and fall of any country are profoundly intertwined with the talents and heroes within its borders. The second phase, Talent Competition, involves the 3 monarchs competing to attract allies. Each monarch card represents a national faction, the Heart Kingdom, the Spade Kingdom, and the Diamond Kingdom. Naturally, the 3 monarchs are the leaders of these factions. The duration of the second phase is 1 week, taking place within the confines of this school, allowing for free movement. The 3 monarchs are tasked with enlisting the remaining students designated as nobles and those identified as commoners to join their respective national factions. All students must choose a nation to join. Of course, the faction with the most supporters will have a greater advantage in the final 3rd phase of the competition. We look forward to the performance of the 3 monarchs over the course of the week. After 1 week, the 3rd phase of the competition will commence immediately. I hereby announce that the first phase of the comprehensive test has concluded. Upon hearing the rules, Zhouke let out a sigh of relief, preparing to return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. He had expended an excessive amount of energy during the first phase of the competition and urgently required a nap to rejuvenate his mind. The students began to disperse in small groups. Before Zhouke could walk far, Lu Yingming suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment, Zhouke. Could you please stay for a while? I have something I would like to discuss with you privately. Chapter 29, Distributing Flyers. Zhouke stood in bewilderment. Senior Lu Yingming then remarked, you may have heard during the orientation. At the end of the semester, those who excel will be granted the divine token of ascendance. I understand you come from humble beginnings and may not be familiar with what the divine token of ascendance entails. Would you like me to explain? Zhouke smiled. No need. I've heard a bit from friends. The divine token of ascendance significantly enhances one's abilities, and if one can elevate it to the highest level. Lu Yingming's eyes flickered. One can become a deity. Zhouke blinked. Senior, you didn't keep me here just to enlighten me about the divine token. Did you? Lu Yingming quickly replied, no, of course not. Generally, only those who perform exceptionally within the semester can attain such an honor. And I can help you become that person. Zhouke's interest was piqued. I would appreciate your guidance. Lu Yingming paused. Perhaps you have met Zhuang Xingyao? Zhou recalled the short-haired senior, somewhat aloof and proud, the president of a certain club, the president of the Crimson Heart Society, and the only divine token ascender from the previous cohort. Her magical essence level is the highest among all current upperclassmen, and I am confident it surpasses that of many professors. The reason she achieved such a high level of magical essence is because she won the Elite Cup. The Elite Cup? Zhou seemed to recall hearing this term during orientation. He inquired, "What is the Elite Cup, Senior?" Lu Yingming explained, "Every year, the school hosts two major events. One is the 3-round freshman assessment, which you are surely aware of. The second is the Elite Cup. The winner of the Elite Cup can significantly increase their magical essence level. Of course, particularly outstanding performers will earn the qualification for divine token ascendance. However, participation in the Elite Cup is only allowed as a club." At this point, Zhou understood Lu Yingming's intentions. Lu Yingming was the president of a student club. He wanted to recruit him into the club. "Zhou, would you like to participate?" Zhou politely replied, "Senior, I know how important the Elite Cup is, but at the moment, I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, he waved his king card. "I still have the freshman assessment to complete." Lu Yingming stared intently into Zhou's eyes, seemingly trying to discern his thoughts. After a long silence, he softly said, "All right. If you wish to join the Elite Cup, you are welcome to join my club, the Diamond Society." In the dormitory, Lu Yingming invited you to join his club. Zhang Yang's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. "Did you accept?" "No. Why not? First it was Li Hanfeng, now Lu Yingming. Every bigwig is trying to recruit you, and you still refuse. By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao also invited me." Zhou replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yang looked incredulous. "Don't tell me you turned them all down?" "Yes." Zhang Yang's expression was akin to witnessing Zhou toss away a $5 million lottery ticket. It is exceedingly difficult for freshmen to enter the 3 major clubs. Even many upperclassmen vie desperately to join any of these 3 clubs. Those who manage to enter any student club are the C-Army de la C-Army. To pass up such a splendid opportunity, and 3 times at that, Zhou remained largely unfazed. There will be opportunities in the future. For now, I wish to focus my energy on the upcoming freshman assessment. He recalled the champion prize, the relic of the deity. A conceptual artifact. He yearned to possess it. All right. Let us not dwell on that for now. Zhou, what are your thoughts on the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, talent competition? Zhang Yang, reclining on his bed, mumbled while stuffing chips into his mouth. Zhou sighed softly, "I have none. The task for the second phase is essentially to rally fellow students to join one's camp. This hinges upon connections. I cannot compare to Su Chenxi's noble lineage, nor can I rival Yiling Tian's wealth. As a commoner, those willing to join my team should be few and far between." "How can that be?" Zhang Yang shot up. "I want to join you, Your Majesty. As long as you don't mind that I'm a commoner." Zhou chuckled. "Thank you. You are my first teammate." Zhang Yang brimmed with determination in that case. "Regardless of what the third phase entails, we are now a team." Now that they were teammates, they needed to devise a plan. "I've got it. Tomorrow, let us distribute flyers at the entrance of the teaching building." Zhang Yang seemed to have struck upon a brilliant idea. "Distributing flyers?" "Exactly. We'll list all of Zhou's accomplishments on the flyer, and other students will surely want to join our ranks. I've even thought of a title. Legendary Commoner Genius Zhou, teammates urgently needed." Zhou, 18 years old, magical essence level 43, ranked first in Bloodline assessment, defeated the Skeleton Club Assassin in qualification assessment, being the only victor. In the comprehensive assessment, he dominated the title competition phase, scoring at the top. Come join Zhou's Crimson Heart Nation, the optimal choice for your freshman assessment. With that, Zhang Yang leaped off the bed and began tinkering with his computer. Zhou leaned in with curiosity. Zhang Yang was using a photo editing software to create something. "I'm designing the flyer. A visually appealing flyer will attract attention." Zhang Yang spoke while fixated on the screen. Zhou observed Zhang Yang's design process. He navigated the software with remarkable speed, demonstrating a clear proficiency in this area. "You seem quite adept at this." Zhang Yang proudly patted his chest. "Of course. My family is in promotional design. Though it may seem like common work, it's a decent job for our kind of minor nobility. I often lend a hand." Indeed. Zhang Yang's flyer design was exquisite. The layout and colors flowed seamlessly, and when he listed Zhou's various achievements, Zhou felt an illusion of confidence wash over him, as if he could triumph in this recruitment competition. "Just wait. Tomorrow, I'll help you promote vigorously. You'll surely be the most popular king among the 3. However, the next day, they arrived early at the entrance of the teaching building, fervently distributing flyers. Yet, not a single person accepted one. In fact, many hurried past Joku, heads down, not sparing a glance. What is going on, Joku? Did you offend them? Joku was equally perplexed. No, I just enrolled. How could I have offended them? At that moment, another female student passed by. Joku hastily extended a flyer without catching a glimpse of her features. Classmate, please support my Crimson Heart team. Joku braced himself for yet another instance of being ignored. To his surprise, the student took the flyer directly. Joku, receiving this flyer seems a bit inappropriate. Came a clear female voice. Joku finally lifted his gaze to see her face. Silver hair, black mask. The girl gently removed her mask. It was Suchensi. The flyers have mistakenly been distributed to our competitors. Suchensi smiled as she waved the flyers in her hand. Suchensi, you might not believe it, but you are the very first person to receive my flyer today. Is my charm really that lacking? Joku sighed. It has nothing to do with your charm. Many wish to join your team. However, Suchensi seemed to know something, hesitating in her words. She shook her head and pointed towards the distant bulletin board. You can see for yourself. With that, she left with a light step. Joku and Zhang Yang approached the bulletin board. What is this? Chapter 30. Campus bullying. The bulletin board was plastered with identical notices. Notice, any new student is prohibited from joining the Red Heart Nation in the upcoming competition. Yi Lingtian. There was also a QR code affixed above. This was an overt attack. How could Yi Lingtian resort to such tactics? Zhang Yang, infuriated, tore down several notices in one swift motion. Hey, what's this code? Let me scan it. Joku and Zhang Yang took out their phones and scanned the QR code, which led them to a web page. Now, the reason why no student dared to accept Joku's flyers became clear. The QR code linked to a post on the campus forum, authored by Yi Lingtian. Notice, any new student is prohibited from joining the Red Heart Nation. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses are all under my father's domain. With a mere flick of his finger, he could render you bankrupt. If you wish to avoid ending up on the streets as commoners, it's simple. Just do not join Joku's team. Yi Lingtian. In a subsequent post, he listed the names of all non-monarch new students, accompanied by a line stating, I am keeping a close watch on you. This was a blatant misuse of power as a threat. Joku's expression darkened. Unable to confront him head-on, he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Hey, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Joku turned to Zhang Yang, only to find him pale as a ghost. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Zhang Yang stiffly turned his neck, his voice trembling. Joku, my parents' design shop is affiliated with the Yi family S company. My name is on that list. Joku sighed softly. I understand. If you have second thoughts and decide not to join, it's perfectly fine. You've already helped me a great deal. Zhang Yang lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, determination in his gaze. Buddy, I will absolutely not support Yi Lingtian. But, he glanced at the notice again. It only states that we cannot join the Red Heart Nation. It doesn't say anything about not supporting Joku. I can choose to join Princess's Spade Nation while still assisting you. Joku paused for a moment before patting him on the back. You rascal. Planning to serve two masters? Zhang Yang chuckled. But I did promise to join your nation. I hope you won't be angry with me for changing my mind. Joku gently placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder, speaking softly. Rest assured, your choice of which nation to support is entirely your freedom. I am not like Yi Lingtian. Days passed, yet no classmates were willing to join Joku's team. As Zhang Yang had previously stated, while they dared not openly support Joku's Red Heart Nation, they had been quietly aiding him in recruiting teammates. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Technically, you're supposed to join the Spade Nation as Su Chenxi's teammate, yet you continue to assist me. Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, what's the big deal? We're good friends. Besides, even if I end up in the princess's team, can't I still help your Red Heart Nation? We agreed to serve two masters. Joku sighed lightly. I just fear that in the end, I will become a lone commander, with not a single teammate aside from myself. They strolled leisurely until they reached the front of the teaching building. Something seems to be happening at the entrance of the teaching building. It's crowded. A petite girl with a ponytail stood at the center of the crowd, seemingly delivering a speech. Joku, look over there. Let us check it out. Naturally, Zhang Yang could not resist the allure of the spectacle. As they approached, they finally heard the content of the girl's oration. Comprehensive testing is a fair competition. Resist tyranny. Reject class oppression. All students should have the freedom to choose their factions. Zhang Yang nudged Joku with his elbow. Hey, she seems to be speaking up for you. Who is she? Joku scrutinized her appearance, quickly recalling where he had seen her before. That distinctive bag. Oh, Upon hearing Zhouke's words, Zhang Yang also took a closer look at the girl. Short stature, ponytail. Wasn't she the girl who, during the previous test, urged everyone to stop infighting, only to be shot in the head? Her actions were undoubtedly a direct challenge to Yi Lingtian, and while her success was uncertain, she exhibited remarkable courage. Zhouke furrowed his brow and sighed, preparing to walk away. Hey, that girl over there, what are you doing? A familiar voice called out. Zhouke turned back to see Yi Lingtian approaching with a large entourage. The onlookers, upon seeing Yi Lingtian, bowed their heads and quickly dispersed, leaving the girl with the ponytail standing alone, encircled by Yi Lingtian's entourage. The girl, small in stature, appeared particularly vulnerable among them, yet she bravely shouted, Yi Lingtian, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. The comprehensive test should rely on the student's own abilities. Yi Lingtian advanced slowly, towering over her with an imposing presence. The girl gulped. What do you want? Yi Lingtian's expression darkened. Are you implying that you wish to oppose me? You intend to join Zhouke's team, correct? Although fear flickered in her eyes, she mustered the courage to retort. So what? A commoner won the title of monarch through personal merit, unlike you, who relies on your father to bully others at school. Zhouke sighed, turning to walk away. Hey, Zhouke, are you just going to leave? Aren't you going to watch a bit longer? Zhang Yang asked, trailing behind. Her actions have nothing to do with me. While I appreciate her speaking up for me, openly challenging Yi Lingtian is impulsive. Moreover, I don't even know her. It's unnecessary to intervene. Let us go. We still have class. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Zhouke halted, slowly turning around. A woman standing beside Yi Lingtian had struck the girl with the distinctive bag. This woman, adorned with smoky makeup, was one of Yi Lingtian's companions. She raised her arm again, striking the girl once more. The force of the blow was tremendous, sending the girl crashing to the ground. She clutched her face. Her eyes dazed. Yi Lingtian raised his foot, placing it on the girl. Campus bullying? The term flashed in Zhouke's mind. He had not anticipated that even the most prestigious noble school in Longwood could not escape this phenomenon. Zhang Yang, you go to class first. I'll catch up shortly. Zhang Yang, feeling uneasy, looked up. What are you planning to do? I need to intervene, Zhouke replied calmly. Yi Lingtian sneered, crouching down to meet the girl's gaze. Zhouke winning these tests is merely a stroke of luck. He is nothing but a commoner. His bloodline is that of the lowly, unworthy of admission. You wish to join Zhouke, believing he surpasses me by leaps and bounds? Where is he now? Perhaps hiding in some corner, weeping and contemplating withdrawal from school. Suddenly, a brick soared through the air, striking Yi Lingtian squarely on the forehead. In an instant, Zhouke leapt up, swiftly darting through the crowd to arrive at Yi Lingtian's side. He extended his hand, pressing down on Yi Lingtian's head, forcefully slamming it into the ground. Simultaneously, Zhouke drew his dagger, positioning it against Yi Lingtian's throat. Zhouke's grip was relentless, and in that moment, a faint crimson line appeared on Yi Lingtian's neck, blood seemingly on the verge of oozing forth. Did your father never teach you not to speak ill of others behind their backs? Yi Lingtian was momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. When he finally recognized the figure before him, he lay on the ground, cursing vehemently. If you dare to kill me, my father will obliterate you. Zhouke's voice was icy, his eyes glimmering with malice. I truly dare to kill you. He lifted Yi Lingtian's head, then forcefully slammed it down once more. Yi Lingtian emitted a muffled groan, his face smeared with blood, contorted in agony. His dubious companions attempted to, but Zhouke warned, come any closer, and I shall plunge my blade into his throat. His tone was calm, yet utterly serious. In a panic, Yi Lingtian shouted, don't come any closer. Zhouke softly remarked, Yi Lingtian, you were right about one thing. I am but a wretched commoner, orphaned and unencumbered, with nothing but a worthless life to my name. Let us exchange blows. Zhouke understood that reasoning was futile in the face of school bullying. The most effective response was to counter violence with violence. He was indeed willing to go to great lengths against Yi Lingtian, for the latter was a privileged heir, while Zhouke's life held little value. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Typically jovial, Zhouke transformed into a figure of unrestrained ferocity at critical moments. With that, he exerted pressure once more, the dagger's tip embedding deeper. Stop. Zhouke. I was wrong. Yi Lingtian, upon witnessing the murderous intent in Zhouke's eyes, felt terror envelop him. As pain and fear bore down upon him, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Brother, spare me. I apologize. Zhouke's gaze remained cold. He uttered only two words, apologize. Yi Lingtian hastily replied, I'm sorry, brother. I should not have spoken ill of you behind your back. I am not human. Zhou furrowed his brow, loosening his left hand just enough to allow Yi Lingtian's head to rise from the ground. Yi Lingtian exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal had come to an end. But the very next moment, smack! Zhou's left hand struck down once more, slamming Yi Lingtian's head into the ground for the third. Yi Lingtian lay there, bloodied and lifeless, his gaze vacant. You are mistaken, Zhou stated matter-of-factly. It is not an apology. Chapter 31. The trio of the Red Heart Kingdom apologized to her. Zhou murmured softly, tilting his head slightly towards the girl. The petite girl remained half reclined on the ground, covering one side of her face, her expression dazed. Yi Lingtian's head twitched a couple of times before he finally faced the girl. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have struck out. Nor should I have uttered those words. Yi Lingtian's voice grew weaker and more feeble. The girl appeared quite flustered. All right, that's enough. Zhou raised his hand. You all, take him to the hospital. Zhou's tone brooked no dissent. Since Yi Lingtian had already yielded, it was prudent for him to exercise restraint as well. Moreover, he noticed a professor approaching slowly from around the corner. Yi Lingtian's rowdy companions hastily lifted their leader off the ground. Yi Lingtian glared at Zhou with resentment, muttering indistinctly, Zhou, in 3 days. During the final round of the comprehensive assessment, I will make you regret this. Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, replying, I am indeed more appealing than you. Thank you. Yi Lingtian merely shot a furious glance in response. They soon noticed the swiftly approaching professor and fled the scene. What are you all doing? An elderly professor, hair grizzled, approached Zhou, glancing at the fallen girl and then at Yi Lingtian, who was being assisted away. I heard quite a commotion. Zhou crouched down, contemplating how to explain the recent altercation. Though his actions stemmed from a sense of justice, it was a fact that he had initiated the violence. And he had indeed struck harder than necessary. Before Zhou could articulate his thoughts, the girl interjected, it was Yi Lingtian. He attacked me. This student merely happened to pass by. The professor hesitated as he looked at Zhou's bloodstained knuckles. You weren't fighting, were you? That would violate school regulations. Absolutely not. The blood on his hands is from when he was helping me clean my wound. The girl hastily clarified. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. This girl was actually lying to protect him. Very well. You are Zhou, right? Please escort this young lady to the infirmary. The elderly professor instructed before departing. Thank you. What is your name? Zhou wiped the blood from his hands. Tang Xin, the girl blinked. Hello, I am Zhou. Tang Xin's eyes sparkled with recognition. I know you, Zhou Ji. Zhou nodded in understanding. I see. After all, I did cause quite a stir when I enrolled. Not that. Tang Xin exclaimed rapidly. I knew you even before your enrollment. Zhou looked at her face, utterly unfamiliar. He had no recollection of knowing Tang Xin beforehand. Where have we met? Tang Xin continued at her swift pace. I used to watch your magic live streams often and sent you plenty of gifts. Zhou had thought of himself as a small streamer, yet here he was, encountering a fan at school. My ID is Tang Xin, she said, her voice lowering with a hint of bashfulness. Tang Xin was the #1 fan in his live stream, showering him with gifts, and thanks to her, he was able to sustain himself through streaming. He had imagined her to be an older woman, only to discover that this top supporter was also an 18-year-old student like himself. Rubbing her left cheek, which still seemed to ache, she asked, Zhou Ji, can I join your team? Zhou regarded her with surprise. Finally, someone wished to join him, filling him with joy. He was about to agree but held back at the last moment. But, are you not afraid? Zhou inquired. Afraid of what? Tang Xin blinked, puzzled. That the Yi family will trouble your parents, or that Yi Lingtian will come after you. Zhou gestured towards the direction Yi Lingtian had departed. Tang Xin dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. What is there to fear? If I show any weakness, I'll be bullied relentlessly. I want to strike back like you just did. Zhou Ji. With that, she mimicked throwing punches into the air. However, her mood seemed to dampen again. But my status is merely that of a commoner. I might hold you back. I understand if you don't want me. Tang Xin, Zhou interrupted, looking earnestly into her eyes. Welcome to my team. That evening, as Zhou pushed open the door to his dormitory, he was greeted by Zhang Yang's exuberant voice. Bro, I want to join your team. He waved his arms excitedly. You've changed your mind? Zhou queried, bewildered by the sudden shift. Zhang Yang chuckled, of course. I saw you take on Yi Lingtian. Zhou raised an eyebrow. How did you know? I saw you heading to class right after you tossed that brick. Zhang Yang replied seriously. Next time there's an opportunity like that, you must call me. I will always stand by your side. Joka cleared his throat. I fear you may be just as impulsive as I am. You are not like me. I have no parents, nothing to lose, and thus, I fear no repercussions from Yi Lingtian. But you have your family's small business to consider. I worry that Yi Lingtian might leverage his family's influence against yours. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. I'm no longer afraid. I want to confront him just like you. Joka pressed further. So, how did you find out about my fight with Yi Lingtian? A mysterious smile spread across Zhang Yang's face as he pulled out his phone and showed Joka a screen. Joka took a look. On a popular campus forum, someone had uploaded a video of him thrashing Yi Lingtian, accompanied by an avalanche of supportive comments. That was bold. A commoner standing up to Yi Lingtian. Why should I be afraid? Even if all the freshmen refuse to join your team, I will support you. It was exhilarating. I've never seen Yi Lingtian so humbled. Zhang Yang grinned. Did you see? Your deed is spreading like wildfire online. Joka frowned slightly. He immediately grabbed his phone, logging into his account to type a few lines. Thank you all for your support, but I am aware that Yi Lingtian has issued threats against you. I do not wish for any student to face repercussions from the Yi family due to my actions. Therefore, I do not require anyone to join my Red Heart Kingdom. Once the message was sent, Joku's image as a principled individual solidified instantly, eliciting numerous comments from fellow students. How touching. Joku. I certainly want to join Yi Lingtian. Indeed. I'll join the Spade Kingdom. Princess, Yi Lingtian wouldn't dare interfere. Joka set his phone down and turned to Zhang Yang. You should join the Spade Kingdom as well. But Zhang Yang remained serious. I'm not afraid. I want to join your Red Heart Kingdom to be your ally in a battle Yi Lingtian. He promptly opened the school's official website, navigated to the freshman assessment system, and entered his name into the Red Heart Kingdom list, clicking confirm. Wait, I'm not the first person to join you? Zhang Yang exclaimed, noticing the count of members in the Red Heart Kingdom. 2. Joka smiled. Do you remember the conspicuous girl? She was the first. Chapter 32. The Heart King card. Only 2 days remain until the conclusion of the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, the talent competition. At this moment, all students have formed their teams. Joka gazes at the comprehensive test interface on the school's official website and sighs. Statistics reveal that 103 students have joined Su Qinxi's Spade Kingdom, while Yi Lingtian's Diamond Faction comprises 394 members. Joku's Heart Kingdom, however, boasts merely 3 members, himself, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xin. This outcome is hardly surprising. Joka had previously informed everyone online that those wishing to support him should join the Spade Kingdom. Consequently, many who initially intended to join Joka were deterred by Yi Lingtian's intimidation and opted for Su Qinxi instead. Being of commoner origins, Joka is not particularly familiar with the new students. Rather than accumulating numerous unfamiliar teammates, he finds it more practical to rely on a few trusted acquaintances. Yet, glancing at the disheartening number 3 beside the Heart Kingdom, he cannot help but sigh. After all, Senior Liu Yingming once remarked that more teammates would provide an advantage in the competition. He hopes that, during the test in 2 days, the number of team members may not prove so crucial. Aside from the lack of supporters, Joka is beset by another concern. He gently retrieves his king card, which bears an image of a heart adorned with a crown. During the first round, Senior Liu Yingming had stated that this card plays a pivotal role in the final round, but its usage must be discovered through personal exploration. However, what utility can a mere card possess? Joka examines it closely under the sunlight. It appears to be an utterly ordinary card, indistinguishable from a typical postcard. He decides to keep the card with him as he prepares to head to the school library in search of clues. Joka? Tang Xin? What a coincidence. Just as he steps into the library, Joka unexpectedly encounters Tang Xin at the entrance. Joka, the third phase of the competition is about to begin. Is there anything I can assist you with? Joka presents the Heart King card to her, saying, here it is. It is said to conceal clues for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any ideas? Tang Xin raises the card to the sunlight, attempting to see through it, but finds no anomalies. Joka, have you tried heating it with fire? Fire? He echoes, intrigued. Yes, Tang Xin replies. If you write on paper with milk and let it dry, the writing becomes invisible. However, by heating it, the protein in the milk will turn brown, revealing the text once more. Joka regards her with admiration. You seem quite knowledgeable. I enjoy reading detective novels. Many clues are hidden like this, she replies. Ah, but unfortunately, I am not a spade god card and cannot produce flames, she laments. Use this. Joka promptly pulls out a lighter and ignites it before the king card. Ah, I know this. a contraption invented by commoners since they lack special abilities. Tang Xin exclaims with curiosity. Zhouke, do you smoke? Cough. I do not smoke, Zhouke clarifies. Before attending school, I was a magician. I often used a lighter for performances. Sometimes, flames can create great magic. Oh, but you surely do not know that I never perform fire-related magic during live streams, Tang Xin muses, perplexed by what kind of flame magic could be deemed great. The flame of the lighter flickers gently, warming the king card. Zhouke and Tang Xin remain fixated on it, yet no signs of discoloration emerge. It seems that it was not written with milk after all. Zhouke retracts the lighter and sighs. Tang Xin, do you know of any other methods for writing invisible text? Of course, Tang Xin exclaims, her excitement palpable as she revels in her ability to assist. You can write with rice soup, which can be revealed using iodine, or lemon juice, which also requires heat. There is even a special ink that can be revealed with ultraviolet light. She lists numerous methods, continuing to elaborate. Stop. Zhouke interrupts her urgently. Let's try them one by one. All attempts end in failure. Zhouke visits the infirmary to retrieve iodine and borrows an ultraviolet lamp from the laboratory, exhausting every method without success. As darkness falls, Zhouke reflects. Perhaps we have erred in our approach? Hey, is that not our young brother Zhouke? A tall figure suddenly appears before him. Who are you? Zhouke inquires, looking at the boy with dark skin and a cheerful smile. Li Hanfeng, Senior? Indeed. What's wrong? You look so troubled while strolling with a lovely young lady. Li Hanfeng chuckles. Zhouke feels a bit speechless, contemplating an excuse to slip away and avoid being badgered into joining his club. Suddenly, a remark from Zhang Yang resurfaces in his mind. He had mentioned that one of Li Hanfeng's accomplishments was, by the way, Senior, I heard you were the champion among new students in last year's comprehensive assessment? Zhouke inquires politely. Li Hanfeng's smile vanishes, and he adopts a mock-serious demeanor. Oh, you've heard about my story? Zhouke feigns seriousness in return. No, but your face is etched with tails. Li Hanfeng's expression shifts subtly. Cough. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite extraordinary. I consistently rank first in exams and often win various competitions. Zhouke raises a hand to halt him. Stop. Who asked you? Then why bring up the comprehensive assessment? Li Hanfeng retorts. I merely wish to inquire. Zhouke lowers his voice. Have you utilized this king card in the past? Li Hanfeng is taken aback. You are not attempting to extract information from me, are you? By the rules, we are not permitted to discuss this topic with newcomers. He shifts his tone. However, I do not adhere to conventional norms. Good lad. I appreciate your initiative in seeking answers from upperclassmen about last year's exam questions. Zhouke smiles. You flatter me. I possess no moral qualms about employing any means to succeed in the examination. Li Hanfeng grins mysteriously. I do possess some information regarding the secrets of deciphering the king card. The key lies in the distinction of the suits. Oh, please elaborate. Consider this. There are 3 king cards, correct? Why go through the trouble of distinguishing among the 3 suits? The secret is quite simple. As long as you agree to join the Black Blade Society, I will enlighten you. Then never mind. Zhouke turns away, leaving Li Hanfeng alone to sway in the cold wind. Once he is at a distance, Zhouke hands the king card to Tang Xin. Tang Xin, please hold this for me. Oh, all right, she replies, taking the card. Hold it higher, Zhouke instructs. Tang Xin lifts the king card before him. Zhouke fixates on the heart emblem. Though he did not receive concrete assistance from Li Hanfeng, fragments of their conversation provide him with some hints. He ponders over Li Hanfeng's words about the distinction of suits. Spades embody martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, and diamonds create change. His king card, representing hearts, signifies the mind. Could it be that he must engage with this heart king card with sincerity? Suddenly, Zhouke leans forward and lightly kisses the card, whispering, I love you. What? Tang Xin evidently misunderstood Zhouke's actions, her complexion suddenly flushing with an intense crimson hue. Do not interrupt. I am conversing with this card, Zhouke stated without so much as a blink. In the next moment, the Heart King card whirled rapidly, subsequently releasing a stream of silver threads above it. These threads twisted and transformed continuously, ultimately coalescing into a line of small text. There can only be one king in the world. It is accomplished. His hypothesis was indeed correct. In his exhilaration, Zhouke gazed at the inscription. There can only be one king in the world? Is this the hint? Does it imply that, in the forthcoming final stage of the competition, he must eliminate the other 2 kings? Thank you, Tang Xin. You may return the card to me now. Oh, very well. Tang Xin finally comprehended that the earlier statement was not directed at her, and with a hint of reluctance, she returned the card. Chapter 33. The Kings of Spades and Diamonds. The final day, only one day remains until the final examination for enrollment. Zhou has unraveled the mystery of his king card, yet it is still insufficient, far from enough. How can he be satisfied with merely deciphering the card in his possession? There are 3 king cards, and he desires them all. The divine bestows sacred cards upon those with exceptional talents, marking the inception of nobility. In history class, the venerable professor tirelessly recounts the annals of the world, while countless students below struggle to keep their eyes open. Zhou, bored to distraction, leans on his desk, idly rotating his king card. It is not that he is unwilling to listen. Rather, on the very first day of school, he has already perused the textbooks from cover to cover. He has absorbed all the foundational knowledge. His gaze falls upon a silver-haired figure in the front row, intently focused on the blackboard. Su Qinxi sits upright, her eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead. After class, he must seize the opportunity to inquire about her king card. The bell rings, signaling the end of class. Zhou yawns and stretches, preparing to rise and seek out the princess for information. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired figure darts past him and takes a seat directly in front of him. Su Qinxi has taken the initiative to approach him. Oh, I was just about to look for you. Zhou blinks and encourages her to continue. What brings you here? Su Qinxi's expression turns serious. Zhou, I am aware that due to Yi Lingtian's influence, almost no classmates have aligned themselves with your faction. This has led many who initially wished to support you to join my team instead. Zhou shakes his head gently, letting out a sigh. It is unavoidable. After all, Yi Lingtian would not dare to bully you. Those who feel threatened do not wish to assist me, yet they are reluctant to support him. So they end up aiding you. Su Qinxi nods in agreement. Yes, because of this, some of my team members actually wanted to help you. I should not have taken your allies, so let us form an alliance. An alliance? Zhou blinks, signaling her to elaborate. Precisely. Tomorrow's competition will likely be a faction battle among the 3 kings. If we join forces, we can prioritize confronting Yi Lingtian. You may command my teammates. Zhou chuckles lightly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I do not require it. Su Qinxi looks taken aback. You do not need it? Indeed. Zhou reclines lazily on his desk. For 18 years, I have grown accustomed to solitude. Having too many allies feels more like a constraint. A few genuine friends who sincerely support me are quite sufficient. Moreover, I am satisfied with my 2 current teammates. They are enough. Su Qinxi nods in understanding. I see. However, I still owe you a favor from the last competition. You did not eliminate me until the very end. I owe much of my attainment of the king title to your assistance. Should you require anything from me, feel free to ask. I will certainly help as long as it is within my capability. Upon hearing this, Zhou's eyelids flutter. Really, anything at all? He smiles and raises an eyebrow. Su Qinxi nods earnestly. I will not go back on my word. Very well then. Reveal to me the secret of your king card. Zhou states decisively. Su Qinxi is momentarily taken aback. The secret of the king card? I do not know. I had not intended to decipher the mystery of the king card. I believe my own strength is sufficient to pass the test. Impossible. Let me see. Zhou extends his hand. Su Qinxi, trusting him, places her spade king card into his palm. Zhou inspects the card, noting it bears no signs of damage. He sighs helplessly. My dear princess, while you are indeed clever, you rely too heavily on brute force. Raw power cannot resolve every issue. With that, Zhou suddenly exerts pressure, cleanly tearing the king card in 2. Su Qinxi stares at him, momentarily oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Redemption. What are you doing? The composure she usually exudes finally reveals a flicker of emotion. She snatches back her torn king card. Su Qinxi, you owe me yet another favor, Zhou remarks casually. In that instant, shimmering silver lines drift from the card, coalescing into a line of small text. Kill to score. Su Qinxi is still processing the unfolding events. A hint for tomorrow's competition, Zhou replies succinctly. But how did you decipher it? Quite simply, by observing the suit. My king card is hearts, indicating that sincerity is required to unlock its secrets. Yours, however, is spades, symbolizing force and destruction. Thus, the method of revelation is straightforward: destroy the card. Su Qinxi gazes at Zhou in astonishment, then slightly bows, regaining her calm demeanor. Regardless of the nature of the competition tomorrow, I will not take action against you. owe you yet another favor. After class, Zhouke sauntered out of the classroom. At this moment, he had gleaned two vital pieces of information regarding the king cards. Kill to score. Only one king may exist. Now, he only needed to find a way to extract information from Yi Lingtian to complete his collection. As fate would have it, Yi Lingtian emerged from the adjacent classroom at that very moment, fiddling with his own king card and muttering to himself, "Damn, how do you even read the information on this card?" He sighed and tucked the king card into his left pocket. Zhouke approached him briskly. "Hello. Would you like to see a magic trick?" Yi Lingtian's expression turned wary as he saw Zhouke approach. "What are you up to? I haven't done anything to provoke you this time." Zhouke drew his short sword, swirling it slightly. "Why the panic? Can't I just have a chat?" Upon seeing the sword, Yi Lingtian gulped nervously. Zhouke whirled the sword one last time before abruptly making it vanish with a snap. Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. A disappearing act? Isn't that a power of the diamonds? How can Zhouke use it? Before Yi Lingtian could process the situation, Zhouke swiftly advanced, reaching into Yi Lingtian's pocket. "Ah, so that's where the short sword went?" Zhouke retrieved the sword from Yi Lingtian's pocket. "The magic show is over. See you at tomorrow's competition." With that, he departed, leaving Yi Lingtian standing there in bewilderment. "What a strange trick," Yi Lingtian muttered, shaking his head as he patted his pocket. "Wait, where's my king card?" Once he was a distance away, Zhouke pulled the diamond king card from his pocket. Magic is the art of performance, and the key lies in diverting the audience's attention. He feigned placing the short sword into Yi Lingtian's pocket, cleverly concealing it in his sleeve instead. Then, under the pretense of retrieving the sword, he seized Yi Lingtian's king card while he was still reeling from the surprise. This trick had been one Zhouke often employed in his youth to swipe wallets. Now, he toyed with the diamond card. It was time to uncover your secrets. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Three Kings. The spades excel in martial prowess, the hearts govern the mind, and the diamonds create transformation. Thus, Zhouke deftly folded the king card, quickly crafting it into a paper crane. In an instant, the crane seemed to come alive, soaring gracefully into the air. Its beak parted slightly, releasing a strand of silver thread. This silver thread, akin to the previous two instances, swiftly formed a line of text. Class oppression still exists. Class oppression? Zhouke quickly grasped the implication. It referred to the second rule of the first phase assessment from before. The king executes the nobility. The nobility oppresses the commoners overthrow the king. Now, he had gathered all the hidden information from the three king cards. Killing earns points. Class oppression still exists. Only one king may remain. It appeared that tomorrow's competition would closely resemble that of 7 days prior. The rules of the previous contest were similar. Points would not increase arbitrarily but would shift through bloodshed. Different identities existed within a chain of counterbalance. However, the third rule had changed. Previously, the competition ended when the three kings converged, but this time, only one king could survive. Zhouke surmised that this was the rule that would conclude the competition. When only one king remained alive, the entire contest would be settled. It seemed that he, along with Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian, were destined to be adversaries in tomorrow's match. As Zhouke contemplated the rules, Yi Lingtian stormed over from a distance, visibly enraged. Zhouke smiled slightly and folded Yi Lingtian's king card into a paper airplane, tossing it towards him. Yi Lingtian stumbled, barely catching it. Zhouke waved dismissively, saying, "I've deciphered the information for you. No need to thank me." Finally, the much-anticipated final segment of the freshman assessment was upon them. All won. 500 new students gathered on the playground. Zhouke, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian stood together. "Zhouke, who is this?" Tang Xian inquired, raising an eyebrow at the long-haired Zhang Yang. "This is my friend and roommate, Zhang Yang." "Zhang Yang, this is Tang Xian." "Hello," Zhang Yang responded, his eyes widening in surprise. "Prominent package." "Huh?" Tang Xian was taken aback. Zhouke quickly covered Zhang Yang's mouth while smiling. "In this competition, the three of us are teammates. Go, Heart Kingdom." "Yes." "Zhouke, let's go." Tang Xian cheered, pumping her fist. Lu Yingming stood at the forefront, reciting in a formal tone. The 2025 God Card School Freshman Comprehensive Assessment Final Phase officially begins. This test is named the Battle of the Three Kings. The venue remains a virtual testing ground where no real harm can befall you. Death merely results in a return to school. As for the specific rules of the assessment, please consult your king. Please prepare yourselves. You will soon be transported to the simulated testing ground. The test officially begins now. 3, 2, 1. The world spun chaotically. What is happening? What is happening? The competition has begun, and the live broadcast is streaming. At this moment, the entire campus network buzzed with discussions regarding the freshman assessment. After all, the victor of this test would be awarded divine relics. In the discussion thread, someone posted data images from within the competition. Total survivors, 1,500, Spades Kingdom, 1103, Diamonds Kingdom, 394, Hearts Kingdom. 3 mini-seniors speculated on the staggering disparity in the number of participants supporting Zhou. Why does Zhou's Hearts Kingdom have only 3 supporters? Does he have poor social connections? I told you, someone from a commoner background is bound to be unreliable. No one trusts him. Oh no, I placed all my bets on Zhou. He can't possibly lose. Inside the testing ground, the disorienting sensation returned. Zhou's vision gradually blurred. Until now, he had experienced this feeling countless times. Initially, he had struggled to adapt, feeling nauseous. However, he had since become accustomed to this teleportation process. As his vision cleared, Zhou sat up. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, trees. This was a deserted island? Zhou attempted to walk to the beach, only to find an invisible barrier preventing him from reaching the water. It appeared that this marked the boundary of the testing ground. Only the island's interior was accessible for student activities. Beep. Divine card abilities activated. That familiar. Sharp voice echoed once more. Zhou sighed. Hey, what are the activation conditions for this clown deity's abilities? The clown deity seemed oblivious, continuing its monologue, randomly selecting abilities. Beep, congratulations. Spades K, ability. Summon lightning for attack, intensity determined by magical essence level. Zhou stared as the Joker card transformed into a Spades K. His heart racing. Finally, he had acquired a Spades divine card, and it was a letter card. Summoning lightning for an attack sounded formidable. However, it reverts to Joker after one use. This ability, like the others, allowed for only a single activation. He had to wisely make use of this opportunity. Zhou carefully stowed the divine card. Rising, he suddenly felt a vibration on his left wrist. It was the same watch from 7 days prior. Zhou quickly checked it. Identity, King Faction, Hearts Kingdom, current score, 0. Buzz, the watch vibrated again, displaying an unread message. Zhou clicked to open it. Zhang Yang. Hey. Where are you guys? I seem to be on a deserted island. Tang Xi and me too. There are quite a few other students nearby. I've already hidden. Zhang Yang. Zhou, how about you? You're our king. You can't falter. Zhou realized that teammates from the same faction could communicate through their watches. I'm fine, fortunately. It seems there are no other students nearby. Zhou typed back quickly. Tang Xi. Our team is small. Should we move together? Zhang Yang, great suggestion. We can have Zhou protect us. No, we will protect Zhou. Zhou chose to ignore Zhang Yang's initial comment. He glanced around the island, noting a low mountain in the distance. Atop the mountain stood a cluster of small buildings. Let us meet at the buildings on the mountain. It's safer than an open space. By the way, be cautious. This assessment still requires killing for points. Zhou sent the 3 rules to the group chat. Killing earns points. Class oppression still exists. Only one king may remain. Zhang Yang. Got it. I'm quite skilled at survival. Tang Xi. I absolutely won't be the prominent package this time. Zhou set his watch down, preparing to head towards the small buildings on the mountain to regroup with his teammates. However, just after taking a couple of steps, a rustling sound emerged from the forest. Zhou furrowed his brow, swiftly darting into a patch of grass. Someone was slowly approaching his location. Chapter 35. Sanitary napkin. Zhou held his breath, concealing himself in the shadows as he observed the approaching footsteps. 2 figures drew closer, their voices reaching his ears. To his astonishment, Yiling Tian had hidden himself, leaving them to scout ahead. Alas, there was little they could do. After all, he was a privileged noble and their king, and they were bound to heed his command. He had instructed them to kill on sight if they encountered Zhou and his companions. The question remained, could they truly defeat Zhou? He was a genius of remarkable prowess in elemental magic. Zhou's demeanor grew serious. Unfortunately, the 2 individuals were from the Block Nation, allies of Yiling Tian. He stifled his breathing, remaining utterly still, patiently waiting for them to pass. It was imperative that he did not reveal his location. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Zhou took a deep breath and sat down. At the very least, he had gleaned 2 vital pieces of information from their conversation. First, Yiling Tian did not intend to take the initiative, but rather chose to remain hidden. Second, Yiling Tian harbored significant hostility towards him, instructing his subordinates to hunt him down. Just as Zhou Ke contemplated his next move, he noticed a small box partially obscured by a patch of grass before him. He stepped closer and gently touched it. Beep! His wristwatch emitted a sound, displaying a notification. Random treasure chest. Contains various weapons, items, food, and supplies. A treasure chest? Zhou Ke understood immediately. The rules of the competition likely dictated that only one king would remain. However, if the kings continued to survive, the contest could stretch on indefinitely, perhaps lasting several days. Although it was a simulated examination, all participants would suffer injuries and hunger. With a total of 500 candidates, there had to be a means of acquiring resources. This treasure chest was presumably a method through which the school provided sustenance and supplies to the students. Zhou Ke placed his hand on the chest's lid. Common treasure chest, supplies accessible to those of civilian rank or higher. Click. The chest popped open immediately. Zhou Ke felt a bit speechless. Inside the chest lay a solitary pack of sanitary napkins. A prompt appeared instantly. Sanitary napkin, providing the utmost care for you during your examination while on your period. How considerate of the school. While it might serve as a lifesaver for female students in need, for Zhou Ke, it was utterly useless. He tucked the sanitary napkin into his pocket. Although its utility was uncertain, it was better to possess it than to discard it. Reflecting on the previous notification, Zhou Ke mused, common treasure chest, accessible to those of civilian rank or higher. If common treasure chests existed, he surmised that there must be more advanced chests on this deserted island. Perhaps there were even chests exclusive to kings. Zhou Ke quickened his pace towards the mountain summit, all the while remaining vigilant for nearby treasure chests. Along the way, he discovered 3 common treasure chests, from which he obtained a loaf of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues. At least he had procured some food, which was acceptable. As dusk approached, Zhou Ke arrived at the edge of a lake. He leaned over to scoop up some water to wash his face when he suddenly noticed something glimmering beneath the surface. Zhou Ke swiftly retrieved the shining object, revealing an iron treasure chest. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the air. Noble treasure chest significantly increases the appearance rate of weapons and special items, accessible only to those of noble rank or higher. Zhou Ke felt a surge of excitement and was about to open the chest when a raspy voice interrupted him from behind. Afterward, a sharp voice exclaimed, "After searching for so long, we've finally found someone." The voices belonged to the 2 individuals from the Block Nation who had been lingering nearby earlier. Zhou Ke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was fine. They did not know he was Zhou Ke. Despite his notoriety for igniting the school's online buzz upon enrollment, he was still of civilian origin and in the noble realm. He was less renowned than figures like Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian. His mind raced as he devised a plan for escape. Yi Lingtian's group comprised over 300 members. They could not all recognize one another. If he pretended to be one of their allies, he could deceive them. "Hey, brothers, I finally found you." Zhou Ke feigned excitement, turning to face them. "This island is enormous. I've been all alone and unable to find my group. May I ask if you 2 are also with Brother Yi?" As he caught sight of their faces, Zhou Ke's heart sank. Oh no, they were acquaintances. The 2 men halted in their tracks, and awkward silence ensued. "Zhou Ke, what are you pretending at?" One of them, a bespectacled man with a buzz cut, sneered. "Yeah, I do recognize you even if you turn to ashes." The other, a short fellow, chimed in. These 2 were none other than Zhang Liang and Wang Li, the kings Zhou Ke had defeated just before the last competition concluded. "What a twist of fate. You played us like fools during the title competition," Zhang Liang exclaimed. "Indeed, we managed to hide and survive the entire match, only to have you deceive us, snatch our points, and claim the title of king for yourself." Wang Li added, "Thanks to you, we are now civilians while you are the king." According to the intel provided by Yi Lingtian and the wristwatch group, class suppression still exists. Civilians can kill kings. "Zhou Ke, you shall perish." Zhou Ke closed his eyes tightly, remaining silent. Should he flee? Behind him lay a lake. Where could he escape? Diving into the water? Confront them directly? No, that was out of the question. The rules of the constraint chain were absolute. A king attacking a civilian would result in their own demise, regardless of their powers. Was this a dead end? Was there truly no means of escape? As he quietly reached into his pocket, Zhou Ke intended to draw his short sword for a desperate fight. Instead, his fingers brushed against a soft object. The sensation was that of the sanitary napkin. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Ke, sending a jolt through his mind. Who said sanitary napkins were utterly useless? He instantly envisioned a perfect plan for escape. Zhou was a magician at heart. He mused inwardly. Watch closely. I shall perform a flawless escape act right here. With that, Zhou opened his eyes, adopting an innocent expression as he slowly approached them. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Have we met before? The two men were taken aback. Zhou could not possibly fail to recognize them. Why was he feigning ignorance? Moreover, was he a king? Why was he approaching the civilians instead of retreating? They instinctively began to back away. Zhou, what kind of trickery is this? Why pretend not to know us? Seeing them retreat, Zhou felt a flicker of triumph. He felt the sharp edge of his short sword in his pocket and, with a swift motion, pricked his fingertip. A drop of blood oozed from the wound. As he discreetly allowed his blood to drip onto the sanitary napkin, he continued to advance, weaving his web of deception. What are you two talking about? Oh no, have I met you somewhere before? Zhou maintained his pretense of ignorance, and then, thud, the bloodied sanitary napkin slipped from his pocket, landing on the ground. The two men stared, dumbfounded, at the object before them. Zhang Liang scratched his close-cropped hair, uncertainly inquiring. Has your menstrual cycle arrived? Chapter 36. The Deception of Impersonation. At this moment, the three individuals fixated their gazes upon the bloodstained sanitary napkin lying on the ground. Ahem, would you believe me if I claim to be a woman? Zhou awkwardly remarked. Zhang Liang and Wang Li widened their eyes, regarding him with a look typically reserved for the deranged. You are a woman? Zhou took a step closer, prompting the two to retreat in terror. Don't come any closer, they exclaimed, utterly bewildered. At this juncture, their minds raced with questions. Why is he not afraid of us? Why doesn't he recognize us? Why does he possess a bloodied sanitary napkin in his pocket? Ahem. Zhang Liang, do you recall how we met our demise last time? Wang Li whispered to his companion. Of course. The original Princess Su suddenly performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, transforming into another person. Zhang Liang responded, his voice subdued. Are you suggesting that this person before us is also an imposter? Zhang Liang quietly countered. It must be so. The individual across from us has employed the ability of disguise. Wang Li asserted with conviction. Indeed, everything falls into place. Why Zhou isn't frightened of them? Why Zhou doesn't recognize them? Why Zhou is experiencing his menstrual cycle? It is because this is another girl with the square 8 divine card, masquerading as Zhou. The ability of the square 8 divine card is disguise. Certainly, the Zhou before us is not Zhou, but merely a girl. She possesses the square 8 divine card. She has utilized her ability to alter her appearance into that of Zhou. Regardless of who you are. Do not approach any closer. The two trembled slightly as they shouted at Zhou. Zhou paused momentarily, bewildered. What do you mean by whoever I am? I am Zhou. Zhang Liang bellowed. Stop pretending. I understand now. You are from the Spade Kingdom, aren't you? I've heard that the Spade Kingdom has allied with the Heart Kingdom. Wang Li chimed in. This must be Zhou's scheme. He instructed those among you with disguise skills to impersonate him, in order to deceive us into launching an attack. Alas, this trick will not work on us. For we have already fallen for it once and shall not be deceived again. Zhou feigned astonishment, yet internally, he reveled in delight. Zhou was a magician. And magicians abide by 3 cardinal rules. 1. Never reveal the content of the magic in advance. 2. Never perform the same trick for the same audience. 3. Never disclose the secrets of the magic. Zhou had always adhered to these 3 tenets, particularly the second, never perform the same trick for the same audience. He had already employed the art of disguise in front of these two. However, this act was not merely disguise, it was a counter-psychological tactic. You must be commoners, right? Zhou slowly approached with the iron box in hand. Perhaps you are correct. I am indeed not Zhou, but rather an ordinary girl. I utilized the square 8 divine card to alter my appearance for self-preservation. However, I need not be a noble, do I? If I am not a noble, then you are not in danger. They are from the Square Kingdom. The information on the Square Kingdom's monarch card states, class oppression still exists. Yiling Tian is the monarch of the Square Kingdom, and this information is the only rule he knows. Presently, this rule must have been communicated to all individuals of the Square Kingdom via their wristwatches. Naturally, these two are aware that the chain of restraint still exists. Zhou continued to approach, stating, since I am impersonating Zhou, it implies that I wish to assume the identity of the monarch, and a monarch can restrain the nobles, indicating that I fear the nobles. Thus, my identity is that of a commoner, just like you. Therefore, there is no need for you to flee. Zhang Liang hesitated. That seems to make some sense. What nonsense? Wang Li punched him. Have you lost your mind? He pointed at the iron box in Zhouke's hand. Do you see what she is holding? Zhang Liang followed Wang Li's finger to look. That box is made of iron. Why? Aren't treasure chests typically wooden? Wang Li shouted. Only commoner treasure chests are wooden. That thing is a noble treasure chest. Only identities above the noble class can open it. If she can open that treasure chest, it proves she is a noble. You mean to say that anyone with an identity above noble could open it? Which means she could possibly be the monarch. Zhang Liang meekly queried. Are you foolish? There is only one female monarch, and that is Princess Su Chenxi. Wang Li appeared exasperated, feeling a deep concern for his companion's intellect. And we all know that the divine card of the princess is Spade Q. This girl possesses the square 8 divine card. She is certainly not Su Chenxi. Therefore, she must be another girl, and she can open the noble treasure chest. Thus, her identity must be noble, and nobles are the ones who specialize in eliminating us commoners. Click. Zhouke smiled as he opened the treasure chest. All correct. In the next moment, Zhouke swiftly reached inside and lunged at the two with a sudden attack. Truth be told, had the two been paralyzed with fear or not been intimidated by Zhouke's performance, his ruse would have utterly failed. However, Zhouke understood well that the essence of a magical performance lies in the conviction of the performer. If he himself did not believe in the authenticity of his magic, how could the audience be convinced? Zhouke's strategy was remarkably simple. He feigned ignorance of their identities and deliberately dropped a sanitary napkin that only a girl would use, intending to mold himself into another girl. As for why he resembled Zhouke, it was due to the use of square 8 for disguise. The two reacted swiftly, shrieking as they fled at a rapid pace. Zhouke, wishing to maintain the illusion, even chased after them for a considerable distance until they dared not look back. Once they had retreated far enough, they expressed their relief. I swear, I almost fell for it. Regardless of who that person is, thankfully she made a blunder and dropped her sanitary napkin. Zhouke gradually came to a halt. In a magic performance, pretending to make a mistake is commonplace. The purpose is to elicit a greater climax. Observing the two in a state of panic as they fled, he softly remarked, two fools. There was no mistake in the magic. You merely fell into a meticulously crafted trap. With his exquisite performance having successfully driven away the two, Zhouke finally sat down to meticulously examine the treasure he had just unlocked. Earlier, in order to enhance the authenticity of his performance, he had not even glanced at the contents before seizing them. Now, he could observe them closely. Inside the noble treasure chest lay a peculiar vial of potion. Zhouke gently grasped the neck of the vial. Simultaneously, an introduction text immediately appeared. Noble treasure chest, item type. Flame immunity potion. Upon consuming this potion, all burns and scalds, as well as fire damage, will be negated for 1 hour. Immunity to fire damage, you say. This potion could prove useful. Zhouke recalled his current divine card, Spade K. Since his current ability is to manipulate lightning, perhaps there exists someone with the ability to control fire. After all, if Zhouke could exploit a mere sanitary napkin to his advantage, this vial of potion might one day save his life. Zhouke carefully stowed the item away. Chapter 37. The spoils. Zhouke pressed onward, finally reaching the low hills of the island as darkness enveloped the land. He arrived at the designated meeting spot with his companions, a black house. Approaching the imposing iron gate, he gently pushed it open just enough to peer inside. The interior appeared to be cluttered with an assortment of objects. He stepped through the threshold. It was only after entering the house that he noticed something amiss. Instead of mere debris, he found countless figures standing still. Had this place been occupied by others? Zhouke quickly concealed himself in the shadows. However, after a lengthy wait, the figures remained motionless. Sensing something was off, Zhouke cautiously emerged and approached one of the figures. To his astonishment, he discovered the reason for their stillness. They were not real people but eerily lifelike mannequins. The mannequins emanated a foul, decaying odor, their forms wrapped in yellowing strips of cloth. They resembled mummies. Shaking his head, Zhouke resolved not to delve further into the peculiarities of these mannequins. He opened the chat panel on his wristwatch and quickly typed, I have arrived. Almost immediately, a response from Tang Xin followed. Suddenly, Zhouke felt a hand clap down on his shoulder. He swiftly drew his short sword and turned to confront the intruder, the blade poised at their neck. Hey, Zhouke, it's me, Zhang Yang exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, trembling slightly. Spare me, please. Zhouke exhaled in relief and sheathed his sword. By the way, where did you get that sword? Zhang Yang inquired, leaning in with curiosity. This? Zhouke revealed his palm. It was a gift from my parents. He recalled how Su Chenxi had also shown interest in the blade. The hilt of his short sword was engraved with a dark plum blossom pattern, glinting with an eerie sheen under the dim light. No, no, that's not what I meant. Zhang Yang remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. I meant, how did you manage to bring it into the examination hall? I simply tucked it into my pocket and brought it along, Zhouke replied, pondering over the matter. I've used this sword multiple times during the exams. What's the issue? Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? That's impossible. He shook his head vigorously. The anti-cheating measures in the examination hall are extremely strict. When candidates are teleported to the examination venue, they can only bring their clothing, nothing else. Otherwise, everyone would just bring their preferred weapons, and the exam would devolve into mere slaughter. Zhouke lowered his gaze, contemplating the previous examinations. Indeed, he had never seen any other candidates bring items into the examination hall. Moreover, apart from this short sword, all other belongings had disappeared. Was there something unique about this blade? Zhang Yang scrutinized the plum blossom pattern on the sword, lost in thought. After a moment, he asked, Zhouke, are you truly of common origin? Zhouke reflected on his childhood. His parents had never exhibited any signs of extraordinary abilities or discussed anything related to divine tokens. I suppose so, he replied. Zhang Yang pointed at the sword's engraving. The craftsmanship resembles that of noble artifacts. What makes you say that? Zhouke inquired, curious. Zhang Yang explained, you see, due to lineage, many noble families have similar patterns for their divine tokens. They often use these patterns to represent their family crests. For instance, the royal princess uses a spade sword, while Yilingtian's family favors a branch square design. And your sword? Zhang Yang abruptly paused, chuckling as he returned the sword to Zhouke. Forget what I said. It's probably just a handcrafted item from a commoner. Why do you say that? Zhouke understood the implication behind Zhang Yang's unasked question, glancing at the plum blossom shape. Isn't that the same as the spade suit in a deck of cards? Zhouke, have you forgotten? Zhang Yang scratched his head. But I can't blame you. Being from a common background, it's normal for you to be unfamiliar with our world. In all of Long Kingdom, there are no noble families associated with the plum blossom. In fact, aside from you, I've never seen anyone with a plum blossom divine token. Therefore, your short sword bearing the plum blossom emblem is likely just a coincidence. In the distance, a girl came running toward them. Ah, there you are, eye-catching belle. You finally made it. Zhang Yang teased. Tang Xian, panting heavily, ignored Zhang Yang's jest. Sorry, I'm late. Now, the entire group from the Red Heart Nation had gathered. Well, just the three of them. Since we are all here, let's share our intelligence, Zhang Yang declared, emptying his pockets. I opened a common treasure chest and found a weapon. Luck was on my side. He displayed a handgun, though it contained only a single bullet. But hey, it's just a common item, and I'm grateful. Zhouke nodded. Be sure to keep it safe. That single bullet could prove invaluable. Zhang Yang agreed. Exactly what I was thinking. Tang Xian pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I also found something interesting in a treasure chest. Zhouke glanced at the paper. What is this? It's a map of the entire island, Tang Xian explained, unfurling it. Zhouke observed that the island was circular, with the large lake he had passed through at its center. Aside from this central lake, the entire island was cloaked in dense forest. This island is entirely covered in trees, Zhang Yang murmured. Zhouke surmised. This must have been arranged by the examination organizers to provide ample hiding spaces for everyone. If the island were too open, the competition would devolve into a mere slaughter. That makes sense. The three continued to study the map, realizing they were situated in a small warehouse on a low hill, not far north of the large lake. The warehouse was unremarkable and not particularly conspicuous. Had it not been for Zhouke's keen eye, they might have missed it. Ah, Zhang Yang pointed at the lake. I just remembered. When I passed by, there were many people jumping into the water to dive. Diving? Zhouke signaled for him to elaborate. Zhang Yang smacked his lips. I found it curious why so many people were flocking to the lakeside and jumping in. I moved closer to eavesdrop. A few individuals from Spade Nation mentioned. They had received intel about a king treasure chest in the lake. That's why so many are diving in search. Zhouke, do you think we should also go after that treasure chest? Zhang Yang asked. Zhouke shook his head. The source of that information is uncertain, and we are outnumbered. We wouldn't stand a chance in a confrontation. We should stick to our original strategy. Zhang Yang quickly grasped Zhouke's intent. You mean, that strategy? Precisely. Zhouke smiled. Only Tang Xian looked on curiously at the two. What original strategy? What are you talking about? The two exchanged glances. Zhouke replied. The strategy Zhang Yang and I devised, survive. Exactly. Zhang Yang concurred. Surviving until the end is the key to victory. Alas, just when victory was within reach, I encountered the royal princess, and she shot me down mercilessly. Alas, let's not dwell on that. He shook his head in regret. Tang Xian produced an iron box. By the way, on my way here, I discovered a noble treasure chest. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it, so I brought it along. I believe you. Zhou should be able to unlock it. She handed the noble treasure chest to Zhou. As Zhou received the treasure chest, a prompt window immediately appeared. Noble treasure chest, weapon type. With a click, the lid of the chest sprang open. What is this? Zhou extracted the contents within. A small, round black object, seemingly equipped with a fuse. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian exclaimed in astonishment. It is said that this item possesses tremendous power. A remarkably potent weapon. Zhou handed the bomb to Tang Xian, saying, since you discovered the chest, this weapon should belong to you. No. Zhou, you are more important. Such an extraordinary weapon should be in your possession, Tang Xian insisted, declining the offer. Nonetheless, Zhou firmly returned the bomb to her embrace, stating, I am not accustomed to wielding such weapons. I am more adept with a short sword. It was now Zhou's turn to display his spoils. He rummaged through his pockets. I have also opened several treasure chests, one noble chest and the others common ones. The common chest contained some food, while the noble chest yielded a bottle of fireproof potion. As he spoke, Zhou laid out the items before them. In truth, he had also uncovered a sanitary napkin chest, but he deemed it unnecessary to mention. Zhang Yang's gaze fixated on the bread Zhou retrieved. His stomach audibly protested with a growl. With a sigh, Zhou pushed the food towards him. Go ahead and eat. Zhang Yang shook his head. That won't do. Let us share among the three of us. Tang Xian quietly interjected. It's all right. I'm not hungry. Zhou added. This piece of bread is quite small. Sharing it would be insufficient. Just eat generously. Don't worry. Consider it as a debt you owe me. Zhang Yang grinned. Then I shall not hold back. Rest assured. Once I find more food, I will definitely repay you. He tore open the packaging and devoured it ravenously, clearly starved. After all, the examination had been ongoing since morning, and they had not consumed a morsel of food. Indeed, the bread was minuscule, and Zhang Yang quickly finished it, appearing unsatisfied. Zhou summarized their loot. Zhang Yang had acquired a handgun. With a single bullet, Tang Xian had discovered a map and a concentrated bomb, while Zhou found some food and a bottle of fireproof potion. Let us search this warehouse. Perhaps there are additional treasure chests to be found, Zhou proposed. Chapter 38. Exploring the warehouse. Excellent. Perhaps we might discover more provisions. Zhang Yang was brimming with enthusiasm. Thus, the trio prepared to venture separately into the vast warehouse. The structure was towering and expansive, yet apart from a collection of seemingly immobile cloth figures, there appeared to be little of substance. Zhang Yang scoured the eastern side. Tang Xian searched the west, while I took charge of the center. Once Zhou had organized their approach, the exploration of the treasure chests commenced. In the central area, a multitude of lockers caught Zhou's attention, though they were all securely locked, presenting a formidable challenge to open. However, this posed no difficulty. As a magician, lockpicking was a fundamental skill. He produced a short sword and retrieved a piece of iron from the ground, meticulously shaving off a small sliver. Thus, a lockpicking tool was fashioned, and equipped with a degree of finesse. Ordinary locks were a mere trifle. Thus, the endeavor of unlocking began. The first locker yielded nothing but emptiness. The second was likewise barren. Upon opening the third locker, Zhou could not suppress a gasp. A human. Inside the locker was indeed a person. However, as he discerned the figure more clearly, he shook his head in resignation. It was merely another cloth figure. The dim lighting had momentarily deceived him into thinking it might spring to life. He smirked self-deprecatingly and shut the locker. Time slipped by. Zhou continued to pry open the lockers, yet they revealed either emptiness or more of the same cloth figures as before. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach. Hunger gnawed at him fiercely. Since the onset of their exploration, he had not consumed a morsel, and his stomach now ached ominously. I have found a treasure chest. Tang Xian's exuberant voice rang from the west. What is it? Zhou refrained from shouting, eager to conserve his energy and stave off further hunger. Tang Xian's voice boomed. It's an ordinary treasure chest, an item type. Zhou, disheartened by the prospect of further unlocking seemingly vacant lockers, made his way towards Tang Xian to see what treasures lay within. Upon his arrival, he found Tang Xian already prying open the chest and extracting its contents. This is a lighter? She exclaimed, holding up the shiny object. Brother Zhou, you take it. I am not adept with this. Zhou accepted the lighter. At the very least, it would enable them to kindle a fire at night, preventing them from succumbing to the cold. Hey, come quickly. I've discovered a treasure chest too. Zhang Yang's elongated voice called from the east. It's a noble treasure chest. I can't open it. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, both hurried towards the eastern direction. Before Zhang Yang lay a large, iron chest. Its appearance indeed reminiscent of the noble treasure chest Zhou Ku had encountered earlier. Zhou Ku approached and placed his hand upon the lid of the chest. Noble treasure chest, item type. Once again, an item type? Could they not bestow upon them some sustenance? Zhang Yang muttered in a low tone. Zhou Ku remained silent. Directly opening the chest. Item, gasoline barrel. Gasoline? Can it be consumed? Zhang Yang asked weakly. All three of them were simultaneously parched and famished. While Zhou Ku also felt dehydrated, he retained his composure and replied coolly, the components of gasoline can inflict irreversible damage upon the human nervous system. If you wish to become a fool or a vegetable, by all means, have a taste. Then what use does this serve? Zhang Yang lamented, clutching his head. Zhou Ku's gaze fixed intently upon the gasoline, deep in contemplation. The gasoline and lighter, two seemingly related items, had both appeared within this warehouse. Instinct suggested to Zhou Ku that these two items must possess significant utility. By the way, Zhou Ku, what treasure have you found? They inquired. Zhou Ku sighed. Come with me and see for yourselves. The trio made their way to the center of the warehouse, silently observing the rows of lockers that adorn the walls. At present, the only place I can conceive of hiding a treasure chest is here. I have already opened half of them. Zhou Ku paused briefly before continuing. Let us proceed. They diligently continued to pick locks, filled with hope as they peered inside. However, until the very last locker, they uncovered nothing of value. Instead, numerous lockers concealed yet another cloth figure within. Tang Xin regarded these figures with a flicker of concern in her eyes. Zhou Ku astutely noted her unease. What troubles you? Tang Xin gently cradled her head in her hands. I believe I have encountered descriptions of such entities in a particular book, but at this moment, I cannot recall. Alas, it is probably of little significance. They resumed their efforts in unlocking the lockers. Zhou Ku, having lost all hope, mechanically relied on muscle memory to pry open the final locker. Upon opening it, he found it utterly devoid of contents. Zhou Ku sighed, preparing to speak when suddenly, a peculiar noise reverberated through the warehouse. Click. From somewhere, an odd sound abruptly echoed. Zhou Ku swiftly turned to ascertain the source. The floor in the middle of the warehouse suddenly sprang open. The three exchanged glances before advancing toward the center. As the brick slab lifted, a dark opening was revealed. The cavity was not particularly deep, perhaps just over a meter. And at the bottom of the gaping hole. This is... Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tang Xin bounced joyfully, her ponytail swaying. A glittering, golden treasure chest lay quietly within the abyss. Who would have imagined that opening all the lockers would trigger such a mechanism? Zhou Ku murmured, leaping into the hole and reaching for the treasure chest. King's treasure chest, unknown type. It is the king's treasure chest. Tang Xin exclaimed, her voice infused with thrill. Unknown type? Could it possibly contain food? Zhang Yang pondered, eyeing the panel that had appeared. We shan't know until we open it. Zhou Ku exerted force with his wrist. Click. It won't budge. This treasure chest seemed as if it were locked. The next moment, another panel appeared. The king's trial must be completed to unlock the chest. Would you like to proceed? The three exchanged silent glances. What is the king's trial? Tang Xin queried, a hint of trepidation in her tone. It is likely some form of challenge, potentially arduous or perilous, Zhou Ku speculated. Let us go. There is nothing to fear. Zhang Yang flexed his arms, showcasing his muscles. Commence. Zhou Ku whispered. In the next instant, the treasure chest began to shake violently. Zhou Ku quickly darted aside as the chest launched upward, soaring until it nearly grazed the ceiling of the warehouse, finally halting at a height of approximately 7 to 8 meters. The king's trial has commenced. We wish you luck. Boom. All the doors and windows of the warehouse abruptly slammed shut. Zhou Ku hastily leapt from the hole. So what are the trial contents? Tang Xin spoke uneasily. Creak, 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 creak. A series of strange and jarring sounds suddenly erupted, reverberating throughout the warehouse. This sound, Zhou Ku reacted swiftly, turning to glance at the lockers. The doors were stirring. No, it was not the doors moving. Someone was pushing them. At that moment, countless cloth figures glowed with crimson light in their eyes, all fixated upon the trio. Living beings, they murmured, extending their withered hands and pointing towards Zhou Ku and the others. Clack, 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 clack. They began to leap down from the lockers, slowly advancing towards the trio. At first, They appeared to be unaccustomed to their new forms, moving with a sluggishness that betrayed their disorientation. However, gradually, their bare, ragged feet, wrapped in tattered cloth, began to quicken, ultimately transforming into a swift run. Their decayed, sunken mouths gaped open, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. The living must perish. Chapter 39. The King's Trial Run. Joku commanded sharply. In an instant, the three of them fled in different directions. Joku gripped the short sword tightly. As one of the bandaged puppets charged at him, he aimed for its neck and lunged forward. The blade pierced cleanly into the rotting flesh of the puppet. But it was utterly ineffective. Not a drop of blood was shed, nor did the creature exhibit any sign of pain. The puppet screeched wildly and lunged towards Joku. Fortunately, Joku reacted swiftly, withdrawing his sword and jumping back just in time. A few puppets surrounded him, but he was faster, slipping through a gap with agility. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his two companions. Zhang Yang swung an object resembling a chair at the puppets, while Tang Xin was lagging behind, gradually becoming encircled by the bandaged figures. Just as the sharp teeth of the puppet were about to sink into her, she desperately pulled out her divine card. Transform the square into myriad forms, establish the path of return. She shouted. In an instant, her figure vanished, only to reappear moments later in a distant corner. Joku recalled that Professor Qinyun possessed the same ability, instantaneous teleportation. As time ticked away, the puppets showed no sign of slowing down, and the trio continued to evade their relentless pursuit. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. Although the puppets moved slower, they seemed inexhaustible. The entire warehouse had become a trap. With no chance of escape, Zhang Yang suddenly faltered, his shoulder bitten by a puppet. He quickly kicked it away, dodging the surrounding corpses, but his movements were noticeably sluggish. What should they do? If this continued, they would eventually exhaust their strength and be overwhelmed by the horde of mummies. Joku tightened his grip on the divine card in his pocket. It was the King of Spades, with a formidable offensive ability to summon lightning. Yet, it could only be used once. Was it truly wise to deploy it here? Moreover, these monsters were seemingly indestructible. Its use might not alter their fate. Joku, I remember now, Tang Xin exclaimed from a distance. These creatures are called living dead. They are already dead, so no attack will affect them. Zhang Yang chimed in. Thanks for sharing that trivia. But you may not realize that we already discovered this through experience. Tang Xin frowned, deep in thought. Moments later, she shouted, fire. The only way to destroy them is by burning them. That's the true purpose of the lighter and gasoline canisters. Joku, light the fire quickly. Joku, still evading the onslaught of corpses, shouted back, no way. I've considered every possible option during this time. If Tang Xin thought of it, then I certainly have as well. Including setting a fire. Absolutely not. This warehouse is enclosed, and there are so many of these living dead. If we ignite a fire, the whole place will go up in flames, and we will be consumed by it. Joku, don't you have fire-resistant potion? Drink it. And what about you? There's only enough potion for one. We don't matter. You are our king. As long as you survive, that is enough. After fending off another attack from the living dead, Joku furiously pondered. Should he sacrifice his two teammates? Zhang Yang and Tang Xin were the only two supporters he had in the entire school. They had defied Yi Lingtian's threats to stand by his side. Yet, in this dire situation, they were unable to protect themselves. The scenario was clear. They could either set a fire and leave him to survive alone, or all perish here together. Tang Xin continued to shout from afar, hurry, Joku. Sacrifice us so you can live. Joku did not respond immediately. In this critical moment, he stood resolutely, forcing himself to block out all external noise. It was a profoundly difficult choice. What should he choose? The lives of two, or the lives of three? Joku chose to save all three. He opened his eyes abruptly, staring intently at the ceiling of the warehouse. There, a golden treasure chest glimmered faintly. The purpose of the king's trial was to open the treasure chest. This meant that as long as he could unlock it, the trial would conclude prematurely. Tang Xin, quickly teleport to that treasure chest. What? Tang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Hurry. Trust me. But I've never tried teleporting to such a height. I can't do it. You can. Tang Xin closed her eyes, grasping her block 5 card and murmuring softly. Countless living dead lunged towards her. Transform the square into myriad forms, establish the path of return. Just as the sharp teeth of the living dead were about to sink into Tang Xion's shoulder, she vanished. In the next moment, she found herself atop the treasure chest. In a flurry, she prepared to open it. Beep, civilian identity permissions too low to open the chest. She froze. Zhou, I can't open the king's chest. Zhou dodged attacks while rushing towards the chest below. What you need to do is not open the chest, but attract the horde. As Tang Xian approached the chest, countless living dead began to congregate in the center of the warehouse, beneath her. They clamored, extending their rotting, filthy hands. However, standing above, Tang Xian was out of their reach. Attracting the horde? Tang Xian looked down at the gathering living dead, seemingly understanding her role. The number of living dead swelled. The later arrivals began to climb atop the earlier ones, slowly forming a human mountain. Countless decaying arms and legs writhed and thrashed, but it still wasn't high enough. The topmost living dead remained a meter or so away from the chest. Not all the living dead were caught in this mound. A small portion still pursued Zhang and Zhou. Zhou noticed Tang Xian sitting silently atop the chest, deep in thought. Suddenly, her expression grew resolute. She picked up her divine card and aimed it at her wrist. The edge of the card was remarkably sharp, capable of acting as a small blade. With a swift motion, Tang Xian sliced her wrist, blood dripping down. Zhou was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Tang Xian let her wrist hang down. Swaying it towards the living dead, the best way to attract them is with the blood of the living. Indeed, the remaining living dead caught the scent of blood, their mouths agape as they murmured incoherently, blood, blood of the living. They swarmed towards the mound of flesh, climbing higher. Gradually, the mound grew taller. When the last living dead stood atop the flesh pile, it was less than half a meter away from Tang Xian. Now's the time. Zhou dashed towards the mound. Step by step, he climbed swiftly over the bodies of the living dead. Yes, Zhou utilized the living dead's instinct to chase the living, creating a human ladder. Originally, the treasure chest floated at the ceiling, unreachable without the teleportation ability. But with the human ladder formed by the living dead, Zhou easily ascended to the chest. He immediately touched the royal treasure chest, and the lid sprang open. Zhou swiftly retrieved its contents, a black staff adorned with a plum blossom motif. Ding! Trial completed. The chest instantly vanished. The writhing, growling corpses suddenly fell silent, their crimson glow in the eyes fading away, returning to their previous stillness. In the next moment, the human ladder collapsed with a resounding crash. Zhou and Tang Xian plummeted downwards, yet they remained unscathed, cushioned by the heap of corpses. It was over. Standing atop the mass of the undead, Zhou raised the spoils high. The light illuminated the staff, casting a dazzling radiance. Chapter 40. King-level artifact. The king's trial has concluded. The treasure chest descended, and the undead returned to their previous state of tranquility. They had succeeded. All three of them had survived. Are you all right? Let me bandage you. Zhou helped Tang Xian, who had collapsed amidst the undead. He deftly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around her injured wrist. So impressive, Zhang exclaimed, appearing from the side. One decisively cuts their wrist, while the other climbs atop the tide of corpses to open the treasure chest. But what is this thing inside the chest? Zhang picked up a black staff, curiosity evident on his face. Sigh, it would have been better if it were food. Zhou took the staff back, stating, "This is an artifact from the king's treasure chest. It is far superior to mere food." Beep. A prompt panel appeared at the right moment. Plum Blossom Staff, king-level artifact. The king possesses the authority to establish laws governing the realm. By wielding this staff, one can ascertain all the rules of this game. Additionally, the king may abolish one rule. To know all the game rules, in an instant, the golden staff shimmered, releasing silver mist that delineated 3 rules. 1. Killing earns points, but upon death, points are reset to 0. 2. Class suppression remains, yet individuals of the same class can compete in strength. 3. Only one king may exist. When the king stands alone, the trial concludes immediately. The rules are now thoroughly unveiled. Previously, Zhou had only acquired the first half of the rules within the king's card, but now, all rules were laid bare. Indeed, Zhou focused on the third rule. One must kill to earn points, yet if one dies, they forfeit everything. Simultaneously, the chain of restraint imposed limitations on killing. However, those of the same identity could still attack one another. Ultimately, the competition would only end with the last standing king. This implies Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian are adversaries. You may choose to erase one rule. Will you proceed? There was no rush. Zhou stored the king's staff away. Beep. King-level artifact activated. Suddenly, a loud system notification echoed, resonating throughout the entire island. What? Zhouke questioned in confusion. I didn't activate it. No. This sound did not originate from his wristwatch. It was an announcement for the entire examination venue. Attention, all examinees. King-level artifact. Cube staff has been activated. Cube staff? Zhouke felt an ominous premonition. A random King-S location has been revealed and fixed for 1 hour. Beep. The location of the Crimson Heart King has been disclosed. Zhouke, current position, warehouse at the low mountain. In the next moment, Zhouke felt his entire body freeze, rendered immobile. For but a brief instant, he was astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure and deduced the situation. King-level artifacts are not singular. If he could locate such an artifact, so too could Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian. One of them must have discovered the cube staff and utilized it. This staff could reveal a King-S location and immobilize them. Zhouke attempted to forcibly move his body, but it was futile. He felt as though he were paralyzed, utterly unresponsive. Is this the potency of a king-level artifact? You all, run. Zhouke stood rooted, forcing himself to move his lips to speak. My location has been exposed to the entire examination venue. Soon, the enemies will approach, and the two of you cannot withstand their assault. Zhang Yang, with disbelief etched on his face, asked, Zhouke, do you intend to face them alone? You can't even move. Zhouke replied calmly, I am aware. Thus, I have long since prepared for defeat. But you are different. Your identities are that of civilians. If I perish, you can still slay the king. Remember, the points for killing a king may be substantial. You might even rank high, perhaps even first. Victory is within your grasp. Go now, do not concern yourselves with me. Zhang Yang's gaze hardened. Impossible. Brother, we will never abandon you. Tang Xian nodded fervently. Indeed, we are teammates. Before the impending crisis, Zhouke did not choose to sacrifice his comrades. At this moment, his allies would not forsake him. Zhouke attempted once more to move, but to no avail. He lamented, You have seen it. I cannot even budge. Do not hesitate. The longer we delay, the greater the chance of enemy arrival. At this moment, Zhouke could vaguely hear the distant murmur of a crowd. Zhang Yang stood still, seemingly deep in thought. The next moment, he made a resolute decision, dropping to the ground and frantically digging through the pile of undead. What are you doing? Zhouke questioned, bewildered by Zhang Yang's frantic actions. I am concealing you. Zhang Yang succinctly replied. Since you cannot move, I will bury you within this heap of corpses. Do not forget, there is a hollow beneath this mound. You will be perfectly safe there. Zhang Yang, hurry, they are coming. Tang Xian anxiously glanced out the window. Then she scrutinized Zhouke, suddenly beginning to strip away his outer garment. What are you doing? Disguising myself as you. Tang Xian continued her actions without pause. Once she had removed Zhouke's outerwear, she draped it over herself. Your location has been revealed to everyone. When they arrive at this warehouse, if they do not see you, they will surely suspect you are hidden among this mound of undead. Therefore, we must have Zhouke in plain sight to divert their attention. Right. Zhang Yang, hand me the lighter from Zhouke's pocket. Tang Xian urged, her voice laced with urgency. What do you need the lighter for? Zhouke suddenly realized Tang Xian's intentions. Could it be? Zhang Yang quickly handed the lighter to Tang Xian. She smiled, albeit with a tinge of sorrow. Brother Zhouke, you once said that a lighter could conjure great magic. I wish to try. In no time, Zhang Yang had excavated the mound of undead, revealing the hollow where the treasure chest once lay, and placed the immobile Zhouke inside. Zhang Yang, you must come too. Tang Xian insisted, pushing Zhang Yang into the hollow as well. You need to stay with brother Zhouke. I cannot. I must stand with you against them. Yet, Tang Xian acted swiftly, burying both of them beneath the undead. Then, she stood atop the small mound, quietly awaiting the arrival of the crowd. At this moment, the warehouse presented a peculiar scene. Zhouke and Zhang Yang were concealed within the mound of undead, while Tang Xian stood above them, draped in Zhouke's coat, vigilantly awaiting the approaching throng. Zhouke, buried beneath the rotting stench of the undead, remained motionless. He could only hear countless footsteps flooding into the warehouse. At least dozens, if not hundreds, had arrived. The enemy was here. Is this Zhouke? He doesn't seem very tall, does he? There could be no mistake. Zhouke was immobilized, unable to escape. The system had pinpointed Zhouke's position, precisely where that person stood. Numerous voices of discussion reached Zhouke's ears. Through the gaps in the pile, he caught a glimpse of Tang Xian's silhouette. She was clad in Zhouke's attire, her body trembling slightly. Zhouke discerned that Tang Xian's voice quavered. yet it was resolutely firm. Intentionally lowering her tone, she mimicked Zhou Ke's speech. What? Yiling Tian dares not show his face personally, sending you to your doom? Fortunately, most of the adversaries had never heard Zhou Ke's voice and harbored no suspicions, merely believing that Zhou Ke's voice leaned slightly feminine. Yiling Tian? Huh. Zhou Ke, have you perhaps miscalculated something? A cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd. A robust male voice at the forefront bellowed with mirth. We are from the Spade Kingdom. What? Zhou Ke's mouth gaped in silent disbelief, unable to utter a sound. The Spade Kingdom? Su Qinshi? How could this be? Had they not forged an alliance? To speak frankly, it was the princess herself who opened the royal treasure chest and employed the artifact. It was she who personally commanded the nation to hunt you down. No, it cannot be. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Ke felt his nerves numb. Su Qinshi had betrayed him? Chapter 41. The obtrusive package. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xian's voice trembled, clearly in disbelief regarding Su Qinshi's betrayal. The Spade Kingdom and the Heart Kingdom had long since formed an alliance. You must be from the Square Kingdom, sent here to sow discord. The leader drew closer. Smirking, you are about to die. Do I really need to instigate anything? Once I kill you, only one king will remain. The game is nearing its conclusion. He inched closer. Zhou Ke, peering through a gap, caught a glimpse of the man's face, marked by a prominent scar. Instantly, he recalled where he had seen him before. During the title contest, this scarred face had ascended to kingship through murder, only to be slain by a chubby boy employing clever tactics. One phrase from the scarred man left Zhou Ke baffled. Once I kill you, only one king will remain. The game is nearing its conclusion. The implications were profound. Firstly, this scarred individual evidently understood the rule that there can only be one king. Aside from Zhou Ke and his two companions from the Heart Kingdom, only Su Qinshi was privy to this rule. Perhaps, she had communicated this rule to all her teammates through her wristwatch. This confirmed that the scarred man was indeed from the Spade Kingdom. Secondly, the assertion that killing Zhou Ke would leave only one king indicated that either Su Qinshi or Yiling Tian was already deceased. Considering there were nearly 500 individuals active on the island, conflicts and battles were inevitable. At this moment, only two kings remained alive. Zhou Ke, having hidden here, was surely unaware of the events transpiring outside. The scarred man grinned maliciously. Since the game is ending anyway, I might as well tell you. I am indeed from the Spade Kingdom. However, I am also aligned with Yiling Tian. I followed his orders to join the Spade Kingdom, extracting countless pieces of intelligence from Princess Su. I killed Su Qinshi and seized her wristwatch. Since you are to die as well, it matters not if I divulge what transpired. The scarred man began recounting the events that unfolded outside. An hour prior, at the Great Lake, Su Qinshi, clad in a diving suit, navigated the lake's depths. Using her divine card, she conjured a machete, incessantly slicing through the aquatic vegetation while surveying the lake's muddy bottom. Countless of her Spade Kingdom teammates, under her direction, were also scouring the underwater terrain. Someone in the Spade Kingdom chat panel mentioned that a king-level treasure chest lay hidden within the lake. Su Qinshi would not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. Not far away, amidst the muck, a golden treasure chest sparkled enticingly. She had found it. Swiftly, she swam over and touched the chest. A text window immediately appeared. King-level treasure chest. Do you wish to initiate the King's trial? Su Qinshi nodded slightly. The King's trial has commenced. In the next moment, numerous half-human, half-fish creatures emerged around the chest. She swiftly activated her divine card abilities, transforming her weapon into a trident and attacking the swarm of monsters. The scarred man happened to be nearby and rushed over to assist. Armed with a dagger, he fought valiantly against the mare creatures. Both wielders of spade abilities quickly dispatched all the fishmen. After successfully passing the trial, Su Qinshi reopened the treasure chest. Inside, she retrieved a red scepter adorned with a square-shaped emblem. Square scepter. Upon use, it randomly reveals the location of one king and fixes them in place for 1 hour. The scarred man's teammate immediately accessed the wristwatch panel and typed, "Princess, this item is incredibly powerful. Use it now." Su Qinshi shook her head and replied through her wristwatch, "No, its effect is random. It could very well expose Zhou Ke's location." The scarred man, puzzled, asked, "Why have you allied with Zhou Ke? Isn't he your enemy?" Su Qinshi simply typed a few characters. "I owe him a favor. We agreed to ally. I keep my promises. I never go back on my word." Afterward, she carefully stowed the scepter away. Suddenly, puffed, a sharp pain surged through her back. Instantly, a cloud of crimson mist spread through the water. She turned in astonishment. The scarred man grinned wickedly, clutching the glimmering dagger in his hand. He mouthed, "Sorry, I'm the traitor." He reached out and severed the oxygen line of Su Chinxi's diving suit. She felt an intense agony in her lower back, her body weakening, accompanied by a suffocating dizziness that blurred her vision. The scepter was snatched away, and without hesitation, the scarred man utilized it immediately. King-level item has been used. It seemed a system prompt echoed, but Su Chinxi's consciousness was dissipating, rendering her unable to discern what the system had announced. She felt a tug on her wrist. It was her wristwatch. The scarred man had taken it. Su Chinxi attempted to resist, but her strength waned, and her awareness began to fade. The scarred man manipulated her wristwatch, then sent, "The alliance with Zhou Ku is nullified. All units gather at the Low Hill warehouse. Eliminate him." As Su Chinxi's body descended, her silver hair unfurled. In the final moment before closing her eyes, she beheld the scarred man's grotesque smile. She felt the icy, bone-chilling water of the lake enveloping her, watching helplessly as she sank further from the surface. With the spreading blood mist, she continued to plummet. The silver-haired princess drowned at the lake's bottom. Zhou Ku listened to the scarred man's self-satisfied recounting, his fists clenched tightly. Alas, he could not move. Otherwise, he would never have hidden amidst this pile of corpses, watching Tang Xian confront these adversaries. He saw Tang Xian's complexion turn pale, and she managed to utter 2 words, "Beast." In an instant, she cast off her hood and raised a small black spherical object. "Do you recognize this?" Tang Xian's voice was no longer subdued. The scarred man's expression changed abruptly. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian held up a lighter, whispering, "Brother Zhou Ku, I deceived you. I can use a lighter." Zhou Ku's pupils dilated in understanding. She intended to ignite the concentrated bomb, taking the enemies down with her. He yearned to shout, but no sound emerged from his throat. Crack! Tang Xian ignited the lighter, moving it toward the bomb's fuse. The scarred man stared at Tang Xian, bewildered. You are not Zhou Ku. Who are you?" Zhou Ku observed as Tang Xian's pale face bore a trace of a smile. "Me? I'm merely bait to draw your attention. Scientifically known as the obtrusive package." Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Blinding white light burst forth. The air in the entire warehouse seemed to ignite in an instant. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, and bricks fell. Countless enemies fled in panic, and the scarred man's triumphant grin vanished entirely. In the wake of the concentrated bomb's overwhelming force, none could escape. As Zhou Ku lost consciousness, his final glimpse was of Tang Xian's blood-stained smile. Subsequently, her body was torn apart by the explosion. Outside the examination hall, the data panel displayed total survivors, 902, Spade Kingdom, 614, Square Kingdom, 386, Heart Kingdom, 2. The remaining count for the Heart Kingdom dwindled from 3 to 2. Exhaustion enveloped him, his body heavy as lead, and Zhou Ku longed for eternal slumber. Yet, the biting cold and gnawing hunger tormented him, compelling him to pry his eyes open. He propped himself up, realizing he had escaped his bindings and could move freely. The time constraint had elapsed, and the immobilizing effect of the cube's scepter had dissipated. Surrounding him was a dim haze, as if he were entombed beneath a mountain of debris. He was buried deep, with a rotting, putrid corpse of a living dead pressing above him, followed by the rubble of a bombed warehouse. It felt as though an eternity had passed, for he was utterly drained of strength, his sole desire to consume a morsel of food and sip some water. Struggling, his leg inadvertently struck something alive. Through the faint light filtering through the gaps overhead, Zhou Ku discerned a bloodied visage. "Zhang Yang." He hurriedly shook him awake. "What? Where are we?" Zhang Yang murmured upon awakening. They must still be in the warehouse. The outside world had fallen silent. Tang Xian had sacrificed herself to protect them. The enemy should be eradicated. Covered by the living dead, they had shielded themselves from the blast, thus surviving. "Zhang Yang, we must find a way out." "Yes. Let us escape." Zhang Yang's voice was frail, revealing his dire hunger. Zhou Ku cast his gaze upwards, beginning to claw away at the living dead that encased them. Suddenly, Zhang Yang inhaled sharply, pain lacing his breath. "Zhou Ku, I think I can't get out." "What's wrong?" Zhou Ku glanced in his direction. Zhang Yang's leg was impaled by a fallen steel rebar. The flesh around the wound had darkened and congealed, the blood long dried. Zhang Yang, clearly aware of his plight, lamented, "I wondered why my leg hurt so much." "Zhou Ku, I am on the brink of collapse. I am in pain, dizzy, exhausted, and starving. I don't think I can escape with you. Joku responded immediately, don't speak nonsense. Just wait. I will carve a path for us to escape. He intensified his efforts, clawing at bricks, metal shards, and the bodies of the living dead. Yet, his strength waned. Prolonged deprivation of sustenance had left him utterly spent. His nails were caked with blood and grime. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Can you hear me? Joku? Zhongyang. The voice belonged to Professor Chen Yun. Chapter 42. Brother, you smell divine. I am Chen Yun, observing the students from outside the examination hall. You are currently entombed in debris, your physical condition deteriorating rapidly. You are besieged by the dual threats of asphyxiation and starvation. The AI has assessed your probability of dying from hunger at 93.7. Nevertheless, you can directly apply to forfeit this examination and be transported outside the hall. After all, we do not wish for the students to endure such torment. Forfeit? What nonsense! Joku replied resolutely. Professor, I refuse to give up. The life that Tang Xian sacrificed for mine shall not be squandered in vain. Yet, even if you do not surrender, your ultimate fate is still to perish in this rubble. Your current physical state does not permit an escape from this desolation. Joku furrowed his brow. No, I can endure. I will absolutely escape. Joku. The AI reiterates that your probability of dying from hunger is 93.7, and the remaining 6.3 accounts for other unforeseen accidents. The likelihood of you emerging from this debris without consuming anything is precisely 0. Joku shouted defiantly. Even if it's 0, I will fight. Joku. A faint voice emerged, clearly indicating that Zhang Yang had reached his limit. Joku was taken aback and immediately responded. However, Zhang Yang can forfeit. He need not suffer any longer. Joku understood that the injuries inflicted within this examination were merely simulations. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to reality, he would be restored to vitality. No, I cannot forfeit, Zhang Yang insisted, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Professor, I apologize, but I too refuse to give up. Very well. I wish you both luck. The voice hesitated for a moment before vanishing. Joku queried, Zhang Yang, why do you not choose to leave the examination hall? You need not endure such agony. Zhang Yang groaned. If I withdraw, my body will also cease to exist. My body, it possesses flesh and blood. It is sustenance. Joku, you must be hungry as well. You have not had a drop of water or a morsel of food for 2 whole days. Joku's pupils dilated in realization, comprehending the weight of Zhang Yang's words. He shouted, Zhang Yang, what are you babbling about? We can escape together. Joku, do you recall what you said when I consumed your bread? Joku felt chills run down his spine, murmuring, that was a jest, you need not. Take it seriously. Zhang Yang managed a weak smile. Joku, that meal, consider it a debt. What is borrowed must be repaid. Joku opened his mouth silently, yet no words escaped. Now, it is time for me to repay the debt. Joku, you too are hungry, are you not? You heard the professor's words. Without ingesting anything, you cannot possibly escape. Zhang Yang's voice suddenly rose. Joku, kill me. Joku shook his head vehemently. No matter what, I cannot commit such an act. Joku. Zhang Yang summoned his remaining strength to call Joku's name. I have sustained grave injuries. If you do not kill me, I shall perish from starvation or blood loss. Both methods of dying are excruciating. I fear pain, Zhang Yang murmured. Tears welled in Joku's eyes. He forced himself to remain resolute and declared, it is still impossible. Do you think that stabbing you with a dagger will spare you from pain? Zhang Yang chuckled softly, his voice dwindling. Joku, have you forgotten? Or are you simply disoriented from hunger? It appears my genius roommate also has his foolish moments. Zhang Yang seemed to teeter on the brink of unconsciousness, speaking in fragmented thoughts, as if not fully cognizant. Joku recognized the sincerity in his words. What? Zhang Yang, what do you suggest I have forgotten? Zhang Yang moved slowly but with determination, gesturing towards his pocket. The gun. There is a firearm in my pocket. It contains but a single bullet. A chill coursed through Joku's body. Do not speak any further. Do not say another word. Yet, Zhang Yang continued unabated. Joku, you mentioned that this bullet should be preserved, for it may prove invaluable. So it was meant for me. Joku forced himself to avert his gaze, then frantically began to dig through the rubble encasing them. Enough with this nonsense. I am close to breaking free. I am nearly at the point of escape. But the gnawing hunger left him dizzy, his stomach twisted in agony, and his hands grew weak. Zhouke, Zhouke, Zhang Yang shouted with the last of his strength. In my life, and then fulfill your destiny. Zhouke's actions halted. Act swiftly, Zhouke. My entire being aches. Grant me a swift release. It would also serve as my liberation. Zhouke regarded him silently, contemplating for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, trembling, he reached into Zhang Yang's pocket and retrieved the gun. He raised it, yet it felt as though he could not steady his hand, ultimately lowering it weakly. With a deep sigh, Zhouke handed the firearm back to Zhang Yang. I cannot bring myself to do it. You must take charge. Zhang Yang smiled, aiming the gun at his temple. Brother, once you emerge, ensure you achieve victory. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. Zhang Yang's hand fell limply, the gun slipping from his grasp. Zhouke gently cradled Zhang Yang's body, closing his eyes softly. After fulfilling what needed to be done, strength gradually returned to him. He began to dig fervently through the debris, utilizing his nails, the dagger, and salvaged steel rods as tools. Ultimately, he glimpsed the starry night sky above. Zhouke had emerged. Who goes there? To his surprise, another figure stood guard amidst the ruins. Without waiting for a response, Zhouke lunged forward, plunging the dagger into the intruder's chest. His eyes sparkled with vengeful fervor. The individual barely had time to utter a second word before collapsing in a struggle for breath. Zhouke stood resolute amidst the carnage, surrounded by countless charred corpses. Among the remains, a figure with a dagger and blood-stained lips stood vigil. Chapter 43. Fire and Thunder. Zhouke was consumed by a thirst for vengeance, for Zhang Yang, Tang Xian, and Su Qinzi had all met their demise. He was oblivious to the number of conspirators involved in the plot against Su Qinzi, nor did he know how many had conspired against him. The only thing he could resolve to do was to eliminate them all. With a brooding expression, Zhouke murmured to himself as the howling winds swept across the island at night, causing the trees to sway ominously. The wind's wailing resembled the mournful cries of tormented souls from the depths of hell. The gusts billowed Zhouke's coat as he raised a hand, gripping a black staff, the plum blossom staff, which held the power to nullify any rule. At that moment, Zhouke had already devised his plan of action. I choose to erase the second rule. As he uttered those words, the chains of restraint dissolved instantly. An announcement reverberated through the examination grounds. Attention all examinees. King-level item, Plum Blossom Staff, has been activated. Rules are now in flux. User. Zhouke. Countless examinees looked up, gazing at the message. Yet they remained unaware of the nature of the rule that had been altered. They were even more oblivious to the fact that a harbinger of death was awakening. With the disappearance of this rule, be they commoners, nobles, or kings, they would all become Zhouke's prey. All constraints that had impeded his slaughter were now lifted. Zhouke lowered his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting Tang Xian's lifeless body, charred and blackened, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the night sky. He gently cradled her head, tenderly closing her eyelid, then reached for her clenched palm. Tang Xian, I know you had a lighter, but your magic was only half complete. Allow me to finish what you started. He retrieved the silver lighter. The wind continued to howl around him as he moved with somber determination towards a nearby gasoline barrel. He poured the gasoline over the heap of reanimated corpses, their tattered wrappings serving as excellent kindling. Next, he drew a bottle of fire retardant from his pocket and drained it in one go. With a swift motion, he hurled the empty bottle to the ground, where it shattered with a crisp sound. He ignited the lighter, whispering softly, as if echoing the voice of death, fire can create great magic. The lighter slipped from his fingers. Boom. Flames erupted instantaneously. With the aid of the gasoline and the corpses, they spread like a crimson serpent. The wind continued to howl as the trees swayed in rhythm. The fire intensified, first igniting the pile of corpses, then swiftly engulfing the forest with the ferocity of the wind. The entire island was cloaked in flames, signifying that this inferno would consume the entire land. Long before Zhouke had laid eyes on the island map provided by Tang Xian, a plan had taken root in his mind. This island was shrouded in dense forests. A mere spark could incinerate it entirely. A tiny flame could set the world ablaze, and no one could escape. As the fire spread, Zhouke, with a grim demeanor, strolled leisurely amidst the flames. Soon, the forest was filled with the anguished cries of countless souls, desperately fleeing the clutches of the fire god. Occasionally, some noticed Zhouke walking through the inferno, but they lacked the time to heed him. The flames ultimately engulfed the entire island. In the distance, Zhouke spotted Yi Lingtian, frantically escaping the blaze. Yi Lingtian had never taken the initiative to attack, instead remaining hidden deep within the forest, directing his subordinates to search for kings and engage in battle with the Spade Kingdom. Now, however, he was forced to flee from the raging inferno. Zhou Ke raised his eyes and caught a glimpse of Yi Lingtian's terrified gaze, astonished at Zhou Ke's apparent immunity to the flames. Then he noticed the gasoline barrel in Zhou Ke's hand. It was Zhou Ke who had ignited the conflagration. Zhou Ke made his way towards him, his clothing stained with blood, the wind whipping around his coat, while behind him, the fire blazed ominously. In that moment, he resembled a demon arising from a mountain of corpses in hell. Yi Gu, the lake. Hurry to the lake. A throng of people fled with Yi Lingtian. They were not fools. The island's land was engulfed in forests. The only refuge from the encroaching flames was the central lake. Countless individuals leaped into the water, while those unable to escape were left as charred remains. The number of examinees dwindled rapidly. The panel outside the examination grounds displayed over 900 survivors. But now it fluctuated rapidly before settling on a single, unyielding number, 65. Only these 65 individuals had managed to find sanctuary in the lake, praying for the flames to subside. Yet, Zhou Ke would not grant them that mercy. Since Yi Lingtian and his companions were aware that the lake provided refuge from the fire, Zhou Ke had anticipated this as well. He had studied the map. He knew that the sole area unscathed by trees and capable of evading the forest fire was the central lake. While hiding in the water could indeed prevent them from being burned alive, it would not shield them from aerial assaults. Zhou Ke would provide no opportunity for escape. His sole objective was to extinguish every last life in retribution for his fallen comrades. None would be spared. Zhou Ke slowly approached the lake's surface, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon the equally frigid waters. He raised his head and produced his divine card, the King of Spades. He had withheld the powers of his divine card, saving it for this pivotal moment. Water may extinguish flames, but it offers no protection against lightning. To the contrary, water is an excellent conductor of electricity. Zhou Ke focused on his divine card, feeling the surge of magical essence. The atmosphere shifted, becoming dry and oppressive as the sky darkened ominously. The sound of thunder rolled ominously in the distance. Zhou Ke recited the incantation to summon lightning, his voice whispering like the harbinger of death. Spades shatter the legions. King, bring forth the heavenly thunder. The sky transformed dramatically. The winds whipped violently, and thunder rumbled. Boom. With a resounding crash, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down at Zhou Ke's command. This lightning blazed like a brilliant white light, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. In an instant, the lake shimmered with brilliance, as countless individuals submerged within it let out silent screams, thrashing in vain. Yet none could escape. As the electric current coursed through the water, it claimed the lives of all who sought refuge. Bodies began to surface, one after another. Outside the examination grounds, the panel displaying the remaining survivors fluctuated wildly, plummeting rapidly, 65, 43, 22, 17, 5, until it finally settled on a single, definitive number, 1. In the relentless onslaught of fire and thunder, Zhou Ke stood as the sole survivor. By this moment, the initial count of over 900 individuals had been ruthlessly decimated by Zhou Ke within a mere half hour. Zhou Ke gradually sank to the ground, gazing at the rippling surface of the lake. At that moment, the sky crackled with lightning, the inferno blazed behind him, the winds howled around him, and corpses bobbed in the water. In the center of it all sat the world's only eternal, solitary king. He gently reclined upon the scorching earthen ground, whispering softly, "Magic, a flawless finale." Chapter 44. The sole victor. A sense of dizziness enveloped him. Flames, thunder, boiling waters. At this moment, all vanished. The familiar playground came into view once more. Here, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze rustled, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Everything was tranquil and harmonious. It felt as though the tumultuous events of the examination hall had merely been a dream. Countless students gradually awakened, glancing around as if still adjusting to their surroundings. Zhou Ke remained seated, immobile. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply, anchoring his emotions back to reality. The data display ahead clearly indicated remaining survivors. 1. Ranking results. 1. Zhou Ke, 15,000 points. 2. XXX, 0 points. 3. XXX, 0 points. XXX, all other students. Save Zhou Ke, scored a mere 0. Yet Zhou had amassed an astounding score exceeding 10,000. All the freshmen, in unison, turned their gazes toward him. However, Zhou's expression remained one of serene indifference. With an overwhelming victory, he was undeniably the champion. On the stage, Senior Liu Yingming seemed momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he was the first to break the silence with applause. Initially, he clapped alone. Zhang Yang was the second to join in. Upon returning to reality, the pangs of hunger and pain dissipated. In this moment, he quietly applauded his teammate, celebrating the triumph of the Red Heart Nation. Tang Xian also came back to her senses, slowly joining in the applause. Su Qinxi was the fourth, having exited early. She had witnessed Zhou's victory from outside the examination hall. Sitting elegantly, her applause was the loudest of all. Gradually, a multitude began to clap, the sound crescendoing, echoing throughout the campus. They unanimously recognized Zhou as the rightful champion. Of course, there remained a few, like Yi Lingtian, stubbornly seated, unmoved. Yet their presence failed to dampen the collective euphoria. The entire campus network erupted. The spectacle of Zhou igniting the entire island and summoning thunderous skies spread like wildfire across the online community. Even the upperclassmen had never witnessed such a feat during the freshman assessment. Undoubtedly, Zhou delivered an unprecedented, spectacular competition for the entire school. Senior Liu Yingming picked up the microphone. Please, the indisputable champion of the freshman assessment, share your acceptance speech. Zhou remained still for a moment. Then, he gradually stood up, lowering his head as he walked slowly. His pace was deliberate, his expression shrouded in shadow, making it difficult for others to decipher. Zhou did not glance around. He simply walked forward, step by step. Upon reaching the stage, he placed his foot upon the steps. Though the ascent was not long, Zhou moved slowly, as if a king proceeding to his coronation, welcoming his crown. Finally, he arrived on stage. Zhou accepted the microphone. Countless eyes were fixed upon him. After experiencing this heart-stopping comprehensive assessment, they all wondered what this sole victor would articulate. Zhou slowly lifted his head, cleared his throat, and shifted his demeanor. Ahem, do you all remember that voting thread on campus? The one betting on who would win, with the victor splitting 100,000 yuan? I just want to say, please have that poster swiftly transfer the money to me. I voted for Zhou. Whether or not I'm the champion doesn't concern me. Primarily, I could use the funds. His tone suggested that the monumental act of having vanquished nearly 1,000 opponents was merely a trivial matter to him. He returned the microphone, stretched lazily, and departed with nonchalance. Below, all the freshmen were left dumbfounded. A person with merely 3 teammates, who had single-handedly obliterated nearly all the other freshmen to claim victory, had chosen to merely request the swift disbursement of his prize during his acceptance speech. What an epitome of delight. So, Professor, where are we headed now? Zhou inquired in the elevator. Professor Chinyan smiled. Of course, we are going to grant you your reward. Zhou's eyes sparkled. The divine relic? Professor Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed. The school's promises to its students must be fulfilled. Initially, I thought the principal was mad to offer such a treasure as a reward. However, after witnessing your performance in the freshman assessment, my perspective has completely shifted. You truly deserve this relic. Zhou humbly chuckled. Oh, it was merely luck. Professor Chen playfully pinched his cheek. Luck alone cannot render you the sole victor in the 3 assessments. She was absolutely correct. Zhou had achieved overwhelming victories in each of the 3 evaluations. In the first, the lineage assessment, his magical essence level was the highest among all freshmen. Zhou scored an astonishing 43 points, far surpassing the second place Su Qinxi's 15 points. In the second assessment, the aptitude test, although it was abruptly halted, Zhou accomplished what no one had ever achieved before. He defeated the assassins of the Skeleton Society. The third assessment, the comprehensive evaluation, was even more remarkable. Zhou single-handedly eliminated all remaining contestants, securing his title as the rightful champion. Therefore, this divine relic rightfully belongs to you. Zhou inquired with curiosity. So, Professor, what exactly is this divine relic? Why must we take the elevator underground to retrieve it? Professor Chun mysteriously raised a finger to her lips. The underground is the school's storage room, filled with an array of wondrous artifacts. As for what the divine relic truly is, you will discover that upon arrival. With that, Professor Chen suddenly posed a question. Zhou, do you wish to become a deity? Zhou paused, gazing into Professor Chen's eyes. Her usual levity was replaced by a hint of seriousness. Thus, Zhou Ku replied earnestly, I do not know. Professor Chen was taken aback. You do not know? Zhou Ku nodded. Correct. I have heard that by continuously ascending the divine cards, one can elevate their status in society. Even reaching the highest tier, one can become a deity. However, I would prefer to become a noble, earn a bit more money, and obtain a small enterprise. After all, I come from humble beginnings and fear poverty. Yet, I harbor no strong desire to become a deity. Professor Chen regarded him thoughtfully. That may be because your time has not yet come. Humanity cannot resist the longing for power. One day, you will yearn intensely to become a deity. Zhou Ku politely inquired. So, Professor Chen, your question was not merely to gauge the thoughts of an 18-year-old boy, was it? Professor Chen smiled. Of course not. I merely wish to know if you would choose to collect all the divine relics. Zhou Ku appeared puzzled. Collecting all the divine relics? Is that related to becoming a deity? Ding! The elevator reached the lowest level. Professor Chen gestured for him to walk alongside her while conversing. You may not yet be aware. This matter is known only to a select few. To become a deity, aside from elevating the divine cards to the highest level, there is another method. That is to collect all 14 divine relics. Professor Chen led Zhou Ku to a small safe, then smiled. Now, you are about to receive one of those 14. She entered a password, and the safe clicked open. Inside, there lay a crystal skull, quietly resting. Zhou Ku carefully took it out. The eye sockets of the skull were profound, and Zhou Ku felt as if he were being drawn into their depths. He quickly shook his head and averted his gaze. Chen Yun, still wearing a smile, explained. This treasure is known as the skull of the prophet. It is one of the 14 divine relics in the world. Legend has it that it is the skull of a deity that fell from grace. Zhou Ku felt the chilling touch of the skull and inquired, so, what purpose does this skull serve? Professor Chen waved her hand dismissively. I cannot say for certain. Surprised, Zhou Ku paused. Perhaps you should ask it yourself? Professor Chen replied with a mysterious smile. The skull of the prophet is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. Chapter 45. The skull of the prophet. The skull of the prophet, one of the 14 divine relics, is rumored to harbor the soul of an omniscient deity. It possesses the capacity to impart knowledge, avert calamities, and even foretell the future. To date, no one has been able to unlock the full potential of this crystalline skull. Currently, this divine artifact is stored in the underground repository of the divine school. With a resounding clap, Zhou Ku closed a hefty tome. The moment he acquired this divine relic, he hastened to the school library to peruse relevant materials. He had learned that each of the 14 divine relics was immensely powerful, each with the potential to shake the very foundations of the world. Collecting all 14 would allow one to ascend to divinity. Such a formidable treasure was now in Zhou Ku's possession. He had pondered why such a powerful artifact would be awarded to students and had directly questioned Professor Chen Yun about it. However, she merely stated that it was the principal's decision. With a sigh, Zhou Ku picked up the glowing green skull once more, gazing into its hollow eye sockets. Hello. A voice, ethereal and devoid of emotion, suddenly echoed in his mind. Zhou Ku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The literature had mentioned that the skull housed the soul of a deity, implying that the skull of the prophet was, in fact, alive. Greetings, I am Zhou Ku, your current possessor. After a brief pause, the skull responded, Deities have no possessors. You merely hold my skull. This deity seemed to possess a degree of self-esteem. What can you do? Zhou Ku inquired promptly. I lack a physical form, yet I possess boundless knowledge, understanding the laws governing all existence. In other words, I comprehend everything, including this world's past, present, and future. Zhou Ku's eyes brightened. Really? You understand all. Can you answer any question I pose? Naturally. Let us begin. Which came first? The chicken or the egg? The trolley problem. If a trolley is about to run over 5 people tied to the tracks, but you can pull a lever to divert it, causing it to run over one innocent bystander instead, would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus. If a great ship continuously replaces its damaged parts until every component has been exchanged, is it still the same ship? The skull of the prophet fell silent. After 2 seconds, it remarked, These are meaningless questions, mere riddles of intellect. You wouldn't happen to be oblivious to the answers and are attempting to confuse me, would you? The challenge method is ineffective against deities. I had expected you to pose more valuable and significant inquiries. Zhou Ku understood. It appeared that the skull was merely a charlatan of divination. The skull lapsed into silence once more. Just as Zhou Ku began to dismiss the skull of the prophet's capabilities, it spoke again. If I were you, I would ask, what were my mother's last words? Zhou Ku was taken aback. How would you know that? Before you, I have encountered countless possessors. Some became wealthy merchants through the knowledge I provided. Others entered the court and became influential politicians. Still, others became invincible generals. My previous possessor successfully ascended to the position of principal based on my counsel. Therefore, please cease questioning my capabilities. It is merely a waste of time. Very well. Zhou Ku decided against further jesting with the deity and began to contemplate more serious inquiries. To be candid, Zhou Ku was a traveler from another realm, and his understanding of this world was woefully limited. The varieties of divine abilities, the logic governing societal dynamics, how to elevate his magical essence level, and the specifics of ascending to divinity were all unclear to him. However, these were ordinary pieces of knowledge that he would eventually grasp with the passage of time. Thus, the questions he needed to ask should be of greater significance, ones that would be challenging to answer. After much deliberation, Zhou Ku formulated 3 questions in his mind. 1. There are 52 types of divine, yet why did I receive the Joker, which is outside this classification? 2. Who was responsible for the death of my parents? What were my mother's last words? 3. Why is my magical essence level so high? Am I truly just an ordinary commoner? He blurted out all 3 questions in one breath. The skull of the prophet continued to emanate a soft green glow, and after 2 seconds, it replied, Your magical essence level is too low. Which of my questions does that answer? Zhou Ku asked. I did not respond. I merely stated a fact. I possess independent thought, which is not erroneous. However, I also require a mental link with my possessor to communicate accurately with you. The magical essence level of the possessor also determines the upper limit of the questions I can answer. All the questions you posed are significant. The answers to these inquiries are not something someone with a magical essence level below 100 can comprehend. Understood. You look down upon my mere 43 points of magical essence and refuse to assist me. Zhou Ku realized that even deities could exhibit biases based on perceived power levels. The skull paused, seemingly taken aback. 43 points? No, that is merely a remnant of the past. While you have yet to break the 100-point barrier, your current magical essence level is considerably higher than 43. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku felt a surge of excitement. Had his magical essence level increased? It was important to note that the magical essence level represented combat power in this world. Even a slight enhancement signified a step towards greater strength. Among all first-year students, his magical essence level was the strongest, yet he was not the strongest in the entire school. Upperclassmen, particularly those who led various student organizations, undoubtedly possessed higher magical essence levels. Then what is my current magical essence level? I cannot disclose that information. However, you will find out in tomorrow's class. Oh, are you making a prophecy? Can you truly see into the future? Zhou Ku's interest was piqued once more. The skull of the prophet ceased to respond. No matter how Zhou Ku pressed, it remained uncommunicative, akin to a dormant entity. Sighing, he placed the skull into his backpack. By the way, the skull's voice echoed softly. In tomorrow's class, you will die. Zhou Ku froze. Had it made a prophecy, or was it cursing him? Unless you bring a lighter, it may save your life. Chapter 46. Fundamentals of Magical Essence. Zhou Ku. What a coincidence. A clear and crisp female voice resonated. Zhou Ku, stifling a yawn as he made his way to the lecture hall for his early class, was unexpectedly approached. Turning around, he saw Su Qinxi, impeccably dressed and standing tall, strolling towards him. Hi, Zhou Ku greeted curtly. Su Qinxi reached his side and asked, Are you headed to the Fundamentals of Magical Essence course as well? Zhou Ku yawned again. Ah yes. Starting class at 8 in the morning is rather extreme. For high school students, a 6 o'clock start is standard. But for someone like me, a university student, 8 o'clock is quite a challenge. Su Qinxi smiled lightly. You should be cautious not to arrive late. The instructor for this course is Professor Yuan Xing, and his temperament is rather notorious. Furthermore, it is said that he places significant weight on students' lineage. Those from lesser noble backgrounds are often disregarded. Zhou Ku shrugged indifferently. Let him be. He teaches his, and I learn mine. I finished the entire textbook last night anyway. Su Qinxi's eyes widened in surprise. You, already a genius, have put in so much effort. As they walked side by side along the school path, they attracted the attention of numerous students, who whispered amongst themselves. Zhou Ku noticed the commotion and remarked, Su Qinxi, having a princess accompany a mere commoner to class might tarnish your image. Look, everyone is watching you. Su Chinsi paused in surprise and then suddenly covered her mouth, giggling. They are all looking at me? Do you really think they are looking at me? Isn't it so? Zhouke shook his head, finally glancing at the crowd. Nearby, clusters of young girls were gazing at him with admiration. As they passed, Zhouke faintly heard phrases like, "Wow, it seems Zhouku is looking this way." Nonsense, he clearly nodded at me. Zhouku is even more handsome in person than in the campus videos. Do you think if we approached him for contact information, he would oblige? Did you not see Su Chinsi beside him? You stand no chance against the princess. Feigning ignorance, Zhouke hurried past. Su Chinsi maintained her cheerful demeanor. After the 3 major freshman assessments, your reputation has soared above mine. With the coveted divine artifact in your possession, you are already a figure of renown in the school. Were I not a princess, I would hesitate to walk alongside you. Zhouke humbly responded, "Oh, princess, please refrain from teasing me. Your popularity among the boys is no less than mine." After exchanging a few rounds of mutual flattery, they entered the classroom. Silence. After the class bell rang, a middle-aged male professor entered. He sported a neatly trimmed beard, his hair meticulously combed, and his gaze was stern. After scanning the classroom, all students fell silent. The professor wrote his name on the blackboard. Yuan Xing instantly. A palpable tension filled the air. Students were well aware that Professor Yuan was the strictest instructor in the entire school. My class only admits the best and brightest, Yuan Xing continued, his serious expression unwavering as he scrutinized the students. Those seated here are primarily the elite among the freshmen. Therefore, I expect not to see the same chaotic state as I did upon entering this classroom. He paused, his gaze never ceasing its inspection. I have noticed that most of you come from respectable backgrounds. This is commendable, for I have always upheld one principle: lineage supersedes all. At this declaration, Zhouku, leaning languidly on his desk with one hand supporting his chin, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Su Chinsi, who seemed to slightly furrow her brow at Yuan Xing's words. It was understandable. Yuan Xing's ideology was one of blood supremacy, while Su Chinsi had always advocated for class equality. However, Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice. I have also observed that our class is not devoid of students from lesser noble backgrounds. A few students of modest noble descent shifted nervously in their seats. Even more so, Yuan Xing's gaze landed squarely on Zhouku. There are commoners sitting in my class. Everyone understood whom the professor was referring to and turned their eyes towards Zhouku. He remained half-slumped on his desk, eyes half closed. It was not that he lacked interest in the lecture. Rather, the middle-aged professor had yet to delve into the actual teaching, droning on with uninteresting remarks. Zhouke had no inclination to raise his head. Perhaps some believe themselves to be geniuses, thinking they can sleep in my class? Zhouke finally opened his eyes, calmly meeting his gaze. Zhouku, answer my question. How many levels are there for divine cards? Upon hearing Yuan Xing's question, countless students began quietly flipping through their books. The topic of divine card levels appeared only in the later chapters of the Fundamentals of Magical Essence course. Yet, Zhouku had already perused the material thoroughly, allowing him to respond effortlessly. 7 levels. Yuan Xing had anticipated that Zhouku, being of common birth, would possess limited knowledge on the subject. Thus, he was taken aback by Zhouku's swift reply, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Many classmates also turned to observe, their eyes widening. Yuan Xing, momentarily astonished, quickly pressed on, what are the 7 levels? How are they distinguished? The room erupted into the sound of flipping pages once more. Zhouku remained seated, unperturbed. To discern the level of a divine card is quite simple. Observe the card's back. He then produced his divine card, displaying its back. A magical essence level from 0 to 10 corresponds to an iron card back, which is classified as iron grade. Many classmates retrieved their divine cards, examining the material of their card backs. As the vast majority had magical essence levels below 10, they all possessed iron card backs. A magical essence level under 10 signifies limited abilities, with the strength of physical type spade abilities being rather weak, and the versatility of square abilities being quite constrained. In fact, many classmates struggled to effectively wield their abilities at all. Zhouke had first-hand experience with this. Tang Xian's divine card was a square 5, as was Professor Qinyan's. The ability of a square 5 is teleportation. Professor Qinyan could instantly transport herself dozens of miles away to the school's entrance, while Tang Xian found it challenging to move just a few meters. The same divine card manifests vastly different effects at varying levels. Zhouku continued his explanation. To surpass the 10-point magical essence limit, one must undergo Divine Card Ascension. He showcased the back of his playing card. An iron grade Divine Card ascends to copper grade. In this class, only 3 students possessed copper grade card backs: Su Qinxi, Yi Lingtian, and Zhou Ku himself. Copper grade Divine Cards have magical essence levels from 10 to 100. At this level, individuals can generally wield their abilities freely. Most ordinary nobles in the Society of Long Kingdom fall within this category, as reaching 100 points in magical essence is a significant threshold. To surpass it, one must again undergo Divine Card Ascension. Yuan Xing suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Zhou Ku, I did not expect you to know so much. It appears I have underestimated you. Zhou Ku politely replied, It's quite all right, Professor. This is not the first time I have been underestimated. Although Professor Yuan Xing held a disdainful view towards those of humble origins, he possessed a deep respect for diligent and earnest students. Clearing his throat, he continued, Zhou Ku, since you have mentioned divine ascension, could you kindly elaborate on the specific methods for elevating one's divine rank? Chapter 47. The Mystery of Divine Card Ascension I do not know. Zhou Ku replied calmly, his tone devoid of any agitation. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through his classmates. How could Zhou Ku, the prodigious talent and magical essence and the champion of the freshman assessment, utter such words? Was there truly a question to which Zhou Ku did not possess an answer? Nearby, Yi Lingtian let out a laugh. Haha, you've finally been stumped. Clap, clap, clap. To everyone's surprise, Professor Yuan Xing displayed a rare smile and applauded. Absolutely correct. He proclaimed. What? Over half the class looked bewildered. This question is one I pose to a student every year. Yet they never know the answer and instead fabricate a response. I do not blame them. After all, the concept of Divine Card Ascension is not included in the textbooks, nor is it mentioned in the advanced texts. Thus, it is entirely normal not to have an answer. However, I never expected you, Zhou Ku, to provide the standard answer. Yi Lingtian, wide-eyed, hesitated before raising his hand. Professor, I must have misunderstood. Are you saying the standard answer is, I do not know? Professor Yuan scrutinized him for a moment, noticing the square insignia on his chest. You are the son of the Yi family, aren't you? You are correct. The right answer is indeed unknown. He strode confidently to the podium. Since ancient times, the question of how divine cards ascend has perplexed human society for millennia. With no definitive answer, some individuals toil for countless years in rigorous training yet remain trapped at the same level, unable to ascend. Others, however, wander freely, indulging in leisure, and inexplicably their divine cards level up. The ancients have posited numerous theories regarding the mystery of divine card ascension, performing certain rituals, gaining the favor of deities, achieving spiritual enlightenment, yet all have been disproven. Thus, we are compelled to conclude, how divine card ascension occurs, no one knows. Professor Yuan paused, gazing around the room. I dare say, should someone uncover the mystery of divine card ascension, the state would undoubtedly elevate them to a new noble status. No, they would be granted the title of Marquis and appointed as ministers, perhaps even becoming the first foreign prince of the Dragon Kingdom. His passionate lecture captivated the students, who were left in a state of rapt attention. He frowned slightly. Why are you staring at me? Write down what I've said. As if awakening from a dream, the students hurriedly opened their notebooks, jotting down the key point. The mystery of divine card ascension, unknown. Professor Yuan nodded approvingly at Zhou Ku. You must have invested considerable effort to arrive at this answer. In that moment, his impression of Zhou Ku shifted entirely. Perhaps there was merit in his humble origins. Yi Lingtian scoffed. Humph, he must have merely gotten lucky. He genuinely does not know. Zhou Ku cast a calm glance in his direction, responding evenly. On page 257, line 7 of Advanced Divine Card Theory, 3rd edition, regarding the mystery of divine card ascension, ancient sages undertook countless explorations, ultimately concluding, unknown. Professor Yuan stared blankly for 2 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. Truly commendable, my student. Now, let us return to the earlier question. What are the 7 levels of divine cards? Of course, Zhou Ku had already assisted us in answering the first 2 levels, iron and copper. He blinked a few times before suddenly calling out, Su Qinxi, Your Highness. Could you elaborate? Acknowledged by name, Su Qinxi nodded slightly and began her explanation. Certainly, Professor. As Zhou Ku just mentioned, the levels of divine cards can be directly observed from the back of the card. The first level is the iron card back, the second is copper. Moving up, the third level, with a magical essence level of 100 to 1,000 points, is silver. This level is exceedingly rare throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even more so within our school. To my knowledge, only a few seniors and professors belong to this level. Divine cards of this grade can unleash abilities of considerable strength. For instance, a silver-level spade card, at its peak, can generate enough power to demolish an entire building. Professor Yuan nodded approvingly. Excellent. Please continue. Su Chenxi, maintaining her dignified posture, slightly bowed. The fourth level, gold, ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 in magical essence. Abilities at this level possess the power to annihilate entire cities. At this stage, individuals are extremely rare nationwide, with only a handful in our school. The reason for this scarcity relates to what the professor previously mentioned. The mystery of divine card ascension remains unknown, while it is relatively easy to enhance magical essence levels. Upon reaching thresholds of 10 points, 100 points, or 1,000 points, one encounters a barrier. To continue advancing, one must ascend the divine card level. However, no one knows how to achieve this. Thus, the higher the level of the divine card, the rarer it becomes. Professor Yuan stepped up to the podium. Su Chenxi, your response was commendable. There is no need to elaborate on the next 3 levels. Why not? Many students inquired eagerly. They were all keen to learn how to elevate their divine card levels. Who wouldn't wish to grow stronger? Because these levels exist only in theory. The last 3 levels, Platinum, Diamond, and Divine, are recorded solely in ancient texts, and no one has ever witnessed them in reality. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, no one has managed to ascend a divine card to the Platinum level. It is said that individuals at the Platinum and Diamond levels possess some semblance of divinity, qualifying them to be called demigods. They are impervious to physical harm, free from hunger and fatigue, and may even achieve immortality. As for the divine level, as the name implies, it represents true divinity, the creators of the world. Alas, Professor Yuan's gaze fell, and his voice softened. Becoming a deity has been the dream of countless individuals throughout history. Rumors suggest only one person has succeeded, although that is likely mere myth. As for demigods, they remain theoretical. No, Su Chenxi met the professor's gaze, raising her voice slightly. Demigods do exist. Professor Yuan looked at her quizzically. Your Highness, what do you mean? Su Chenxi nodded slightly. I apologize, Professor, but according to my father, there exists a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Yuan's eyes flickered with interest. Your father, the king, has stated this? Yes, Su Chenxi confirmed. Professor Yuan's expression brightened with excitement. Really? If the king has said so, could it be that this individual is within the Dragon Court? Su Chenxi's gaze darkened. No. That demigod is my father's adversary. He is part of the Skeleton Society. Chapter 48. The Skull Society. Upon hearing the name Skull Society, every student in the class inhaled sharply. Even the usually arrogant Yiling Tian appeared somewhat pale. Such a reaction was not unwarranted. Joku had already perused the history of this world. The Skull Society is an elite assassin organization lurking within the Dragon Kingdom. Those marked by them invariably meet a tragic end. What is most disconcerting is their selection of targets, which seems utterly devoid of logic. Individuals from all walks of life and various identities have fallen victim to their merciless hand. One could never know when the Skull Society might set its sights on their family, or perhaps themselves. The government is utterly powerless against them. In summary, the Skull Society is a terrifying organization comprised entirely of antisocial elements. Thus, whenever nobles hear the term Skull Society, their countenance changes dramatically. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. Are you serious? There are platinum-level assassins within the Skull Society? Su Chenxi sighed. Indeed, however, it appears that this platinum-level demigod does not possess particularly potent combat abilities. Therefore, they do not pose an immediate existential threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, being platinum level is no trivial matter. The Skull Society's power rivals that of the government. Fortunately, their leader seems disinclined to engage in indiscriminate killing, opting instead for specific targets. Those marked by them have no hope of escape, and it seems their current target is. Suddenly, Su Chenxi fell silent. The classmates seemed to notice something amiss, directing their gazes toward Zhou Ke. Yes, although the reason remains unclear. The Skull Society's next target is Zhou Ke. Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skull Society is not as fearsome as you think. Did not Zhou Ke personally eliminate an assassin from the Skull Society during the freshman assessment? Yiling Tian suddenly interjected with a malicious grin. That was merely a temporary victory. My father always warned me never to provoke the Skull Society. For every small assassin you eliminate, more will come. He merely dispatched a lowly minion. The true danger lies ahead. They will not rest until their objectives are met. Historically, all those marked by them have met with bizarre deaths. Yiling Tian turned to Zhou Ku, a sinister gleam in his eyes. You will eventually meet your demise. Zhou Ku maintained a calm demeanor. I am unperturbed. The moment I killed that assassin, I declared, however many come, I shall slay them all. Enough. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice, infused with irritation. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Our idle chatter ends here. Let us return. What were we discussing? Zhou Ku replied. You were just speaking about divine card ascension and the 7 grades of divine cards. Professor Yuan Xing resumed his usual serious demeanor. Yes. However, this course is fundamentals of magical essence. Today's primary focus remains on how to enhance magical essence levels. Wait a moment, Professor. Zhou Ku raised his hand suddenly. What is it? I still wish to delve into the knowledge regarding divine card ascension. Professor Yuan furrowed his brow. Did we not just discuss this? The secrets of divine card ascension remain unknown to all. I understand, Zhou Ku promptly responded, but merely unknown to humans, correct? In other words, perhaps beings beyond humanity possess such knowledge? For instance, gods? Gods? Professor Yuan was momentarily perplexed by Zhou Ku's implication. The relic of a deity, the cranium of the seer. Zhou Ku succinctly uttered these 8 words. Upon hearing the term deity relic, every student instinctively lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they turned to Zhou Ku. They were aware that Zhou Ku had received a deity relic as a reward for being the champion of the freshman assessment. However, the specifics remained unclear to them. Oh, the cranium of the seer. Professor Yuan was not averse to this topic. It appears you have done your homework and understand the purpose of this deity relic. Zhou Ku nodded slightly. The cranium of the seer harbors an omniscient deity. It claims to know all, encompassing the past, present, and future. Zhou Ku vividly recalled that just yesterday, he had assumed he would glean no information from the cranium of the seer, when suddenly, the skull began to speak. Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, in the fundamentals of magical essence class, you will die. What? If you do not heed my instructions, you shall perish. No. Are you out of your mind? I could not possibly lose my life in a class. No. You are merely a hollow skull. You lack a brain. I am quite serious. Someone wishes to kill you. They have failed, but they have not given up. Tomorrow, they shall succeed. Zhou Ku immediately became serious. The cranium of the seer could predict the future, although uncertain of its truth. When it pertains to his own life, he chose to believe. Might I inquire, esteemed seer, how may I evade this impending peril? A lighter. What? Bring a lighter to class tomorrow. It may save your life. You, a deity, even know of lighters? The skull ceased its utterance. Zhou Ku regarded the prophecy it offered with utmost seriousness, promptly stowing a lighter in his pocket. At this moment, within the fundamentals of magical essence class, Zhou Ku appeared outwardly calm, yet he was acutely vigilant. He listened attentively to Professor Yuan Xing while discreetly surveying his surroundings, all the while gripping the lighter tightly in his pocket, prepared for any potential attack. However, as the class progressed, only dialogue between the professor and students ensued. No danger had manifested. Could it be that the cranium of the seer was incapable of foreseeing the future? The cranium of the seer. Professor Yuan chuckled. Indeed. It knows. What? Zhou Ku momentarily lost his train of thought, uncertain of what he had just heard. It knows? It knows how to ascend divine cards? Certainly. Professor Yuan spoke with conviction. It is a deity, an omniscient deity. Alas, it will not divulge this secret of ascension to us. Zhou Ku, do you realize why the principal chose to bestow such a precious deity relic upon you? Zhou Ku politely nodded. I would be eager to know more. Because the principal has already exhausted all inquiries he could make. He has drained every ounce of knowledge the cranium of the seer can impart. Naturally, he was unable to uncover the secrets of divine card ascension. However, perhaps you might succeed. Me? Zhou Ku asked. Why? Professor Yuan hesitated, seemingly deliberating whether to speak. In truth, the cranium of the seer has specifically requested to meet you. Chapter 49. The magical artifact, do you see me? Indeed. Professor Yuan Xing remarked. It has insisted that you be the one to possess it. But, Zhou Ku inquired, if I recall correctly, the prophet's cranium is supposed to be the champion's reward for the new student assessment, correct? What if I do not win the championship? You most certainly will. Professor Yuan Xing replied with unwavering confidence. This is the prophecy of the prophet's cranium. Its predictions have never been erroneous. At that moment, All the classmates turned their gazes towards Zhou Ku. He was merely contemplating the professor's earlier statement. Its predictions have never been erroneous. The prophet's cranium had delivered 2 prophecies to Zhou Ku just yesterday. 1. Zhou Ku would discover his current magical essence level in this class. 2. Zhou Ku would face a life-threatening danger, which could only be resolved by carrying a lighter. As of now, the class remained tranquil, despite Zhou Ku's unwavering vigilance. No apparent danger had arisen. Neither of the 2 prophecies had yet come to fruition. Now, Professor Yuan Xing announced, tapping on the desk. As we are an elite class, we have discussed many extracurricular topics. It is time to formally commence our lesson. I have always believed that practical experience is the most effective way to absorb knowledge. He suddenly raised his voice. Is there anyone whose divine card is the spade too? In the corner, a seemingly frail boy timidly raised his hand. Excellent. Please share with us the unique ability of the spade too. The boy spoke softly. The spade abilities relate to combat power. The spade 2 is characterized by single target attack ability. The strength of the attack correlates with one's magical essence level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded in agreement. Correct. And what is your magical essence level? 4 points. Professor Yuan Xing frowned, clearly displeased. That is rather low. A magical essence level of 4 cannot fully unleash the true potential of the spade 2. Come forward. The boy appeared somewhat apprehensive as he hesitated to step forward. The professor suddenly produced a small cage from beneath the desk containing a little white mouse. Now, use your divine card to attack it. All right. The boy took a deep breath and recited a spell. Spade breaks through 10,000 troops. 2 severs enemy souls. His voice was barely audible, lacking confidence. Nevertheless, the divine card evidently activated, causing the little mouse to tremble violently and emit frantic squeaks. However, after a few seconds, the mouse seemed to regain its composure. Frolicking about once more. Professor Yuan Xing's disappointment was palpable. You need to project your spell with conviction and focus intently on your target. Envision the destruction of your enemy. He pushed the boy aside, drawing forth his own divine card. Zhou Ku noticed that Professor Yuan Xing's card was also the spade too. Locking his gaze on the little mouse, the professor bellowed. Spade breaks through 10,000 troops. 2 severs enemy souls. A thunderous sound erupted. The little mouse emitted a piercing scream, as though sliced by a blade, blood rapidly seeping from its flesh. In the next instant, bang! The cage exploded, and the mouse was obliterated into a gory mess within a heartbeat. Gasps of astonishment arose from several classmates. If my target were a living person, the outcome would be the same as that of this mouse, Professor Yuan Xing remarked softly. He turned to the class. Do you see? Even with identical divine cards, the effects of abilities can vary drastically based on magical essence levels. This course is dedicated to enhancing each student's magical essence, and the simplest method to elevate one's magical essences. Professor Yuan Xing paused. Many students leaned forward, excitement bubbling within them. After all, enhancing magical essence would improve their abilities, and everyone yearned for strength. Practical combat. By personally casting divine card abilities and continuously honing your skills, you can gradually elevate your magical essence level. Now, please form a queue, and one by one approach to attack this training dummy. Professor Yuan Xing retrieved a doll from the corner of the classroom, its body wrapped in numerous strips of bandages. Through hands-on practice, you can enhance your magical essence level. I will grade the extent of your damage to the dummy. The student with the highest score will receive a reward for this lesson, a small vial of magical essence elixir. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes widened in astonishment. Murmuring among themselves, Zhou Ku observed Yu Lingtian in the distance, discreetly conferring with his followers. I must win that vial of magical essence elixir. Consuming just one will elevate my magical essence level by at least 10 points. Zhou Ku understood the implications. The magical essence elixir was a potion for rapidly obtaining magical essence, akin to an experience book in an online game. However, a female student raised her hand to pose a question. But many of us do not possess spade abilities and cannot launch attacks. How can we inflict damage on the dummy? Several students nodded in agreement, casting curious glances at the professor. Professor Yuan Xing seemed prepared for the inquiry. Producing an object resembling a glass ball, do not worry. With this magical artifact in my hand, you can still launch an attack. Who among you knows what a magical artifact is? Su Chenxi from the front row raised her hand. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Excellent. Please enlighten us, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi began. A magical artifact is an ability tool crafted from magical essence by nobles. It can perform various functions, achieving effects similar to divine card abilities. However, As it is a man-made tool, its efficacy is significantly diminished compared to the divine cards bestowed by deities. The distinction between magical artifacts and divine cards is akin to that between counterfeit and genuine products. Nevertheless, magical artifacts suffice for our daily needs. Professor, if I am not mistaken, the magical artifact you possess appears to be infused with the magical essence of Spade 2, correct? Its function now mirrors that of the Spade 2 divine card. Professor Yuan Xing nodded in approval. Well said. Indeed. The object resembling a crystal ball in my hand can now execute single-target attacks. However, being an artificial creation, its power is even less formidable than that of the divine card wielded by the previous boy. Therefore, you must fully utilize the magical essence within you to enhance its attack capabilities. Now, one by one, approach the stage, take hold of this magical artifact, and launch your attacks on the training dummy. I will be keeping score. Chapter 50, half-silver level. As the students rose in unison, forming an orderly queue, Zhou Ke positioned himself towards the rear. It was not that he was reluctant to undergo the detection training early. Rather, he sought to utilize this waiting period to meticulously scrutinize the classroom, vigilant for any potential threats. The Oracle's cranium had foretold of an impending life crisis, and that a lighter could be his salvation. What peril could possibly lurk within the confines of an ordinary classroom during what seemed to be a routine lesson? Zhou Ke was uncertain, yet he clutched the lighter tightly, his vigilance unwavering. In front of him, the student at the forefront had grasped the magical apparatus. His face flushed with exertion as he attempted to launch an attack on the training doll. However, there was no response. Professor Yuanqing's voice echoed. You must sense the flow of magical essence within you to harness the energy of the apparatus. As the professor elaborated, Zhou Ke seized the opportunity to continue his examination of the classroom, searching for any signs of danger. The setting was utterly mundane, ordinary desks and chairs, a blackboard, multimedia equipment, and a clock hanging at the back. None of these items appeared to pose any lethal threat to Zhou Ke. Redirecting his focus to the training session, he observed a shorter girl wielding a magical apparatus, swinging it at the doll, yet the doll remained motionless, the apparatus emitting only a faint glow. 30 seconds. You may step aside, Professor Yuanqing sighed, signaling for the next student to proceed. Thus far, no student had surpassed a score of 60. Most inflicted only minor bruises upon the doll, while some wielded their apparatuses to no effect whatsoever. The next student was the boy who previously held the Spade 2 card. Professor, since my card is Spade 2, may I forego the magical apparatus? He inquired hopefully. Certainly not. Professor Yuanqing replied firmly, this is not merely a training exercise. I must assess your performance for grading. The abilities triggered by a divine card far surpass those of a magical apparatus. Using your card would be unfair to your classmates. Disheartened, the boy tucked away his card and accepted the crystal orb-like apparatus. In an unexpected turn, the apparatus immediately radiated a brilliant light. The boy fixed his gaze upon the training doll. Whoosh! An invisible blade seemed to slice through the air. Crack! A shallow cut appeared on the doll's form. Excellent! At last, among so many students, one has performed commendably. 80 points, Professor Yuanqing acknowledged with a nod. The boy appeared relieved, rubbing his nose in satisfaction. But do not let it go to your head. This apparatus was infused with the magical essence of Spade 2, and since your card also bears the same, it triggered a resonance. In ideal conditions, you should have achieved a score above 90 to be deemed proficient. Disheartened once more, the boy walked away with his head down. Zhou Ke, however, remained unconcerned about his own score. His thoughts were consumed with pondering where the real danger lay. Was it the crystal orb apparatus? Would it explode upon his turn? Or perhaps, hidden among the students, an assassin from the Skull Society lay in wait? Next, Professor Yuanqing's voice rang out like a bell. Yiling Dian stepped forward with an air of confidence, taking the magical apparatus in hand. In an instant, it emitted a soft glow. Professor Yuanqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the favorable resonance. Yiling Dian focused on the training doll. Boom! The doll shook violently. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if countless blades were slicing through the air. Wood chips flew, and with a crash, one of the doll's arms shattered, falling to the floor. Yiling Dian proudly raised his chin. Professor Yuanqing applauded gently. Very good. 90 points. As Yiling Dian passed, he boasted to his friends, this is child's play. I have wielded such an apparatus countless times before school. For me, this is merely kindergarten-level work. Next, countless other students followed suit in their training assessments, yet none surpassed Yiling Dian's 90 points. His smile never faltered. The essence of magic is mine. Next, Su Qinxi approached with a leisurely pace to the podium. To everyone's surprise, Professor Yuanqing, usually stern, broke into a smile and nodded at her. Suchinsi bowed slightly and accepted the magical apparatus. With a flash, the crystal orb shone brilliantly, facing the training doll. She gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, she abruptly opened them, her previously serene and composed demeanor transformed, her gaze akin to a sharp blade, radiating an aura of menace. This expression reminded Shoku of the violent princess from the freshman assessment, brandishing a submachine gun. Bang! The training doll erupted into fragments. Excellent! Professor Yuanqing clapped enthusiastically. 95 points. Being a holder of the Spade Series Divine card and already having attained a copper level, attacking a lifeless doll posed no challenge for her. Her expression softened once more to its usual gentle demeanor as she gracefully bowed to the professor and returned the apparatus. After a few more students, next, Joku approached the front with an impassive expression. The doll, having been destroyed by the princess, had been replaced with a new one. Slightly different in appearance, wrapped in yellowed cloth strips that emitted a peculiar odor. Joku furrowed his brow at the sight. The doll, the cloth strips. A hypothesis began to form in his mind. He took hold of the crystal orb apparatus. Boom. The apparatus suddenly burst forth with intense white light. A tempest arose. Joku felt the apparatus in his hand burning hot. Crack. Crack. The air was filled with muffled explosions. Invisible blades of air sliced chaotically about. Whoosh. Whoosh. Desks were cleaved in two, and windows shattered. Students hastily ducked for cover. Boom. The classroom door was flung open by the force of the air, creating a thunderous sound. Swaying back and forth with the gusts, Joku concentrated, fixating on the doll, preparing to unleash his power. Crack. The crystal orb in his hand suddenly exploded. The extraordinary phenomena within the classroom vanished instantly, the tempest subsiding as if it had never existed. The classroom lay in disarray, strewn with shards of glass and toppled students. Yiling Dian, having fallen, dusted himself off and, upon seeing the shattered apparatus in Joku's hand, gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! You've broken your apparatus. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? You'd be worth less than the cost of its repair." Joku gazed serenely at the fragments on the floor. Responding calmly, "I will compensate for it." He turned to Professor Yuanqing, bracing himself for a reprimand. He had resolved that, no matter how furious the professor might be, he would accept the consequences. After all, he had indeed damaged a magical apparatus. To shoulder responsibility was the mark of a true man. To everyone's astonishment, Professor Yuanqing appeared dazed. "No, there is no need for compensation." He glanced between the shards and Joku, seemingly perplexed. This phenomenon should not be occurring. 2 seconds later, a look of realization dawned upon his face. Could it be half-silver level? Chapter 51, The Magic Essence Detector, half-silver level. Upon hearing the professor's words, the students turned their gazes towards Joku. Joku naturally understood the implication of the half-silver level. A magic essence level exceeding 100 points corresponds to a silver grade. However, a level between 50 and 100 points, while still classified as copper, is nearly twice as potent as a level between 10 and 50 points. Thus, this phase is referred to as half-silver. Professor Yuanqing stood amidst the disarray of the classroom, glancing down at the shattered crystal ball artifact on the floor. Suddenly, a wave of excitement surged through him as he exclaimed, "No, I can't believe I stumbled upon this. The odds are simply too low." He turned to Shoku, saying, "Wait for me. I shall fetch the magic essence detector." After declaring this, he promptly exited the classroom. The magic essence detector? Shoku recalled the first prophecy made by the seer Eskull. You will discover your current magic essence level in tomorrow's class. Moments later, Professor Yuanqing returned swiftly, holding a sophisticated instrument in his hands. From a distance, Yiling Dian raised an eyebrow, saying, "Isn't that the highest grade magic essence detector? Is it truly necessary to use such a precious artifact on a commoner?" Ignoring Ye's comment, Yuanqing handed the magic essence detector to Joku. Upon receiving it, Joku began to observe it closely. This detector was entirely different from the machine used for bloodline testing at the beginning of the term. It appeared exceedingly advanced and exquisite. This magic essence detector is the finest in the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of your magic essence content. It can provide an immediate and precise measurement, Professor Yuan explained. As Joku touched the surface of the device, the numbers on the display began to flicker rapidly. 43, 44, 45, 60, 70, 80, 85, 86, 87. Eventually, the screen stabilized at 87. 87, Professor Yuan exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this number, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Professor Yuan, looking unsure, asked Joku, "What was your magic essence level upon enrollment?" 43. Joku replied promptly. Have you consumed any magic essence elixirs? Joku politely responded, until attending your class, I had no knowledge of what a magic essence elixir was. Professor Yuan appeared incredulous. In just 2 short weeks since your enrollment, your magic essence level has increased so significantly, and you have not even consumed any elixirs. Enhancing one's magic essence level solely through training and activating one's divine abilities is a lengthy process. He suddenly chuckled, patting Joku on the shoulder. I see. Joku, you must have been relentlessly utilizing your abilities over these 2 weeks, right? Theoretically speaking. Such intense training over a fortnight could indeed lead to a substantial boost in magic essence levels, but do not overexert yourself. However, your dedication is commendable. Look, everyone. A genius like Joku also immerses himself tirelessly in training. Joku smiled and shook his head. Professor, you seem to have misunderstood. Over the past 14 days, I have eaten, played, and enjoyed a full 8 hours of sleep each night. Aside from essential circumstances, I have never activated my divine abilities. This left Professor Yuan momentarily speechless. Then how many times have you activated your divine ability in total? Joku counted on his fingers, stopping after the 4th for times. A wave of astonishment swept through the classmates. Yulingtian scoffed, liar. Achieving even a slight improvement from 4 uses of a divine ability is challenging. You cannot possibly have elevated by over 40 points. Absolutely not, Professor Yuan asserted confidently. I am aware of a scenario that can significantly enhance one's magic essence level when one exerts their divine abilities to the utmost, thereby garnering the attention of the divine. Upon hearing the professor's words, Joku reflected on his 4 instances of activating his divine abilities. The first was with the King of Diamonds, where he altered probabilities to escape death, successfully passing the aptitude test and defeating an assassin from the Skeleton Guild. The second was with the 7 of Hearts, a mind-reading ability he activated during battle. Although seemingly useless, he utilized it to its fullest potential, controlling a tentacled creature to achieve victory. The third was with the 8 of Diamonds, a disguise ability that allowed him to impersonate Su Chenxi, tricking 2 other kings into a meeting, resulting in a double kill and winning the first phase of the comprehensive test. The fourth was with the King of Spades, a lightning control ability where he harnessed the conductivity of water to eliminate an entire lake of adversaries in one strike. In each instance, Joku maximized the unique characteristics of his abilities, achieving additional effects beyond their inherent functions, aligning perfectly with the professor's description of exerting to the utmost. Perhaps it was these actions that earned him such a plethora of magic essence points? Joku, this magic essence detector, valued at 10,000 dragon coins, is now yours. Professor Yuan clapped Joku on the shoulder. Joku was taken aback. This is too much. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. I have always admired outstanding students, and your performance has completely transformed my perspective. A humble lineage can still yield a genius. I must thank you for being in my class. This is a personal token of appreciation, and you must accept it, Professor Yuan insisted. From now on, you can check your magic essence points anytime, anywhere. How convenient. Unable to refuse, Joku accepted, saying, Thank you, Professor. I will always remember this kindness. With this tool, his future endeavors would indeed be much more convenient. Joku tucked it away in his pocket. Although his magic essence level had soared and he had received a magic essence detector, Joku felt no particular joy. For at that moment, the first prophecy of the Seer's skull had come to pass. He had discovered his current magic essence level, 87. This signified that the second prophecy was imminent. Tightly gripping the lighter in his pocket, he reminded himself that within it lay not only the lighter but also a vial of fireproof potion. This was an item he had obtained during the comprehensive test, which had saved him from flames. When the Seer's skull foretold the use of the lighter, Joku resolved to prepare thoroughly. Having secured a means to ignite, he also deemed it prudent to acquire a means of protection against fire. He learned that the school laboratory stocked such potions. By sheer coincidence, the student on duty that day happened to be a young girl who was also his admirer, allowing him to charm his way into borrowing the vial through a display of charisma and a touch of showmanship. By the way, Joku, you have yet to complete your attack test on the puppet. I must prepare a superior artifact for you. Professor Yuan retrieved another crystal ball from beneath the podium. The previous one was intended for students with a magic essence level below 50, hence it shattered upon your use. This one, however, is suitable for those with a magic essence level between 50 and 100. Here you go. Professor Yuan extended his hand, offering the new crystal ball artifact. Chapter 52. The Awakening of the Undead. Joku took the crystal ball, instantly feeling its enhanced stability compared to before. The orb emitted a faint glow, unlike the previous one, which had trembled and threatened to explode. Holding the magical artifact with unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze upon the puppet before him, his eyes gradually filling with a murderous intent. The magical energy coursing through his body converged at the center of the crystal ball. With a whoosh, power erupted. A gust of wind coalesced into a massive blade, slicing toward the puppet's chest. This force was far more potent than anything unleashed by Yi Lingtian or Su Chenxi. The blade struck the puppet, sending it crashing against the classroom wall. In an instant, a vast fissure appeared on one side of the classroom, testament to Zhou Ke's overwhelming strength. Bravo! Yuan Xing immediately applauded, seemingly unfazed by the destruction of the classroom. I've never witnessed such power. 100 points. Just as Zhou Ke prepared to retract his energy, the puppet suddenly stirred. What had once been a lifeless figure on the ground abruptly sat up. At that moment, the entire class stood frozen. The puppet had come to life? A student murmured in disbelief. The puppet stood upright, its eyes opening to reveal a sinister crimson glow. Creak, creak. The joints of the puppet began to move. It spoke, its voice dark and hollow. The living must die. In an instant, it lunged toward Zhou Ke, who had anticipated this and deftly sidestepped the attack. From the very first moment Zhou Ke laid eyes on this training puppet, he sensed something was amiss. The yellowed fabric, the decaying flesh, it was a creature he recognized from the comprehensive assessment, the undead. When previous students had attacked it, the undead had shown no reaction, much like before. It remained inert during the onset of the King's trial, suggesting it might require a specific trigger to awaken. Zhou Ke surmised that this characteristic was precisely why such a creature was chosen as a training dummy. However, he remained vigilant, prepared for the puppet's assault, allowing him to evade the undead's sudden attack. Yet this version was clearly more formidable than those encountered during the assessment. Its speed and reflexes far surpassed those of the mindless corpses from the warehouse. Just as Zhou Ke steadied himself, the undead charged at him once more. Now is the moment, he thought, tightening his grip around the lighter in his hand. Fire. He recalled distinctly that Tang Xin had once stated that the undead were impervious to death. The only means of annihilating them was through flames. As he reached for the lighter, a voice called out, "Danger! Get back!" Professor Yuan Xing reacted swiftly, placing himself in front of Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke reluctantly lowered his hand, realizing that the professor, as a spade suit professor, should be more adept at handling such creatures than he was. With that thought, he complied, allowing the professor to confront the threat alone. The undead, thwarted by Yuan Xing, seemed displeased and immediately lunged at him. The professor clenched his spade 2 card and bellowed, "Spade, break the 10,000 armies. 2, sever the enemy's soul." With a resounding crack, the undead's body jolted, staggering momentarily before regaining its speed and lunging at Yuan Xing once more. "Ah!" Yuan Xing exclaimed, astonished that the undead could still move. His age hindered his reflexes, and he was bitten on the shoulder. The students gaped in shock. How can this be? Professor Yuan's spade 2 card should be a one-hit kill against a singular entity. They whispered. Why was this creature unresponsive? Zhou Ke was equally stunned, but not by the undead's lack of reaction. Rather, he was astonished by the ignorance of his peers and Professor Yuan. What is wrong with you? Don't you know this creature cannot be killed? He shouted at his classmates. Confusion spread across their faces as they shook their heads. Well, Professor, do you not know what the undead is? Zhou Ke pressed anxiously. With his expertise in card magic, Yuan Xing barely managed to push the undead back a step. I don't know what the hell the undead is, he shouted, seemingly frantic at the realization that his card could not slay this ragged creature. He frantically unleashed his magical abilities upon the undead, but these assaults yielded no tangible results, instead invigorating the monster further. Amidst their struggle, the undead regained the upper hand, biting Yuan Xing's arm. Stop. The undead cannot be killed. They have no life. Zhou Ke cried out again. However, Professor Yuan was too preoccupied, severely injured and bleeding profusely, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Why? Zhou Ke could not fathom why a professor would be unaware of the nature of the undead. Fear gripped the other students, who began to retreat, some bolting from the classroom to summon other professors. Zhou Ke surveyed his classmates, noting their bewilderment. It seemed as if everyone in the classroom, save for him, had never encountered an undead creature before. Closing his eyes and regaining his composure, Zhou Ke quickly deduced the reason. After leaving the simulation of the comprehensive assessment, he had perused countless library tomes, yet none had offered any insight into the undead. His knowledge stemmed solely from Tang Xion's words. Had he not met her, he too might have been as lost as his peers. Zhou Ke distinctly remembered Tang Xion stating that only fire could eradicate the undead. He was the sole individual aware of this fact, which meant he alone could eliminate the monster in front of the entire class. With this realization, a plan swiftly formed in his mind. Zhou turned to Su Qinxi, who was raising her spade queen card, preparing to summon a weapon to join the battle. Stop. No one is to attack this creature, he commanded urgently. Su Qinxi, and the rest of you, take the professor and evacuate the classroom. What? Su Qinxi faltered. Her actions halted. What will you do? Fear not. I have a plan. Zhou stepped forward, drawing the undead's attention. If I am not mistaken, your target must be me. The undead ceased its assault on Yuan Xing, glancing at Zhou, and after a brief moment, it lunged toward him. Zhou tightened his grip on the lighter, a smirk playing on his lips. You've taken the bait. Flames could weave magnificent spells. The grotesque creature was about to face the purifying blaze. Chapter 53. For a greater purpose. Hiss. 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 A peculiar sound emanated from the mouth of the undead as it lunged towards Zhou. He swiftly dodged. At that moment, everyone in the classroom had fled outside, and the space suddenly felt expansive, allowing Zhou to move freely. He retrieved the vial of fireproof potion, uncapped it, and drank it in one gulp. With a crisp sound, he discarded the glass bottle, which shattered on the floor. A warm sensation enveloped him. He knew the potion was taking effect, rendering him impervious to any flames. He slightly raised his lighter. Tang Xin had mentioned that only fire could vanquish the undead. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of undead, Zhou had refrained from igniting a flame, but now it was time to put her words to the test. Tang Xin, I hope you're right. Zhou murmured softly. In an instant, he tossed the lighter into the air. It spun gracefully, its silver surface glimmering. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Even the undead appeared momentarily stunned. Zhou suddenly lunged, seizing the crystal ball from the podium. A mere lighter could not unleash sufficient firepower. The lighter contained a spark plug for ignition, which, theoretically, would explode under external pressure, capable of producing a fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. That would suffice to ignite an undead wrapped in flammable rags. However, Zhou was unwilling to gamble on the possibility of failure. He yearned for complete and utter victory. He grasped the crystal ball, aimed at the lighter soaring through the air, concentrated, and infused it with magical energy. Boom. The magical force of the crystal ball amplified the explosive power of the lighter manifold. In an instant, the lighter deformed and detonated. A fireball rapidly spread from the center, expanding. The temperature in the room soared. The undead finally seemed to sense the peril, screeching in panic as it attempted to flee from the fiery epicenter. Yet, how could its speed compare to the instantaneous explosion? The fireball's diameter expanded until it filled the entire room. In the blink of an eye, the rags on the undead ignited, and it flailed its decaying arms in a futile struggle. Zhou stood amidst the flames, feeling no pain from the scorching fire. Merely a tingling sensation. He calmly observed the undead writhing in agony amidst the flames. The rags fell away. Zhou clearly saw a black skull tattoo revealed on the undead's body. Ah, so it is you again. I have already stated, send as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. The one struggling undead suddenly stood still, emitting only a hissing sound. 4. The undead fixed its gaze on Zhou, its withered mouth opening. 4. What? Zhou remained vigilant, attentively observing the undead's movements as he advanced. The undead lunged forward, seizing Zhou's shoulder, yet did not attack. Its hollow, glowing red eye sockets locked onto him intently. 4. A greater purpose. After uttering this phrase, it seemed to expend its last ounce of strength and collapse to the ground. For a greater purpose? What purpose could a corpse possibly have? Zhou regarded the lifeless body of the undead with suspicion. Boom. Flames engulfed the classroom once more, reducing desks and chairs to mere ashes. Outside the classroom, numerous students stared at the closed door. As the classroom was consumed by roaring flames, they were left in shock. Had Zhou lost his mind? Was he intent on perishing alongside that monster? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Impossible. He is the most gifted person I have ever seen. Zhou will be fine. Su Qinxi watched the classroom door intently. Though she spoke confidently, her clenched fists, beads of sweat trickling from her hair, and pale lips betrayed her inner anxiety. Who would emerge alive from that door, Zhou or the monster? Bang! The door flew open. Emerging was the undead. Where living beings shall all perish. The students stood frozen as the undead flailed its arms, howling, before its face turned ashen. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Look at how frightened you are. Zhou, hidden behind the body of the undead, suddenly poked his head out, releasing the undead's arm and carelessly tossing it aside. No need to worry, it's completely dead. He casually kicked the charred remains of the undead. Behind him, the flames blazed, gently tousling his hair in the breeze. He stretched leisurely, entirely unharmed. Su Chinsi, witnessing Zhouku's antics, appeared almost amused by his audacity to joke in such a perilous situation. The campus fire brigade surrounding them sprang into action upon seeing Zhouku emerge safely, promptly commencing their firefighting efforts. Zhouku returned to the dormitory, his backpack slung over one shoulder and a bag of snacks in hand. "Welcome back, Star." Upon opening the dormitory door, a cheeky voice greeted him. Zhang Yang's mischievous grin approached, holding up a phone. "Star, you've made it onto the campus confession wall again." "What?" Zhouku immediately snatched the phone. Wall. "Let us confess to the elite class as Zhouku. He saved the professor and the entire class from a terrifying monster. Moreover, he looked incredibly handsome when he emerged." A meme reading, "Zhouku, love, crazy fan," accompanied it, followed by a plethora of comments. "Is this true? I heard that Professor Yuan Xing from the Spades system couldn't harm that monster, yet Zhouku single-handedly defeated it? It's true. I witnessed it myself. And I even took photos. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm Zhouku's classmate. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm the classroom blackboard. Old Chinese medicine for vitality and prolonging life. Details V. XXXXX. Zhouku returned the phone, shaking his head in resignation. Zhang Yang chuckled. "How can you be so handsome even in class?" So far, Zhouku had ignited countless trending topics on campus. From the initial school year, when the entire city experienced a 5-second blackout, to the third round of freshman assessments, and now this class incident. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the campus popularity chart. Zhang Yang pulled up another interface. This was a list independently created by the students of the Divine Card School, ranking the popularity of all students. Before Zhouku's enrollment, the top spot had been a rotation among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyou, and Liu Ming. After Su Chinsi's admission, she briefly claimed the top position. And now, Zhouku was universally recognized, firmly holding the top spot in the campus popularity ranking, his popularity surpassing that of the second-place Zhuang Xingyou by even double. Such trivial matters. "I'm indifferent." Zhouku returned the phone to Zhang Yang, handing him the large bag of snacks in his hand. "What is this?" Zhang Yang blinked in confusion. "For you." Chapter 54. Essence of Magic. Zhang Yang's gaze brightened with excitement. Indeed, Zhouku generously offered him all the snacks, saying, "This is to express my gratitude for your self-sacrifice during the comprehensive assessment. Here is your food back." Zhang Yang accepted without hesitation, replying, "We're like family. Aren't we? Just let me borrow your homework in the future." Despite his words, he tore open a bag of chips and emptied it into his mouth. Zhouku sighed, "But we're in different classes. How can you copy my homework?" Following the 3 rounds of new student assessments, Zhouku, having secured the top rank, was naturally placed in the best class, the elite class, while Zhang Yang and Tang Xin found themselves in the ordinary class. There was no other option. After the final round, everyone except Zhouku scored 0. Thus, the school had no choice but to rank students based on their lineage test results and the scores from the first round of comprehensive assessments. Zhouku sat on the bed, pondering the last words of the undead, "for a greater goal." What could that mean? Was the greater goal referring to the undead's aim? Or perhaps, the objective of the Skull Society? Clearly, the undead bore the emblem of a black skull, indicating an affiliation with the Skull Society, which meant they had never ceased their pursuit of him. Suddenly, Zhouku stood up, donned his coat, and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Zhang Yang asked, his words muffled by chips. "To find Tang Xin and ask her something." As Zhouku passed by the school infirmary, his steps halted abruptly. Perhaps it would be wise to visit that individual before meeting Tang Xin. The student on duty at the infirmary was a girl. As Zhouku approached, she didn't lift her head and stated, "Visitors must register their names." Zhouku. Upon hearing the name, the girl looked up sharply, her eyes sparkling. "It's really you. Please give me your autograph." Zhouku chuckled softly, realizing that the fate of becoming a celebrity meant encountering fans wherever he went. He quickly signed his name and hurried towards the patient room. "Professor, I've come to see you." Zhouku placed a bouquet of flowers on the bedside. Professor Yuan Xing was covered in bite marks and struggled to sit up upon hearing Zhouku's voice. "Please, Professor, lie back down," Zhouku urged. Professor Yuan, reclining on the bed, sighed, "This is the first time I've experienced such a major incident during class. Who would have thought that a teaching puppet could come to life?" Zhouku hesitated for a moment before asking, "You really don't know what an undead is?" "Undead?" Professor Yuan looked bewildered. "I've never heard of it. Is it that puppet? We've used it as a teaching tool for decades, and today was the first time it malfunctioned." Zhouku shook his head. "It's nothing. By the way, Professor, I have more questions for you. Have you heard the phrase, 'for a greater goal'?" As soon as Zhou finished speaking, Professor Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He began coughing violently, his eyes filled with fear. Where did you hear that phrase? Zhou did not conceal anything and replied candidly, from the mouth of that puppet. Yuan's eyes widened further. Zhou, that phrase is the motto of the Skull Society. They utter it during every murder operation. Zhou pressed on, so. What exactly is their goal? Professor Yuan shook his head. I don't know. No one knows. Their methods are always enigmatic. Despite possessing immense power, they neither seek wealth nor power, only engage in murder. However, while I cannot ascertain what the greater goal is, their immediate objective is quite clear. At this point, Professor Yuan gazed at Zhou with sorrowful eyes. To kill you. They have never missed. Zhou furrowed his brow. They have already failed. I've evaded 3 assassination attempts. He vividly recalled the incidents. The first during a game of Russian roulette when a hooded figure was shot. The second on the subway when he slit the throat of a tentacled creature. And the third, today, when the undead acted as the assassin. Professor Yuan's tone suddenly turned grave. You have not escaped. Haven't you realized? They dispatched half-human monsters. They have not lost a single true member of the Skull Society. This indicates that the real threat still lies ahead. His gaze grew mournful again. The motto of the Skull Society, for a greater goal, signifies that they will never engage in meaningless actions. Their recent failures and assassination attempts might have been intentional. Intentional? Zhou was taken aback. Child, you are the most gifted student I have ever encountered. Although the Skull Society has never failed, I hope you will be the exception. Zhou pondered for a long moment, then assured, rest assured, Professor, I want to live more than anyone else. He stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, I want to disturb your recovery any longer. I have another friend to visit. Suddenly, Professor Yuan spoke again. Wait, I almost forgot. He rummaged through his bedside belongings. Subsequently, he handed Zhou a small vial of purple liquid. As I mentioned, I would reward the most outstanding student with a vial of essence of magic. He pointed to the vial. Look at my forgetfulness. Zhou politely replied, Thank you, Professor. Upon leaving the infirmary, Zhou continued towards his intended destination. You survived today. An ethereal voice suddenly echoed. Zhou quickly slipped into a secluded corner, opened his backpack, and retrieved the glowing green crystal skull. Why do you speak like a ghost? Not announcing your presence? Oh, right, you are dead, so it makes sense. The prophet's skull did not respond to Zhou's jest, stating, I am pleased to see you heeded my prophecy. For in that classroom, no one could handle that monster. Had you not brought a lighter? You would have perished in the jaws of the undead, and the entire school would have reported your funeral. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. All right, I acknowledge your contributions. What else do you wish to convey? I suggest you give that vial of essence of magic to the girl you intend to meet. Zhou inquired cautiously. Can I keep it for myself? Your magic level is rising rapidly. You have no need for essence of magic. Consuming it would be a waste. Furthermore, you need not disguise your intentions. That was precisely your plan. Zhou chuckled lightly. You see through my thoughts. Indeed. I wish to present a gift to express my gratitude to my teammate. The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, I see you have another question. Ask away. Zhou sighed lightly. The relics of the divine truly possess extraordinary qualities. So, how does one ascend with a divine talisman? Chapter 55. Birthday gift. Want to hear it? Aha. I won't tell you. I already know. Zhou sighed. Because soon, you will discover it for yourself. Zhou's initially helpless mood quickly revived. What? I mean, the secret of the divine's ascension. You will uncover it through your own exploration, without needing my guidance. Zhou quickly inquired, Isn't it said that the divine's ascension is unknown to anyone? That is merely a conclusion drawn by humans, as stated in textbooks. In truth, there have been those who have already uncovered the keys to the divine's ascension, though it has never been made public. Zhou continued to press. So when will I know? The skull remained silent for 2 seconds before softly saying, When you are subjected to an unbreakable death curse, you will find yourself in a life-threatening predicament. After that, you will discover the method of divine ascension. How long will that situation last? Very soon, quicker than you imagine. About within a month. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement while quickly retrieving his phone to open a note. He created a new memo titled Predictions from the Talking Skull. Typing rapidly, within a month, I will encounter an unbreakable death curse. After that, I shall learn the secret of divine ascension. What are you doing? A good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen, Zhou stated plainly. I admit, you, as a skull, possess some abilities. No wonder you are one of the 14 divine relics. Every prophecy you made has come true. If I hadn't followed your advice to bring a lighter, I might have perished. Thus, I intend to record all your key points and act accordingly. The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. You humans are quite intriguing, smarter than any I have encountered before. In that case, I shall offer you another piece of advice. Joka gazed into its eye sockets. Please, go on. Do not acquiesce to that girl's request. Joka typed this statement into his notes. That girl must be Tang Xin, right? Rest assured, I will heed your words. I will not agree to anything she asks. Will you not inquire about the reason? Isn't it up to you to disclose that? To attempt to preserve your life. Joka nodded. Adding to his memo, refusing Tang Xin's request is to ensure survival. He had resolved not to attempt understanding the prophet's words, after all. It was certain that it would prove accurate in the end. As Joka was putting away the prophet's skull and had not taken 2 steps, another familiar, high-pitched voice suddenly echoed. Hello, my child, do you remember me? It was another deity, the clown god. What brings you here? Joka sighed. I merely observed you mingling with other deities, and I felt a tinge of displeasure. Are you jealous of the gods? That prophet is merely a skull. Not at all. In life, she was a stunning beauty. What? You mean the prophet's skull was female? Joka found it hard to imagine her as a beauty, recalling that ethereal voice. Ah, gods have no gender, but by human standards, her appearance in life could indeed be classified as beautiful. Whatever, she is just a skull now. Suddenly, Joka recalled something and asked again, what if I ascended the divine? How would my abilities change? The clown god shrieked. You finally asked. Hee hee. Should you ascend the divine, all the abilities you draw will be of post-ascension strength. Moreover, any limitations on triggering abilities, random selection mechanisms, and the restriction of one-time usage will all be lifted. After that, you will truly become the master of 52 abilities, a hexagonal warrior. So powerful? At that moment, Joka felt an overwhelming desire to ascend the divine. If those restrictions could be lifted, he would truly become the master of 52 abilities. Having obtained the information he sought from the clown god, Joka continued toward Tang Xin's class. The closer he got to her classroom, the larger the crowd became. Many small groups of girls, upon seeing Joka approach, gazed at him with starry eyes, whispering, Wow, look, it's Joka. So handsome. Why is he in a regular class? Is he here to find someone? Who could it be? Joka sighed, automatically tuning out the noise. He finally understood why Su Chinsi always wore a black mask. Becoming a celebrity was quite troublesome if one wished to avoid attention. Inside the ordinary classroom, several girls surrounded Tang Xin, chattering. What should we eat tonight since there are no classes? I want to go to the barbecue place outside the school. Tang Xin. Isn't today your birthday? Did you receive any gifts from the boys? I just got to school. Who would give me gifts? Tang Xin scratched her head shyly. Not at all. You're so cute. Look outside the window. One girl pointed excitedly. Outside the window stood a handsome boy, leaning casually against the wall, looking lazy. It's Joka. He came to our class. Tang Xin. He must be here for you. Tang Xin. I heard you were teammates with Joka during the freshman assessment. Who would have thought he remembered your birthday? At that moment, Tang Xin felt a surge of pride. She blushed and rushed out of the classroom. That was unexpected. Joka had not anticipated his appearance would attract such attention. Had he known, he would have called Tang Xin to meet elsewhere. Fortunately, before Joka could find Tang Xin, a small figure emerged on her own. Brother Joka, were you looking for me? She had tried her best to calm herself, but could not suppress the excitement in her voice. This place is too crowded. Let us speak elsewhere. Joka took Tang Xin's hand and led her away. Finally escaping the crowd of teasing girls, Joka teased. Tang Xin. It seems you cannot escape the nickname the obvious one. Tang Xin patted her cheeks. What can I do, brother Joka? You are a big star. Hee hee. Being the obvious one I isn't so bad after all. Having just been picked up by the renowned star from her class, Tang Xin felt like the protagonist of a novel. Watching Tang Xin's joyous demeanor, Joka was reminded of her during the comprehensive assessment. Her small frame, holding a bomb, attracting the enemy, sacrificing herself for Joka, and being turned to ash. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He handed her a bottle of magical essence. Here, this is your gift. Wow. Tang Xin's eyes sparkled. Brother Joka, how did you know today is my birthday? Thank you for the birthday gift. Birthday? Joka was momentarily taken aback. Prophet Eskul. You really have some skill, he murmured softly. It was the prophet's suggestion to gift this potion to Tang Xin, and it just happened to be a birthday present. Prophet Eskul, was this also part of your calculations? Clearing his throat, he chuckled. Happy birthday. Of course, Joka was not there merely to deliver gifts. His intention was to extract from Tang Xin the reason behind her knowledge of the existence of the living dead. by first charming her. He believed it would be easier to elicit information. Tang Xian, captivated by the vial of magical essence, could hardly part with it. I've heard that this potion not only rapidly elevates magical levels, but is also quite delightful to taste. With that, she uncorked the vial. Brother Zhou, I'm going to taste it. Zhou nodded. Yes, please do. It was meant for you. Elated, Tang Xian brought the vial to her lips and drank deeply. Wow, it's indeed sweet. Brother Zhou, thank you for this gift. Suddenly, she seemed to have remembered something. Oh, Brother Zhou, I have another request. What is it? Zhou feigned indifference, yet he was mentally prepared with his response. As anticipated, the oracle's prediction proved accurate. Tang Xian was going to make a request. He had resolved that, regardless of what she asked, he would refuse. Do you want to? But before Tang Xian could finish her sentence, with a sudden jerk of her right hand, the empty vial slipped from her grasp, producing a sharp sound as it hit the ground. Her expression abruptly stiffened. And then she began to tremble violently. In the next moment, Tang Xian collapsed to the floor, foam spilling from her mouth, her eyes rolling back. Ugh! She writhed on the cold ground, emitting anguished cries and moans. Chapter 56. Poisoning. Tang Xian writhed on the ground, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. Her throat emitted intermittent, harrowing cries. She had been poisoned. Zhou immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The potion containing the essence of magic was tainted. Swiftly, he lifted Tang Xian from the ground and raced toward the campus infirmary. This symptom, we have never encountered it before. The school doctor gasped in horror as she beheld Tang Xian's wretched state. Is there no treatment available? Zhou inquired anxiously. Tang Xian lay on the hospital bed, still frothing at the mouth, the ECG beside her displaying erratic readings. She hovered on the brink of death, at any moment susceptible to the clutches of the Reaper. Her struggles had diminished, yet her breaths grew increasingly faint. All present could discern that Tang Xian was a mere breath away from death. Zhou, brother. Tang Xian murmured with her eyes tightly shut. What? Zhou faltered slightly, immediately grasping her hand. However, Tang Xian could only utter that one word before slipping back into unconsciousness. Is there truly no one who can save her? Zhou shouted in desperation. Suddenly, one of the doctors had a realization. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed, Professor, please send Lu Yingming over at once. Lu Yingming? Zhou queried instantly. Can he save Tang Xian? The doctor hesitated. I cannot say for certain. However, his divine card abilities are related to healing, and his level of magic essence is remarkably high. Perhaps he might be able to help. When will he arrive? He is on his way. Zhou nodded and returned to the bedside. Tang Xian, can you hear me? Help is on the way. Tang Xian, her eyes still closed and her body convulsing, seemed to find some semblance of calm upon hearing Zhou's voice. He noticed a faint nod from her. Tang Xian's once pretty face was now a purplish hue, twisted in agony. Zhou clenched his fists. He realized that she was teetering on the edge of death. Little standout, you must hold on. He reminisced about the first time he had encountered Tang Xian. A short girl with a ponytail stood in the center of the playground, imploring everyone to cease their mutual slaughter. However, once the rules were announced, she was struck by a stray bullet. At that time, he did not know her name, only giving her the nickname Standout. Later, he met Tang Xian again. She had urged her classmates not to fear Yulingtian, only to be met with violent bullying. After Zhou had driven Yulingtian away, Tang Xian even lied to the professor to shield Zhou from the consequences of the fight. It was then that he discovered he had a little magic fan in the school. Subsequently, Tang Xian joined the Red Heart Nation, becoming Zhou's ally. During a comprehensive test, when confronted by the undead, she resolutely used the sharp edge of her divine card to slice her wrist, releasing blood to attract the attackers. Zhou realized that Tang Xian was no mere decorative ally. She was a little madcap. Later still, when Zhou found himself immobilized, it was Tang Xian who promptly conceived the idea of impersonating him. Alone, she faced hundreds of enemies without hesitation, igniting a bomb and perishing alongside them. In that moment, as he confronted the reality of her death, his heart wavered. But that was all a facade. In the examination hall, no matter how tragic the demise, one would always return to reality unscathed. Yet now, this was reality. Tang Xian lay in agony on the hospital bed, wavering at the threshold of death, while Zhou was powerless to intervene. With a sudden burst of frustration, Zhou slammed his fist onto the ground. He loathed himself. He despised his impotence. Though many hailed him as a genius, genius did not equate to omnipotence. He yearned to wield his divine card to save Tang Xian. Yet his divine abilities had yet to be activated. Until now, he had overlooked the fact that his powers were not particularly formidable. His sole divine card, Joker, possessed all abilities, yet the conditions for activation were concealed, and the powers drawn were random. The limitations were numerous. He recalled the words of Professor Chinyun from a few days ago. People cannot resist the desire for power. One day, you will yearn to become a deity. At the time, Joku had only partially grasped the meaning of those words, but now he felt their weight profoundly. If only he possessed a higher-tier divine card, he could eliminate the restrictions on his powers. He could, with a mere flick of his finger, achieve anything, including saving Tang Xian. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to enhance his strength. If only he were stronger, Tang Xian might survive. Suddenly, the infirmary door burst open, and Lu Yingming rushed in. Joku exclaimed, "Senior, please save my friend." Lu Yingming wasted no time, immediately bending down to assess Tang Xian's condition. His typically impassive expression now bore a hint of astonishment. "What poison is this? I have never seen anything like it." Upon hearing this, Joku felt his heart plummet. "What do you mean, Senior? You can't help?" Lu Yingming's expression turned grave. "I can only attempt it. My divine card is square 10, and my ability is purification, which removes specified substances. Perhaps I can cleanse the poison from her body." As he spoke, he softly intoned the incantation. Square transforms all phenomena. 10 purifies the murky dust. Joku observed that the back of Lu Yingming's divine card was silver. His magic essence level exceeded 100, placing him in the silver tier. A soft glow surrounded Tang Xian. The girl gradually ceased her trembling and slowly calmed. The readings on the medical equipment stabilized at safe levels. Tang Xian had returned from the brink of death. Joku let out a long sigh of relief, yet he was also engulfed in deep self-reproach. His divine card was Joker, and he could have morphed it into square 10. He, too, could have saved Tang Xian. However, his card's level was too low, preventing him from freely accessing his powers. Even the conditions for activating those powers remained concealed and undiscovered. Had Lu Yingming arrived even a moment later, he would have been left helplessly watching a life fade before him. Following this incident, Joku fervently wished to uncover the conditions for triggering his divine card, so he could wield his abilities without restraint. Suddenly, the medical equipment beside him emitted a rapid beeping. Tang Xian convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream. Lu Yingming's face turned ashen. "This is bad. I made a mistake." Chapter 57. Rather let me betray the world, I made a grave error. The poison coursing through her veins cannot be simply purified, but rather accelerates her demise. For the first time, Lu Yingming's voice trembled. What? Even Lu Yingming, with his silver-level healing abilities, cannot save Tang Xian. What options remain for me? Tang Xian's screams grew increasingly desperate, her cries echoing with anguish. She coughed violently, blood erupting from her lips. Lu Yingming held his head in despair. This symptom. No, I have seen it before. Suddenly, he shouted, "I remember now." Lu Yingming swiftly turned to Joku. "Only you can save her." Joku immediately replied, "What must I do?" Lu Yingming pondered for a mere 2 seconds. His expression fraught with urgency, as if recalling something. "This poison is targeted. Its name is targeted toxin. Like an arrow, it must strike its mark. This poison must sense its target to dissolve. And the target of the toxin is you, Joku, a part of you. Only by feeding her a part of yourself can the antidote be created." "What? A part of myself?" Joku hesitated not for a moment. Swiftly plucking a hair from his head, he then seized a bottle of antidote from the school nurse and dissolved his hair within it. Without a second thought, he approached Tang Xian, disregarding her blood-soaked form, and administered the concoction to her. Tang Xian's lips had turned purple, her movements barely conscious. She struggled to swallow the potion. After several tense moments, Tang Xian ceased trembling, her breathing steadied. The medical instruments' readings began to stabilize. Tang Xian had returned from the brink of death. Phew. The school nurse wiped the cold sweat from his brow. She needs to rest for a while longer, but she is no longer in danger. Why did you deceive me? After leaving the infirmary, in a secluded corner, Joku raised the prophet's skull high. Speak another falsehood, and I shall shatter you immediately. I did not deceive you. The voice of the prophet's skull was chillingly calm. You are omniscient. You knew long ago that the potion was poisoned. Yet you still wanted me to present it as a gift to Tang Xian. I have stated before, all my suggestions are aimed at preserving your life. Beyond that, I care not. Then why not simply instruct me to discard it? The prophet's skull fell silent. 2 seconds later, I am all-knowing. I am acutely aware of your innermost thoughts. The pretenses you maintained before your senior and the school nurse. There was no need to perform for me again. What do you mean? Joku's tone shifted to one of cold detachment. his initial anger swiftly replaced by a calm demeanor. He furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze upon the skull. I merely proposed suggestions that aligned with your desires. Ultimately, you must have known the potion was poisoned, did you not? Did you not wish for someone to test its effects? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I am deliberately harming Tang Xian? Though Zhou did not openly concede, his tone had lost the frantic urgency from the infirmary. This calmness resembled a conversation with an old friend. The eye sockets of the prophet's skull were hollow yet piercing. 2 seconds later, Zhou, your cold-blooded madness has seeped into your very marrow. In this school, someone seeks your life, and you have always been aware. You have never lowered your guard. You suspected the potion was poison long ago. You have already perused the library for information on targeted toxins. You extracted intelligence about the existence of the Skull Society's assassins from the first assassin you encountered. Thus, you have been secretly searching for this individual. Zhou feigned confusion. Oh? Are you suggesting that I suspect Tang Xian to be affiliated with the Skull Society? Indeed. Your visit to Tang Xian is not merely to inquire about the undead. After that fateful class, you recognized the connection between the undead and the Skull Society. And Tang Xian is the only one privy to the secrets of the undead. In your eyes, Tang Xian is the prime suspect. Thus, you deliberately handed the poison to Tang Xian. If she hesitates to drink, you have her cornered. After listening to the prophet's skull's revelations, Zhou's expression darkened. He bowed his head, his countenance concealed in shadow. Zhou remained deep in thought, pausing for an extended moment. After a while, he suddenly grinned, emitting a chilling laugh. It appears the prophet's skull truly perceives all. If that is the case, I shall cease the charade. I must survive. By any means necessary. Tang Xian is far too suspect. Why did she publicly profess her admiration for me at the entrance of the teaching building? What a coincidence that she is a fan of my magic. Why, during the comprehensive assessment, did she sacrifice for the team? Why did she not strive to save herself? Years of hardship and struggle have imparted a profound truth upon me. Mortals act out of self-interest. The prophet's skull remained silent. But you are mistaken. Tang Xian drank the potion. What if she truly is your ally? What if she genuinely admires you? Zhou's lips curved upward. I am not so cold-hearted. I would not abandon a true companion in their hour of need. In the final moments, did I not administer the antidote to her? That was a desperate act made after Lu Yingming recalled the antidote method. Upon hearing this, Zhou offered no reply. Instead, he lifted his gaze and moved to the window. Outside, the sun shone brightly. His smile was disturbingly manic. It is a matter of necessity. I must survive. All threats surrounding me must be eradicated. He suddenly posed a question. Are you familiar with Cao Cao? What? The prophet's skull seemed to encounter this unfamiliar term for the first time. He was a historical figure from my realm. There is a saying of his that I deeply admire. Rather let me betray the world, than allow the world to betray me. Joker. In many cultural narratives, the jester is not merely a comedic figure, but also embodies terror, mystery, and madness. A gentle breeze tousled Zhou's hair. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window. The warmth of the sun contrasted with the coldness of Zhou's expression, which appeared unnaturally pale. His lips curled into a wide, mocking grin. Zhou raised his blood-stained hands, extending his fingers to the corners of his mouth. He then lightly traced upward, leaving 2 crimson arcs, a blood-soaked smile. At that moment, Zhou's visage resembled that of a deranged jester. Chapter 58. Welcome party. So, your goal is? My immediate aim is, undoubtedly, survival. No one desires to live more than I do. In this school, there are forces that wish for my demise. I am aware. While they remain hidden, the individual intent on my death must have some connection to me. Thus, it must be someone I know. For now, I can temporarily dismiss Tang Xian as a suspect. Countless familiar faces flashed through Zhou's mind. Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi, Yi Lingtian. These are my classmates. Li Hafeng, Zhuang Xingyao, Lu Yingming. These are the seniors. Chen Yun, Yuan Xing, and the enigmatic principal. I cannot rule out the possibility that a professor desires my life. I must devise a way to uncover the truth. Within a single day, 2 assassination attempts have already been made against Zhou. He does not intend to sit idly by. He shall take the initiative. All right, since that is the case. Our objectives align. You wish to live, and I also seek to protect your life. Go and see that girl. She should be awake now. Do not forget, do not acquiesce to her request. Otherwise, you will perish. In the hospital room, Tang Xian, how are you? Zhou inquired, sitting at her bedside with concern. I am fine now, Tang Xian replied, her complexion somewhat pale and her voice weak. Zhou, I heard you saved me. No. Joku expressed his guilt. It is my fault. I did not notice the poison in the magical essence. Tang Xian continued to cough as she spoke. Joku, do not say that. I heard the doctor mention that the poison in the magical essence was specially tailored for you. Had you consumed it, within a second, you would have lost your life. She spoke with a hint of fear. Fortunately, it was I who drank it. Joku paused for a moment, then grasped her hand. Tang Xian, thank you. By the way, Tang Xian, before you took the medicine, it seemed you had a request for me? What was it? Though Joku posed the question, he had already resolved to refuse whatever she might say. It is nothing of great importance, Tang Xian replied softly. I heard from classmates that at the end of this month, the school will host a welcome party. A welcome party? Joku had not anticipated that this was what Tang Xian wished to discuss. It is likely that the school's official website will announce it today. Though it is a welcome party, all students will participate. Each grade will have several slots to perform in front of the entire school, showcasing talents such as singing and dancing. Suddenly, Tang Xian appeared bashful. Joku, will you take part? I just think, if you perform magic in front of the whole school, you would surely look spectacular. Joku initially intended to decline immediately, but hesitated for a brief moment. You mean, in front of the entire school? Everyone will be watching? Tang Xian nodded. The advice from the oracle's skull echoed in his mind. Do not agree to her request, otherwise you will die. At this moment, Joku comprehended the meaning of those words. Considering Tang Xian's request, if he were to perform at the welcome party, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the assassins. Thus, evading death would be impossible. However, this also presents an opportunity to capture the assassins. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged within Joku. He maintained a calm demeanor while secretly reveling in his thoughts. To shy away from death, then I would not be Joker. He raised his gaze to Tang Xian and declared, very well. I shall participate. Rest assured. I will present a grand and splendid magic show before the entire school. He acquiesced to Tang Xian's request. For the first time in his life, Joku made a reckless decision, choosing to reject the omniscient deity's counsel. What are you doing? Upon leaving the hospital room, the oracle's skull immediately roared. Did I not instruct you to refuse her? I have gone to great lengths to preserve your life, and you choose to commit suicide? What you said about wanting to live more than anyone else, was that mere nonsense? The oracle's skull, a divine entity, was now expressing immense fury. However, Joku did not rush to respond. Instead, he remarked casually, I heard that you were an extraordinarily beautiful goddess in your life. The oracle's skull was taken aback. What does that have to do with what I just said? Of course it does, Joku smiled. A beauty must not be angered. Madman. All right, I shall cease my jesting, since you are still willing to converse with me. It indicates that my death is not a foregone conclusion, correct? Therefore, in your view, is the future predetermined? No. Fate is a realm of probability. I merely perceive that if you do not agree to Tang Xian's request and refrain from making an appearance at the welcome party, your chances of survival are significantly higher. What if I must participate in the welcome party and earn the applause of the entire student body? Your probability of survival is only 1 in 52. Joku smiled slightly. That is sufficient. Quite high indeed. What? Even if it is 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000, I shall take the gamble. And I shall win that gamble with certainty. Why fear a mere 1 in 52? Hey, Skull. You are indeed a divine relic. Your prophetic abilities are undeniably formidable. However, divine relics are not exclusive to you alone in this world. You can glimpse the future, but you cannot foresee a future that has been altered. After uttering these words, without waiting for the skull to respond, Joku stowed it back into his bag. He then retrieved his phone and opened the note titled Predictions Made by the Talking Skull. He added 2 lines to it. Participate in the welcome party. Survival probability, 1 in 52. Simultaneously, he bolded the probability figure. 52. This number is truly fortuitous, Joku mused to himself. Hey, Joker God. Joku ventured to a secluded area and softly called into the air. Here I am. Hee, thinking of me again? I wish to inquire. If I were to publicly use my divine card, how would it appear to others? Oh ho ho, you hit the nail on the head. Do you recall the bloodline test you underwent upon enrollment? What did the testing device reveal your divine card to be? Joku nodded yes. The device stated that my divine card is Club K. Indeed, that device is the most sophisticated testing apparatus in all of Longhua. It cannot detect the existence of the Joker card. You can use it without worry, whether in the eyes of people or in machines. They will only see Club K, even if you were to shove the divine card in their faces. They would only assume you were utilizing the abilities of Club K. Hey, did you not attend the basic magic course? Do you not know what magical artifacts are? When you use your abilities, your classmates will think you are employing some peculiar magical artifact. That simplifies matters. Oh, so what is your purpose in asking this? It is, of course, to prepare for the grand display of my divine card once more before the entire school. Oh ho, my dear child, have you perhaps forgotten something? The Joker card is not something that can simply be utilized at will. To activate it, one must fulfill a concealed triggering condition. Chapter 59. The Seven of the Skull Society. I am aware of this. Joku's voice was calm, devoid of any surprise. Thus far, he had activated the divine card's supernatural abilities 4 times. Although each activation was a result of passive triggers, Joku had begun to perceive the underlying commonality. On the day of my 18th birthday, when I first acquired the divine card, you informed me that the condition for activating the Joker card was concealment. However, I have come to a conclusion regarding what this hidden condition entails, though it still requires validation. Joku grasped his Joker card, its surface flipping beneath his fingertips, revealing faint crimson patches. With a sharp snap, he pinched one corner of the card between his fingers. At the welcome party, I shall actively trigger the divine card. I shall uncover the conditions for my supernatural abilities. I shall present a flawless illusion for all the students. I shall bridge the realms of the present and the future, shattering the constraints of a 1 in 52 chance. I shall dismantle the death prophecy foretold by the seer. In a corporate building, a man hurriedly entered the elevator. This elevator contained only him, which suited him perfectly. Beep. The man scanned his divine card and pressed a button for a particular floor. The elevator descended slowly. The man anxiously glanced at his watch repeatedly. As the elevator neared its destination, he reached into the inner layer of his clothing and retrieved a mask, slowly donning it over his face. The mask depicted a skull. Ding-dong, beneath the ground floor. We have arrived. What should have been the company's underground garage revealed a dimly lit room as the elevator doors opened. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by countless rows of flickering candles. The man stepped cautiously into the chamber. Inside, a long table was surrounded by 6 figures, all adorned with skull masks. There were both men and women, of varying shapes and sizes. The dim light obscured their forms, rendering them indistinct. 3 individuals sat on the left side of the table, while 2 occupied the right. At the head of the table sat a gaunt man, his hands clasped together, with pronounced knuckles resting upon the table's surface. You are late. Greed. The man at the head spoke, his voice raspy and thin, yet light, as if he were reciting poetry. Apologies, Pride. There were complications at the school that delayed me. The man known as Greed replied tersely, pulling out a chair to his right. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor echoed sharply in the hollow room, but he paid it no mind as he took his seat. It is not your fault. We all understand that you work for the leader. You serve the Skull Society, Pride said softly. You are doing well. We are gradually moving closer to our goals. Greed nodded slightly. Indeed. To this point, I have followed the organization's plans diligently, and no one at the school suspects my involvement. Across from Greed sat a provocatively dressed woman who cleared her throat, leaning casually against the back of her chair. Her tone brimmed with skepticism. But do our actions truly benefit the leader? After all, our assassination attempts on Joku have all failed. Pride replied in a hushed voice. Of course, Lust. You need only adhere to the leader's directives. The Skull Society has its own arrangements. Lust seemed unconvinced. We have been serving the Skull Society for quite some time now. Why does the leader refuse to meet us personally? And you, Pride, we have followed your orders. But how can we be certain that you are genuinely serving the leader? Pride's voice revealed irritation as he abandoned his ethereal tone, raising it an octave. My loyalty to the leader is beyond question. He is currently unavailable, but before his departure, he entrusted me with his entire plan. I report directly to the leader, and you are accountable to me. Beside Greed sat a corpulent man who spoke in a somewhat high-pitched voice. Then why can you not share the leader's plan with us? Absolutely not. Pride's tone was resolute. Keeping you in the dark is part of the plan. Gluttony. What the organization requires is not doubt, but execution. The man referred to as Gluttony quickly replied, I possess unwavering loyalty to the leader and the organization. Excellent. Pride returned to his previous melodic tone. Greed. Reiterate the orders you have received. Yes. Greed responded promptly. I remain at the school, receiving directives from the organization and executing the leader's plan to assassinate Joku. To date, I have conducted several operations, deploying hooded killing machines for Russian roulette, sending tentacled killing machines for subway assaults, and orchestrating zombie attacks using drugged magical essence. Pride continued to inquire, and what have been the results of these assassination attempts? Greed articulated each word carefully. All have failed. A collective gasp filled the room as the others exchanged glances, observing Pride's countenance. However, clap, clap, clap. Pride slowly applauded. Well done. It appears you have completely grasped the leader's requirements. Greed nodded, his tone clear. Only failures. No successes allowed. Pride nodded in satisfaction. The assassination at the welcome party shall be no different. Greed, maintain contact via phone. Ensure Zhouke's magic proceeds smoothly. Our ultimate strike will come in the final second of his performance. He spoke in a sing-song voice, an unbreakable death curse. He rose, clenching his left fist over his chest. The yellow flames of the candles flickered in the breeze, casting a dim light upon Pride's mask. Beneath the dark golden skull mask, his eyes glimmered with arrogance. And all of this was for swish. The sound of numerous chairs scraping against the floor echoed as everyone rose, clenching their left fists over their hearts. Their voices, a blend of male and female, some high-pitched and piercing, others low and gravelly, resounded in unison. For an even greater goal. Chapter 60. The Indelible Curse Within the Dormitory. Zhang Yang's excited voice broke through the air. Zhouke, are you truly going to participate in the welcome party? That's splendid. I've heard you're a master of magic. I've never witnessed such popular tricks among the common folk. Once you perform at the school, I bet you'll attract a throng of admirers. Zhouke lay on his bed, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, responding absently, it's merely a magic show, quite ordinary in the realm of commoners. It's just that you nobles have never seen it, which is why you're so thrilled. Zhouke had already registered for the welcome party on the campus website. Of course, his intention was not the mundane pursuit of adoration as Zhang Yang suggested. Primarily, he aimed to utilize this opportunity to ascertain the triggering conditions of his divine card. Additionally, he sought to dispel the death prophecy foretold by the Prophet's skull. Concurrently, he aimed to identify members of the clandestine skeleton society lurking within the school. Naturally, the magic performance had to be captivating. Striving for perfection was Zhouke's life motto. He opened his phone's notes and located the entry titled Prophecies from the Talking Skull. Tapping it open, the content consisted of 2 lines. The first read, do not acquiesce to Tang Xion's request. The purpose is self-preservation. He scoffed, deleting that line. He had already defied this prophecy. He must participate in the welcome party. The second line stated, probability of survival at the welcome party, 1 in 52. He snorted disdainfully, erasing 1 in 52 and rewriting it to read, probability of survival at the welcome party, 100. Continuing to scroll, he encountered the third line, I will fall victim to an indelible curse. Zhouke furrowed his brow. An indelible curse was a term he had never heard before. When faced with unfamiliar knowledge in this world, his customary solution was to visit the library. Inside the library, damn it, I can't find anything. Zhouke perused countless books without discovering relevant information. He even utilized the electronic search system in the school library, but found no similar keywords. However, this was a prophecy from the Prophet's skull. It couldn't be fabricating terms to deceive him, could it? Nevertheless, despite his inability to uncover details about the curse, he made other discoveries. Seated in a quiet corner, Zhouke flipped through a thick tome. He had previously found information regarding divine relics in this very book. He had skimmed through the currently known divine relics, including a deadly blade, a time-reversing clock, and the all-knowing Prophet's skull. He turned back a page before the section on the Prophet's skull. The time-reversing clock. The book featured an illustration of a pocket watch. It is said that this relic was left by the god of time. The bearer can reverse time and return to the past. Zhouke lightly tapped his finger on the page, murmuring, I wish to gather all 14 divine relics, including this one. After exiting the library, Zhouke ventured to various locations, including the school storage room, an outdoor seafood market, and a hardware store, acquiring an array of items, essential props for his magic performance. Later, during the stillness of the night, he made his way alone to the school's grand auditorium, the venue for the impending welcome party. He meticulously inspected the stage and made numerous arrangements in advance. After completing all of this, an entire day had passed. Zhouke felt a bit weary yet fulfilled. Just wait for it, at the welcome party, I shall present the most magnificent magic performance. Days swiftly passed, and the school's welcome party arrived as scheduled. Inside the auditorium, the stage lights flickered. The audience was packed, with students from across the school eagerly awaiting the performance. The opening rock music erupted, instantly igniting the atmosphere within the hall. Oh, yes. Zhang Yang exclaimed from a central seat, fervently waving a glow stick. Keep it down. Tang Xian, seated beside him, covered her ears, seemingly unaccustomed to such a lively ambience. How often does the school host events of this scale? Lighten up and enjoy. Zhang Yang's spirits remained high. By the way, why didn't you sign up for a performance, you wallflower? Hiding in the audience doesn't suit your character. Don't call me a wallflower. I have a name. Tang Xian sighed in exasperation, casting her gaze toward the backstage where Zhou awaited his turn. As before, I am more suited to being an audience member for a grand magician. In a dim corner of the auditorium, a man typed furiously on his phone. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Zhou is preparing to perform a perilous magic trick. I have already sabotaged his props. Moreover, I have concealed a humanoid killing machine in an undetectable location, poised to strike during Zhou's act. Moments later, a reply arrived. Excellent. Remain on standby. The man frowned and typed several more lines. However, I still lack clarity on some details. Are these plans entirely dictated by you? And you are in turn following the leader's orders, correct? Naturally. But the leader also mentioned, only failure is permitted. Success is not allowed? Correct. That was the leader's exact words. Hesitation clouded the man's thoughts as he sent several more messages. But, if we proceed with this assassination plan, Zhou is unlikely to escape death. My on-site assessment suggests his chances of survival are quite low. Your assessment is not incorrect. The leader stated that his probability of surviving this assassination is only 1 in 52. What difference does this probability make from certain death? You are right. The details of the assassination plan were arranged by the leader. The survival probability was also stated by the leader himself. However, you need not worry. If he truly dies, it signifies that Zhou is not the person we seek. Thus, if our assassination is indeed successful, the leader will not hold it against us. But what if the assassination fails? What if he actually defies the odds of 1 in 52? Then it will indicate that the leader's arrangements were flawless. Do not forget. Our true trump card, the indelible curse. Chapter 61. Waiting in the preparation room at this moment, Zhou was in the preparation room behind the stage, perusing the program list for the welcome gala. Most of the performers were unfamiliar to him. However, a few recognizable names caught his attention. Li Hafeng, solo stand-up comedy performance. Zhou immediately envisioned that seemingly quirky senior. Stand-up comedy did indeed suit his character. The second name was Zhuang Xingyao, an original song solo. Zhou recalled the image of that aloof senior, with her short hair and fair skin. During the freshman orientation, her demeanor had been somewhat cold. Yet she had treated him rather kindly. He wondered if she sang beautifully. The third name was Liu Yingming, martial arts performance. This surprised Zhou as Liu Yingming, a senior from the Square System's Divine Card, had an interest in martial arts. Flipping further, he spotted another familiar name, Su Chenxi. Although she had not signed up to perform, she had become the host for the evening. Zhou's own magic performance was listed as the grand finale, the last act on the program. Due to the unique nature of his magic act, he had not participated in the rehearsal. However, he had practiced countless times alone in private. The music swelled, reverberating through the auditorium with a warm ambience. The welcome gala had commenced. Zhou set aside the program list and found a corner near the door in the preparation room where he could clearly see the stage. Since his performance was last, he could take this time to appreciate the other acts and pass the time. As the music played, a figure clad in white gracefully ascended the stage. Su Chenxi, with her cascading long hair and elegantly crafted makeup, donned a flowing white gown as she walked onto the grand stage. The spotlight illuminated her, captivating the attention of every audience member. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Even though Su Chenxi was not performing, her mere presence commanded everyone's focus. Although she was only a host, the audience was under the spell of a delightful illusion. She seemed to be the true star of the evening. As the warm-up music faded, the lights danced across the audience. Su Chenxi gracefully parted her lips, her voice resonant and clear. Teachers and students, good evening. Freshmen of the class of 25, please receive the blessings from the school. Tonight, beneath the roof of the Divine Card School's auditorium, we are no longer surrounded by concrete and steel, but rather immersed in a realm of music and dance. At this moment, the auditorium's ceiling transformed into a starry sky. The students, upon hearing Su Chenxi's speech, waved their glow sticks in exuberance. How many fervent dreams burned brightly in this school? And how many legends of transformation from caterpillar to butterfly existed? Each dream propelled the students to become rising stars. In the next 3 hours, there would be captivating songs and dances, hilarious stand-up comedy, and a mesmerizing magic feast. The welcome gala had officially begun. Su Chenxi concluded her opening remarks with a heightened tone, prompting waves of applause and cheers from the audience. Even though Zhouke was concealed behind the stage, he could not help but be swept up in the fervent atmosphere. Yet, the weight of reality prevented him from succumbing to his emotions or relaxing his vigilance. He was acutely aware that he was not merely here to revel in the festivities. His magic performance was not just another act, it held deeper significance. After delivering her speech and announcing the first act, Suchinsi swiftly descended the stage and approached the preparation room. As she drew near, Zhouke clapped a few times and praised, "Princess, the goddess descending." Upon seeing Zhouke, Suchinsi blushed slightly and replied, "I'm merely the host. The real contributions come from those of you performing." "Zhouke, what magic are you going to perform? You didn't participate in the rehearsal, so it's quite mysterious." Zhouke smiled faintly. "One of the magician's rules, never reveal the content of the magic in advance. You'll find out when I perform. Rest assured, it will be spectacular." Suchinsi settled beside Zhouke throughout the entire welcome gala. "Your performance is what I look forward to the most. Good luck with the magic." In the preparation room, approximately a dozen students awaited their turn. After each act, Suchinsi would return to the stage to deliver transition remarks and introduce the next performance. Time passed, and during one of the performances, Suchinsi returned to the preparation room after announcing the act, sitting beside Zhouke. She removed her shoes and rubbed her heels. "Wearing high heels is truly exhausting. I hope your performance comes soon so I can return to rest." Zhouke chimed in. "You seem a bit uncomfortable in this setting." Suchinsi softly replied, "As a princess, maintaining basic etiquette and attending various public events is a fundamental requirement. However, I prefer practicing martial arts and fighting." Zhouke nodded slightly. He had long understood that although she appeared elegant and composed, she possessed a fierce spirit beneath. "Hey, Zhouke, so you were hiding here?" a male voice suddenly exclaimed. Zhouke looked up to see Li Hanfan's smiling face. "I knew it. I saw your name on the program list, so I figured you'd be here." His loud voice attracted the attention of everyone in the preparation room. Zhouke noticed Lu Yingming's intense gaze from the corner, while Zhuang Xingyao, seated across from him, had also lifted her head from her phone. Noticing their reactions, Zhouke suddenly realized what Li Hanfeng was about to say. He was likely attempting to recruit him for something. Clearing his throat, Zhouke remarked, "Isn't it still your turn?" Li Hanfeng scratched his head. "I think my performance is up next." "Wait, don't try to change the subject." He adopted a deliberately serious tone, pretending to impart wisdom. "My junior, the welcome gala is merely a light-hearted affair. The real large-scale event for the entire school is the Elite Cup, and the prerequisite for participating in the Elite Cup is... Here it comes." Zhouke resignedly interjected, "Joining a student club." "Correct." Li Hanfeng chuckled. "So, have you joined a club yet? How about the Black Blade Society?" Zhouke noticed that Zhuang Xingyao had completely set aside her phone, and Lu Yingming had crossed his arms, both gazing expectantly at him. It seemed they were all waiting for his answer. Chapter 62, The Comedian and the Song God. Not only that, but Zhouke also noticed that Suchinsi, who was nearby, had turned her head, seemingly awaiting his response. Nevertheless, Zhouke reiterated, "Senior, I am still undecided." Li Hanfeng sighed. "Oh, why is your answer still the same?" He suddenly turned to Suchinsi and casually inquired, "What about you, princess?" Clearly taken aback by the unexpected question directed at her. Suchinsi hesitated, glancing at Zhouke and then back at Li Hanfeng. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm still considering my options." Li Hanfeng pressed on. "Oh, esteemed princess, both the Black Blade Society and the Spade God card are the premier choices. Do you truly prefer to join those two dull clubs over the Black Blade Society?" He lowered his voice and subtly pointed at the two individuals in the corner, referring to Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming as the dullards. Suchinsi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. On stage, the music softened as the previous performers exited. Suchinsi exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, senior. I must host the evening event." With a deep bow, she swiftly departed the scene. Li Hanfeng sighed again and turned to Zhouke, saying, "If you don't join us, the princess won't come either." Zhouke asked, "What do you mean by that?" Li Hanfeng lowered his voice. "I just noticed. When I invited the princess, she glanced in your direction. Clearly, she wishes to join the same society as you. Come on, Zhouke, join us in the Black Blade Society, with both the new student king and the princess. We are destined to soar." Zhouke scoffed. "New student king? Are you referring to me?" "Of course. Every champion of the entrance examination is dubbed the new student king during their first year. I was once the new student king myself," Li Hanfeng reminisced, seemingly lost in fond memories. On stage, Suchinsi's voice faded in and out. "Please welcome the next student to perform." Senior?" Zhou feigned a cautious tone. What is it? Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. Isn't it your turn to perform next? Li Hanfeng's expression froze. And he sprang up, exclaiming, oh no. He quickly added, Zhou, we'll talk later, and dashed towards the stage. This personality suits him quite well for stand-up comedy. After Li Hanfeng left, two figures nearby stood up simultaneously. Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming faced each other, both realizing that they shared the same intent. Zhuang Xingyao locked eyes with Lu Yingming, refusing to back down. Lu Yingming crossed his arms, unwavering. They held their gaze, neither uttering a word, yet their eyes seemed to engage in a silent battle. Finally, Lu Yingming's gaze drifted to the heart-shaped medal at Zhuang. With a sigh, he relented, sitting down and softly saying, you go ahead. Ladies first. Zhuang Xingyao nodded slightly, and then walked towards Zhou. Zhou had been engrossed in Li Hanfeng's stand-up routine, oblivious to the movements of the other two. It must be said that Li Hanfeng indeed possessed a gift for humor, a natural comedian. His jokes, a mix of original material and trending memes, elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Once, a classmate asked me why I joined the Black Blade Society. Was it because my card was a spade and my name contained phone? I replied, no, it's because I'm dark-skinned, a black person. Suddenly, the background music erupted with Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, causing the entire audience to burst into laughter. Zhou smiled knowingly just as he was about to hear Li Hanfeng's next joke. May I interrupt? A cool female voice suddenly interjected beside him. Zhou turned, focusing on the girl before him. Zhuang Xingyao maintained her usual aloof demeanor, her short hair and fair skin strikingly radiant. It seemed she had donned a light makeup for the welcome party, accompanied by a faint scent. Zhou sighed, sister. You've already interrupted me, so why ask? Zhuang Xingyao paused for a moment before quickly lowering her head. I'm sorry. Her tone was quite sincere. Zhou stated directly. Sister Zhuang, I already understand your intention. My answer remains unchanged from last time. Zhuang Xingyao shook her head. No, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to join my society. Next week, there will be a ball hosted by the Red Heart Society in the Comprehensive Building. I hope you can come to see it. Of course, it's merely an invitation, and you are free to decline. She gazed intently into Zhou's eyes, her expression earnest. Just to observe. Zhou replied, thank you for the invitation, sister. If I have the time, I will certainly attend. Outside the stage, Li Hanfeng delivered another joke, igniting cheers from the audience. Zhuang Xingyao returned to her seat, while Lu Yingming, intending to approach, ultimately decided against it as Zhou had already shifted his focus back to the performance, clapping intermittently. Time flew by, and the welcome party had already reached its midpoint. Su Qinxi announced from the stage, please welcome Sister Zhuang Xingyao, who will present her original song. Zhuang Xingyao adjusted her attire and strode confidently onto the stage, appearing completely unfazed. As she took the stage, an uproar of applause erupted from the audience, rivaling that of Li Hanfeng's entrance. The two exchanged the microphone, and the stage lights illuminated them, both radiant and captivating, making it difficult to determine who was more beautiful. Su Qinxi returned to the preparation room and sat beside Zhou, saying, Sister Zhuang Xingyao is incredibly talented. Her lyrics and composition are entirely her own. The rock music abruptly ceased. In the next moment, a mournful and ethereal melody filled the air. The audience instinctively silenced, enveloped in the poignant atmosphere of the music. Sister Zhuang Xingyao began to sing, and with just a single line of lyrics, she captivated the entire audience. Oh. The crowd waved their glow sticks frantically, many brandishing colorful light signs emblazoned with Zhuang Xingyao. The song unfolded with a graceful and delicate style, undeniably melodious. However, sister, I adore you. It's so beautiful. A divine voice. The audience erupted with waves of ecstatic screams. Every student in the audience, regardless of gender, were expressions of frenzied admiration, resembling a grand fan meeting. No, it was 1,000 times more fervent than a celebrity concert. Some girls screamed loudly, disregarding their image, while some boys, invigorated, shouted and waved their shirts in the air. Zhou furrowed his brow. This was peculiar. He admitted that Zhuang Xingyao's song was quite impressive, showcasing considerable skill. Yet, the audience's reaction felt oddly unnatural, as if they were manipulated. Chapter 63. Red Heart J. Something feels amiss. Zhou leaned against the door of the preparation room, observing the audience with a cold gaze. Each spectator was brimming with fervor. His eyes scanned the crowd, and soon located Zhang Yang and Tang Xin. At that moment, Zhang Yang disregarded his image entirely, bouncing around like a baboon. Even Tang Xin rested her chin on her hands, wearing an expression of utter adoration. Zhou furrowed his brow and turned his attention back to the stage. Senior Zhuang Xingyou had her eyes closed, lost in her performance, seemingly oblivious to the clamor surrounding her. Zhou shook his head gently and glanced back into the room. To his surprise, even the students in the preparation room appeared to be exhibiting the same peculiar reaction. Each of their faces mirrored expressions of rapt fascination. Senior Li Hanfeng reacted most intensely, exclaiming, "The goddess, Xiao Zhuang, is unparalleled." Had Zhou not intervened in time, Senior Li would have rushed the stage. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, Zhou noticed that even the usually reserved Lu Yingming was blushing, seated silently with tightly pursed lips, seemingly enduring something within. Zhou sighed. Was there truly no unaffected normal person left in this grand hall? Of course, there was. Su Chenxi maintained a calm demeanor, her expression unchanged as she spoke to Zhou. "Have you heard of the sirens?" "Siren?" Zhou inquired uncertainly. "The mythical sea creatures from ancient legends?" Su Chenxi nodded slightly. "Indeed. In popular tales, the sirens are legendary sea nymphs who linger between reefs and vessels, emitting enchanting melodies. Their voices often mesmerize passing sailors, leading to maritime disasters." Zhou replied, "I've heard of this myth." Su Chenxi continued, "This is merely a story crafted by the common folk. However, in reality, many deities, spirits, and phantoms depicted in myths have their archetypes. They are all ancient holders of divine cards. The siren, the legendary sea nymph, was one of the earliest card bearers, and her divine card is Red Heart J. Moreover, she is said to be the ancestor of the Hongxin family, the Zhuang clan." Zhou nodded in understanding, so that explains the bizarre occurrences here. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Zhuang's divine card is Red Heart J, with the ability to charm? Su Chenxi affirmed, "Yes. Red Heart J has the power to significantly enhance others' affection towards her. The strength of Red Heart J's divine card is influenced by its level. At iron level, it only slightly increases a single target's fondness. At copper level, it can incite great love and even obsession. At silver level, Red Heart J can create group enchantment, inciting fervor among small clusters. As for Senior Zhuang's card level, it is gold. Her magical essence exceeds 1,000 points. This is an extraordinarily formidable figure. If she were to fully unleash her divine card's ability, the entire school would fall in love with her." Zhou's expression shifted slightly. "So powerful?" Su Chenxi whispered, "Red Heart J, a letter card, possesses far greater ability than ordinary number cards. Besides, she has the advantage of enhanced magical essence." Zhou gazed at Zhuang Xingyou outside. "So, she activated her divine card's ability? Is it necessary for such a trivial event?" Su Chenxi shook her head. "No. She did not utilize her card at all, which is the most frightening aspect. She simply sang with such earnestness and immersion that she unknowingly activated her internal magical essence. If the magical essence is too high and one fails to manage it properly, it could lead to uncontrollable abilities." Senior Zhuang's ascension to gold level, while due to her efforts, was largely attributed to luck. Thus, she still struggles to manage the power bestowed by her gold-level divine card. Senior Zhuang is quite troubled by this. Su Chenxi suddenly smiled. "Did you know? Senior Zhuang wasn't always this aloof. I've known her since childhood. She was once lively and enthusiastic. However, after her first incident of card loss of control, she changed. She had to shut herself away, keeping others at arm's length. Her cold and indifferent exterior is not her true self, but a desperate attempt to diminish her allure and prevent situations like today. Yet, even with her frigid demeanor, she cannot escape the influence of her magical essence on others. Consequently, many still adore her, and she remains at the top of the campus popularity chart. Such is the power of a gold-level letter card." Zhou couldn't help but admire Su Chenxi's vast knowledge once more. Being around a princess raised in noble education, he acknowledged that he had learned quite a bit. "However, I am curious, why are you unaffected?" Su Chenxi blinked, her inquisitive gaze scanning Zhou from head to toe. "You're just an ordinary boy, aren't you? Yet, it seems you exhibit no emotional fluctuations whatsoever." Zhou's expression remained as calm as water, his emotions utterly undisturbed. Truth be told, even he was unsure. Zhuang Xingyou's singing was indeed beautiful, yet beyond that, he harbored no superfluous thoughts. "What about you, princess? You seem to be the second person, aside from me, unaffected by the charm." The best way to answer a question is to toss it back. Su Chenxi smiled gently. "That is due to my lineage. Although Senior Zhuang and I both hail from the 4 great noble families, the Wang family possesses a lineage of higher nobility. Do you remember the rules from the comprehensive assessment regarding class suppression? The rules of the assessment are derived from reality. A higher lineage can grant immunity to such involuntary magical essence loss of control. Lineage Su Chenxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her lips parting as if she wished to pose another question to Zhouke. He had already anticipated her curiosity as a commoner without noble blood. How can you also be immune to the charm? Zhouke quickly contemplated how to deflect. By now, he no longer considered himself an ordinary commoner. Numerous clues, including the pursuit from the Skeleton Society, had led him to question his origins. Yet, for self-preservation, he continued to publicly declare himself a commoner. Just as Zhouke pondered how to respond, the music gradually subsided. Su Chenxi's expression shifted, and she abruptly stood. Apologies, we shall continue this conversation later. It is now my turn to host on stage. Chapter 64. The Desperate Escape. As Zhuan Xingyao's performance drew to a close, the music gradually subsided. As she emerged from the emotional depths of her singing, the audience too regained their composure, transitioning from a state of enchantment to bewilderment, before awkwardly returning to their seats. Su Chenxi promptly took the stage, seizing the microphone to redirect the audience's attention, calmly announcing the next program, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Senior Lu Yingming's martial arts display was equally captivating, prompting a resounding wave of applause from the crowd. As one act followed another, the evening's welcome ceremony was approaching its final performance, a magic show presented by Zhouke. After the penultimate magic act concluded, Su Chenxi cleared her throat and addressed the audience. The performer of our final act is undoubtedly someone you are all familiar with. He is the only student from a humble background in our school, the sole victor among the 3 major assessments, a deserving newcomer king, reigning atop the popularity chart. A figure of great renown in our institution, please welcome Zhouke. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Zhouke, as the leading figure on the popularity list, had already eclipsed Zhuan Xingyao in fame. At this moment, the audience's fervor was exponentially more intense than when Zhuan Xingyao had taken the stage. Zhouke, Zhouke, Zhouke. The chant spontaneously surged from the audience. Zhang Yang fervently waved a fan sign declaring Zhouke, love, superfan, while encouraging him. Although Tang Xin did not exhibit such exuberance, her face was alight with anticipation. Meanwhile, a man in a distant corner tapped furiously at his phone screen. Inputting a message, it's time for Zhouke's act. Is everything foolproof? Indeed, I have already meticulously analyzed Zhouke's magic routine. There will be no errors. Is the humanoid killing machine arranged as planned? Of course, I have concealed it in a location Zhouke would never suspect. The man's gaze was fixated on the stage's curtain. In 3 seconds, Zhouke would make his entrance. Not only the man, but all the students at the school were also eagerly focused on the crimson curtain. 3, 2, 1. The curtain remained still. Zhouke did not appear. Su Chenxi, standing to one side of the stage, seemed equally perplexed. What is going on? A student whispered from the audience. Suddenly, the lights extinguished with a snap. What is happening? Students exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Another loud bang echoed, as the spotlight abruptly illuminated the curtain. The darkness of the hall accentuated the solitary bright spot, making it shine even more brilliantly. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhouke's voice resonated from all directions, echoing throughout the auditorium. The magic show begins. His tone was vibrant and compelling. At that moment, the background music surged to life. A graceful and lengthy symphony filled the air. With a flourish, countless playing cards cascaded from above the stage. Then, 2 strings of white doves soared through the air, each grasping an end of the red curtain in their beaks and pulling it apart. Zhouke's figure emerged, suddenly revealed amidst the deluge of cards. Clad in a striking black and white ceremonial robe adorned with shimmering sequins, he dazzled under the stage lights. He danced gracefully through the air, spiraling toward the audience. His attire billowed as he glided through the air, his hair swept back by the wind. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a chorus of cheers filling the auditorium. Zhouke circled the grand hall before reluctantly returning to the stage, descending gently to the ground, his toes barely brushing the surface. This was merely the opening act. Yet it ignited a fervor among the students. Glow sticks waved, and the chants grew louder. Zhouke, Zhouke, Zhouke. Standing at the center of the stage, Zhouke basked in the adoring gazes of the audience, enveloped by the warm glow of the stage lights. He bowed slightly, then elegantly conjured a rose from thin air, tossing it into the crowd. Some audience members sprang up, eager to seize the rose he had thrown. The scene was even more frenzied than when Zhuan Xingyao had lost control of her magic. Undoubtedly, Zhouke had poured considerable effort into this performance. Although his primary aim was to utilize the magic show to discern the conditions for triggering the divine card, and to escape death. He also understood the importance of maintaining a magician's professional integrity. Presenting a spectacular magic show was a pursuit he held dear. For this performance, he had invested in a magnificent outfit, meticulously styled his hair, and even applied some makeup. His appearance was akin to that of a star, more striking than ever. Joka clapped his hands, signaling for the audience to quiet down. Instantly, the students ceased their exuberant displays, though their excitement remained palpable as they eagerly awaited his next move. Joka began. Magic is an ancient and mysterious art that allows someone of humble origins like myself to manifest effects akin to supernatural powers. What you witnessed earlier was merely a warm-up. The real spectacle is yet to come. With a sharp clap, he brought the stage to life. Suddenly, the wooden floor at the center of the stage heaved, and a secret door sprung open, revealing a large water tank, 1 meter wide and 2.5 meters tall, filled with glimmering azure water. As the tank rose, the surface rippled. A booming sound reverberated through the hall as the lights ascended, illuminating a large transparent glass box that was slowly lowered by an iron rod. This glass box resembled a miniature version of the water tank below, but with a crucial difference: it was filled with sharp-toothed piranhas. Joka stepped forward with confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary magic is unworthy of our welcome ceremony. Therefore, my transformation must be nothing short of extraordinary. I must honestly tell you, should this magic trick fail, I will risk my life." A wave of gasps spread through the audience, many drawing in sharp breaths. Yet, to challenge oneself is the hallmark of a great magician. I will seal my mouth and bind myself to ensure the divine card props cannot be utilized. Then, I will leap into the tank. Following that, I shall strive to escape my bindings and flee the water tank. The time limit is 1 minute. Joka paused, continuing. Of course, I see some of you wearing expressions of doubt. 1 minute can't drown a person, can it? Why risk my life? With a smile, he raised a hand, pointing to the glass box filled with piranhas above. In 1 minute, the base of this glass box will automatically spring open. At that moment, whether I am in the water tank or not, the piranhas will fall entirely. If I fail to escape, I shall be torn to shreds by these ferocious tropical fish. Ladies and gentlemen, Joku's voice rose, the background music reaching its first crescendo. Welcome to my magic show, The Desperate Escape. Chapter 65, The Escape from the Water Tank, A Desperate Escape. As the name suggests to the audience, it naturally refers to the magician escaping from the water tank. However, Joku's purpose extends far beyond this. The essence of the escape is not merely from the tank, but from the deadly trap set by the Skull Society. Joka strolled slowly up the staircase erected on the stage. With each step he ascended, his form grew taller, bringing him closer to the realization of his escape plan. He observed the audience, who continued to cheer, filled with anticipation. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the staircase. Before him lay the open top of the water tank, its clear waters rippling gently. Of course, Joka had already harbored countless speculations about the assassination method employed by the Skull Society. Drowning himself, dispatching an assassin mid-performance, or perhaps setting lethal traps within his props. Yet, he remained unfazed. He believed wholeheartedly in his survival. He was confident that whatever assassination technique was employed, he would find a way to counter it. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused. The skull of the seer can only perceive the future, yet it cannot discern the manipulated future. It can assess the probability of fate but cannot distinguish the probabilities that have been altered. Joka produced 2 pairs of iron handcuffs, displaying them to the audience. He had deliberately tugged at the cuffs, conducting a quality inspection to demonstrate their authenticity and sturdiness. He secured his wrists and ankles firmly, entwining them with several loops of iron chain. At this moment, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. He is all tied up. Surely he can't retrieve the divine card now? Is he relying on his own strength to unlock the chains? You don't understand. I've heard that commoners possess lockpicking skills, but 1 minute might be a tad short. Who knows if he can succeed? What if he truly drowns? Raising his hands high to showcase the chains, Joka addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, if I fail to escape the water tank within the allotted time, this magic trick will be deemed a failure. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and should that unfortunate scenario occur, do remember to arrange a proper funeral for me. Laughter erupted from the audience, who naturally interpreted this as Joka's dark sense of humor. Taking a deep breath, Joka held his breath, closed his eyes tightly, and with a burst of energy, he leapt into the tank. Splash! The magician's form disappeared into the water-filled tank. The icy sensation of the clear water enveloped him. Subsequently, a red curtain descended slowly to obscure the tank. Beep! The large screen on the stage lit up with bold red numbers: 59, 58, 57. The countdown began. What the audience failed to notice was that in the very next second after his plunge, the lid atop the tank suddenly sprang up and then fell back down. This lid was remarkably heavy and robust. A small iron lock clicked into place automatically, sealing the top shut, leaving Zhou trapped within the tank. It worked. He has fallen into the trap I set. Somewhere in the grand hall, a man continued to send messages on his phone a few days ago. After witnessing him set up the water tank and purchase a host of piranhas, I delved into extensive research. Soon, I discovered a trick in the commoner world known as water tank escape. The primary process involves the magician binding their limbs and jumping into the needing to unlock the handcuffs and chains within a set time to escape. Otherwise, they would drown. Naturally, to heighten the thrill, many dangerous elements are incorporated. What Zhou has done is place piranhas ready to drop from above. Typically, a skilled magician can indeed unlock the chains and emerge from the tank within the allotted time. A minute is indeed brief, yet not impossible for Zhou. However, I have taken measures to ensure he cannot escape. I see. What specific measures have you taken? The man continued to type calmly. Originally, the tank had an open top to facilitate his escape. However, I devised a small mechanism that causes the lid to close automatically as Zhou jumps into the water. Moreover, I included a small iron lock that will also latch shut. But didn't you say Zhou possesses lock-picking skills? He can indeed pick locks, provided he can access the lock. The iron lock I set is positioned on the outside of the tank. Even if he manages to free himself from the cuffs, he will still be unable to escape and will suffocate within the tank. Excellent. The plan is well thought out. However, the man hesitated. The probability of Zhou surviving is virtually zero. Why did the leader say it was a 1 in 52 chance? You need not concern yourself with that. The leader has arranged everything. Do not forget, if Zhou perishes, you shall face no punishment. That would only indicate that we misjudged him. Zhou is not our target. Understood. After confirming that his plan was foolproof, the man set down his phone and glanced towards Zhou. The red curtain concealed the tank. At this moment, the entire audience stared wide-eyed, eagerly awaiting this thrilling minute. The countdown on the large screen continued to tick down leisurely. 42, 41, 40. Soon, 20 seconds had passed. The curtain began to rise slowly, halting 2/3 of the way up the tank, revealing only Zhou's feet. Look, Zhou has already unbound the chains from his ankles. The audience gasped in astonishment. The countdown persisted. As the curtain continued to ascend with the ticking timer, 22, 21, 20. The curtain had now lifted to reveal Zhou's hands. In that moment, the audience witnessed Zhou deftly manipulating a small wire in the keyhole of the handcuffs with remarkable speed. Click! The handcuffs sprang open. Zhou seemed to break into an elegant smile beneath the water, gently discarding the handcuffs. They sank slowly to the bottom, appearing tightly secured. Yet Zhou had effortlessly freed himself in an astonishingly brief time. Even more remarkably, there were still 20 seconds remaining. Oh. The audience erupted in cheers, applause resonating throughout the grand hall. How did he accomplish that? Is this the magic of the commoners? Unlocking handcuffs with a mere piece of wire? 40 seconds. There's more than enough time. Zhou appeared to smile broadly, as if bowing in acknowledgement to the audience. Without wasting a moment, he glided upward, reaching for the top of the tank. As his fingers brushed against the lid, Zhou's form froze. Chapter 66. The Rain of Fish. Zhou exerted considerable force to push the lid of the water tank. According to the original sequence of the magic trick, at this moment, he should have released all the chains binding him and swiftly escaped before the countdown concluded. However, in the original sequence, the lid of the tank was open. He reacted swiftly, immediately realizing that someone had tampered with the magical apparatus. Zhou quickly scanned the area and soon identified the issue. On the outer side of the tank lid, there was a small black lock securing it. This inconspicuous lock was so diminutive that Zhou had overlooked it before the performance began. Yet, it was precisely due to its small size that the method to unlock it was rather simple. That is to say, a miracle through brute force. With only 20 seconds remaining, I see no means of escape for him. The man observed the stage, furrowing his brow, and quickly began typing. Do not panic. Continue to observe. Until the very last second, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, the man set down his phone, fixated on Zhou on stage. At this moment, less than 20 seconds remained. Zhou had already freed himself from all restraints and discovered the tampering. Zhou, how will you resolve this predicament? The man murmured softly to himself. Suddenly, Zhou rolled up his sleeves, revealing his elbows. He then sank to the bottom of the tank, steadying himself. With a sudden leap, he collided with the lid. Bang! He had audaciously struck the top cover with his elbow. The most primitive method, yet remarkably effective. The man slightly furrowed his brow. To avoid Zhou Ke's discovery, he had deliberately selected a particularly small lock. Yet, it had one drawback. It was not robust enough. Of course, for an ordinary individual without magical prowess. Even such a miniature lock would be exceedingly difficult to break open through sheer physical force. However, Zhou Ke possessed a high level of magical energy, and his physical abilities had been enhanced to a degree beyond the ordinary. Bang! After failing to break through, Zhou Ke applied the same technique again, raising his elbow for another powerful strike. At this point, the entire audience was left in astonishment. Zhou Ke, what is he doing? Is he attempting to break open the lid? Wasn't it supposed to be open? Could it be that the magic trick has gone awry? In the audience, murmurs of confusion and disbelief grew louder. Zhang Yang, too, felt a twinge of worry. Hey, little eye-catcher, do you think Zhou Ke's magic trick will go wrong? Surprisingly, Tang Xian wore an expression of someone who had been through this before. You're unaware, aren't you? I used to watch Zhou Ke's performances frequently. His favorite trick is to feign a mistake. This must be part of Zhou Ke's act. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang looked back towards the stage. Is that so? Though he acknowledged this, a hint of concern still lingered in his eyes. Time flew by rapidly. The digits on the large screen flickered. Soon, only 5 seconds remained. Zhou Ke continued to strike the lid. 5. Zhou Ke's expression had lost its elegance, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. The whispers from the audience grew louder. 4. Below the stage, Su Chenxi, as the host, gripped the microphone tightly. She was now hesitant, since Zhou Ke's performance had not been rehearsed in advance. She was unaware of how the magic trick was supposed to unfold. Of course, it was evident to anyone watching. Zhou Ke's panicked and urgent actions mirrored the signs of a malfunction in the magic trick. Yet, Su Chenxi recalled that just a few days prior, when Zhou Ke had declined to rehearse, he had told her, regardless of how perilous the magic may appear during the formal performance, do not intervene. Everything is part of the magic. Therefore, even though Zhou Ke appeared to be in distress, she refrained from immediately halting the performance. Still, her expression was one of deep concern as she closely watched Zhou Ke. 3. Inside the tank, Zhou Ke's strikes against the lid grew more vigorous. He had entirely shed the composed demeanor he had exhibited before the performance. He began to strike the top of the tank with wild intensity, his expression filled with anguish. 2. It seemed that Zhou Ke was beginning to experience oxygen deprivation, struggling to breathe. His movements suddenly ceased. Then, he lunged at one side of the tank's glass, pounding furiously. His once handsome and composed face now bore the marks of helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter a word. Yet, he appeared to have forgotten he was underwater, releasing only a bubble from his lips. Zhou Ke desperately pounded on the glass, pointed at his face, then gestured towards the top of the tank. Subsequently, he mouthed 2 words, "Help me." 1. The moment has arrived. Su Chenxi no longer hesitated. This could not possibly be part of Zhou Ke's performance. She saw the helplessness and terror in his eyes. She refused to believe that anyone could master their craft to such an extraordinary extent. Without further hesitation, she cast aside the microphone and rushed onto the stage. 0. The countdown on the large screen reached 0. The red digits now appeared glaringly bright and ominous. In an instant, the small tank above began to open at the base. A swarm of piranhas writhed and surged, poised to descend. At this moment, Zhou Ke's expression suddenly grew resolute. He seemed ready to take a bold risk. Gathering all his strength, he struck the lid with all his might. Bang! In that split second, the lid flew open with a resounding crash. Hiss! Zhou Ke finally emerged, drenched, his head breaking the surface of the water as he gasped for fresh air. Yet, it was too late. The countdown had already reached 0. In an instant, countless razor-toothed piranhas cascaded down. The torrent of piranhas crashed upon Zhou Ke, who had barely managed to rise halfway out of the tank. Soon, the water tank was filled to capacity with the frenzied fish, engulfing Zhou Ke within their midst. At this moment, the audience could no longer maintain their composure. The uproar echoed in waves. What is happening? Zhou Ke has failed to escape? The magic trick has failed. They looked around, hoping to glean a definitive answer from someone. However, no one had previously witnessed Zhou Ke perform such a trick. Some even believed it to be part of the performance. Until, puff, 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 the swarm of piranhas writhed and splashed, seemingly tearing into something. In an instant, Blood began to surge forth from the tank. In that moment, the once clear blue water transformed into a vivid crimson. The tank was now filled with nothing but blood. At this point, the audience finally lost all sense of calm. Ah! A portion of the audience erupted in piercing screams. The shrieks reverberated throughout the auditorium, tearing at the nerves of every student present. Chapter 67. The Illusion of Failure, or perhaps too late. As the final second ticked away, Suchinsi dashed onto the stage. Yet, the piranhas had already descended. Countless fierce tropical fish, with their razor-sharp teeth, thrashed and rolled in the water, evidently tearing into something. Blood gushed forth wildly, spilling over the top of the tank and splattering onto the stage. The audience erupted in screams, with some students seemingly unable to bear the brutal scene, fainting in their seats. Suchinsi could hardly believe her eyes. Weakness enveloped her, yet she trembled as she retrieved her divine card. Black Spade breaking the 10,000 army princess forging divine weapons. Her entire being quivered, and her incantation faltered, disrupted by fear and shock. Nevertheless, a mighty hammer materialized in her grasp. Perhaps there was still time if Zhou had not perished. Rescuing him and transferring him to the infirmary might allow him to survive. She rushed to the tank, gripping the hammer tightly, and struck the glass with all her might. Bang! Suchinsi believed she had exerted tremendous force, yet she was repelled, her hands numbed by the impact. The hammer clattered to the ground beside her. The tank containing Zhou appeared to be crafted from an exceptionally sturdy material. Under her full-force strike, it merely bore spiderweb-like cracks. The school of piranhas continued to swim and thrash about, tearing into their prey. Not wasting a moment, Suchinsi hastily picked up the hammer again and launched a second assault on the tank. Crack! Being the holder of the Spade Divine card, her internal magic essence was not insignificant, and her attack bore fruit. The glass of the tank shattered rapidly, shards cascading down like a waterfall, littering the ground. Blood erupted like a minor tsunami from the center of the stage, spreading wildly. A multitude of piranhas leapt from the tank, crashing to the ground like a volcanic eruption. The piranhas flared their gills, their sharp teeth glinting, as they frantically hopped around the stage floor. This spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Suchinsi cautiously peered into the tank. To be honest, she fervently wished to see nothing at all. A flicker of hope lingered in her heart. She hoped Zhou's magic had not failed. She wished this was merely part of the illusion. She yearned for this to be just another of his pranks. Indeed, Zhou had played such tricks before. Had he not? During a magic fundamentals class, when a training puppet suddenly came to life, Zhou had feigned victory by hiding behind the puppet as he defeated it. Surely, today was no different? Zhou's panicked expression in the water was merely a performance, correct? The blood, perhaps just to die? However, the scene within the tank shattered her illusions. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Blood soaked her calves, yet she felt nothing. Ah! The audience erupted in screams once more. Fear reverberated throughout the auditorium. Inside the tank, a mangled corpse leaned silently against the shattered interior. Most of the flesh had been torn away, exposing stark white bones, with only remnants of sinew clinging to them. The face of the corpse was unrecognizable, ravaged beyond repair. However, the black and white sequin coat it wore confirmed that this was indeed Zhou. It was over. In the shadows of the auditorium, a man calmly typed, "He has failed." It seemed an eternity had passed before a reply came through. Is that so? This is quite unexpected. I had thought Zhou was surely our target. After all, it was a 1 in 52 chance, so not hitting was to be expected. But I thought the odds meant nothing to him. What does this mean? Nothing. Forget I said anything. In truth, I had always believed Zhou would not survive. My assassination plan was flawless. Even without the cover on top, he would have faced a second wave of attacks. After all, I had concealed a killing machine that he would never detect. Indeed, you mentioned that previously. It seems you are quite diligent regarding the tasks assigned by the organization. By the way, where did you hide that killing machine? In the lid of the tank. That lid is heavy yet hollow. Once the countdown concludes, the killing machine will automatically activate. If Zhou were still alive, he would receive the final blow. After the man sent this message, the other party abruptly ceased communication. After a considerable pause, another message arrived. So, did the killing machine emerge? No, what's wrong? The killing machine strictly adheres to its assassination orders. Why has it not appeared? Are you absolutely certain Zhou is dead? The man gazed at the stage, at the corpse clad in a magician's attire. Absolutely. I witnessed his body being devoured by the piranhas. Let me ask you one more question. What was Zhou wearing before the magic performance? The man hesitated, perplexed as to why arrogance would inquire about this seemingly unrelated matter. Nevertheless, he faithfully described. Joku had put great effort into this performance. He wore an extravagant coat and styled his hair. Ah, yes, he seemed to have applied heavy makeup, resembling a dapper clown. During the first minute after Joku leaped into the tank, were you watching him the entire time? No. Once Joku jumped into the tank, a curtain swiftly fell over him. Approximately 20 seconds later, the curtain slowly lifted again. The man did not comprehend why arrogance was asking so many seemingly irrelevant questions. Yet he continued to respond faithfully based on the facts. The response speed from the other side appeared to slow once more. Then, you did well. Joku's magic did not fail. He is the one we are looking for. What? The man was taken aback, staring at the message on his phone, struggling to comprehend its meaning. The next moment, he heard a clear, confident, and resounding youthful voice. The entire auditorium had descended into chaos. Some students had already risen, preparing to flee the hall. Others seemed eager to investigate the corpse on stage, while some had already fainted. Yet, in an instant, in my years of performing magic, my favorite line has always been the entire hall fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. The cacophony abruptly vanishing. In its place arose a murmur. That voice, it sounds like Joku. How is this possible? Isn't he dead? Good heavens. The dead have risen. Bang. The lights extinguished throughout the hall. Then bang. All the spotlights focused on a specific spot in the last row of the audience. There, a figure, graceful, magnificent, and flawless, stood with arms outstretched. Joku emerged unscathed, his attire unmarred. He softly uttered his favorite line, "Magic has no failures. Only you, falling into a meticulously crafted scheme." His tone was elevated and confident, the resonant echoes of his impassioned recitation lingering in the grand auditorium. Chapter 68, You Have Merely Fallen Into. The entire audience was momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, the students gradually regained their composure. The initial feelings of panic, doubt, and speculation evaporated entirely. They rose in unison, cheering and leaping with exuberance. I can hardly believe it. The illustrious Joku has truly astounded us. He had been hiding behind the audience all along, and I hadn't even noticed. What was I thinking? Everyone was focused on the stage. Who would look back? I genuinely thought the magic had failed. Yet here we are. The discussions resonated with fervor. But the loudest sound was the applause from the audience. The thunderous clapping echoed through the air. Joku descended the steps from the audience, bathed in the spotlight. The music accompanying the magic performance swelled anew. With each step Joku took, the cheers grew more fervent, and the symphonic emotions intensified. Eventually, Joku returned to the center of the stage. At this moment, the symphony reached its climax. The stage lights flickered, and every gaze was riveted upon him. Joku unveiled a graceful smile, bowing to the audience like a true gentleman. The entire audience rose to their feet, clapping, cheering, and shouting. In that instant, Joku felt as though he had become the center of the universe. Beside the stage, Suchinsi, feeling slightly embarrassed, leaned forward to discreetly retrieve the iron hammer she had conjured, then quietly retreated backstage. In the audience, Zhang Yang waved a fan light enthusiastically, shouting excitedly to Tang Xin. You were absolutely right. Joku is indeed putting on a show. Tang Xin, equally exhilarated, recalled having watched Joku's magic livestream before. But she had never witnessed anything quite like this. I suspected it was an act, but I never anticipated Joku would pull it off so convincingly. The audience's excitement mirrored that of Zhang Yang and Tang Xin. However, amidst their astonishment at Joku's remarkable reversal of fortune, they harbored a thrilling curiosity. How could it be that Joku's expression had previously suggested a complete failure of the magic, and that a figure resembling Joku had seemingly emerged from the water tank? Yet, the real Joku had appeared from behind the audience. How was this accomplished? The day before Joku's performance, he had noticed a small iron lock affixed to the lid of the magic water tank. A lock that was neither part of his setup nor intended for the magic itself. Quick to react, he realized that someone had tampered with his props. The assassin's idea was clever. The inconspicuous lock, while compromising the security of the lid, significantly enhanced its stealth. However, such a petty trick could never elude Joku's keen perception. Without hesitation, Joku tested the lid's closure. Indeed, with a click, the lock secured itself. Moreover, as he closed the lid, he sensed an unusual weight. This lid was decidedly heavier than usual. Joku's water tank was a specially crafted prop, with a thick top lid designed to conceal various magical implements. Thus, he quickly deduced that something must be hidden within the compartment. Based on previous assassination attempts and the weight he discerned, it was evident that a person was concealed inside. Drawing his short sword, Joku swiftly produced handcuffs and opened the compartment's inner side. To his astonishment, a figure clad in black robes, adorned with a skull insignia, was curled up within. The hooded figure appeared momentarily stunned by his exposure. With quick reflexes, Joku seized him and subdued him with ease. The hooded figure struggled but could not match Joku's strength, his hands firmly shackled. Once he had restrained the hooded figure, Joku pressed the short sword against his throat and whispered, "Who sent you?" The hooded figure attempted to speak, but no coherent words emerged from his cracked lips. Joku noticed a severed tongue lodged in his mouth. Another transformed humanoid killing machine, it seems. Joku raised his sword, contemplating ending the figure's life. Yet, as the blade grazed the hooded figure's neck, a jolt of inspiration surged through him. A brilliant idea blossomed in his mind. He glanced at the shackled figure and then at the inconspicuous lock on the water tank's lid. An exquisite plan swiftly formulated in his thoughts. Why not turn the tables? With precision, he delivered a swift blow to the hooded figure's shoulder. In an instant, the figure ceased his whimpering and struggling, falling into unconsciousness. Joku stripped him of his tattered garments and donned him in a dazzling black and white sequins suit. The once disheveled figure now appeared quite striking. Indeed, one's attire can significantly influence perception. A magician's stand-in must not appear less dapper than the magician himself. After dressing the assassin, Joku retrieved a makeup kit and meticulously applied makeup to the hooded figure's face. Your facial structure bears some resemblance to mine, though your features differ. However, makeup is often referred to as the mysterious Eastern art of disguise. With the right distance, lighting, and skillful application, everyone will perceive you as me. Rest assured. The makeup materials are waterproof. Your handsome visage will remain unblemished beneath the water. After completing this transformation, Joku stood back, admiring his exquisite makeup artistry while securing the assassin's hands and feet with handcuffs, adding several iron chains for good measure. Finally, he returned the completely unconscious assassin to the compartment. Minutes before the magic began, amidst the resounding applause, Joku ascended the steps to the water tank. He glanced at the small iron lock beside the lid and then at the thick compartment cover. With a smile that exuded elegance, he opened his arms and began. The magic begins. As his form plunged into the water, the stage curtain descended, concealing all that transpired behind it. Chapter 69. A carefully orchestrated deception. The frigid water enveloped Joku's skin, yet he felt no chill, for he was assured of his victory. The moment Joku plunged into the water tank, click. As anticipated, the dark lid swiftly descended, locking shut with an iron clasp. Joku held his breath, wasting no time, and immediately employed his masterful lockpicking skills to free his hands and feet from their restraints. This entire process took merely a handful of seconds. It was time. Joku was to perform a magic trick before all the students, with a significant ulterior motive, to verify his understanding of the activation conditions for the divine card. If his intuition was correct, beep, activation conditions met. Automatic extraction of abilities. The voice of the clown god resonated immediately. Indeed, in his pocket, the divine card radiated a faint warmth, prompting him to draw it forth. The once unassuming clown card now shimmered with a white glow, spinning rapidly in the water, its patterns gradually becoming indistinct. A probability of 1 in 52. This must refer to the odds of drawing that divine card. The abilities were randomly selected. The likelihood of drawing the desired divine card was exceedingly slim. Yet Joku harbored an unwavering confidence. Even if it were 1 in 52, before me, it was a certainty. Come forth. The divine card I desire, the 5 of diamonds. Beep. The divine card has been drawn. The divine card is the 5 of diamonds. The clown god's voice was filled with astonishment, as if struggling to believe Joku had truly succeeded. In the palm of his hand, the clown card ceased its rotation, and the design became clear. 5 red diamond shapes adorned the card's face, the 5 of diamonds. Although Joku already knew the ability of the 5 of diamonds, the clown god dutifully introduced it. 5 of diamonds. Copper tier divine card ability teleports the user to a nearby location. Range determined by magical essence level. Joku smiled gently, taking the transformed divine card with care. Ordinarily, the magic would conclude here. However, he wished to play a small jest on his fellow students. A sly grin emerged on his face, complemented by his theatrical makeup, which might appear somewhat eerie to outsiders. I hope this mode of demise is not too painful. Suddenly, he reached for the switch hidden beneath the top lid and pressed it gently. Bang! The compartment burst open, and a figure tumbled down. A person, bound hand and foot, struggled as they fell into the water tank. This individual wore an identical coat to Joku and bore the same clown makeup. Their physique was even somewhat similar, a perfect stand-in for death. The assassin from the Skeleton Society writhed helplessly in the water, emitting muffled cries. Joka smirked, slipping a small wire into the stand-in's hand. Remember, pry open the handcuffs, and you may have a chance to avoid drowning. The remainder of the magic is for you to execute. With that, Joka grasped the divine card tightly and softly chanted, Diamond, transforms all things. 5 dimensions. To the destined path. Whoosh. Unlike the first teleportation with Professor Chinyun, this time he held the reins. The teleportation process was devoid of discomfort. On the contrary, Joka felt an exhilarating lightness, as though soaring through the air. He instantaneously extricated himself from the icy water. The scenery around him rapidly receded, leaving only indistinct afterimages. In a heartbeat, Joka landed gracefully at his intended destination, a visual blind spot behind the audience. All eyes were fixated on the water tank on stage. At that moment, the curtain was slowly rising, drawing their attention further, leaving them oblivious to anything beyond the stage. Joka was thoroughly pleased. The entire teleportation was executed without a sound. He surveyed himself, noting not a single drop of water had accompanied him. He remained as elegant, refined, and dashing as before plunging into the tank. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, he observed the unfolding magic. The countdown reached 40 seconds. The curtain had risen a third of the way. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing Shoku had freed himself from his leg restraints. Ah, it seems your will to survive is quite robust. Escaping those bindings in such a brief period is no easy feat. Shoku had become a spectator, watching the magician perform the thrilling water tank escape. With 20 seconds remaining, the curtain fully ascended. The Shoku in the tank had liberated himself and was quickly ascending towards the lid. However, upon reaching the top, his movement abruptly halted. The lid was locked. The Shoku in the tank had no other thoughts. He was solely focused on survival. Thus, he resorted to the most rudimentary method, using his body to bash against the lid. Bang, bang, again and again. The audience gasped in astonishment. Ouch, that looks painful. Though Shoku thought so, he wore a nonchalant, mocking expression. I'm curious to see if you can break through. The countdown ticked away. Ultimately, at the moment it reached 0. Bang. The iron lock finally burst open, and the stand-in emerged from the water, gulping in fresh air. But how fortuitous! A swarm of piranhas descended. The unfortunate assassin, before he could crawl out, was thrust back into the tank by the ferocious tropical fish. Then, the piranhas thrashed and tore at him with wild abandon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Joka feigned a sorrowful expression, covering his eyes. Yet, the curve of his lips betrayed his true emotions. The Skeleton Society assassin, meeting his demise by the very trap set by the Skeleton Society. How delightfully amusing. Crash. Suchinsi stormed onto the stage, wielding a massive hammer to shatter the water tank, before collapsing in a limp heap on the ground. The assassin, reduced to a half-skeleton, lay amidst the shattered remnants of the tank. The hall erupted with screams, chaos, and dread. Meanwhile, Joka's amusement grew in tandem with their panic. It was time. Little assassin, your hard work has presented this spectacular magic show for everyone. But surely, after such a vigorous performance, you must be exhausted. Look. You've fallen asleep. If that's the case, allow me to handle the aftermath. Oh, you ask what the aftermath entails? Why, it is none other than the accolades. Cheers and applause from the audience. Joka suddenly appeared, reciting his favorite lines, as he gracefully strode towards the stage. More and more audience members began to regain their senses. The previous panic dissipated, replaced by profound astonishment at Joka's remarkable magic. They cheered and applauded with abandon. Joka reached the center of the stage, basking in the multitude of flashing lights, raising his hands high. The stage curtain slowly descended, accompanied by the spotlight's brilliance. Joka softly murmured, "The magic concludes perfectly." Chapter 70. The conditions for triggering the divine card. Joka's magical performance at the welcome party has ignited a frenzy across the campus, trending on social media. The headline reads, "Astonishing twist. The desperate escape of a common magician." It has been shared countless times. The comments section is equally vibrant, absolutely mesmerizing. I genuinely thought the magic went awry. That skeleton was truly terrifying. It looked so real. I am completely captivated by Shoku. 398 dragon coins for the complete magic tutorial, essential for charming the ladies, guaranteed to teach you everything. For details, add V XXX. Does Big Brother 111 really teach? Joka turned off his phone. His intention in performing magic was not to seek fame. Rather, it was to evade the impending pursuit of the Skeleton Society and to test the conditions for activating the divine card. So, how did you accomplish that? The voice from the crystal skull resonated softly. Accomplish what? Joka feigned ignorance. Survive. I clearly observed the probabilities of the future. Your chance of survival was a mere 1 in 52. And yet, you actually succeeded. Why? Joka smiled faintly. Oh? It seems even your omniscience cannot grasp everything. Omniscience only pertains to you humans. When it comes to matters related to the divine, I do not possess all knowledge. Exactly. What? A day had passed since the magical performance at the welcome party, and at this moment, he was concealed within the woods of the school. Savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility, Joka rose, basking in the sunlight. Perhaps I was merely fortunate. Perhaps I simply fell into that 1 in 52 probability. Or perhaps, he paused, revealing a cryptic smile, the probabilities are controllable for me. What? The Prophet Escol understood Joka's implication, the divine ability of the Club K card. However, at your current divine card level, you can only use one card at a time, and at that moment, you had already used the square 5. How could you have possibly used the Club K before this? Joka stood in the woods, observing the athletic figures of his classmates on the playground. When I drew the divine card, I had a strong feeling this draw would certainly succeed. I seldom rely solely on intuition, but when I do experience an inexplicable premonition, it is usually accurate. So, your intuition is. Joka chuckled. Someone, somewhere, secretly utilized the Club K card. That individual assisted me in adjusting the probability of drawing the square 5 to 100%. This is impossible. The Prophet Escol's tone was resolute. Why is it impossible? Within the borders of Longwa, the Club Divine card has become extinct. There is no one who possesses the Club K card. Joka glanced at the hollow eyes of the Prophet Escol. With your wide-open eyes, do you still fail to comprehend? In my view, nothing is impossible. But I do not blame you. You mentioned before that you can only perceive humanity's past, present, and future. However, when it comes to the future concerning the divine, you are utterly blind. Are you claiming to be a deity? Certainly not. At least, I am merely an ordinary human at present. But who can say for certain about my future self? Your future self? Joka paused briefly, then spoke softly. I have stated that you can see the future, yet you cannot perceive the tampered future. The day before my magic performance, I visited the library. I revisited the book concerning divine relics. One relic was described as a clock that reverses time, allowing one to return to the past. At that moment, a fervent obsession took hold of me. I must obtain this relic in the future. Then, I would return to the present and adjust my probability of survival to 100%. The Prophet Escol remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, its ethereal voice returned, albeit with diminished confidence. So, you succeeded. Joka did not respond immediately. He leisurely strolled, climbing to the summit of a small hill on the school grounds. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of his coat. He spoke softly. Who knows? Perhaps all of this is merely a figment of my imagination. I was just fortunate, coincidentally landing on that 1 in 52 probability. However, there is one thing of which I am certain. I will undoubtedly gather all divine relics in the future. I will elevate my divine card to the highest level. I will ascend continuously, from commoner to minor noble, then to mid-tier noble, and finally to high noble. Ultimately, if given the chance, I shall become the king of Longwa, and perhaps the world's strongest deity. The Prophet Escol was taken aback. Why? Joka smiled. His smile was elegant, generous, and imbued with a hint of nonchalance and composure. He remained atop the hill, gazing down at his playful and innocent classmates below. Then, he lifted his gaze to the sky. He spread his arms, inhaling the crisp air at the summit. For, in my eyes, the others below the hill seem so insignificant. The air at the summit is the freshest. The view from the peak is the most breathtaking. After conversing with the Prophet Escol, Joka returned to a secluded corner and called out into the void. Jester God, are you there? Hello, I am here, my dear. The shrill voice reappeared. I apologize. My child, I overheard a snippet of your conversation with that skull. You won't hold it against me, will you? Joka waved his hand. I intended for you to hear it. After all, when I activated the divine card at the welcome party, your reaction was quite astonishing. Surely, you were unaware of how I drew the square 5. So, I thought I would clarify. Oh ho ho, so that's how it is, I understand. So, what brings you to summon me this time? Joka smiled slightly. Of course, it is to verify the mystery behind the activation of the divine card. Oh, from the way you speak, you must already have a hypothesis in mind? Joka replied softly, not a hypothesis, but certainty. The jester god seemed quite excited. Wonderful. My child, then please share, what are the hidden conditions for triggering the divine card? Joka fiddled with his divine card, observing the image of the jester on it. The conditions for activating the divine card are quite simple. Make a fool of yourself. Chapter 71. The Jester. To put it another way, being questioned about one's abilities, underestimated, doubted. In short, being perceived by others as a mere fool. Joku explained, the first time my divine card was activated, it was the King of Diamonds, coinciding with the day of my 18th birthday. I had just acquired my divine card, and my special power was immediately unleashed. At that moment, 2 police officers doubted my identity. Even after I explained about the citywide blackout, they thought I was joking. For this reason, I was regarded as a jester by them. Consequently, my powers were awakened. The Jester God chuckled heartily. How amusing. Joku continued softly. The second instance involved the 7 of Hearts. During that activation, Suchinsi and I were attacked by the killing machines of the Skeleton Society on the subway. I distinctly remember the awkwardness at the moment my powers activated. I had confidently told Suchinsi that the assassin was targeting me, only to discover that Suchinsi was also a target of the assassin. This was the second time I was made a fool of. The Jester God gleefully exclaimed, ha ha ha. I recall that instance. I thought you were more suited to be the Jester God than I. Joku ignored him and pressed on. Frankly, after these 2 activations, I had a vague suspicion regarding the conditions for awakening my divine card. It was the act of making a fool of oneself. However, the subsequent 2 activations left me uncertain, as I perceived no clear audience who regarded me as a jester at that time. Joku reminisced, the 3rd activation was the 8 of Diamonds. The moment my divine ability was triggered coincided with Suchinsi bursting through the door and shooting Zhang Yang dead just as I was about to showcase my prowess. It was indeed another jester moment, yet there was no audience. Of course, I later discovered that the comprehensive assessment was being streamed live, and many viewers were undoubtedly watching me, perceiving me as a fool in that instant. The 4th instance was similar, involving the King of Spades. At the time of that card's activation, I was unaware of the reason until after the match concluded when I reviewed the events. I suddenly realized that numerous individuals were observing me online, noting that the other 2 kings had a plethora of supporters while I had merely 2 teammates. As a result, I was subjected to endless skepticism and ridicule regarding my abilities. Thus, I was seen as a jester. These 2 activations led me to a bold hypothesis, and I discovered a significant method to enhance the triggering of my divine card. The Jester God grew increasingly intrigued. Oh, what is it? It is the notion of diverse opinions. As long as I have a sufficiently large audience, there will inevitably be individuals questioning my abilities. To test this hypothesis, I decided to disregard the advice of the Prophet Escol and agree to perform a grand yet perilous magic show before the entire school. This performance would appear to outsiders as highly prone to failure. Therefore, regardless of my true capabilities, there would always be those who questioned my prowess and regarded me as a jester. And that was enough. The Jester God seemed taken aback for a moment before excitedly exclaiming, excellent. Truly splendid. You are indeed born to wield the ace. Precisely. The answer is indeed making a fool of oneself. As long as someone doubts your abilities and perceives you as a jester, your powers will activate. The Jester card bestows upon you, truly a fine steed matched with a splendid saddle. Upon hearing this, Joku paused momentarily, then revealed an elegant smile. Jester God. Do you not find it rather clever? Each playing card possesses its own significance. The spades specialize in martial prowess, and their shape resembles a shield paired with a long sword. The hearts govern the mind, their shape naturally correlating with human emotions. The diamonds signify transformation, their shape representing bricks, the foundation of all things. The clubs disrupt causality, symbolizing nature and the laws governing all things. Lastly, the Joker card depicts a jester, and its manner of use is, indeed, to make a fool of oneself. Your divine insight in crafting these divine cards is truly exquisite. The Jester God chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. You make me feel quite bashful. However, Joku furrowed his brow and continued. Yet, I still have a question. The Jester God's voice remained high-pitched. Speak. Joku posed his inquiry. The notion of making a fool of oneself is inherently subjective. It cannot be considered an entirely objective circumstance. Thus, how is the determination of a jester moment made? The Jester God burst into laughter once more. What a splendid question. Regarding your query, I shall say this. The final interpretation rests with the Jester God. As long as I deem your current situation to align with the jester moment, I shall grant you the opportunity to draw upon your powers. Rest assured, my child, I have always been on your side. I will bestow upon you your abilities at the most opportune moment, so you need not worry. And you have never disappointed me. Some of your powers have truly blossomed, leaving me in awe. Ha ha ha. I eagerly anticipate your even more remarkable performance. After the Jester God concluded this statement, silence fell once more. Fortunately, Zhouke had already acquired all the information he sought from him. Indeed, the conditions for activating the divine card were to make a fool of oneself. With the authority to determine this resting in the hands of the jester god, the use of powers still bore limitations. However, as you have mentioned, once my divine card ascends, the powers I draw will become even more formidable. Numerous constraints will gradually be lifted, and more mechanisms will emerge. I shall truly become the possessor of all divine card abilities. Zhouke took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and clicked on the prophecy of the talking skull. It contained only 2 messages. The first read, Freshman welcome party, survival probability, 100%. Zhouke chuckled softly and deleted it. The second message stated, after the freshman welcome party, I will fall victim to an unbreakable death curse. In the following month, I shall learn the mystery of the divine card's ascension. Zhouke highlighted that prophecy, bolded it, and marked it. It seems you regard my prophecy with some importance. The voice of the skull echoed hauntingly. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing another? This prophecy concerns the deepest secrets of your heart. Chapter 72. Secrets, oh? You say. Zhouke settled onto a small stool, expressing the utmost regard for your advice. However, he smiled mischievously. Whether I will follow it is another matter. Pray tell, what is my innermost secret? Noticing the skull appeared somewhat speechless, Zhouke, in an effort to nurture the fragile psyche of this divine being, took the initiative to steer the conversation. Naturally, it is your cold-blooded and unfeeling nature. Zhouke raised an eyebrow. Are you, perhaps, a just deity who looks down upon someone like me? Of course not. I generally refrain from passing judgment on human values. However, I must admit, I truly admire your character. You act primarily in self-interest, yet do not entirely forsake your humanity. This allows you to navigate both the realms of virtue and vice with ease. Enough with the flattery, Great Skull. Quickly reveal the prophecy regarding my cold-blooded nature. The skull paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Your next lesson will be on the fundamentals of the Red Heart system. And the Red Heart, of course, pertains to the spiritual realm. In this class, you will likely expose your exceedingly dark, cold-blooded, and self-serving nature before your classmates. Upon hearing this, Zhouke chuckled softly. Is that all? The skull appeared to have anticipated Zhouke's reaction, and thus rephrased. Dear student, surely you do not wish for everyone to discover that you deliberately poisoned Tang Xin, do you? You would not want them to learn the secret behind your magic performance at the welcome party, would you? To the entire school. You are the charming and captivating top student, excelling in both character and academics. It would be best to keep these somewhat dark anecdotes concealed. After a brief contemplation, Zhouke conceded that the words of the prophetic skull held merit. After all, a more noble persona would enhance his reputation throughout the school, garnering the affection of professors and classmates alike, and facilitating smoother social interactions on campus. These little secrets of the heart were best kept hidden from all. With this thought in mind, Zhouke straightened up. Master, please enlighten me. What shall transpire in tomorrow's class? What action should I take? The prophetic skull seemed pleased with Zhouke's attitude. Ah, a teachable child. Tomorrow's lesson will pertain to the mind. You will naturally learn the specific content during class. As for how to avoid revealing your inner secrets, I shall impart to you 8 words: relax completely and relinquish resistance. Relax completely. Relinquish resistance? Upon first hearing this, Zhouke remained somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden thought surged within him. He nodded and remarked, I understand. Should certain circumstances arise during tomorrow's lesson, I will relax completely and relinquish resistance. The following day, having gained experience from previous outings at school, Zhouke wrapped himself up tightly, donning a mask that even his mother would struggle to recognize. Yet, he was still partially recognized by some classmates. Isn't that Zhouke? It certainly looks like him. Oh my goodness, even his walk is so charming. I'm going to faint. On the roadside, countless admirers seemed to have recognized him, erupting into screams and rushing over for autographs. Zhouke sighed, quickening his pace to shake them off. Following the magic show at the welcome party, Zhouke had not only gained fame among the freshmen but had also attracted a following among upperclassmen. Within the campus network, a website for the Zhouke support group had even emerged, listing his various achievements, a commoner's background, a genius in magic energy, the only plum blossom system in Long Kingdom, a lettered card holder, a grand magician, and the newly crowned king who escaped the pursuit of the Skull Society, and so forth. The website boasted a lively community discussing Zhouke's looks, past, and numerous exploits, with some even offering high prices for his personal belongings. Even Zhang Yang jokingly remarked that Zhouke had completely supplanted Zhuang Xingyao's innate charm, becoming the true enchantress of the school. After evading his fervent fanbase, Joka finally arrived at the classroom. Please take your seats. Typically, when a student was late, Professor Yuan Xing would not spare them a harsh look. But upon seeing Shoku, he made an exception and said nothing. After all, Joka had effectively saved him during the previous lesson. Once seated, Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. Today's lesson is on the fundamentals of the red heart, supernatural ability, traditionally taught by the principal himself to the elite class. However, as the principal remains occupied with personal matters, I shall continue to substitute. A murmur rippled through the class. Silence. Yuan Xing rapped the desk, then spoke with authority. I know what you are thinking. You are wondering, isn't Professor Yuan Xing a spade system deity? Is it appropriate for him to teach a red heart course? The crowd quieted, awaiting Yuan Xing's next words. He surveyed the room, ensuring everyone's attention was focused. Before continuing, though I indeed specialize in spades' supernatural abilities and possess considerable expertise, I am more than capable of instructing you inexperienced young ones. Professor Yuan Xing retrieved a crystal ball from beneath the podium and placed it on the desk. Who can tell me what this object is? For a moment, silence reigned. Observing the lack of response, Professor Yuan Xing added, this lesson, like the last, will assess your performance. Those who score highly will receive a reward. Upon hearing this, Yilingtian quickly raised his hand. Professor, this object is called a magic device, akin to an artificial deity card. By infusing it with the corresponding magical energy, one can temporarily harness the abilities of the respective deity card. However, the effectiveness of a magic device is quite limited. For many, it is little more than a spherical brick. Yuan Xing nodded. Excellent. You are indeed the third-ranked student in magical energy within this class. It seems you have thoroughly retained the knowledge from the previous lesson. Yilingtian beamed with pride. However, I did mention a knowledge point last lesson that I did not emphasize. I wonder if anyone remembers it? Upon this inquiry, not a single student responded. Some even lowered their heads, engrossed in studying their desks. Observing this, Joku smirked slightly and raised his hand. Professor, might you be referring to magical energy resonance? Chapter 73. Resonance of magical essence. Upon hearing the term resonance of magical essence, the majority of students wore expressions of bewilderment. Joku continued to explain. Resonance of magical essence, as the name suggests, refers to the phenomenon where magical essences from different origins evoke a resonant reaction due to certain similarities. Typically, only magical essences of the same suit can resonate with one another. For instance, in our last lesson, we utilized a crystal ball infused with the essence of the two of spades for basic attack practice. We observed that students with cards of the diamonds and hearts suit struggled to effectively wield the crystal ball, as the dissimilar suits hindered resonance. Conversely, those with the spades suit could efficiently harness the crystal ball for their attacks. Moreover, if a student possessed the card two of spades, they could unlock nearly the full potential of the crystal ball. This exemplifies the concept of resonance of magical essence. In simple terms, students with cards of the same suit find it easier to utilize corresponding magical apparatuses. As Joku concluded his explanation, most students exhibited expressions of enlightenment, a clear sign of comprehension. Excellent, Professor Yuan Xing remarked. Your understanding is profound. Joku received an additional 10 points for his performance in class and graciously thanked the professor. Professor Yuan Xing gently stroked the crystal ball before him, stating, today's lesson also pertains to the resonance of magical essence. He scanned the classroom and then inquired, could all students with hearts cards please raise their hands? Joku remained still, as did Su Chenxi and Yilingtian, both of whom did not possess hearts cards. Approximately a third of the class raised their hands sparsely. Professor Yuan nodded slightly, refraining from any commentary, and continued, students with the seven of hearts, please keep your hands raised while the rest may lower theirs. Most of the students complied, leaving only 3 students with their hands still raised. Professor Yuan approached one of the girls and prompted her to respond. What is the special ability of the seven of hearts? The girl replied quickly and precisely, Professor, it is telepathy. However, my card is of iron level, which only allows me to faintly sense others' emotions. To accurately discern thoughts, one would need a copper-level card or higher. Indeed, Professor Yuan nodded. I must add that the effectiveness of telepathy also correlates with the magical essence level of the target. If you use your card on a commoner, even an iron level, you can glean some fragmented thoughts. However, should you face an opponent of gold level, if your level is lower, the effectiveness of your telepathy will be severely diminished, possibly resulting in complete failure. The sound of notes being taken filled the air, though Shoku refrained from writing. He had no habit of note-taking, as he relied on his memory. Professor Yuan continued to question the girl. And what is your magical essence level? 9 points, she responded. Not bad, Professor Yuan remarked. That is relatively high among iron level cards. He turned to the other two students with 7 of hearts. One had 5 points, the other 7. It appears you rank highest in the class, he told the girl, looking directly at her. Now, use your card against me. The girl bowed her head slightly. Yes. She produced her card and softly chanted the incantation. Hearts, seize the souls. 7, unveil the true intentions. In an instant, Zhouke noticed a red light flicker in the girl's eyes, reminiscent of his own experience when first using the 7 of hearts. The girl's gaze was fixed on Professor Yuan. Her expression earnest. They held each other's gaze, neither blinking, while Professor Yuan appeared relaxed. In contrast, the girl's face flushed, her effort evident. This stalemate persisted until, I can't. The girl suddenly averted her gaze, pressed her forehead, and gasped for breath, her expression one of distress. I feel so dizzy. I can't read anything. It's all blank. Professor Yuan signaled for her to sit down and address the entire class. Did you see that? I did not employ any defensive measures. My thoughts, of course, are not a blank slate. Her telepathy simply failed. The reason for her inability lies in the significant gap in magical essence levels. My card is of gold level, exceeding 1,000 points, while hers is iron level. A difference of 3 substantial tiers. Such a disparity in power is overwhelming. After a pause, Professor Yuan added, we are an elite class. And while I do not impose strict requirements, I nonetheless hope that each of you strives to elevate your magical essence levels to the forefront of the school. After all, you have witnessed firsthand that magical essence level serves as a measure of power in the aristocratic world. He clapped his hands, signaling the end of the theoretical portion of the lesson. As you know, my teaching style emphasizes practical knowledge. He swiftly returned to the podium. Raising the crystal ball high, this magical apparatus is infused with the essence of the 7 of hearts. Hearing this, Zhouke's brow furrowed in concern. He had realized the professor's intent. The prophecy of the seer had indeed come to pass. Prior to the class, Zhouke had envisioned countless scenarios. Fully confident in his unparalleled acting skills, he believed that without employing any special means, no one could uncover his innermost thoughts. His true nature could never be revealed. Yet the 7 of hearts was precisely that special means. Professor Yuan continued, and each of you must undergo the telepathy test. Yiling Dian whispered to his friends. Could it be that we are to use this magical apparatus to cast spells on one another? He chuckled. Then I shall choose Zhouke as my opponent. I am eager to see if this overrated genius harbors any unspeakable secrets. Professor Yuan overheard. You are only partially correct. Each of you will indeed be subjected to the experience of being read. However, the one casting the spell will be me. What? A collective gasp arose from the students, followed by a flurry of murmurs. If Professor Yuan was the one casting the spell, the effectiveness of the telepathy would undoubtedly succeed. After all, everyone harbors small secrets they wish to keep hidden. Anxiety swept through the room. Zhouke's expression turned increasingly grave. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The exposure of his true character was not the gravest concern. Rather, he possessed another secret, one that must remain concealed at all costs. There are only 52 types of cards in existence, yet he held one. The Joker card. Chapter 74. The mind-reading test. Zhouke was determined to keep the secret of his divine card hidden. To date, he had showcased his extraordinary abilities multiple times in front of the entire school, including twice during the freshman assessment, once through disguise and once by unleashing lightning. Many students were speculating on how Zhouke accomplished these feats, with some even composing analytical posts. However, as far as everyone knew, there were only 52 types of divine cards in existence. Aside from Zhouke, no one was aware of the existence of the Joker card. Thus none of the analyses came close to the truth, nor even grazed the surface. The most widely accepted conclusion on the campus forum was that Zhouke was merely a magician. Both his disguise and the lightning were illusions, mere magical effects. His escape from the water tank during the welcome party further solidified this belief. Although it appeared miraculous, it was grounded in the principles of magic. Zhouke was quite pleased with their erroneous conclusions. Therefore, he was resolute in not revealing his divine card during this class. He understood well what it meant to be subjected to the spell of Professor Yuan Xing as a golden-level divine card wielder. Even if his card did not belong to the heart suit, he could easily harness the basic functions of telepathy, with a magical essence level exceeding 1,000. Whereas Zhouke's was just over 80, Zhouke was confident that Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading would undoubtedly succeed. Professor Yuan continued, as in the previous lesson. All students will line up for the mind reading test. I will employ a magical device to probe into your inner thoughts. You are to muster your strongest willpower to resist my telepathy. Naturally, it will be difficult for you to maintain this resistance. So, my evaluation of your performance will be based on the duration of resistance. The longer you can withhold the disclosure of your inner thoughts, the higher your score will be. If any student completely resists the mind reading, they will naturally receive a perfect score. At that moment, Yiling Dian suddenly raised his hand. Professor, will our inner secrets be revealed to the entire class? Most of the students turned their gazes towards Yuan Xing, intrigued by this question. After all, who among them did not harbor a secret? Nobody wished to expose their privacy. Professor Yuan nodded. I regret to inform you that due to the limitations of the magical device, the thoughts I read will be public. However, rest assured, I will do my utmost to safeguard your privacy. This device will not divulge your secrets, but merely surface some of your trivial thoughts or inconsequential facts. For instance, what you had for breakfast or what time you went to bed. Of course, if you do not resist at all. There is a higher chance that more private thoughts may be exposed. Personally, I believe this is a beneficial practice, as it serves as a form of discipline, encouraging you to exert every effort to complete the test. Despite Professor Yuan's reassurances, many students still displayed subtle signs of anxiety. Please line up for the mind-reading test. Zhou once again maneuvered to the back of the line, needing more time to contemplate his strategy. Frankly, the Oracle had long since imparted a method to navigate this predicament, relax completely and abandon resistance. However, this was entirely contrary to Professor Yuan's instructions, which suggested that the more one exerted their willpower to resist, the less likely they would be read. Conversely, if one were to make no effort, the likelihood of exposing their deeper privacy would only increase. Zhou found himself at a loss, unable to definitively determine whose counsel to heed. While the Oracle could foresee the future, it was aware that today's lesson would pertain to mind reading, thus proposing the abandon resistance strategy. Yet, the crucial question lingered. Was its intention truly to assist him? He gazed towards the front of the line, where Professor Yuan, holding a crystal ball, was fixated on a male student. The young man's cheeks flushed crimson as he seemed to struggle valiantly against the professor's probing. But before 30 seconds had elapsed, the crystal ball emitted a line of text. I particularly love eating stinky tofu. The boy appeared utterly deflated, staring blankly at the inscription. While this was not an especially private revelation, it was certainly not mundane either. Professor Yuan glanced at his watch. 23 seconds, not bad, 70 points. Note that if subsequent students resist for less than 20 seconds, they may reveal more private information. So don't say I didn't warn you. Some students in the back instinctively shrank back in trepidation. Next, a timid and delicate girl approached, her movements hesitant. She stood before the crystal ball, and in less than 10 seconds, a line of silver text appeared. I really like Zhou. At that moment, Zhou was deep in thought and failed to notice the girl's exposed sentiment. Ah, she exclaimed, covering her face and sprinting back to her seat. The other students offered sympathetic glances rather than ridicule, as it must be quite uncomfortable to have one's crush publicly revealed. Professor Yuan sighed in exasperation. 6 seconds, unsatisfactory. 50 points. I have emphasized repeatedly the importance of resisting with all your might. He cast a glance at the girl who was still hunched over her desk. Then at Zhou, who seemed lost in thought, adding, all students, listen well. Do not utter a word about the secrets you witnessed today. Anyone caught will face severe penalties. Everyone has their own secrets. Let us not judge one another. The class immediately straightened up, each affirming their commitment to silence. Next, soon, it was Su Chinxi's turn. She appeared remarkably calm and relaxed, standing with poise before Professor Yuan. He nodded slightly and activated the magical device. Many students leaned forward, their eyes glued to the crystal ball, for as the princess, they were all curious about her inner thoughts. Then, 30 seconds passed, 60 seconds. A minute and a half later, a line of text lazily emerged. I prefer to be alone. Su Chinxi had withstood the test for a considerable duration, and the information was quite simple. Disappointment washed over the classmates as they withdrew. Excellent. 1 minute and a half. Very commendable. 90 points. Next. Chapter 75. Surrendering resistance. At this moment, Zhou was immersed in contemplation. He relaxed his entire body, surrendering any form of resistance. Professor Yuan Xing had explicitly stated that the only way to avoid being read was to rely on one's formidable willpower to counteract him. Based on Zhou's observations of several classmates' experiences, he believed the professor's words held merit. The more one relaxed and let down their guard, the more their inner thoughts became exposed. Conversely, those with steadfast resolve could endure longer. However, this notion starkly contrasted with the advice given by the prophet's skull. Thus far, the prophet had never offered any harmful suggestions. In fact, The idea of surrendering resistance sounded anything but advantageous for Zhouke. Suddenly, a hypothesis struck Zhouke's mind. Could it be that the prophet's skull was advising him not to resist, not in the context of Yuan Xing's mind reading? With this thought in mind, Zhouke resolved to fully heed the prophet's suggestion. When it came time for his mind-reading assessment, he would completely surrender any form of resistance. Next, Professor Yuan Xing called from the stage. With his strategy firmly in place, Zhouke turned his attention to the testing process of the other students. The next student was none other than Yiling Tian. He maintained his classic arrogant demeanor, confidently standing before Professor Yuan Xing, locking eyes with him. Zhouke's impression of Yiling Tian was rather straightforward. He was a privileged scion from a wealthy family, undoubtedly unacquainted with hardship and likely possessing a rather innocent disposition. In light of this assessment regarding willpower, Zhouke doubted that Yiling Tian would perform exceptionally well. However, every individual possesses duality. And it was worth noting that Yiling Tian's mana level was notably high among his peers. Professor Yuan Xing promptly activated the mana-infused crystal ball, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow as he focused intently on Yiling Tian. In an instant, Yiling Tian's previously carefree expression transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He pressed his lips together firmly, furrowing his brow, and clenched his fists. 30 seconds ticked by without any revelation from the crystal ball regarding Yiling Tian's inner thoughts. A minute passed, and Yiling Tian remained steadfast. A flicker of surprise crossed Professor Yuan Xing's gaze, and he adopted a more serious demeanor toward Yiling Tian's assessment. As 1.5 minutes elapsed, a duration previously achieved by Su Qinshi, who held the best record thus far, Yiling Tian persisted without faltering. Zhouke raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Yiling Tian was not merely a wealthy young heir devoid of talent. At this point, Yiling Tian had already surpassed Su Qinshi's performance. Another 30 seconds passed, and Yiling Tian had now sustained his resolve for a full 2 minutes. Professor Yuan Xing's demeanor shifted as he intensified his efforts, treating Yiling Tian as a genuine contender. Finally, Yiling Tian began to tremble, sweat pouring down his face. His expression one of profound struggle. Yet, he remained resolute, teeth clenched, not uttering a single sound. Ultimately, after 3 minutes, Yiling Tian could no longer hold on, swaying slightly, one hand pressed against his forehead while the other braced against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. Professor Yuan Xing wore a look of astonishment as he glanced at his watch. 3 minutes. Copper. Level Divine Token managed to endure for 3 minutes while I was casting spells seriously. 99 points. As the professor's words fell, the crystal ball emitted silver threads, revealing Yiling Tian's thoughts. I find Zhouke utterly detestable for stealing my limelight at school. However, he should not die. The revelation left the entire room in stunned silence. Zhouke keenly absorbed this peculiar information. It was indeed strange, while others' thoughts were brief. Yiling Tian's inner musings comprised 2 sentences. Furthermore, according to the professor, the longer one endured, the less significant the information. Yet, Yiling Tian's thoughts clearly conveyed substantial content. The first statement was easily understood. Yiling Tian's disdain for Zhouke was a well-known fact among the newcomers, hardly a secret. But what did the second statement imply? Upon seeing his thoughts displayed, Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then exhaled softly, allowing himself to relax. Noticing the puzzled gazes of his classmates, he disdainfully remarked, "What are you staring at? I think Zhouke is quite detestable, but as someone with such high potential, he has drawn the attention of the Skull Society. My father has warned me that once someone becomes a target of the Skull Society, there is only one outcome: death. To me, Zhouke is already as good as dead. After all, he possesses considerable mana. It's truly unfortunate that talent is envied by fate. So, I believe he should not die. Is there a problem with that?" After hearing Yiling Tian's explanation, the other students shook their heads, indicating they had no issues with his perspective. However, Zhouke had sharply picked up on a key term from his words: Skull Society. Did Yiling Tian believe Zhouke should not die because the Skull Society wished to kill him? Considering Yiling Tian's previous efforts to avoid being read, combined with the thoughts he had just revealed, a bold hypothesis took shape in Zhouke's mind. Could it be that Yiling Tian was somehow associated with the Skull Society? Did he possess knowledge of the Skull Society's pursuit of Zhouke? Zhouke was resolute. When the opportunity arose, he would confront Yiling Tian to seek clarity, employing whatever means necessary. Professor Yuan Xing neither affirmed nor denied Yiling Tian's explanation, merely reiterating to the class the prohibition against disclosing other secrets. Next, at last, it was Zhouke's turn. He walked slowly onto the stage, gazing at the crystalline mana orb, and gently closed his eyes. Zhouke had long since resolved to act according to the prophet's advice. He took a deep breath, allowing his body to relax. surrendering all resistance. Professor Yuan Xing grasped the crystal ball, channeling mana with swift precision. Whoosh! In that instant, as Zhou Ke fully relaxed, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire body. Yet, Zhou Ke understood that this was not a result of Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading. Ever since the orientation party had concluded, he had felt a vague discomfort within himself. However, he had endured, refraining from visiting the school infirmary, instead channeling mana to suppress the pain within. This was all for this moment. As he relinquished all resistance, it felt as though a colossal beast roared within him, tearing at his being from the inside. Zhou Ke could feel his blood boiling. At that very moment, Professor Yuan Xing cast a spell. Boom! The professor, along with the mana orb, was forcefully repelled, soaring into the air of the classroom before crashing heavily to the ground. Yuan Xing rolled twice on the floor, then painfully clutched his waist as he struggled to rise. What? Is this even possible for mana to go out of control? He then turned his gaze toward Zhou Ke. In an instant, Yuan Xing's pupils constricted violently, and a profound fear washed over his face. Chapter 76. Blood-cursed Zhou Ke felt a sudden and intense dizziness enveloping his mind. In an instant, all his senses dulled, and the world around him became a blur. His vision, touch, hearing, and smell gradually weakened, leaving him with the sensation that everything was drifting away. The walls of the classroom seemed to tilt backward. No. It was not the classroom that was falling, but Zhou Ke who was plummeting toward the ground. He could see the shocked and panicked expressions of his classmates surrounding him. Yet their cries sounded muffled, as if emanating from another realm. Ultimately, he felt his back make contact with the cold floor, collapsing straight down. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. The mind-reading examination was abruptly interrupted. The entire class gathered around Zhou Ke, yet none understood the gravity of the situation. Professor Yuan Xing initially wore a puzzled expression. This shouldn't be. This magical artifact only contains a red heart 7 essence. How could it be dangerous? Whispers of confusion spread among the students. What happened to Zhou Ke? Surely, this isn't another prank? It doesn't seem so. I can smell blood. Professor Yuan Xing knelt beside Zhou Ke, seemingly struggling to recall something. In an instant, his face drained of color. No, it cannot be. This is a blood curse. Most of the students were bewildered upon hearing this term. Su Chenxi's expression shifted slightly as she pondered. Blood curse? Professor Yuan Xing immediately lifted Zhou Ke into his arms. Zhou Ke remained unconscious, his body limp, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one hand hanging feebly. Class is dismissed. I am taking Zhou Ke to the infirmary, he shouted, rushing toward the door. A student raised a hand. Teacher, can't we just send 1 or 2 classmates with him? There's no need to interrupt the class, right? Professor Yuan Xing abruptly halted, then turned to that student, shouting, blood curse. Zhou Ke is afflicted by a blood curse. Do you know what a blood curse is? Everyone, return to your seats. Do not let anyone know that Zhou Ke has collapsed. Without delay, he dashed out of the classroom, murmuring to himself, if news of someone being afflicted by a blood curse spreads, the entire school will descend into chaos. The remaining students exchanged glances. Though they did not comprehend the meaning of blood curse, they surmised from the professor's reaction that it was indeed a grave matter. Consequently, they began to vacate the classroom. In the midst of the chaos, no one noticed. In a small corner of the classroom, the crystal ball magical artifact that had fallen to the ground flickered slightly before revealing a line of silver script. Fortunately, everyone had already departed, and no one witnessed it. Otherwise, it would have surely incited another wave of panic. The silver words conveyed Zhou Ke's unspoken thoughts. I have killed 4 people, and I take pleasure in it. Cradled in Professor Yuan Xing's arms, Zhou Ke's lips curled into a faint smirk. Indeed, he felt unwell, and the blood he expelled was real. However, his unconsciousness was merely a fade. It worked, he mused. The prophecy of the seer's skull had proven accurate. Ever since the welcome party, his body had been in a state of discomfort, yet he had endured. Until he heard the prophecy, relax completely, do not resist. This message was not to dissuade him from resisting Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading, but rather to refrain from resisting the discomfort within his body. Although he believed himself to possess formidable willpower, capable of withstanding the mind-reading test for an extended period, he lacked absolute confidence that not a single thought would be divulged. Zhou Ke harbored too many secrets within. Any one of them, even though seemingly trivial, he would never wish to expose. The essence of inner thoughts lies in their eternal confinement within the heart, never to be revealed. Thus, Zhou Ke opted to address the problem at its source. He created chaos to terminate the class. Professor Yuan Xing rushed toward the infirmary, carrying Zhou Ke's seemingly lifeless body, while simultaneously contacting numerous professors to inform them of Zhou Ke's collapse. Before long, they arrived at the infirmary. Joku was placed in the intensive care unit. Although he had not completely lost consciousness, his head throbbed intensely, and his eyes remained tightly shut, leaving him only able to vaguely hear some commotion nearby. Professor Yuan. What has happened to Joku? What is this? Joku faintly recognized the voice of Professor Qinyun. I have no choice. I must get him to the hospital as quickly as possible. This was Professor Yuan Xing's voice. But this is impossible. I agree it seems impossible. Yet this illness has manifested in Joku. Is it? The Skull Society? Damn it. Why do they keep targeting an ordinary student like Joku? I don't know. We cannot fathom the thoughts of those terrorists. They ultimately succeeded. A heavy silence followed. After a moment, Professor Yuan Xing spoke again. How much longer do you think Joku has to live? Professor Qinyun's voice held a note of sorrow. If he is fortunate, he may have no more than a month. If the situation worsens, he may not survive the night. Another silence ensued. Then, Professor Qinyun's voice trembled slightly. Joku is a student I brought in. I truly care for this child. The magic he performed was astonishing, and he was quite endearing. In fact, I sensed something was amiss when he was first targeted by the Skull Society's assassins. Under their relentless pursuit, he could not possibly survive. It was merely a matter of time. Professor Yuan Xing remained silent for a moment before speaking. You were fully aware of his inevitable demise. Yet you still persuaded the other board members to admit this common child. Professor Qinyun's voice was barely a whisper. I still remember the wonder and longing in his eyes when I first showed him the divine card. I have quietly watched him, witnessing his journey from ignorance of our world to gradual immersion. She paused, seemingly gathering her composure, yet the outcome is so grim. Professor Yuan Xing sighed deeply. At the very least, as a commoner, he encountered the world of divine cards and extraordinary powers before his demise. Perhaps that is a consolation. Professor Qinyun, unwilling to accept this fate, inquired, is there truly no way to save him? Professor Yuan Xing shook his head. The blood curse is the most insidious, most malevolent of curses. Currently, the mortality rate stands at 100%. Therefore, it is also referred to as the irredeemable death curse. Upon hearing this, Joku's heart sank. Though he had long been aware of his physical discomfort, he remained ignorant of its true nature. Now, he comprehended it. The irredeemable death curse. The prophecy of the seer's skull had once again come to pass. Chapter 77. Voluntary provision of blood. However, it is simply impossible. Joku heard Professor Qinyun whispering. Although the blood curse has a mortality rate of 100%, it is, after all, a death curse. And the conditions for its casting are exceedingly difficult. How could Joku have fallen victim to such a fatal curse? Yuan Xing's tone was also filled with bewilderment. I cannot comprehend it either. Even when Joku collapsed, I hesitated for 2 seconds. Yet his symptoms aligned perfectly with those of the blood curse, coughing up blood, fainting, feeling cold all over, and losing magical essence. Therefore, no matter how implausible it seems, he must have undoubtedly been afflicted by the blood curse at this moment. Qinyun shook her head, yet I still find it hard to understand. Although the death curse is highly lethal, throughout history, few have succumbed to it. After all, the casting of the blood curse requires the victim's active cooperation. Upon hearing this, Joku could no longer feign sleep. Although it took great effort, he managed to open his eyelids. The two professors appeared startled. Joku, you are awake? They exchanged a glance. Qinyun quickly masked her sorrow with a facade of nonchalance. Joku pretended to just awaken, weakly inquiring, Professors, what has happened to me? Am I ill? Yuan Xing hesitated, then turned to Qinyun. Perhaps you should address this matter. Qinyun made an effort to appear relaxed. It's nothing. You just need to rest in bed for a few days. Do not burden yourself with psychological stress. Joku let out a soft sigh. In order to extract information about the blood curse, he ultimately decided to reveal his awareness. Actually, professors, I vaguely heard part of your conversation while I was asleep. The two professors exchanged astonished glances. Then, Professor Qinyun's expression turned somewhat somber. You heard everything? Joku nodded. Yes, the blood curse. Also known as the inescapable death curse. He then cast a probing gaze towards the two professors, opening his mouth as if to say something. Qinyun sighed. Ask whatever you wish, and we shall answer. Joku directly posed his most pressing question. Is there truly no way to break the blood curse? A month at most. Am I really doomed to die? Joku certainly did not desire death. More than anyone else, he wished to survive. Although he had long heard of the blood curse's 100% mortality rate, he was unwilling to simply await his demise. Professor Qinyun's eyes revealed a sense of sorrow, and she did not directly respond to Joku's inquiry. For the next few days, you need not attend classes. Eat whatever you wish. If you want to do anything, contact the school doctor. Maintain a positive mindset. Perhaps a miracle may occur. The school hospital. To ensure your experience in this final month will not subject you to any drastic treatments. We will do our utmost to safeguard your feelings. Not a single word directly addressed Shoka's question, yet the implications were abundantly clear to him. The entire school hospital, indeed the entire Dragon Nation, lacked any means to treat Shoka's affliction. A month was his final deadline. Shoka lay in silence upon the bed, gazing at the ceiling of the school hospital. He gently inquired, I wish to know what is taking my life. What exactly is the blood curse, and why do you say that this death curse requires the victim's cooperation? Professor Yuan Xing responded, I shall first address your initial inquiry. This ailment bears resemblance to AIDS. It is a curse that attacks the human body from within. Those afflicted by the blood curse will gradually lose their magical essence, and their life force will steadily diminish. The individual will slowly lose all capacity for movement, ultimately leading to death within a month at most, or as little as a day. Joku immediately followed up with another question. Then, how exactly is the blood curse cast? What must I do to cooperate? Yuan Xing shook his head. This is a particularly insidious curse, a forbidden technique, known only to the Skull Society regarding its specific casting method. However, I do know one of the steps involved in casting the blood curse. As the name blood curse implies, this curse requires the victim's blood. Moreover, it must be voluntarily provided. Joku's expression momentarily froze, rendered speechless. Qinyun noticed Joku's unusual demeanor. What is it? Joku, have you realized something? Joku slowly began to speak. His eyes fixed upon the ceiling. I provided it. What? The two professors exclaimed in unison, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Shoka's statement. I said, I voluntarily provided it. I offered my blood to the Skull Society. How could that be? Why would you willingly offer them blood? When did this happen? The professors appeared incredulous, bombarding him with questions. Joku spoke slowly, as if recounting an inconsequential memory. Professors, are you aware of a saying among the Skull Society? The professor's expression shifted, exchanging a glance. We know it. However, we never bring it up voluntarily. In our world, it is a terrifying phrase. Joku appeared oblivious to their concern, continuing his monologue, for a greater purpose. Initially, I did not fully comprehend the meaning of this phrase. Until now. He suddenly turned to Qinyun. Professor Qin, you should recall, as well. On the first day of my enrollment, during the test, I encountered an assassin from the Skull Society. The test was called Russian Roulette. They arranged a surprise question. Upon hearing this, Professor Qinyun's complexion instantly changed. She recalled the events that had transpired. Her expression subtly revealed fear as she murmured, could it be that they began plotting from that day onward? Joku continued recounting. The question was to place a red object on the table. Yet, there were no red objects in the examination room. The only red item I could produce was blood. Professor Qinyun's mouth fell agape. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brow tightly. They deceived me into voluntarily providing my blood in this manner. Joku paused briefly before continuing. For a greater purpose, although I remain unclear about their ultimate objective. However, to achieve their goals, they do not care how much time they expend, nor how much scheming they undertake. I once believed that each assassination was trivial, easily resolved. But only now do I realize the depths of their calculations. Each assassination must possess its significance and purpose. Each assassination serves their greater ambition. Chapter 78, The Method of Prolonging Life, however. They had collected the blood long ago. Why was the blood curse only being enacted now? Qinyun quietly voiced her confusion. Joku, momentarily at a loss, simply picked up the cup by his bedside and took a sip. Yuan Xing explained, collecting the victim's blood is merely a critical step in the blood curse ritual. Perhaps there are other steps we are unaware of. Yuan Xing lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. He muttered to himself. The blood curse is a targeted poison spell. It requires a designated victim to cast. Ideally, the best method is to dissolve the targeted poison. Targeted poison? Joku faintly recalled this term. He understood what kind of poison it was, a highly potent, directed toxin with a specific target. Just days prior, someone had introduced the targeted poison into the magical essence in an attempt to kill Joku. The school had been investigating the perpetrator, but to no avail. Suddenly, Yuan Xing's fist lightly struck his palm. Hair? They still need the victim to voluntarily provide hair, by dissolving the hair in the targeted poison. It is also a step in casting the blood curse. Clatter. Upon hearing this, Joku's grip on the cup tightened, causing it to slip from his hand and shatter on the floor, scattering shards everywhere. Joku's expression darkened, devoid of any emotion. A young nurse hurried over to clean up the mess. Joku, have you thought of something? You look even worse, Chinyan observed with concern. It's nothing, professors. I just feel rather unwell. I hope I can be alone in this room for a while. Zhouke continued to stare at the ceiling. All right. If you feel uncomfortable, just ring the bell by the bedside, and the school nurse will attend to you. After a few more words of caution to the on-duty nurse, the two professors left the room. At this moment, Zhouke was alone in the ward. He lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, motionless for a time. His body ached, and breathing became a laborious task. He could sense the magical essence gradually depleting within him. Yet Zhouke displayed no signs of pain. Suddenly, he let out a low, hollow laugh, a smile that lacked vigor and bore a hint of frailty. In the vast emptiness of the hospital room, it resonated ominously. The Skull Society, you truly wish for my demise. Collecting my blood and hair. Every assassination attempt has been for this, an inescapable death curse? He recalled the day he had submitted his hair. It had been fed to Tang Xian, significantly raising her potential as a member of the Skull Society. However, he had chosen to give her the antidote, leaving her innocence a possibility. One person, however, carried more suspicion. Tang Xian had not demanded his hair. The true suggestion to relinquish a part of himself had come from another. Was it you, Lu Yingming? Zhouke murmured on his hospital bed. You were the first to rush over to detoxify after hearing about the poisoning. It was you who thought of using a part of me to break the curse. Have you been watching me all along? You are in such a weakened state, yet you can still reason. The ethereal voice of the prophet's skull suddenly. You finally spoke. I have many questions for you. With everyone else dismissed from the room, Zhouke felt emboldened to converse with the prophet's skull. You must know everything, right? So if I directly ask you whether the one who cast the blood curse on me is Lu Yingming, will you answer? The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds. I indeed know all. I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. However, I will not answer your questions based on your preferences. One day, you will discover who the members of the Skull Society are within the school. But not now. Zhouke nodded in understanding. Can I interpret this response to mean that learning the identity of the Skull Society members in advance would be detrimental to me? You grasp it well. Zhouke acknowledged with a sound. While he did not fully trust the prophet's skull, he valued every piece of advice it offered. After all, it had accurately predicted reality thus far. Thank you, Great-Eyed Skull. I have heeded your counsel to abandon resistance, achieving 2 goals. You know which 2. The prophet's skull replied softly. First, by relinquishing resistance, you allowed the pain of the blood curse that you had long endured to erupt. This helped you evade the mind reading in Yuan Xing's class, preventing dark secrets from being exposed. This was also my suggestion. Zhouke nodded. Second, I have successfully contracted the inescapable death curse. Thus, I can fulfill your prophecy after being afflicted by the death curse in a month's time. I shall learn the secret of the divine ascension. He broke into a sudden smile. The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds. Yes. Everything is proceeding according to your plan, quite perfectly. Isn't it due to your guidance? Zhouke replied. Well then. Zhouke cleared his throat and posed a question that weighed on his mind. You said you would do your utmost to preserve my life, and that is true, correct? So being afflicted by the blood curse will not truly claim my life? If you do nothing and lie idly in bed, of course it will. The blood curse is a death curse. Your constitution is robust, but within half a month, you will completely lose your magical essence, bleed from all orifices, and perish. Zhouke understood that the prophet's skull was merely attempting to frighten him, so he playfully responded, How terrifying, O great prophet. What do you suggest I do to avoid such a grim fate? The prophet's skull, seemingly prepared, answered, The blood curse is fatal for mortals. But what is death for humans is an entirely different matter for deities. You need an object to prolong your life. This object is no ordinary item. Zhouke immediately grasped the implication of the prophet's skull's words. For mortals, it is fatal, but deities will not perish. Are you suggesting that the item that can save my life is a relic of the divine? Chapter 79, The Tesseract Indeed. Only that divine relic can save you. Then, great prophet, might you enlighten me on what it is and where it can be found? To be frank, Zhouke held little hope for an answer. He had anticipated that the prophet's skull would utter words akin to, You must explore on your own, or it is of no benefit to forewarn you. However, what transpired was rather unexpected. This is a divine relic left by the god of squares, known as the Tesseract. As the name suggests, it is a diamond with 4 sides. The Tesseract? You assert it is a relic of the god of squares? This seemed quite plausible, after all. The diamond suit in playing cards is indeed a gem with 4 corners. Zhouke continued to inquire, where might it be located? The prophet's skull, without hesitation, replied directly, The Yi family, one of the four great families, is the family of the diamond. The tesseract is their ancestral divine relic. At this moment, it lies concealed within the Yi financial building. Joku was well acquainted with this edifice. It marked the inception of everything. On his 18th birthday, he had utilized this building to showcase a magnificent magic performance to the entire city. Since the divine relic capable of resolving the blood curse resided within this structure, Joku smiled faintly. It appeared that he was destined to assume the role of a master thief tonight. Embarking on a grand heist at the Yi financial building, a diamond heist of monumental proportions, Joku had made up his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he would acquire this divine relic, not merely for the sake of prolonging his life, but because this was the essential path to gathering all 14 divine relics and ascending to divinity. Thank you, Prophet. By the way, I consider you to be the strongest among the 14 divine relics. Why do you say that? Well, you are omniscient, are you not? You even know the locations of the other divine relics. Thus, obtaining you would equate to possessing all divine relics. Do not overthink it. I am not that formidable. I merely disclosed the location of the tesseract to preserve your life. Joku slowly rose, donning his attire. Are you leaving now? You wish to infiltrate the building tonight and steal the tesseract? What other choice do I have? The longer I delay, the weaker I become. Since that artifact is my sole means of survival, I must procure it without delay. I have warned you, the Yi financial building is not accessible to just anyone. Especially the area where the tesseract is stored, it is surely heavily guarded. You will find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Joku chuckled and addressed the prophet's skull. I am aware of your omniscience. However, perhaps you have overlooked certain details. I once caused a citywide blackout at the financial building. This place is no stranger to me. I am confident I can orchestrate another dazzling display of lights. Joku paused and then inquired, by the way, what is the function of the tesseract? How can it assist me in breaking the blood curse? I did not claim that the tesseract could break the curse. An unbreakable death curse is challenging to dispel, even for a divine relic. However, the tesseract can aid in temporarily prolonging your life. Furthermore, it harbors immense energy and the secrets to divine ascension. At the mention of this term, Joku's expression shifted slightly. You will understand the specific powers of the tesseract once you possess it. That sufficed. Joku completed his preparations, then gazed out the window. The twilight was upon him, the sky gradually darkening. My apologies, Yiling Dian, your family's relic is soon to be mine. Do not blame me. After all, I too wish to live. I have stated before, I desire to survive more than anyone else, by whatever means necessary. He shouldered a hefty black backpack, placed one foot out the window, and then leapt into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Yi financial building, first floor. Greed appeared anxious, awaiting the elevator. He pressed the down button, and the elevator descended slowly. He anxiously glanced at his watch. As the elevator reached the first floor, the doors opened gradually. He swiftly entered and pressed the button for the -1 level. Having visited this level countless times, it was no stranger to him. Upon reaching -1, Greed swiped his divine card. The doors opened to reveal the familiar, dimly lit room. Flickering candlelight added an air of mystery to the space. He donned a skull mask and slowly stepped inside, taking a seat at the long table. The figure at the head of the table spoke. Welcome, Greed. Greed nodded slightly. I have flawlessly executed the organization's plan. The blood curse has been cast. Joku's remaining lifespan is now less than a month. Excellent. Pride's tone was steady, yet subtly conveyed delight. I assure you, when Joku meets his demise in a month, I will provide you with everything you require. I hope it will be soon. Greed replied with urgency. I sense that Joku has begun to suspect me. Ever since he administered targeted poison to a girl named Tang Xin, I realized. He has been secretly attempting to uncover my identity. Moreover, following the blood curse incident, my identity will surely come under his scrutiny. Pride raised his chin slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Greed perceptively detected his mood and quickly added, but I can assure the organization that I remain safe and concealed. Joku merely harbors suspicions. I can sense he is still uncertain of my true identity. Pride lifted a hand to signal him to cease speaking. Greed closed his mouth. Then Pride inquired. You mentioned Joku administered the drug to a girl named Tang Xin? Greed paused, seemingly confused as to why Pride was fixated on this detail. Yes, but ultimately, Joku had a change of heart and rescued her. Nothing transpired. What of it? Pride shook his head. No, it is nothing. An eerie silence enveloped the chamber. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Lust suddenly raised a hand. So, what exactly does the leader require us to do? First, we were instructed not to kill Joku. And now we are to cast a blood curse upon him. It is well known that a blood curse guarantees a mortal's death. Is this not a contradictory directive? Pride raised his voice slightly. Do not attempt to speculate on the leader's thoughts. The commands issued by the leader of the skull must not be questioned, but rather executed. All of the leader's instructions, in the short term, may appear illogical. Yet, in the long run, they undoubtedly serve a grander purpose. Chapter 80. The Yi Family Financial Building. Before the entrance of the Yi Family Building, Joku walked with his head lowered, burdened by a heavy backpack. The moonlight casting a serene glow on the quiet street. As he approached the entrance of the financial edifice, he glanced at his reflection in the tempered glass, his black cap pulled low, a cotton mask concealing half his face, revealing only a pair of alert eyes. Excellent, he thought. Hardly anyone could recognize him. Satisfied, Joku entered the lobby of the building. The first floor served as the visitor reception area. Joku discreetly positioned himself in a corner, masquerading as a passerby while keenly observing his surroundings. Just then, a company employee finished work. He retrieved his electronic ID card, tapping it against the access reader. Beep! The electronic door unlocked, and the employee pocketed his card, trudging out without sparing Joku a glance. Joku quickly deduced that employees could only unlock the electronic door with their ID cards to access the elevator leading to higher floors. Patiently, he waited, hoping for another employee to exit so he could employ some pickpocketing skills to acquire an ID card. However, after a lengthy wait, no additional employees appeared. Reluctantly, Joku began to scan the area for alternative means of entry. Besides the electronic access, there was a reception desk manned by an elderly security guard. With limited options, Joku approached the elderly guard. What do you want? The guard inquired, blocking Joku's path. His bloodshot eyes scrutinized Joku's appearance, lingering on the hefty backpack. Delivering takeout? Just leave it here. Sir, I am not a delivery person. I simply forgot my card. Please, could you let me in? Joku implored in a hushed tone, discreetly offering a cigarette. The guard waved it away. State your name and ID number. Naturally, Joku had no intention of revealing his true name, nor did he possess any ID number. Therefore, he resorted to deception. Sir, I am a friend of young Master Yi. Yiling Dian sent me to find him. You must know him. He is in the elite class at the prestigious school. And I'm his classmate. The guard furrowed his brow, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. You Tian? He questioned, puzzled. Yiling Dian, Joku asserted with conviction. What Ling Dian? The guard scratched his head. Yiling Dian, Joku emphasized. Yiling Dian? The guard scratched his ear. All right, you can go cool off over there, Joku sighed. Realizing that soft persuasion had failed, it seemed he would have to take a more forceful approach. He reached into his pocket. Just as he was about to draw a weapon to force his way in, he took another look at the elderly guard. Something about him seemed familiar. Old Wang. It's me, Joku. He quickly pulled down his mask and announced his name. Little Zhou? The guard was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough, the lights show. The building's power outage. Remember now? Ah. The guard exaggeratedly nodded. Little Zhou. I remember. How did you end up as the front desk security? Weren't you an electrician? Joku glanced at the guard's badge that read security. The guard chuckled. One must diversify. I work multiple jobs. I'm both security and an electrician, as well as the building's janitor. With a flourish, he flipped his badge to reveal the word electrician on the back, then opened his coat to display a janitor's uniform underneath. Joku found himself momentarily speechless. The guard's tone shifted. Little Zhou. Managing the lights that day took quite a bit of effort. How much did you give me? I seem to have forgotten. It was spent in no time. Upon hearing this, Joku understood the guard's implication. He nodded knowingly and discreetly pulled out a red note from his pocket, sliding it onto the table. Sir, buy yourself some fine cigarettes and wine, and perhaps some educational materials for your children. Just a small token of appreciation. The guard accepted the red note, his previously stern demeanor transforming into a beaming smile. No problem. A friend of young Master Yi? Opening the door for you is no trouble at all. With a few deft movements, the guard activated the electronic security door, which swung open. Please, come in. He grinned. Joku was momentarily taken aback by the guard's rapid change in demeanor. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a commoner? Can you really switch roles like that? Is it true you were pretending not to know Yiling Dian? Grateful, Joku thanked the guard as he passed through the security door. As he approached the elevator, a thought struck him. With dozens of floors above, where exactly was the vault containing the rare four-sided stone? He turned to the guard. Sir, Yiling Dian asked me to wait for him in the insurance department. Could you tell me where that is? Directly asking about the location of the vault seemed too conspicuous, so he used Yiling Dian as a pretext to obscure his true intention. although such phrasing still bore some risk of exposure. It was far better than the alternative of searching floor by floor. The insurance department? You mean the place where Mr. Yu keeps the safe? The guard's expression sharpened. You're not thinking of stealing something, are you? Joker paused momentarily, but the guard chuckled. Haha, I'm just joking. You're too handsome to be a thief. And knowing young Master Yi's name, you must truly be his classmate. It seemed the guard had convinced himself. As for which floor has the safe, I genuinely don't know. I only know that floors 2 to 30 are for common employees, and 31 to 60 are for the elite. The higher levels are classified. I've never been up there. You should ask around there. The guard relayed all the information at once. All right, thank you, sir. Zhou commused, realizing how advantageous Yu Lingtian's name was in this building. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to the elevator. The building boasted 80 floors, and he decided to first investigate the 61st floor. Masked securely in place, he pressed the up button. Beep. After a brief moment, the elevator arrived, its doors slowly sliding open. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a familiar face already waiting inside. The person stood with an air of confidence, adorned with a square medal. Yi Lingtian. Chapter 81. Grandpa Wan as Zhou stepped into the elevator. Yi Lingtian happened to exit. In the fleeting moment that Zhou passed by Yi Lingtian, the latter abruptly halted, swiftly turning back to scrutinize Zhou's attire. Zhou had concealed himself thoroughly, and under normal circumstances, Yi Lingtian should not have been able to recognize him. Yet, Yi Lingtian's brow remained furrowed, his demeanor displeased. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou. Could it be that despite his disguise, Yi Lingtian could still see through to his true identity? Yi Lingtian pursed his lips and slowly inquired, delivering takeout? Huh? No. I'm clearly a thief. Zhou thought to himself. Did he really appear to be a delivery person? How could that old man say such a thing? Did you think so too? In that instant, Zhou felt a slight warmth emanating from the divine card in his pocket. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. This was a moment of folly. The voice of the divine clown resonated in his mind. Beep. Divine card activation condition. Embarrassing oneself. Achieved. Randomly selecting a divine card. Divine card. Square 3. The bronze level ability of Square 3. Create a copy of an item. Only the appearance can be replicated. Creating a replica of an item. Upon hearing the ability of Square 3, Zhou immediately conceived various applications. If he encountered a restricted access point requiring a key or fingerprint prior to stealing the quadrilateral stone, he could simply utilize Square 3 to effortlessly produce copies of those items instead of expending effort to steal the key. It must be said, this ability was indeed quite useful. Zhou had no time to ponder further, for at that moment, Yi Lingtian continued to scrutinize him from head to toe. Delivery personnel are not permitted to enter the corporate building. You can leave the delivery at the front desk, Yi Lingtian added. By the way, taking the elevator requires a swipe card. You cannot ascend. Zhou keenly caught this information. This was troublesome. He did not possess an ID card. Just as he contemplated how to respond. Hey, young Master Yi, I apologize. He is not a delivery person. The security guard, Grandpa Wang, hurriedly approached. He is the new janitor. He has had the chance to collect his ID card yet. I'll take him to the HR department to check in. You need not trouble yourself, young Master Yi. Grandpa Wang flashed a sheepish smile, pulling Zhou into the elevator with him. A janitor? Dressed like this? Yi Lingtian appeared unconvinced, his gaze still filled with skepticism. Has he not yet received his uniform? I've already prepared a complete set for this little janitor. Grandpa Wang inexplicably produced a brand new janitor's uniform from somewhere. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will arrange everything clearly. Yi Lingtian continued to regard Zhou, his brow still knitted in suspicion. For a fleeting moment, Zhou felt an unsettling illusion that Yi Lingtian had already seen through his true identity. Yet, Yi Lingtian merely nodded, conceding, very well, Master Wang, you are the captain of the janitorial team. You may handle this. After saying this, Yi Lingtian seemed to cast a significant glance at Zhou before turning to leave. The elevator doors slowly closed. Phew. Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Then turned to Grandpa Wang. I didn't expect you would be willing to step in to assist me. Moreover, you must have already discerned that I am not actually a friend of Yi Lingtian, right? Grandpa Wang simply smiled faintly. Young man, I've lived many years. I've seen my share of matters. The roads I've traversed exceed the grains of rice you've consumed. Your purpose here should not be ordinary, correct? Grandpa Wang regarded the hefty bag Zhou carried, his expression knowing. By the way, that bag of yours looks quite heavy. What's inside? Grandpa Wang inquired curiously. Zhou deflected. Nothing of great importance. He swiftly shifted the topic. Since you know I'm not an ordinary person, why still allow me entry? Grandpa Wong swiped his ID card against the elevator panel and slowly replied, I harbor no particular feelings toward the Yi family. I'm merely a worker, here just to make a living. Moreover, I will soon retire. What you intend to do is of no concern to me. And considering the last time, I've already accepted quite a bit of money from you. I understand the rule of doing business for pay. Grandpa Wong then asked, young man, which floor do you wish to go to? I'll take you up in return. Zhou contemplated. Since floors 2 to 30 were designated for common workers and floors 31 to 60 for the elite, it was likely that the area containing divine relics resided only on floors above 60. He answered softly, the 61st floor. All right. Grandpa Wong pressed the button for the 61st floor. Observing the ID card in Grandpa Wong's hand, Zhou couldn't help but entertain a thought. In order to locate the quadrilateral stone, he would need to ride the elevator multiple times. And to access the elevator, one required a security card. Having previously known Grandpa Wong and collaborated with him, he was a familiar face, ensuring reliability. It would be prudent to recruit Grandpa Wong as his insider accomplice. Zhou tentatively asked, Grandpa, your salary must be quite decent, right? Upon hearing this question, Grandpa Wong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Young man, to speak candidly, even working 3 jobs, my salary is still pitifully low. To maintain a basic living, I must seek additional income, even if it's a bit dubious. Zhou inwardly chuckled. He had long perceived this, based on his previous experiences of slipping money to Grandpa Wong for assistance. It was clear that the old man had a penchant for wealth. As long as there was money involved, he would lend a hand. Thus, Zhou cautiously probed again. Grandpa, would you be interested in making a substantial profit? Grandpa Wong was taken aback, then sighed. I would. I dream of it. But what are the opportunities to earn money? Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately proclaimed, Grandpa, as long as you lend me your ID card for a short while, afterward, I will share with you 100,000 dragon coins. Zhou was not merely spinning fantasies. He believed that the vault within the Yi family's financial building contained far more than just that amount. Once Zhou borrowed Grandpa Wong's ID card and successfully infiltrated the Yi family's treasury, he could procure the divine relic, while Grandpa Wong would receive his share of the profit, achieving a win-win situation. Grandpa Wong did not respond immediately, merely glancing again at Zhou's bag. When I heard you asking me where the insurance layer is located, I instantly understood. Young man, you must be a thief, correct? Seeing that Grandpa Wong had seen through everything, Zhou decided not to conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, since you know, I shall confess. I have come to steal something. Grandpa Wong sighed. It's not that I don't wish to assist you, but I don't believe this endeavor of yours will succeed. Chapter 82. The Phantom Thief Alliance. Sir, why do you say that? Zhou instantly sensed that the elderly gentleman before him was no ordinary person. He seemed to possess some hidden knowledge. The old man cleared his throat and spoke slowly. If you are here to steal money, that is of no concern to me. I cannot interfere. Just ensure that when you are caught, you do not claim that I allowed you entry. However, if you are here to steal that particular treasure, you should turn back and go home to wash up and sleep. Indeed, this old man appeared to be privy to certain secrets regarding the quadrilateral stone. Sir, what exactly is that treasure you mentioned? Zhou feigned ignorance, his tone casual. The old man cast Zhou a measured glance and replied, It is the ancestral treasure of the Yi family, worth a fortune. They say it is a diamond with 4 corners. Upon hearing this, Zhou's heart stirred, yet he maintained a facade of indifference and inquired, Why do you say that if I were to steal that treasure, my plan would fail? With a confident demeanor, the old man replied, Because that treasure most likely does not exist. Does not exist? Zhou raised an eyebrow in confusion. No one has ever seen such a thing. I suspect it is merely a gimmick, a tool for the Yi family to promote their own grandeur. Zhou furrowed his brow, remaining noncommittal. The treasure surely exists. For the oracle skull once proclaimed that the quadrilateral stone is hidden somewhere within the Yi family's skyscraper. So, how did the rumor of its non-existence arise? As the elevator ascended slowly, nearing the 61st floor, the old man urged, Young man, quickly put on this janitor's uniform. Your current attire is far too conspicuous. And your backpack is also quite eye-catching. Must you carry it? Zhou simply accepted the clothing. I need what is inside this bag. Once he donned the uniform, the elevator doors opened gradually. Zhou surveyed the 61st floor, which appeared to be an entertainment area filled with various fitness equipment and recreational rooms. Well then, young man, this is where we part ways. I wish you success. The old man waved his hand, preparing to leave. Wait. Wang, the old man, was Zhouke's only acquaintance in the entire building. If he sought assistance, he could only rely on him. Zhouke had to persuade him to join his venture. Sir, where are you going? The old man replied as he walked. To the power room. You should know, I also manage the power supply. That day, to help you perform that trick, I shut off the lights in the entire building. It was a success. No one suspected my involvement. Zhouke's heart raced. Sir, may I have a look? Why not? Come along, young man. The old man smiled broadly as he accepted the money Zhouke offered, delightedly clutching the bills as he walked. Oh dear, so you really intend to steal something? Zhouke immediately replied. Not that treasure you mentioned, just money. This was, of course, a lie. Zhouke was solely interested in the quadrilateral stone. He could clearly see that Wang was only interested in money. The old man seemed to waver. If I help you, will you truly share some of it with me? Absolutely genuine. We are not strangers in these dealings. Do you doubt me? After a moment of internal deliberation, the old man remarked, You mentioned sharing 100,000 dragon coins with me? Yes, Zhouke confirmed. That won't do. It's too little. The old man waved his hand dismissively. The Yi family is exceedingly wealthy. I estimate that even a single antique vase in their vault is worth over $1 million. How about this? After the deed is done, regardless of how much you acquire, you shall give me half. Zhouke readily agreed. It's a deal. They shook hands, one intent on stealing money, the other on pilfering jewels. Thus, the old man and the young man formed a phantom thief alliance. Soon enough, they arrived at the power control room. Inside the room stood a large operational screen, adorned with countless virtual icons representing circuit breakers. Upon seeing these icons, Zhouke's mind sparked with an idea. Sir, is this the switch that controls the building's lights? Indeed. Come, let me explain. The old man pointed to the largest circuit breaker icon on the screen. This is the main lighting switch. After swiping a card, pressing it will extinguish the lights throughout the entire building. He then indicated the numerous smaller buttons nearby. These control the lights for each floor and each room. Gazing at the light switches, Zhouke's mind raced with a notion. Sir, can these lights be programmed to operate on a timer? Certainly. I shall teach you how to do so. Zhouke, being quite astute, learned rapidly, and soon enough, he had set the lighting control program for 2 hours later. The old man peered curiously at the screen. Young man, what do you intend to do in 2 hours' time? Zhouke smiled faintly. Once everything is complete, I shall utilize the Yi Financial Tower as a grand stage for a magnificent finale to my success. You shall see. The old man nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Is this yet another of your magical tricks? Zhouke merely smiled. After arranging the lighting control for the entire building, he clapped his hands. Let us go, sir. What is your plan? The old man, experiencing this thrilling endeavor for the first time, seemed quite excited. Not quite yet. Zhouke replied, After all, this is my first time in this skyscraper. Sir, do you know which floor might house the vault? Scratching his head, the old man pondered. Well, I am just a security guard and electrician, primarily managing the power supply. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I remember now. The 65th floor is the executive meeting room. That is where Mr. Yi conducts meetings, often discussing confidential matters. Perhaps if we go there, we can overhear where they store their valuables. But, the old man sighed. I lack the clearance. My card cannot access the 65th floor. It requires a fingerprint unlock. Zhouke inquired again, Can we take the stairs? The old man shook his head. No. The stairs are usually closed unless the elevator is out of service. Zhouke reflected on the old man's words. A fingerprint. Zhouke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fingerprint. The old man looked at him curiously. Young man, what have you thought of? Zhouke lowered his head in contemplation. After a long pause, he suddenly looked up. With a slight smile, Zhouke declared, I have a way to obtain a fingerprint. Chapter 83. Acquiring fingerprints at the entrance of the restroom. Zhouke feigned the role of a janitor while discreetly observing the employees of the building as they entered and exited. Young man, didn't you say you were going to acquire some fingerprints? How did you end up as a cleaner? The elderly man remarked quietly while sweeping the floor. Zhouke continued his task, murmuring, Sir, you may not understand. Pretending to be a cleaner is an essential step in obtaining fingerprints. The old man was perplexed. Zhouke watched the numerous employees traversing the restroom and whispered, To obtain the fingerprints necessary for accessing the 65th floor, we must first ascertain which individuals possess that privilege. Only the fingerprints of those with sufficient authority are valuable. Otherwise, collecting the fingerprint of an ordinary worker would be Our purpose here at the restroom entrance is to through observing these employees, determine their ranks. What? The old man exclaimed incredulously. You mean to say that by watching them use the restroom, we can identify who has the authority to access the 65th floor? What is the logic behind that? Could it be that the elite nobles have different bodily functions than us common folks? Joku remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the employees emerging from the restroom. Their attire was formal, making it difficult to distinguish between the commoners and the aristocrats. Moreover, even among the nobles, there were varying degrees of status. It was challenging to identify high-ranking officials solely based on their clothing. However, Joku's method of assessing rank did not rely on attire. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a woman dressed exquisitely. After washing her hands at the sink, she chose not to use the hand dryer but merely shook off the droplets and swiftly departed. Joku discreetly informed the old man, "Did you see that woman? Her authority is likely minimal. She appears to be merely a middle-tier aristocrat, not our target." The old man, puzzled, responded, "Why is that, young man? I only saw her skip the hand dryer. You can't possibly judge her based on that." He hesitated, adding, "Whether someone dries their hands or not should have nothing to do with their status. Some fastidious commoners prefer to use the hand dryer, while I've seen nobles who simply shake their hands and leave. Ultimately, it's just a matter of personal preference, right? Can that truly indicate someone's rank?" Joku nodded. "You are correct, sir. It is merely a matter of habit and does not reveal one's status." However, just then, Joku's gaze fell upon a new target. A casually dressed, slender man had just exited the men's restroom. He whistled as he leisurely washed his hands at the sink. Subsequently, he also seemed to forego the hand dryer, merely flicking his hands to shake off the water. Joku shook his head, preparing to divert his gaze when suddenly, the man made a small gesture. He pinched the hem of his shirt with his thumb and index finger, using the fabric to dry his fingers. The old man noticed this small action and shook his head in disapproval. This man is rather sloppy, using his own shirt to wipe off water. He surely isn't a high-ranking executive in the company. Before the old man could finish his thought, Joku interjected, "That's him. He is precisely the target we seek." The old man was taken aback. Joku quickly lowered his voice. "Sir, is anyone monitoring the security footage?" The old man shook his head. "Young man, have you forgotten? I'm the security guard on duty today. Rest assured, no one is watching the monitors. Besides, we are at the restroom entrance. There aren't even any cameras." With that, the old man looked at Joku with curiosity. "Young man, why did you suddenly mention the monitors? What do you intend to do?" "Necessary," Joku replied nonchalantly. After uttering this, he swiftly scanned the vicinity to ensure no one was around, then stealthily approached the man from behind and struck him on the shoulder. The man did not have time to make a sound before he was knocked unconscious. Joku then hoisted one of the man's arms, saying, "Sir, lend me a hand and help me drag him into the elevator." The elderly man, having observed the scene in astonishment, finally responded, "Oh, coming." Each took hold of an arm, slowly dragging the man towards the elevator. As they walked, the old man chuckled, "This is exhilarating. We feel like spies from a movie." After concealing the man in a corner, Joku pressed the button for the elevator. Moments later, ding. The elevator doors opened slowly. It was empty. Confirming it was safe, Joku signaled the old man to help drag the man inside. Joku then lifted the man's right arm, extending his index finger. The old man inquired with curiosity, "Young man, this person looks quite young. Doesn't he seem like someone with access to the 65th floor? Are you certain his fingerprint will operate the elevator?" Joku nodded confidently. "Rest assured, sir." He then pressed the man's finger against the fingerprint scanner. Moments later, ding. A green light illuminated. Authentication successful. Joku let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't be entirely certain that this man had access. If the authentication had failed, he wondered how the old man would perceive him. Fortunately, the authentication succeeded, and the old man looked astonished, his eyes wide as he gazed at the confident Joku. "Young man, you truly have a talent. There must be very few people in this company allowed on the 65th floor. And you managed to identify a high-ranking executive just by observation? How did you determine that?" Joku smiled slightly and began to explain, "It's quite simple. I didn't ascertain his rank directly. However, I noticed that this man, unlike others, did not wear an employee ID card around his neck. Moreover, he must frequently use a fingerprint scanner." Joku continued with a smile, "Let me share a little-known fact. A finger that is wet cannot pass fingerprint authentication. Water fills in the gaps between the fingerprints." He pointed at the unconscious man. "This man lacks the habit of drying his hands after washing, but he has the habit of drying his index finger on his clothing. What does that imply? The old man paused. It indicates he must often use his fingerprint to unlock access, doesn't he? Precisely. Joku affirmed with a nod. The old man seemed to ponder for a moment before breaking into a grin. Young man, you possess quite a skill. This reminds me of an old acquaintance. Joku paid little mind to this. Who is that? The old man gazed ahead, as if lost in reminiscence. My son. Chapter 84. The human juicer your son? Joku gazed at the elderly man with a hint of confusion. The old man continued. Young man, though you are not a friend of Yi Lingtian from the Yi family, you are indeed a student of the noble school in Longhua, are you not? Thus, you are also part of the aristocracy? In truth, Joku was not of noble lineage. However, he found it unnecessary to explain to the old man how a commoner like himself had gained admission to a prestigious institution. Thus, he simply nodded, I suppose so. Then, it seems your son is also a student at a noble school? Joku inquired. The old man shook his head with a wry smile. How could that be? I am merely a poor commoner. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes. And the offspring of a rat, well, they can only dig holes. A commoner's son can only be a commoner as well. However, my son shares some similarities with you, keen observation and a touch of intelligence. Joku hesitated before responding. Sir, you must be over 50, yes? Thus, your son would be in his 20s or 30s now. The old man cast a glance at Joku. In theory, yes, if he were still alive. Joku was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted the old man's shoulder. It appeared that this elderly gentleman harbored quite a story of his own. The conversation ceased, and both fell into silence. Joku merely observing the ascending numbers on the elevator display, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Joku furrowed his brow. As he watched the flickering digits, an unusual sensation washed over him, but it vanished as swiftly as it had come. He shook his head, dismissing the feeling. Upon reaching the 65th floor, the elevator doors opened slowly. In that instant, a horrifying sight rushed into their view. Countless naked, grotesque bodies submerged in large, greenish tanks. The entire floor was densely populated with these tanks, some of which appeared to be electrified, with blades whirring ominously, reducing the occupants to bloody pulp. Confronted with this gruesome spectacle, Joku's mind conjured a singular term, juicer. However, these monstrous contraptions were not squeezing fruits, but humans. Good heavens! The old man seemed stunned by the scene, his mouth agape in disbelief. Joku ventured deeper, softly remarking, Sir, is this your first encounter with such a sight? The old man regained his composure and hurriedly followed Joku, exclaiming, Of course. What unspeakable deeds are being carried out by the Yi family? This is murder. It's illegal. No wonder access to this floor requires high-level fingerprints. Joku glanced at the bodies within the tanks, contemplating that perhaps these individuals were all commoners, perceived as less than human in the eyes of their captors. As he approached the end of the corridor, he initially assumed the entire floor housed similar human juicing devices. However, he was met with a starkly contrasting sight, a bright white meeting room that clashed with the dark, bloody ambience of the floor. Joku discerned several figures in suits engaged in a meeting. He quickly concealed himself. The old man peeked into the meeting room, it seems. Mr. Yi is inside. Joku pressed close to the wall, straining to hear, but finding the soundproofing of the room effective. Looking around, he spotted a small ventilation duct, just large enough for a person to crawl through. After a moment's contemplation, Joku whispered, Sir, it appears this floor is some sort of secret factory for the Yi family. I suspect they are producing something using human remains. But it does not pertain to our objective. We are merely here to steal. After all, this floor does not seem to house a vault. So we should not linger too long to avoid straying from our purpose. The old man nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Joku's words. Young man, what about you? Joku glanced at the figures in the meeting room and then at the ventilation duct. I plan to utilize the duct to eavesdrop on their discussion. Perhaps I can uncover the location of their vault. The old man pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, young man, you seem quite clever. But do be cautious to avoid detection. Joku assured him, Rest easy, sir. I have been a pickpocket since childhood, navigating various environments. Crawling through a ventilation duct is a trivial task for me. Once the old man departed, Joku carefully examined the duct and inspected the meeting room ceiling, noting a small exhaust fan. This duct must lead directly into the meeting room. Resolute, Joku gently removed the duct cover and crawled inside. The duct was thick with dust, and Joku covered his mouth and nose, stifling the urge to cough. Any noise would undoubtedly alert those in the room, ruining their plans of theft. Cautiously, he knelt and crawled forward, successfully reaching the ceiling of the meeting room. Through the spinning exhaust fan, he was finally able to survey the room below. The meeting room was unremarkable, akin to any corporate conference room, yet the individuals seated within were anything but ordinary. They were impeccably dressed in suits, unmistakably members of the upper aristocracy. Zhou Ku scanned the attendees, recognizing none, save for the middle-aged man who occupied the prominent seat. This man appeared to be in his 40s and bore a shiny insignia on his chest. The insignia resembled a twisted branch encircling a red square, a sight that struck Zhou Ku as oddly familiar. His gaze shifted back to the man's face, and in an instant, he realized this man was the spitting image of his son, albeit with a few more wrinkles. It was evident that this man was Yi Lingtian's father. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Lingtian's father surveyed the attendees before finally speaking, "Gentlemen, I wonder what your thoughts are on my recent proposal?" Chapter 85. Exposure. The individuals gathered in the conference room were evidently of high nobility. One of them stroked his beard and inquired, "Mr. Yi, can you assure us of the quality of this product?" Yi Lingtian's father, Yi Ding, slowly responded, "Of course, esteemed guests, you have seen it upon your arrival. The product I am presenting is a new type of essence of magic. As you are aware, essence of magic is exceedingly rare and precious. A single sip can significantly elevate one's magic level. However, the traditional production method has a notable downside. The cost is exorbitantly high." After a brief pause, Yi Ding continued, "Our research has revealed that while commoners possess almost no magic, their collective essence can be extracted and transformed into essence of magic. The juice extractors outside are, in fact, part of our Yi family's essence of magic factory. This represents a monumental innovation." Yi Ding raised his voice. Zhou Ku frowned. The notion of extracting magic from the flesh of commoners should be a gruesome affair, yet the way he described it seemed disturbingly casual. Furthermore, a balding nobleman seated across from Yi Ding remarked, "We certainly trust the inventions of your esteemed company, Mr. Yi, but my primary concern remains the cost." Yi Ding smirked. "In my view, that is hardly an issue." He then continued cheerfully, "As I previously mentioned, the raw materials for the new essence of magic are derived from the blood and flesh of commoners. We can all agree on one point. The lives of commoners are quite cheap. Our research indicates that commoners under the age of 18, specifically adolescents, possess a small amount of magic. Our company employs a substantial number of commoners, and their children serve as excellent raw material for extraction." Upon hearing this, the nobles relaxed, smiling in agreement. "Hee. Since the costs are low, we have no objections. Mr. Yi, let us collaborate to export your product both domestically and internationally. Here's to a fruitful partnership." Yi Ding's expression was one of great delight as he exclaimed, "Excellent." He swiftly rose and retrieved a bottle of champagne from a cabinet in the conference room. "In that case, let us celebrate." The nobles quickly reached a commercial agreement, raising their glasses and toasting. In this small conference room, the noblemen casually discussed the grim exchange of commoners' lives for profit, all while indulging in exquisite wines. Should the common folk overhear their conversation, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous resentment towards the nobility. However, apart from a slight discomfort, Zhou Ku felt little emotional turmoil. The exploitation of commoners was a well-known fact to him since childhood. Today, however, he had learned that such exploitation was literal in the most physical sense. Zhou Ku shook his head. The dark dealings of the Yi family were not his primary interest. It was the artifact known as the four-sided stone that truly captivated him. He remained hidden within the ventilation shaft, patiently observing them, hoping Yi Lingtian's father might inadvertently reveal the location of the four-sided stone during a drunken boast. After enduring what felt like an eternity of mundane chatter and commercial flattery from these middle-aged men, Zhou Ku finally heard Yi Ding being asked, "Mr. Yi, I've heard that your enterprise has flourished and ranks among the 4 great families of Long Nation due to a divine relic?" As the nobles were merrily drinking, a slightly plump middle-aged man casually posed this question. The other nobles set down their glasses, feigning indifference while their eyes discreetly turned towards Yi Ding, eager for his response. This question was somewhat sensitive, akin to discussing trade secrets. Yet, Yi Ding, in high spirits and somewhat tipsy, raised his glass and gleefully replied, "Indeed." The other nobles instantly perked up, their gazes fixed upon him. Many, both noble and common, were aware of the Yi family's possession of a treasure. While commoners believed it to be a commercial secret, the nobles knew it to be a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the plump nobleman probed further. "Given the significance of such a divine relic, Mr. Yi, you wouldn't possibly store it in a bank, would you?" Zhou Ku internally cheered. "Well done, sir. You've asked precisely what I wish to know. Upon hearing this, Yi Ding's smile vanished in an instant. He gently set his glass down and surveyed the eagerly expectant faces around him. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Who doesn't he recognize the value of a divine relic? You wish to extract the location of this relic from me. The plump noble's expression faltered, and he opened his mouth to explain his abrupt inquiry. Yet before he could speak, Yi Ding's smile returned as he lifted his glass again. However, that is of no consequence. We are all friends and business partners. We can certainly discuss this treasure. I hold absolute confidence that no one can find it. I can assure you, this object is within the Yi family building, yet it is not located on any floor. The assembly of nobles shook their heads in disbelief. The plump nobleman chuckled. Mr. Yi, you must be intoxicated. Yi Ding, puzzled, replied, who says I'm drunk? I am perfectly sober. Another noble remarked, a treasure residing in the building, but not on any floor? Doesn't that imply that the treasure might not exist at all? This echoed a popular rumor circulating in society, suggesting that the Yi family's treasure was merely a gimmick, a tool for commercial promotion, and in reality, did not exist at all. Yi Ding, unperturbed by this claim, countered, think what you will, I assure you, my words are the truth. The conversation swiftly shifted away from the topic. After several more rounds of drinks, the nobles began to rise, bidding farewell to Mr. Yi as they prepared to leave. Yi Ding's complexion was slightly flushed. I should ideally accompany you, but I have some personal matters to attend to in this room. The nobles insisted that it was unnecessary for him to escort them downstairs. Once the nobles exited the conference room, Yi Ding confirmed their departure and instantly reverted from his feigned drunken state to his usual demeanor. He was merely pretending to be inebriated. A dark expression clouded his face. Lost in thought, as Zhou had gathered the information he sought and was about to depart, Yi Ding's voice cut through the air with a chilling calmness. Do you truly believe I would not discover your hiding place? The guest concealed in the ventilation shaft? Zhou immediately turned to face Yi Ding, who was staring directly in his direction. He then reached into his pocket. Chapter 86. The bottle to the head in an instant. Zhou momentarily believed that Yi Ding was about to draw a gun or his divine card. To his surprise, however, Yi Ding produced his mobile phone. Zhou swiftly kicked the fan at the vent's opening and leaped down. He rapidly descended, delivering a kick that sent Yi Ding's phone flying. The act of brandishing a weapon was trivial. With Zhou's agility, he was confident he could escape before Yi Ding could react. But he could not allow Yi Ding to summon help. As an intruder, remaining undetected was crucial for him to steal the divine relic and flee successfully. If pursued by a horde of security guards, the situation would become dire. Taking advantage of Yi Ding's momentary distraction, Zhou quickly crushed his phone, eliminating the possibility of him calling for security. However, this also granted Yi Ding a moment to retaliate. Although Yi Ding appeared unarmed, he charged directly at Zhou. Zhou immediately felt a sharp pain coursing through his body crash. Zhou's back collided with the wine cabinet, causing numerous expensive bottles to shatter upon impact. Yi Ding, embodying the demeanor of a businessman, possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. It was no surprise, as he hailed from one of the four noble families, undoubtedly boasting a high level of magical essence. Even if Yi Ding wielded a square divine card rather than the combat-oriented spade, his physical prowess surpassed Zhou's by a margin. Moreover, Zhou was currently afflicted by a blood curse. His body weakened, rendering him no match for Yi Ding. Even in close combat, Zhou found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, Yi Ding had seized Zhou by the throat with one hand. Zhou coughed violently, struggling to breathe. The sudden exertion seemed to exacerbate the blood curse within him. Truly, misfortune upon misfortune. Zhou's vision blurred, and all his senses dulled. He beheld Yi Ding's face, contorted in a menacing grimace. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Yi Ding exclaimed, "You, little janitor, have a decent appearance. You would make an excellent candidate for juicing." He roared, "Today, you shall learn the consequences of eavesdropping on adults." Zhou felt Yi Ding's grip tighten around his throat. "Why do I sense you are not a mere commoner?" Yi Ding muttered to himself, exerting more pressure. "Even better, your magical essence level seems rather high. Your single corpse would yield enough magical essence to fill a whole bottle. Just imagine, your body steeped in disinfectant, then sliced into mince by sharp blades." Zhou sensed his strength waning now. He could not perish here. More than anyone else, he yearned to survive. In an instant, his gaze hardened. The hands that had previously hung limply regained vigor, swiftly groping behind him. Suddenly, Zhou seemed to find a cylindrical blunt object whack. He seized the object and, with every ounce of strength he could muster, struck Yi Ding on the head. "Ah!" Yi Ding's hands abruptly released their grip, and he fell to his knees, howling in fury and pain. The blood curse still plagued Zhou Ku, causing him immense agony. Yet he compelled himself to summon all his strength. He lifted the blunt object once more and brought it down upon the writhing Yi Ding. Crack! Yi Ding collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unmoving. The blunt object shattered into fragments. At that moment, Zhou Ku realized it was merely a bottle of wine. He tossed aside the broken glass and, utterly drained, sank to the floor, gasping for breath. Fortunately, Zhou Ku felt a surge of relief. He knew that the Yi family belonged to the Square family, and that Yiling Tian's father's divine card ability was unrelated to combat. Otherwise, ensnared by the blood curse, he would never have triumphed in a physical confrontation against this adult. Zhou Ku surveyed the conference room, noting the absence of any surveillance. This meant he remained undiscovered. After resting for a moment, he gradually rose, propping up the unconscious Yi Ding. He then retrieved a length of rope from his pocket, binding him securely. Once satisfied that Yi Ding could not escape by sheer force, Zhou Ku tore a strip from Yi Ding's clothing and stuffed it into his mouth. This way, even if Yi Ding regained consciousness, he would be unable to call for help. Subsequently, Zhou Ku opened the wine cabinet and concealed the unconscious Yi Ding within. With a decisive slam, he closed the cabinet door. After completing these tasks, he tidied up the conference room, clearing away the shards of broken glass and spilled wine, ensuring it appeared as though nothing had transpired. This would guarantee that, should anyone come here, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect any signs of violence. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Ku adjusted his clothing and quietly slipped away. Hey, young man, you finally emerged. What on earth happened? Did you get into a scuffle? The elderly man had been waiting by the elevator, his eyes widening upon seeing Zhou Ku's disheveled appearance and the faint marks on his neck. Zhou Ku waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I won. He was aware that the elderly man, like his son, was not particularly adept at fighting. The elderly man opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Let us not dwell on that, Zhou Ku said. Aren't you curious about what I overheard? Zhou Ku smiled. The elderly man, intrigued by Zhou Ku's demeanor, responded eagerly. Young man, are you implying that you actually discovered where he hid the safe? Close enough, Zhou Ku nodded, then recounted the gist of what he had overheard in the conference room. Of course, since the elderly man was a civilian, Zhou Ku withheld information regarding the magical essence and divine relics. The elderly man's previously calm demeanor faltered, his expression shifting to one of horror, as if he had heard something profoundly terrifying. His countenance grew strange, and he trembled as he asked, Young man, are you certain? The individuals used for juicing are all commoners? Moreover, most are young, specifically chosen from the children of employees? Upon hearing the elderly man's words, Zhou Ku sensed an underlying meaning. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Elder, what are you implying? The elderly man paused, then regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, young man, I'm fine. By the way, aren't we supposed to be focused on stealing money? We shouldn't concern ourselves with their illicit dealings. The elderly man chuckled as he approached the elevator. However, Zhou Ku remained still. He fixed his gaze on the elderly man and gently inquired, Elder, how did your son die? Chapter 87. Scaling Heights. The elderly man paused momentarily, then let out a soft sigh. Young man, do not concern yourself with my story. Let us expedite the completion of this task. With money in hand, all suffering shall dissipate. Zhou Ku, upon hearing this, remained non-committal as the two entered the elevator. Have you perhaps discovered where their little treasure trove is concealed? The elder inquired, his mood shifting. Zhou Ku articulated his analysis. According to the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Ding, their so-called treasure resides within this financial edifice, yet it does not occupy any floor therein. Simultaneously, based on the circulating rumors that the gem does not exist, I have begun to formulate a hypothesis that requires further validation. The means of verification is taking the elevator. Subsequently, Zhou Ku glanced at the elder. Did you sense anything amiss as we ascended from the 60th floor? Amiss? The elder scratched his head. I felt nothing unusual. Zhou Ku raised his hand to check his watch, then pressed the button for the 60th floor once more. The elevator descended gradually, the display flickering with numbers, 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60. As the numbers danced, Zhou Ku's gaze flitted between his watch and the display. Ding! The elevator arrived. Young man, why are we returning? The elder asked, puzzled, as they stood on the familiar 60th floor. Zhou Ku slowly shifted his attention from his watch and said, Indeed, my instincts were correct. Elder, how many floors are there from the 60th to the 65th? The elder counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 6. There are 6 floors in total. What of it? Zhouku's focus remained fixed on the display within the elevator as he murmured, "Yet I have an inkling we ascended 7 floors." Zhouku's intuition had always been sharp, and with an abundance of magical essence coursing through him, his senses were heightened, allowing him to perceive details that others might overlook. Even during his first ascent, he had keenly noted that the transition from the 64th to the 65th floor was markedly slower, both in the display's response and in the time taken for the elevator to move. Thus, Zhouku conceived a bold hypothesis. There existed an intermediary layer between the 64th and 65th floors, a hidden 64.5 floor. The gem was indeed within this structure, but not on any designated floor because it resided in this half-floor. Zhouku spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his revelation was astonishing. The elder gaped, astonished. "Young man, that seems rather fanciful. Does it not? The speed of the elevator could certainly fluctuate. Are you truly convinced that this building harbors an undisclosed floor?" Zhouku shook his head. "My deductions extend beyond the elevator's velocity. First, elder, you previously mentioned that the staircase is rarely in use except under special circumstances. That hardly seems rational for a bustling financial building. Why would they seal off the stairs and rely solely on elevators? Second, why is it that access to only the 65th floor requires a fingerprint scan? It stands to reason that aside from the clandestine juice factory on the 65th floor, there exists an even more significant rationale, namely, that the floor beneath the 65th is not the 64th at all. The fingerprint authentication serves as a precaution by the Yi family to prevent anyone from damaging the 65th floor and thereby uncovering this hidden layer." The elder paused, stroking his nose thoughtfully. "Hold on, young man, let me process this." He began counting on his fingers, silently reciting Zhouku's analysis. After a lengthy moment, he looked up, though his expression was not one of admiration, still tinged with skepticism. "Young man, I grasp your explanation, and it is rather compelling. But this remains mere conjecture, does it not? Perhaps there is no hidden floor at all? Or, even if such a floor exists, it could simply be an unrefined, abandoned space?" Anticipating these queries, Zhouku smiled and replied, "Elder, your concerns are entirely valid. As I mentioned, my notion of a 64.5 floor is merely a hypothesis. The most effective means of validating a hypothesis is through practical exploration. If we wish to ascertain the existence of this hidden layer, we must venture forth and see for ourselves." The elder's mouth slightly parted, as if he wished to inquire further. Zhouku encouraged him to speak freely. The elder scratched his head again and asked, "Let us assume, for argument's sake, there is indeed a 64.5 floor, and you assert that the gem, the vault, and the riches lie within. How do we access it? Surely we cannot simply breach the ceiling of the 64th floor or carve a gaping hole in the floor of the 65th. Each of these actions would create quite a commotion. What if we attract unwanted attention?" At this, Zhouku smiled subtly. He had already contemplated this dilemma. For the average person, creating a fully enclosed hidden layer would serve little purpose. However, for those endowed with supernatural abilities, such a design was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, the Yi family belonged to the Cube clan, and the unique power of the cube, known as teleportation, likely facilitated their access to the 64.5 floor. Yet Zhouku's current divine card was not cube, and he could not phase through walls to reach this concealed space. Nonetheless, he possessed alternative methods, one that was rather forceful, yet effective. He parted his lips and spoke slowly. "Elder, we must broaden our perspective. While it is true that accessing a hidden floor necessitates an external breakthrough, it need not be from above or below." The elder echoed Zhouku's words, "Not from above or below." Zhouku offered no further explanation, instead stepping out of the elevator and leading the elder into an unoccupied small room. This was a modest entertainment area, adorned with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Zhouku peered upward through the glass. Each floor of the building featured such expansive windows. Then, from his pocket, Zhouku produced a small length of rope, which he began to wrap around his waist. Unlike the rope he had used to bind Yiding, this one bore a small black hook at one end. The elder, initially bewildered, suddenly comprehended Zhouku's intentions. "Young man, are you?" Zhouku retreated slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Scaling heights is a fundamental skill of a master thief. Not from above, nor below, but from the side. Without regard for the elder's astonishment, Zhouku sprang forth, launching himself through the window in a bold leap. Crash! The shattered glass cascaded behind him like a shower of stars. The frigid wind pierced his nostrils, igniting every nerve in Zhouku's body with exhilaration. In that moment, Time appeared to stretch infinitely. The sound of shattering glass seemed to be muted. At an altitude exceeding 200 meters, a strikingly handsome youth soared through the air, his coat billowing in the cold wind. Behind him stretched a vast expanse of starry sky, illuminated by the radiant moonlight. Below, vibrant neon lights flickered amidst the bustling flow of traffic. The young man, propelled by inertia, cast a grappling hook towards the building's window, which reflected the brilliant white light. Amidst the howling wind at this lofty height, he heard his own breath, laced with laughter. The magic was about to unfold. Chapter 88, 64. 5 floors. The cold wind was biting. Zhouke lightly stepped along the exterior of the building, gripping the rope tightly as he slowly ascended. At over 200 meters above ground, anyone with a fear of heights would likely faint at the mere sight of the drop below. Yet, Zhouke moved with practiced ease. Gradually making his way upward under the cover of night, he reached the space between the 64th and 65th floors. Peering through the glass of the 64th floor, he observed the unremarkable decor of an ordinary office building. Conversely, the view from the 65th floor revealed rows of human juicers. Strangely, the area between the two floors was completely vacant, devoid of any furnishings. This was indeed the singular hidden layer of the entire building, the 64th floor. With a decisive motion, Zhouke shattered the window of the 64th floor beneath his feet and leaped inside. Upon landing, he immediately rose and concealed himself in a corner. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. The darkness enveloped the space, rendering it pitch black. Zhouke silently retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight. As he had anticipated, this floor was a hidden sanctuary, lacking any facilities. Even the walls bore no embellishments, maintaining a raw concrete appearance. Clutching his phone, he ventured forth, his gaze darting around. The floor was exceedingly barren, save for a small platform in the center. It appeared that this was the resting place of the four-sided stone. Cautiously, Zhouke approached the platform, finally getting a good look at the small box atop it. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate, hollowed-out patterns. Suppressing his excitement, he scrutinized the area surrounding the box. Typically in films, such boxes are accompanied by various security devices. However, after a thorough inspection, Zhouke found no such mechanisms. Ultimately, he concluded that this was merely an ordinary box, lacking any protective measures. Was it truly that simple? Had the four-sided stone been concealed within this unremarkable box? Yet, Zhouke soon reassured himself. Any advanced security systems would likely hold little efficacy against a thief possessing divine tokens. The concealed 64th floor served as the ultimate camouflage for the four-sided stone. And now, this secret had been unraveled by Zhouke. With his thoughts settled, he reached out and opened the small box. Inside, it was empty, completely void of contents. Zhouke's first instinct was to assume that someone had stolen the four-sided stone ahead of him. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for the interior of the box was coated in dust, suggesting it had not housed anything for quite some time. Just as he pondered this, the box unexpectedly spoke. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, intoned, to find the desired object, reveal the truth of this item. 3 chances remain. Upon hearing this, Zhouke immediately grasped the implication. This was indeed a security mechanism for the four-sided stone, akin to a password lock. Yet, instead of a conventional code, the Yi family had opted for an ambiguous question. The essence of the inquiry was unmistakable. To locate the four-sided stone, one must articulate its truth. The answer was surely known to Yi Ding. However, time was of the essence, and Zhouke could not afford to return and interrogate him. Delays would only lead to chaos. Thus, it was imperative for Zhouke to decipher this riddle alone. The truth of the four-sided stone. Zhouke's mind drifted to a rumor that the four-sided stone did not exist at all. Both the elder and the aristocrats who conferred with Yi Ding had once believed this. Yet, the oracle's cranium had explicitly informed Zhouke that the four-sided stone resided within the Yi family building. He glanced at the message. 3 chances remain. Oh, 3 chances, who do you underestimate? I shall waste one. The four-sided stone does not exist. Incorrect. 2 chances remain. Zhouke smirked. He utilized this chance not only to confirm the existence of the four-sided stone, but also because he had already formulated the correct answer in his mind. During a meeting, Yi Ding had confidently proclaimed, the four-sided stone resides within the financial building, yet not on any single floor. Zhouke had honed a skill through his interactions with a myriad of individuals. He could discern whether someone was lying by their tone and demeanor. When Yi Ding had made that statement, his expression radiated confidence and pride, a testament to his unwavering trust in the safety of his family's treasure. This implied that his words were genuine, stemming from a mindset of I am revealing the truth to you, yet you cannot fathom it. Zhou Ke chuckled coldly. Yet he had unraveled the enigma. Yiding's words were easily interpretable. If it was not on any single floor, then it must reside on a half floor. Thus, the four-sided stone must be located within this 64th floor. Zhou Ke had already scoured this area once. Aside from the small box, there was nothing else present. The truth was becoming increasingly evident. A detective from a certain literary work once stated, once all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Therefore, Zhou Ke confidently articulated the answer: the cube creates change. The four-sided stone had transformed to resemble something else within the entire floor. This object was the very box posing the question. The four-sided stone had taken the form of the box. This was the truth of the four-sided stone. Zhou Ke lifted the box with one hand, ready to embrace victory. Incorrect. One chance remains. What? Zhou Ke momentarily stood frozen. A familiar, sharp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detection of embarrassing behavior. Randomly selecting a divine token. Selection. Failed. Oops, I forgot you've already drawn a divine token. Haha. This is too amusing. I simply cannot contain myself. Zhou Ke sighed in resignation. You saw everything, didn't you? Of course. Huh. My child, watching your confident demeanor while answering. And then being swiftly proven wrong, truly, such delightful entertainment. Haha. Zhou Ke, slightly displeased, interrupted him. Stop laughing. Aren't you supposed to be on my side? Quickly. Tell me how to answer this question. The clown god finally ceased his laughter. Oh? Do you wish for external assistance? That is cheating. You must rely on your own strength to steal the four-sided stone, not the help of a deity. After all this, you really don't know the truth of the four-sided stone, do you? Zhou Ke asserted. The clown god emitted a sound of embarrassment. Humph. Unlike that skull, I am not omniscient. It's perfectly normal not to know. Ultimately, you don't know the answer either, do you? No, I do. Zhou Ke replied, his voice calm. The moment I encountered this question, two answers instantly flashed through my mind. I merely selected the one that seemed more plausible to articulate. Zhou halted momentarily. As for the second answer, truth be told, I am quite reluctant to disclose it. 4. The answer is simply too outrageous. Chapter 89. The truth of the quadrangular stone, is it too insane? How intriguing. Please, do share. I am eager to hear the details. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's words, the jester god immediately became intrigued. Zhou Ke gazed at the prompt displayed on the small box, one opportunity remaining. He closed his eyes tightly, mentally revisiting his thoughts. Once he confirmed the accuracy of his reasoning, he slowly began to speak. The so-called quadrangular stone is this very floor. Right here on this floor? I am aware. But where exactly? Zhou Ke corrected the jester god. It is not on this floor. It is this floor. The hidden 64th floor of the Yi family financial building is the quadrangular stone. The jester god appeared momentarily stunned by Zhou Ke's words. My child, are you all right? Are you ill? Oh yes, indeed you are unwell, afflicted by a blood curse, a terminal illness. But you must not let your mind become muddled. Clearly, the babbling jester god did not grasp Zhou Ke's explanation. Zhou Ke chose not to elaborate further, merely casting a subtle glance at the prompt panel of the small box. To discover what you seek, unveil the truth of this object. Your answer, 64. 5 floors. Absolutely correct. A green light illuminated, signifying a successful validation. My child, you have truly answered correctly. Zhou Ke picked up a small stone and crouched down to sketch a few lines. He drew a flat rectangular prism. Jester god, what does my drawing resemble? It looks like a four-cornered block. Is this what you depict as the quadrangular stone? Indeed, but concurrently. Zhou Ke rose and surveyed the entire floor. It is also this very floor. The Yi family financial building possesses 4 walls. If one were to detach a particular floor from the building using some force, then the shape of that floor would also resemble a four-cornered block. Zhou Ke's tone softened. The words of Yiding serve as the best hint. The quadrangular stone exists within the financial building, yet not within any specific floor itself. What entity can reside inside the building but not within the floor? The answer is evident, the floor itself. Moreover, there exists a superfluous floor that ought not to be in the building, the concealed 64th floor. This represents the truth of the quadrangular stone. I see. This is what you refer to as the mad answer. The quadrangular stone is not a mere gem but an entire floor. How splendid, my child. I shall reward you generously with magical essence. Your magical essence level has risen. You are on the verge of ascension. Once you return successfully, Do check with the magical essence detector. Following this declaration, the voice of the jester god faded away. Magical essence reward? In an instant, Zhou felt a significant comfort enveloping him. It seemed that his magical essence level was advancing more rapidly than his peers, undoubtedly aided by the jester god. Zhou shook his head to refocus on the panel before him. The small box merely indicated his correct answer, and in doing so, he had validated the truth of the quadrangular stone. But how was he to retrieve an entire floor? Before Zhou could ponder this further, the panel of the small box transformed once more. Correct answer, providing the seeker with the desired object. The quadrangular stone is about to restore its original form. Restore its original form? In that moment, an ominous premonition surged within Zhou. This is bad. The next second, he leaped up and dashed toward the outer wall of the 64th floor. Then, the ground trembled violently. The entire floor began to shake with ferocity. Zhou noticed that the outer wall of the entire 64th floor was gradually shrinking, drawing closer to him. He quickened his pace. Rumble. Dust billowed, and debris fell from the ceiling. The entire 64th floor was rapidly contracting. At this moment, it had already reduced to half its original size. If Zhou failed to leap out of the window in time, he would undoubtedly be crushed to pulp. Fortunately, Zhou raced forward with determination, while the wall continued to close in on him. Therefore, he did not take long to reach the outer wall. The rope remained securely anchored to the outer wall of his floor. Zhou swiftly leaped, jumping out of the window. Then, he firmly grasped the rope and slid down. At this moment, the entire 64th floor had shrunk to the size of a small barrel. Zhou's form descended rapidly. 64th floor, 63rd floor, 62nd floor, 61st floor. Zhou spotted the 61st floor, the large gaping hole where he had kicked through the floor-to-ceiling window. With a strong swing, he propelled himself back into the interior of the floor via the rope. Old Wang was still waiting in the small entertainment room of the 61st floor. He was lighting a cigarette while flipping through a somewhat risky magazine, chuckling intermittently. Upon seeing Zhou suddenly leap through the window, he was startled and hastily concealed the magazine behind him. Young man, what happened? You're all covered in dust? Rumble. A tremor akin to an earthquake echoed from above, causing Old Wang to jump. What is going on? Young man, did you blow up the building? Close enough. Zhou replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the 64th floor had shrunk to the size of a diamond. Above it, a floor crashed down with a resounding thud. Zhou had completely extracted a floor from the entire building, and miraculously, the upper floors remained intact without toppling. Perhaps the entire building had been designed from its inception. When the 64th floor was removed, the lower 64th floor and the upper 65th floor could seamlessly connect. Upon steadying himself, Zhou immediately began to pull the rope, drawing the hook suspended outside the window back inside. Soon, he retrieved the entire bundle of rope. At the end of the hook, a small black claw quietly clasped a crystal-clear object, a dazzling diamond. The diamond was shaped like a four-cornered block, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that its glistening exterior bore a striking resemblance to the glass walls of the Yi family financial building. Zhou gently removed it and tucked it into his pocket. Old Wang inquired with delight, Young man, is this the treasure of the Yi family? Is there anything else in that floor? None, Zhou replied succinctly. Old Wang's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. He had hoped for a treasure trove of riches. Huh? Old Wang's tone shifted as he curiously observed Zhou's actions. At that moment, Zhou was carefully stowing the climbing rope on his person. Young man, why do you always put things inside your clothes? Old Wang paused before asking again. Puzzled, I have been meaning to ask for a while now. Aren't you carrying a black bag? It looks heavy. Why not use it? What on earth is inside? Chapter 90, Block 3. Zhou, unwilling to respond, pointed mysteriously at the black bag he carried. This? Inside is a marvelous tool we'll need shortly. The old man, bewildered, remarked, You young folks certainly have a way of speaking that grows ever more incomprehensible. Regardless, the young man, having acquired the item, noted. They say this is the heirloom of the Yi family. It should fetch a handsome sum on the black market, right? Zhou understood the old man's implication, assuring him. Rest assured, once we make our exit, as we agreed, I shall share half of what it sells for. He painted a rosy picture for the old man, while the actual division of spoils would be a matter for later. Suddenly, an alarming red light flickered, and sirens blared throughout the building. Zhou's brow furrowed in concern. It was inevitable. The uproar caused by his theft of the tetrahedral stone would surely have alerted security. Over here, I see two figures. A group of uniformed security personnel shouted as they charged toward them. We must leave, old man, Joku exclaimed, quickly lowering his stance and dashing toward the elevator. The old man followed closely, panting, Young man, do you have an escape plan? Joku replied succinctly, Indeed, I never engage in unprepared ventures. I have meticulously planned everything prior to our arrival. A true thief is not merely one who steals the treasure, but one who escapes safely. Follow me, old man. The two swiftly entered the elevator just before the security personnel could reach them. The old man, breathless, remarked, I feel that perhaps we need not flee. I am the captain of the security team. Those junior officers will heed my commands. Perhaps we could deceive them. Joku, however, remained unyielding. The commotion was too great. I pilfered the Yi family's treasure. Even if I moved with great agility, the entire building was left one layer less. And those aware of the tetrahedral stone's truth will undoubtedly understand what transpired. He continued, those security personnel may have already received word from above that you are an accomplice. And you might have been exposed. The old man, convinced, responded, Very well, I shall follow your lead. Young man, what is your escape plan? Shall we simply take the elevator to the first floor? Joku shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. The security is already alerted. There will surely be guards waiting on the first floor. Our destination is the highest level. He gestured toward the elevator's top button, the 90th floor, which is also the pinnacle of the entire East City. The old man scratched his head in confusion. The highest floor? How can we escape from there? Joku simply replied, Trust me. He pressed the elevator button, and simultaneously, the old man swiped his ID card. A moment of silence ensued. The elevator remained utterly still. Oh dear. The 90th floor requires high-level access. My ID card is useless. The prompt displayed, Access level low. Required level, 0001. Authentication method, iris scan. This is dreadful. It requires level 0001. And it's not fingerprint authentication, but an iris scan. Our old methods are useless now. We can't get through. Joku turned to the old man. What is level 0001 access? The old man anxiously clutched his head. Level 0001 is the highest level. Only one person possesses such access. Who? Joku inquired. The CEO of the Yi family, Yi Ding. Upon hearing this name, Joku's furrowed brow relaxed. Why didn't you mention this earlier, old man? Do you have a way? The old man's tone brightened as he replied, We shall proceed to the 65th floor first. They returned to the familiar 65th floor, greeted once more by the sight of the well-known human juicers. The moment the old man laid eyes on those devices, his expression turned gravely serious, only to revert to normalcy an instant later. Joku noted these subtle details but chose to remain silent. The old man's story was of no concern to him. This level was quite concealed, and thus, security had not yet arrived, affording them a brief respite. Joku headed straight for the innermost conference room. If all went as planned, Yi Ding, bound tightly, would still be hidden within. Upon entering the conference room, the old man exclaimed, Wow, young man, look at this wine cabinet. It's filled with exquisite wines. Each bottle is worth millions of dragon coins. Let us take some. We can split it. The old man, captivated by the valuable items, momentarily forgot that a horde of security personnel was in pursuit. Joku intended to refuse but then conceived a more advantageous idea. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, How about this, old man? To ensure a fair distribution of the spoils, after this job is done, the wine shall be yours, and I will only take the gemstones. The old man, taken aback, asked, So whatever wine I take, it's all mine? Joku nodded in affirmation. The old man, elated, declared, Deal. He began frantically stowing bottles of fine wine into his pockets and clothing, exclaiming, Young man, you must help me carry some too. Joku sighed in resignation, taking only a single bottle for himself. As the captain of security, the old man had assisted Joku considerably during their infiltration of the building. These wines would serve as his compensation. Young man, look at you, taking only one bottle. Is that black bag truly so mysterious? Gems and fine wines alike. You'd rather carry them on your person than place them in the bag? Joku remained reticent. Old man, this bag is already filled with items. It will prove invaluable in due time. The old man shook his head in disbelief. You were quite the enigma, young man. Earlier in the lighting control room, you performed a series of bizarre operations, lugging around a black bag and refusing to disclose its contents. Very well. I understand that young people of your generation love to maintain an air of mystery. After gathering the wine, Joku was about to open the inner wine cabinet when he caught the old man's curious gaze and halted. Old man, please wait outside the room. I shall be out shortly. Another mystery to maintain? Very well, I shall cooperate. The old man did not mind and stood guard outside the conference room. Once Zhou confirmed the angle from which the old man could not see him, he retrieved his divine card. Knowing that the old man, being a civilian, could not witness the use of the divine card, Zhou kept this rule in mind. He had held onto his divine card ability without utilizing it until now. And the moment was ripe. Zhou opened the inner wine cabinet. Yiding, tightly bound, continued to struggle. Upon seeing Zhou, his eyes filled with terror. The security could discover their presence on the 65th floor at any moment, and dragging Yiding to the elevator would consume too much time. Given that the iris recognition relied on human eyes, it would be more efficient to simply replicate one. The divine card, Block 3, was now of utmost utility. Zhou raised his divine card. Yiding writhed and squirmed, his eyes wide, muffled cries escaping his gagged mouth. He was oblivious to Zhou's intentions. His expression fraught with fear. Yes, widen your eyes a bit more, and look in my direction. Zhou whispered softly. Block transforms all 3 states, carving shadows. In the next instant, a round, white eyeball materialized in the palm of Zhou's hand. Chapter 91. Selling a son upon acquiring the eye. Zhou paid no heed to the plaintive gaze of Yiding, instead thrusting him back into the liquor cabinet. With that, all preparations for escape were complete. Zhou gently exited the conference room. At that moment, Old Wang stood silently before a large juicer, his eyes fixated on the naked form within. The figure resembled that of a small boy, motionless in the juicer. Suddenly, the blades at the bottom of the juicer whirred to life. Whoosh! The boy's eyes flew open. Lunging toward Old Wang with startling vigor. Startled, Old Wang stumbled back 2 steps. Thud. The boy, submerged in disinfectant, inexplicably awoke and began frantically pounding against the glass of the tank. Yet, in the next instant, sizzle! The sharp blades whirled. In the blink of an eye, the boy was reduced to a crimson pulp. The disinfectant transformed instantly into a pool of blood. Old Wang's hand, which had been hanging loosely, clenched unconsciously, his expression grave. However, upon seeing Zhou emerge, he instantly reverted to his jovial old man persona. Young man, have you succeeded? Have you found a way to unlock the iris? Let us depart swiftly. With that, Old Wang avoided looking at Zhou, hastening towards the elevator. Wait, Zhou called out softly, standing still as he addressed Old Wang's retreating figure. Old Wang paused. Zhou's lips parted. Old Wang, you are not merely an ordinary worker. Are you? Old Wang did not turn back. What are you saying, young man? My identity is inconsequential. We must leave. Zhou remained stationary. Old Wang, if I am not mistaken, you do not care for money at all. Zhou synthesized all the details he had previously observed about Old Wang. Piecing together his past, you worked for the Yi family and rose to the positions of head of security, head of cleaning, and head electrician. Surely, these numerous roles did not solely concern your meager wages? He noticed Old Wang's figure tremble slightly at his words, yet Old Wang remained silent. Zhou paused. Continuing with his deductions, if I am correct, everything you have done is for your son. Let me guess, long ago. Your son either went missing or was taken by the Yi family. Your investigation into the building and the search for the safe was not for financial gain, but to uncover the truth about your son's demise. You recognized my skills in infiltrating the building and chose to collaborate with me. Through me, you learned of Yiding's nefarious dealings. While I pilfered the diamond, you were scouring for any information you could find. Today, you finally learned the fate of your son, ground into pulp by these juicers, turned into a mere commodity for the affluent. To avenge your son, that is your purpose. Zhou concluded, watching Old Wang's silhouette in silence. Old Wang remained still, lost in thought. Moments later, he shifted his stance and slowly turned to face Zhou. The expression on his face was one of profound sorrow and weariness, accompanied by a hint of guilt. Zhou furrowed his brow. Old Wang spoke slowly, his voice husky. Young man, after spending this time with you, I've realized you are indeed perceptive, understanding much. Yet, there is one thing you are entirely mistaken about. Old Wang's countenance was one of impending tears. I am not as formidable as you believe. I am merely a greedy commoner, but I had no choice at all. I do not know whether you are of noble birth or a commoner, but you clearly do not understand how arduous life is for those at the bottom. Do not be deceived by this modern society filled with high technology, for it belongs to the aristocracy. To us commoners, we are regarded as less than beasts. Years ago, the Dragon Country was not as it is now. We were so impoverished that we could not afford a morsel to eat. With no place to call home, and my child's mother had left with another. During those dire times, Yiding himself approached me. He promised that if I sold him my son, I would receive a substantial sum of money and a job. I had no choice. I was near starvation. And if I did not secure food soon, I might have to resort to cannibalism. It was the only lifeline I had at that moment. As he spoke, Old Wong forced a bitter smile. Young man, you are still young. You cannot fathom how difficult it was for commoners to survive in the dragon country back then. Did you think that the Yi family coerced me into surrendering my son? You are mistaken. I sold my son like livestock. Do not judge me harshly. Many sought to sell their children during that time, yet had no means to do so. Zhouke listened in silence, allowing Old Wong to vent his anguish. Eventually, he inquired, at the time, did you not know what they intended to do with your son? Old Wong gradually sank to the cold ground. I had no idea. How could they possibly divulge that to me? They merely claimed my son possessed extraordinary talents. At that time, I thought he would be taken to work as a child laborer. Of course, after several years without news of my son, I began to understand the grim reality. Old Wong's voice rose again, filled with sorrow. But how could I have known they meant to turn my son into juice? He was my flesh and blood. To the aristocrats, my beloved kin was nothing more than a mass of flesh, reduced to mere ingredients for their beverages. And in return, I received only a pittance for meals and a meager job. To them, a commoner's life is truly worth less than that of a beast. He buried his face in his hands, anguished, as he sat on the ground. Zhouke stood quietly, a bystander to the unfolding tragedy. He could not fully empathize with Old Wong, nor could he find the right words to offer solace. He chose silence, attempting to grasp the essence of that unutterable sorrow of holding dear the most treasured person, only to have them perceived as mere livestock by others, and ultimately sold as such. With a sigh, Zhouke was about to utter words of comfort when his peripheral vision caught sight of the elevator display in the distance. 62, 63, 64. Someone was ascending to this level. Chapter 92. A surge of blood. Zhouke, with quick reflexes, swiftly took cover behind a juice machine's water tank. Sir, hide quickly. They're coming. Old Wong paused, momentarily bewildered as he glanced at the flickering numbers of the elevator, and then at Zhouke, who was concealed in the shadows. He stood frozen in place. Wong, what are you doing? Hurry and hide. Zhouke raised his voice. Old Wong, as if awakening from a dream, shook his head but remained rooted to the spot. He spoke softly. Young man, they are coming from the elevator. The direction we need to escape is the same elevator. If we hide, they will eventually discover us. Zhouke was at a loss for what Old Wong intended. Are you just going to stand there like a fool? Old Wong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Young man, I have a low opinion of myself. You think too highly of me. Just now, you mentioned that I infiltrated this building not for money, but to uncover the truth behind my son's death. But the reality is quite simple. I am not as noble as you believe. I am truly in it for the money. Moreover, my son might very well end up as meat paste, all for that little bit of money. His expression was filled with shame as he clenched his teeth. It truly makes me feel I have lost all face. Zhouke blinked a few times. Sir, who has made mistakes? This is not the time for reflection. Once we escape, you will have plenty of time to feel ashamed. Upon hearing Zhouke's words, Old Wong's expression faltered again. He lowered his head, seemingly contemplating. But why can I not atone for my sins? You said I came here to investigate the truth of my son's death, to avenge him. Why can't I turn this falsehood into reality? Indeed, you are right. Once I escape, I will have ample time for remorse and shame. But if I truly escape, I will never be able to forgive myself. He reached out to touch the nearby juice machines. These contraptions are the instruments that killed my son. Zhouke immediately realized what he intended to do. Yet, he refrained from uttering a word, silently observing Old Wong in contemplation. There is an old saying, do not advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. Regardless of Old Wong's intentions, Zhouke chose to respect his decision. Old Wong murmured, Young man, I am a sinner. My son is dead, and it was I who indirectly sold him to his death. In truth, I vaguely knew that selling my son to the Yi family would ensure his demise. I knew full well that I was the cause of my own flesh and blood's death, yet I spent my life evading the truth. But today, I do not wish to run anymore. Zhouke remained silent, hidden in the shadows, his expression obscured. Suddenly, Old Wong dashed to a fire cabinet against the wall and retrieved a red fire extinguisher. Concealing it behind him, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the elevator before him. Ding! The elevator had finally arrived. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In an instant, 7 or 8 armed security guards burst forth, wielding batons. Old Wong instantly reverted to a jovial demeanor. Hello there, why the grim faces? I am Old Wong, the head of security. Don't you recognize me? Who is the masked one? The leading guard inquired. Zhouke, wearing a mask, understood they were referring to him. He remained motionless, not uttering a single sound. silently observing from the shadows. Masked? It's just me. Old Wong feigned ignorance. Stop the nonsense. We received word that you are the one who let that little thief in. You have betrayed the company. The leader quickly caught on. Hearing this, Old Wong decided to drop the pretense. We've all been colleagues. Why make it difficult for each other? Where's Mr. Yi? I wish to speak with him about some past matters. The leading guard chuckled derisively. You? Speak with Mr. Yi? You are not worthy. As he spoke, the leader suddenly lunged forward, baton raised. Old Wong ducked to evade, then swiftly drew the fire extinguisher and struck the man's forehead with great force. Smack! Blood sprayed from the security guard's head as he collapsed. Seeing this, the others rushed forward, batons in hand. Old Wong raised the extinguisher once more. But instead of striking them, he turned and wildly smashed it against the juice machine's water tank. Crash! The glass tank shattered instantly, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. The rushing guards were caught off guard, knocked to the ground by the sudden deluge. Old Wong did not cease his actions. These are the instruments that killed my son. Today, I shall shatter every last one of you. Old Wong transformed into a different person, his face wild with fury as he brutally struck the next water tank. Crash! The fallen guards had yet to rise when they were once again overwhelmed by the surging blood. Old Wong seemed to fall into a frenzied state, breaking one tank after another, as if he envisioned these lifeless objects as the very perpetrators of his son's murder. But in truth, it was Yuding who killed your son. Joka murmured from the shadows. Gradually, the entire floor was covered in a layer of blood. Seeing that Old Wong had drawn the attention of all the guards, Joka seized the opportunity to lower his body and sprint towards the elevator. Fortunately, the guards were preoccupied with subduing Old Wong, and none noticed as a young boy stealthily slipped into the elevator. Once inside, Joka quickly produced a blood-streaked eyeball that appeared remarkably lifelike, surely capable of passing iris recognition. He pressed the button for the 90th floor while swiftly holding the eyeball to the authentication window. Ding! Authentication successful. The elevator doors began to slide closed from either side. In those final moments, Joka peered through the gap at the chaos unfolding outside. At that moment, Old Wong was being restrained by the guards, batons raining down upon him. Amidst the splattering blood, he screamed hysterically, I know these tanks are not the true murderers of my son. Yuding, you are. You killed my son. You killed my son. One day, I will kill you to avenge my son. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The elevator doors finally closed. Old Wong's furious shouts gradually faded. Joka stood quietly in place. All the tumult was sealed beyond the elevator doors. Chapter 93, Stalemate. My apologies, sir. I must take my leave, he murmured. Joka stood within the elevator, his gaze calm as he watched the ascending floor numbers, 65, 66, 67, 68, 88, 89, 90. Ding! The elevator arrived. The doors creaked open to reveal an abyss of darkness. Remaining highly vigilant, Joka activated his phone's flashlight and cautiously ventured forth. To be honest, given that this was the 90th floor, the pinnacle of the building with the highest access privilege, Joka had anticipated witnessing something extraordinary and had mentally prepared himself for it. However, to his surprise, this floor was remarkably desolate, devoid of any significant presence. Yet, Joka had no leisure to conduct a thorough investigation. His objective was straightforward. Having secured the tetrahedral stone, he needed to escape the building and return to school. Each passing second could exacerbate his blood curse. Maintaining his alertness, Joka slowly advanced towards the rooftop of the 90th floor. With a swift motion, he flung open the rooftop door and stepped outside. The cold wind howled, and the moonlight shone brightly. Adjusting the black backpack on his shoulders, he cautiously inched toward the edge of the rooftop. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed behind him. Joka reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just as a razor-like projectile whizzed past him like a bullet, narrowly missing his face. A strand of hair was severed and drifted lightly to the ground. Had it been just a centimeter closer, it would have been more than mere hair that was lost. Joka immediately rolled on the ground, seeking refuge behind an obstacle. Crack, crack, crack. All the lights instantly illuminated. Dozens of individuals resembling bodyguards suddenly materialized on the rooftop. Their footsteps echoed as they swiftly formed a tight perimeter, encircling the entire rooftop. The leading bodyguard, clutching a card marked with the symbol of the spade, too, wore a tense expression. Joka quickly realized that these bodyguards were entirely different from the security personnel he had encountered on the 65th floor. These were noble bodyguards, armed not with firearms or batons, but with divine cards. Come out, there is no need to hide. A familiar figure emerged from the ranks of the bodyguards. Zhou recognized that voice all too well, tinged with arrogance and disdain. Yiling Dian. Leaning against his arms, Yiling Dian sauntered forward, approaching Zhou direction. Yi Shao. There's a dangerous individual in front. Do not approach any closer. One bodyguard shouted anxiously. Oh, there is no need for concern. This person is an old acquaintance of mine, Yiling Tian replied in a measured tone. Am I correct, Sir Commoner Genius? Zhou clenched his fists. Indeed. When they crossed paths in the elevator, he had sensed that Yiling Tian seemed to recognize him. However, Yiling Tian had refrained from uttering his name, instead opting for the alias of Commoner Genius. After all, with his face obscured, it was possible that Yiling Tian was not entirely certain of his identity. He was probing. Zhou chose silence, observing the unfolding situation. Noticing the lack of response, Yiling Tian furrowed his brow. Don't be shy, let us have a chat. Let me think of a topic. Ah, yes, we are on the 90th floor, a privilege exclusive to the Yi family. How did you manage to infiltrate here? Zhou remained unresponsive, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape strategy. After a few moments of silence, Yiling Tian, growing impatient, got straight to the point. I'll be direct. I already know what you've stolen. Perhaps we could strike a deal. If you return the item you pilfered, I shall let you go. I promise I will not go back on my word. Zhou chuckled quietly to himself at this proposition. Was he trying to deceive a child? He understood well that the only reason they had not yet launched an all-out assault was that he held the tetrahedral stone as leverage. Once he surrendered it, he would have no avenue for survival. Seeing Zhou's continued silence, Yiling Tian quickened his speech. You don't believe me? I speak the truth. I recognized you immediately, but still allowed you into the building. Doesn't that prove my sincerity? Zhou frowned. Yiling Tian's willingness to permit him entry was indeed suspicious. Suddenly, he recalled Yiling Tian's earlier words, Zhou should not die. At this moment, Zhou began to seriously contemplate the possibility of negotiating with Yiling Tian. Lowering his voice to ensure it didn't sound like his own, he finally spoke. You've mistaken the person. Yiling Tian paused, then promptly replied, that you conceal yourself well, I have not mistaken you. At that moment, I genuinely considered whether to expel you. But then I thought, shouldn't you be bedridden, suffering from that terminal illness? So, I surmised that perhaps the Yi family possessed some miraculous remedy that compelled you to risk everything to steal. It would be a pity for such a genius to perish due to a mere illness. Therefore, I chose to turn a blind eye and allow you entry. The surrounding bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. Each word from Yiling Tian was comprehensible, yet piecing it together left them utterly confused. How had Yiling Tian engaged in encrypted dialogue with a thief? Yiling Tian paused, suddenly raising his voice. However, I did not expect that the item you stole was a treasured heirloom of the Yi family. If you had stolen money, medicine, or anything else, I could have pretended ignorance and let you go. But this particular item is non-negotiable. It is the most precious possession of the Yi family and must not fall into anyone else's hands. Mark my words, this is your final ultimatum. Yiling Tian raised a hand. I will count to 3, and if you do not voluntarily surrender the gem, I will command my men to attack. By then, you will not even have time to succumb to your illness before losing your life. 3, 2, 1. Yiling Tian's gesture was about to descend. Wait. Zhou barked sharply. He slowly rose, holding a gun in his left hand and the tetrahedral stone in his right, stepping out from behind his cover. If anyone dares to activate their divine cards, I will immediately fire and shatter this diamond. Yiling Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone. Under no circumstances are you to move without my command. Chapter 94. The costly escape. If you attack recklessly, you may very well shatter the diamond. Zhou stated expressionlessly. Clear the way and let me pass. Yiling Tian, with a darkened expression, seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a beep emanated from Yiling Tian's wristwatch. He glanced down in surprise. 2 seconds later, a mysterious smile crept onto his face. Then, addressing the watch, he commanded, elevator access granted. Bring him up. Minutes later, a group of clearly civilian security personnel appeared, escorting a bloodied figure to the rooftop. Upon seeing this person, Zhou's expression grew grave. It was the old man. His face was marred with blood, his eyelids swollen into purple lumps, and his nose broken. Gasping for breath, he weakly opened his eyes, and, upon spotting Zhou, managed a strained grin. Zhou noted that the old man's teeth were nearly all gone. Enduring excruciating pain, the old man feigned indifference, saying, Young man, did you see? I did not flee. I have no regrets. I was a hero, haha. Zhou's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. Yilingdian drew a knife and pressed it against the old man's neck, his tone sinister. I remember you doing this to me, right? Heh, now it's my stage. Zhouke replied calmly. I told you, you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not recognize you. Yilingdian paused, then laughed again, still pretending. This old man has seen your true face. Whether you are my old classmate, all we need to do is pry open his mouth. We have various tortures for civilians. Zhouke's pupils constricted. The old man reacted violently to these words. Young man, don't listen to him. Kill me. Just kill me. Zhouke fixed his gaze on Yilingdian, remaining vigilant and steadfast in his actions. Then, suddenly, his expression shifted, and he feigned nonchalance. I have no feelings for this old man. Do as you wish. Yilingdian hesitated, scrutinizing Zhouke, seemingly trying to discern whether his words were sincere or merely bravado. After a moment, Yilingdian sighed, his voice filled with fury. Regardless, I cannot allow you to take the diamond. I do not know whether it can withstand a bullet. But if you truly disregard this old man and insist on taking the gem, we will have no choice but to shatter you and the diamond into pieces. My father has said that the power of this gem is immense, even if I cannot possess it. It must not fall into others' hands. You have nowhere to retreat. You are on the 90th floor, and behind you lies an abyss. You cannot escape. Yilingdian paused, raising a hand. This is your final opportunity. It depends on whether you trust me. I shall give you 3 seconds, surrender the gem. And I will spare you and the old man. After 3 seconds, if you do not yield, both you and the diamond shall perish. 3. Zhouke furrowed his brow. He could tell that Yilingdian was not lying. He was serious. After 3 seconds, he would undoubtedly command his bodyguards to attack him, even in good health. Zhouke doubted he could withstand the combined assault of a group of elite bodyguards, especially in his weakened state. 2. Yilingdian's voice was resolute. When faced with the choice between the diamond and his life, anyone would prioritize survival. Surrendering the gem could at least ensure one life was spared. However, all Zhouke's efforts that night, along with the old man's self-sacrifice, would be in vain. Nevertheless, it was still a pragmatic choice. If this theft failed, as long as he lived, he could plan for another attempt. Yet, Zhouke hesitated. Would Yilingdian truly uphold his promise to let him and the old man go if he surrendered the diamond? Trusting others is less reliable than trusting oneself. 1. Zhouke resolved, no longer hesitating. He would return the diamond, but not in the traditional manner. With a sudden force, he hurled the diamond high into the air. The diamond spun, reflecting a dazzling array of colors. Zhouke saw Yilingdian's expression twist in shock. Quick! Catch the diamond, it must not hit the ground. If it shatters, we are doomed. The bodyguards surged forward, causing chaos. A gap appeared in the encirclement. It was time. With everyone's attention on the soaring diamond, Zhouke seized the opportunity and dashed towards the opening. In an instant, he reached the edge of the rooftop on the 90th floor. Young master, I have the diamond. One bodyguard shouted, excitement evident in his voice. Great, where's that little thief? At that moment, the bodyguards finally turned their attention back to Zhouke. But it was too late. Zhouke revealed a sly smile. He swiftly spun around, leveling his gun toward a distant target. Then, with a slight squeeze of the trigger, the bullet flew forth. Time seemed to slow as the bullet spiraled through the air, unimpeded, and lodged itself into someone's chest. The old man stared in disbelief at his own chest as blood erupted forth. Seemingly realizing what had transpired, he smiled faintly, exposing his toothless grin to the sky. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, no sound escaped. Yilingdian and several bodyguards stood frozen in shock. Zhouke leaned against the starry sky, standing at the rooftop's edge, and waved gently to everyone. He then spread his arms wide, forming a cross, and gracefully leaned backward. He heard gasps of astonishment around him. Yilingdian's panicked voice rang out. I said, surrender the diamond, and you will be allowed to leave. Why are you still jumping off the building? The wind tousled Zhouke's hair. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. His coat billowed in the breeze as he plummeted. 2 seconds later, Zhouke reached for a nondescript pull tab on the black bag strapped to his back. As the cold wind howled around him, he whispered, Old man, haven't you always wanted to know what's inside this bag? I truly hope you can see it now. With a swift motion, he pulled the tab. The parachute behind him unfurled and expanded. Zhouke's descent slowed as he began to drift gracefully toward the ground 100 meters below. Chapter 95. A painful price. Zhouke descended gracefully from a distance, standing silently beneath a flickering street lamp. His expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the highest floor of a distant skyscraper. There, shadows seemed to flicker. Zhouke lowered his head slightly, his hands empty and his demeanor somber. Suddenly, the summer sky transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the heavens, heralding the impending arrival of a torrential downpour. Crack! Another thunderclap reverberated. In the distance, startled birds took flight. Yet, Joka remained steadfast, rooted in place, unmoving. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted. Illuminated by the flash of lightning, Joka's face was momentarily aglow. This was not the countenance of a defeated man. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upward. In the interplay of lightning and the street lamp's glow, his expression appeared almost eerily luminous. On the rooftop of the Yi family building, Yiling Tian triumphantly received the gemstone. A black-clad bodyguard eagerly bent down to present the four-sided stone to him. Excellent. Yiling Tian murmured softly as he accepted it. The gemstone radiated a kaleidoscope of colors around its edges, a testament to his complete victory. As he caressed the stone, a smile gradually spread across his face, which soon morphed into a raucous, unrestrained laughter. This exuberant laughter persisted for a full minute before gradually subsiding. The surrounding bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by their young master's peculiar behavior. Once Yiling Tian had laughed enough, he reined in his emotions and spoke softly to himself. At school, whether during the new student assessments or in class, you always overshadowed me. You took away the accolades that rightfully belonged to me, my glory, my reputation. But this time, you have lost. You have been utterly defeated, with no chance of redemption. You could not steal the four-sided stone. In this confrontation, I am the victor. I, Yiling Tian, am the ultimate winner. Suddenly, a chill washed over Yiling Tian's face. This unexpected sensation caught him off guard, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He reached up to touch his face. It was water. A drop of rain had landed on him. Looking up at the sky, he noted the thick, dark clouds gathering ominously, with distant thunder rumbling like an approaching storm. Just as I relished the sweet taste of triumph over my rival, this wretched weather seeks to dampen my spirits. A thunderstorm bears a notable characteristic. Its arrival is unpredictable. Soon, the raindrops began to fall heavily, the downpour intensifying. Young master, the rain is coming down hard. You should return indoors, the bodyguards urged, holding umbrellas over him. Very well, Yiling Tian replied, shaking his head as he turned to enter the building. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from the direction of the elevator. This cry was filled with rage, heart-wrenching, and almost hysterical, yet it felt strangely familiar. Yiling Tian froze mid-step. Turning to face the elevator, he saw Yiding rushing towards the rooftop, one hand clutching half of his face, his expression twisted in agony. Yiling Tian immediately halted, bowing respectfully. Father. Greetings, Mr. Yi. The bodyguards echoed, bowing in unison. Yiding moved rapidly, his demeanor charged with fury. With a swift motion, he flung open the rooftop door and strode forward, quickly reaching Yiling Tian's side. Yiling Tian promptly offered the four-sided stone with both hands. Father, I have safeguarded this treasure for our family. I have not tarnished our family's reputation. I have not shamed the Yi name. He smiled faintly, lowering his gaze, awaiting his father's praise. Without even glancing at the four-sided stone, Yiding maintained his grip on his face and bellowed, "Where is that little thief?" Thief? Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. He escaped. But that is unimportant. The treasure has been retrieved. Aya, Yiding howled in fury, his voice booming and nearly shattering Yiling Tian's eardrums. Yiling Tian looked up, bewildered by the pain and anger reflected in his father's face. Slap. A resounding blow struck Yiling Tian's cheek, sending him staggering back, dazed. The bodyguards bowed in alarm, unsure of the cause of their leader's wrath. Yiling Tian's cheek flushed, a sharp sting igniting within him. Simultaneously, a flicker of rebellious anger surged within. The rain intensified, accompanied by a cacophony of. He furrowed his brows, suppressing his discontent towards his father deep within. His hair was now drenched, his vision blurred. Yet, he kept his head lowered, his tone laced with cool detachment. Father, it was merely a small thief who escaped. Is it truly that significant? After all, I have safeguarded the treasure. Safeguarded? Safeguarded? Yiding roared again, his voice rising in pitch. Who is that little thief? Do you know him? Speak. With a sullen expression. Yiling Tian gently touched his injured cheek. I do not know him. Is that more important than the gemstone? Of course, the gemstone is the most important. More important than your very life. Yiding was evidently consumed by rage, losing his composure and the demeanor of the calm, composed business elite he usually embodied. The relationship between Yiling Tian and his father had always been strained, at times. He felt that their bond resembled that of ruler and subject more than that of father and son. The words, more important than your life, pierced Yiling Tian's heart deeply. Perhaps it was only under the strain of intense emotions that one could truly perceive another's true nature. With a swift motion, Yiding struck the four-sided stone from Yiling Tian's grasp. It tumbled to the ground, rolling through the mud, emitting a faint glow. Yet Yiding didn't even spare it a glance. He shouted, his voice overpowering the relentless rain and thunder. This four-sided stone is a fake. Fake. Yiling Tian's astonishment compelled him to raise his head at last. But father, how do you know? Yiding was now directing his ire at the bodyguards, ordering them to leave and forbidding them from leaking the news of the gemstone's substitution. He then turned back to his son. How do I know? I know because that little thief forged it right before my eyes. He also Yiding's voice escalated, and at that moment, he finally lowered his hand from his left eye. Upon seeing his father's visage, Yiling Tian's pupils constricted in horror. Yiding's left eye socket was a bloody, hollow void. Had it not been for the enhancement of magical energy, he likely would have fainted from the pain. Blood continued to seep from his eye socket, blending with the rainwater cascading down his cheek. Thunder rumbled once more, and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated his face. In that instant, Yiding's solitary eye appeared even more menacing. Chapter 96. The perfect heist. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell in torrents. A young boy stood beneath the deluge, utterly unprotected, allowing the fierce winds and relentless rain to drench his form. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning illuminated his visage. His pale face radiated an aura of elegance and confidence. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Joka lowered his head, rummaging through his garments. Hidden within, he held 3 prized trophies. His fingers first brushed against a slender, cylindrical object, slightly cold to the touch. Joka paused momentarily, then shook his head with a smile. This was the first. With a rustling sound, he gently extracted the item, a bottle of red wine. As he gazed at the pristine bottle, a flicker of emotion crossed his features. The jovial countenance of old Wang seemed to materialize before him, his raspy yet vibrant voice echoing in Joka's mind. Young man, once we finish this job, remember our agreement. You take the diamonds, and I shall take the wine. Hiki. With a decisive twist, Joka uncorked the bottle. He raised it high, aiming at the direction of the Yi family building, the spot where old Wang had met his demise. Rain cascaded down the sides of the bottle, with the occasional drop seeping inside. This bottle, perhaps worth millions, now mingled with the rainwater, rendering it undrinkable. Yet Joka remained unfazed, steadfastly holding the bottle aloft amidst the storm. Old Wang, do you remember? He murmured. I once told you that you were not an ordinary security guard. You infiltrated the building to avenge your son. Yet you insisted you were merely a greedy old man. I overestimated you. He paused, closing his eyes briefly before continuing softly. But in truth, there is something I must confess. I did not overestimate you. From a young age, I honed the skill of reading people. Even during our first collaboration, I discerned the glimmer of your yearning for wealth and your desire to escape the past. I suspected that you had committed a regrettable act for money in your youth. Thus, I spoke those words to awaken your conscience, to ignite your desire for vengeance. It was this that afforded me the opportunity to escape to the rooftop. Joka maintained his elevated stance, directing the bottle towards the spot where old Wang had fallen, unmoving. I apologize for having to take your life in the end. I admit, part of the reason was for my own sake. You have seen my true face, you know my name. I cannot allow you to expose me. After all, you heard. If they capture you alive, they will surely torture you to reveal my whereabouts. You understand that, in their eyes. The life of a commoner holds no more value than that of livestock. If you were to meet a tragic end under torture or bear the stigma of betraying your comrades, it would be better for you to die like a hero, sacrificing for a noble cause. Joka tilted the wine bottle towards the ground. We had an agreement. After it was over, I would take the diamonds, and you would take the wine. I shall honor my promise. This bottle is for you. He gently poured the wine onto the earth. The crimson liquid mingled with the rain, creating a fragrant pool upon the ground, a vivid hue emblematic of the common man's glory, a red tapestry of the civilian hero. The rain continued to pour. Joka again reached into his clothing, quickly locating a slightly damp, resilient sphere. He retrieved it, placing it in his palm. This was the second item. As he gazed at it, his expression momentarily froze, and old Wang's desperate voice surged within him. Yiding, you killed my son. You killed my son. One day, I shall repay you, an eye for an eye. Joka murmured, Old Wang. It is not that I do not wish for you to kill Yiding. However, the death of one Yiding would only lead to countless others. The wealthy cannot be eradicated, and exploitation cannot be extinguished. He paused, his tone shifting. Yet, Yiding has committed crimes. Where there is guilt, there must be punishment. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. This has been my philosophy in dealing with evildoers. Suddenly, Zhouke clenched the trophy in his hand, raising it high. An eye for an eye. His palm opened, revealing a glistening, blood-streaked eyeball that rolled slightly. An eye for an eye. With a swift motion, Zhouke crushed Yiding's eye. Indeed, the acquisition of this eye was not due to divine intervention, but rather a dagger. Zhouke opened his palm slightly, allowing the rain to cleanse the grime and blood from his hand. Then, lowering his gaze, he grinned. Since I did not employ the replication ability of the divine token on the eyeball. He continued to explore the depths of his clothing, this time encountering a hard, four-cornered object. This was the third item. With delicate movements, he retrieved it. Under the glow of the streetlight and occasional flashes of lightning, the square stone radiated brilliantly. Zhouke chuckled softly. I often perform a magic trick known as stealing the beams and replacing the pillars. The square stone you possess was taken from a specific floor of your building, the very beams and columns of the structure. I replaced the genuine artifact with a counterfeit. Do you not find it? Zhouke beamed broadly, quite symbolic. Ye family. Did you truly believe I would return the divine relic I had obtained? This operation was merely a magic performance for me. Do not forget. I arranged a light show in the building's lighting room, set for 2 hours from now. The time is nearly upon us. With a snap of his fingers, all the lights in the distant family building extinguished instantly. In the next moment, select windows flickered to life, forming a colossal pattern. Zhouke replicated the magic from his 18th birthday, but this time, the design was that of a magnificent jester. The immense jester pattern sparkled, illuminating the entire city. Countless passers-by gazed upwards in curiosity. Amidst the dazzling light display, Zhouke smiled and whispered, the magic has come to a perfect conclusion. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell in torrents. A young boy stood beneath the deluge, utterly unprotected, allowing the fierce winds and relentless rain to drench his form. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning illuminated his visage. His pale face radiated an aura of elegance and confidence, and a broad smile adorned his lips, his trophies gleaming brightly in hand. Chapter 97. Returning to campus, the summer sky is ever-changing, and the sudden downpour arrived without warning. Taking advantage of the night, Zhouke swiftly made his way back to the school hospital. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly entered his ward through the window. After indulging in a soothing hot shower and tidying up his belongings, Zhouke stretched lazily and reclined back onto his bed. You returned quite early, came a soft voice. The oracle's cranium, you are still awake? Zhouke coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Your recent escapade did not include me. The oracle's cranium replied, a subtle reproach evident in its voice. It's just that my attire could barely accommodate much. I promise to bring you next time. So, what was the outcome of your endeavor? Zhouke intended to respond truthfully, but suddenly felt playful and began to act. Woe is me, great-eyed skull. I was almost successful. I had the tetrahedron in my grasp, only to be surrounded by a throng of bodyguards at the last moment. In the end, I had no choice but to return the tetrahedron and barely escape. What a performance! Did I not mention that I can foresee all? Why do you still inquire? The oracle's cranium seemed at a loss for words. Regardless, congratulations on acquiring another divine relic. You have taken another step on the path to divinity by gathering all 14 pieces. Many divine relics remain undiscovered by humanity. Possessing even one marks you as exceptional. And you have already secured 2. That is largely due to your intelligence and guidance, great-eyed skull. Thank you. Saying this, Zhouke took out the tetrahedron and examined it closely. This divine relic, indeed a fragment of the god of cubes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbol. However, it was not entirely red but exhibited 4 distinct colors. The central edges formed a cross, dividing the tetrahedron into 4 segments, each emanating a faintly different glow: blue, orange, red, and black. But how will this divine relic cure the blood curse afflicting me? Zhouke shifted his gaze from the tetrahedron and inquired once more. The oracle's cranium replied calmly. First, clasp the tetrahedron tightly in your hands and attune yourself to its energy. Upon hearing this, Zhouke immediately sat up, grasped the tetrahedron, and gazed intently at it. In an instant, a wondrous sensation surged within him, as a torrent of potent magical energy flowed into his being. The sensation was immensely pleasurable, akin to receiving a masterful full-body massage. However, the next moment, a chilling cold, a searing heat, and an excruciating pain surged through him. This pain lasted but a fleeting instant before vanishing. Zhouke blinked, momentarily bewildered by what had just transpired, and cast an inquiring look towards the oracle's cranium. Seeming to sense Zhouke's confusion, the oracle's cranium responded, just now, a portion of magic essence surged into your body. Do you not possess the magic essence detector gifted by Professor Yuan Xing? Use it to check your magic essence level. Zhou gently retrieved his magic essence detector. A reward from Professor Yuan during a foundational course, rumored to be quite valuable. He remembered his last reading was 87. After the recent heist, the Joker God had bestowed upon him a magic essence reward, and the tetrahedron had infused him with additional magic essence. His level should have increased significantly. He held the detector tightly, his eyes fixated on the flickering display. The numbers danced before finally settling at 191. 91? That's lower than I anticipated, Zhou murmured. An increase of only 4 points from 87 to 91. You only observe the increase in magic essence, not the decrease. Decrease? Can magic essence levels actually decline? Theoretically, they should not. However, except in the case of the blood curse. The blood curse is an inescapable death spell designed to deplete your internal magic essence. You had once suffered a loss in your magic essence level. Naturally, through this endeavor, you have regained some. Moreover, a level of 91 is quite commendable. Your peers typically hover around a mere 20 points. Yet you are aware that your current magic essence level has a cap of 100 points, correct? Zhou replied nonchalantly. I am indeed aware. My current divine rank is bronze, also referred to as half-silver. To elevate my magic essence level beyond 100 points, I must ascend my divine rank. Precisely. Therefore, the closer you approach the threshold of 100 points prior to your divine rank ascension, the more arduous it becomes to elevate your magic essence level. The increase will be exceedingly gradual. Achieving 91 is already indicative of an extraordinary constitution. Understanding dawned upon Zhou as he nodded lightly. So, what is the current status of my blood curse? Specifically, how much longer do I have to live? 3 days? No, 3 seconds. Zhou momentarily paused, then chuckled. You have also taken to telling cold jokes. If it's 3 seconds, wouldn't I be dead by now? No sooner had he spoken than Zhou was seized by a violent cough, his vision blurring. He pulled out a tissue and coughed up a significant amount of blood. In that instant, he felt his strength wane further. Yet, he remained alive. Indeed, according to my foresight, had you not secured the tetrahedron, you would have perished in 3 seconds. Now, you possess 3 days of life. Zhou was taken aback. You claim the tetrahedron can extend my lifespan. And yet it only grants me an additional 3 days? That is certainly not the case. The energy you have absorbed from the tetrahedron represents merely the tip of the iceberg. The oracle's cranium's tone suddenly turned grave. Zhou, listen closely. I shall now impart the true nature of the tetrahedron's powers to you. Whether you can truly harness the full extent of its latent energy will determine your survival. Zhou instantly adopted a serious demeanor and nodded. Please enlighten me, master. The oracle's cranium continued. The tetrahedron is, in essence, a vessel. Within this vessel reside 4 fragments of souls. Zhou frowned slightly. For fragments of souls? Whose souls? Chapter 98. The visitors, not from one individual, but from the souls of 4. The skull spoke in a gentle tone. These 4 individuals were powerful divine card holders in history. After their demise, their souls were preserved by the deities within this divine relic. These 4 sages are immensely powerful. Each possesses the ability to prolong your life. Your next objective is to seek the assistance of one of these sages within 3 days, allowing them to extend your lifespan. For sages, formidable divine card holders throughout history. Upon hearing this, Zhou suddenly recalled Su Chenxi's previous mention of the siren. The sea monster, once merely a figure of common folklore, turned out to be the ancient divine card holder of Red Heart J. These 4 must be of the same ilk as the siren. Zhou inquired. So, what exactly should I do? How can I gain their assistance to extend my life? The skull fell silent. After a moment, it spoke again. Do you remember the prophecy I made? Zhou replied succinctly. Of course, you mentioned that after I obtained the blood curse, I would have the opportunity to uncover the secrets of divine card ascension within a month. Yes, you shall learn the specifics of that opportunity tomorrow. Zhou's expression shifted. You wouldn't have made another prophecy, would you? As he spoke, he took out his phone and noted down this prophecy in his memo. The skull responded promptly. Certainly, I shall inform you tomorrow morning on how to strive for the sage's assistance. This journey may prove arduous and fraught with challenges. Prepare yourself mentally. And now, I advise you to take a rest. A good night's sleep will prevent your condition from worsening. Zhou chuckled lightly. You still enjoy keeping me in suspense. Very well. I shall heed your advice. I will not stay up late. After concluding his conversation with the prophet's skull, Zhou carefully stored away all items, including the tetrahedral stone, and then drifted into a deep slumber. Zhou, are you awake? Early the next morning, upon opening his eyes, Zhou was drawn to a bright, melodious female voice. He slowly propped himself up on the hospital bed. Tang Xin, what brings you here? The petite girl with a ponytail swayed beside the bed. Tang Xin spoke rapidly, her voice ringing out. The campus network is abuzz with news that you fainted in class yesterday. As soon as I heard, I rushed over to visit you. Joko, take good care of yourself and recover swiftly. Joko smiled gently. Yes, I will. He mused that if Tang Xin were to learn the nature of his illness, her expression would likely change dramatically. Tang Xin's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Hee. Joko, I just thought of something quite amusing. Can you guess what it is? Joko replied nonchalantly. You imagined yourself being hospitalized while I treated you at your bedside. Tang Xin's eyes widened in surprise. How did you guess that so accurately? Hee, what a coincidence. A few days ago, I was hospitalized due to poisoning. And you were right there caring for me. And now, it's your turn to be in the ward. Here, Joko, flowers for you. Tang Xin presented a large bouquet. Get well soon. Joko gazed at Tang Xin's cheerful face, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He hesitated, not immediately accepting the flowers. I know what you were thinking. In an instant, the voice of the prophet's skull echoed in his mind. Joko paused briefly, then quickly regained his composure. This deity could communicate directly within his thoughts. You still suspect that Tang Xin is affiliated with the Skull Society and may wish to cause you harm. Joko mentally asked the prophet's skull. Is she? As I have mentioned, knowing in advance does not serve you well. Please refrain from further inquiries. Then let me ask differently. Are these flowers problematic? No. Upon hearing the prophet's skull's response, Joko wasted no time in accepting the flowers. Thank you, Tang Xin. Tang Xin appeared delighted. You're welcome. Just as Joko was about to place the flowers on the bedside table, he suddenly noticed it was already cluttered with various items, flowers, fruits, gifts, greeting cards, and assorted presents. Tang Xin, did you send all of these? Tang Xin stepped closer, puzzled. No, I didn't. She sifted through the gift cards, her brows knitting together. Joko, I didn't realize you had so many fans. Joko picked up the accompanying notes, reading each one. All signed by names unfamiliar to him. Most were from girls, though there were boys as well, the majority expressing wishes for a swift recovery. Tang Xin rubbed her cheeks. Resigned? Well, after all, you are quite the celebrity in school. It's only natural that people would send you gifts upon hearing of your illness. Joko, however, was indifferent to the number of fans he had. His gaze remained fixed on Tang Xin. Tang Xin, I have a question for you. Joko, what is it? Joko paused, then solemnly asked, where did you learn about the living dead? How do you know their weakness is fire? Joko had long wished to question Tang Xin but had yet to find the right moment. Now was the perfect opportunity to probe her background. Tang Xin's expression faltered, revealing a hint of panic. I read about it in a book. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly raised her wrist to check the time. Joko, I have to get to class soon. Goodbye, take care, and get well quickly. She rapidly finished her sentence and dashed away. Joko's expression turned serious as he watched Tang Xin's retreating figure. Her reaction was clearly one of evasion, indicating she did not want him to pursue further inquiries. Tang Xin's knowledge of the living dead connected to the Skull Society, and even if she were not a member, she must have some indirect ties to them. Joko took a deep breath and lay back down on the bed. Never mind. Since the prophet's skull had stated that it was not necessary for him to uncover the identity of the Skull Society's assassin at this stage, it would be prudent to refrain from delving deeper. The prophet's skull had mentioned that it would reveal to him the method of utilizing the tetrahedral stone to prolong his life first thing in the morning. At this moment, Joko once again retrieved the prophet's skull, preparing to inquire. Just then, outside the ward, the voice of the school doctor faintly echoed. Only one person may visit at a time. Form a line. No need to rush. Next, Joko quickly stowed the prophet's skull back into his bag. With a creak, the ward door swung open, an all too familiar figure hurriedly entered the room. Chapter 99. One after another upon entering, a figure rushed towards the hospital bed, exclaiming, Whoa, Joko, how could you have collapsed? Zhang Yang, wiping away her tears, lamented, I heard you coughed up blood. Whoa, you can't possibly have some terminal illness, right? Joko, with a look of disdain, pushed her away, saying, You're about to smear your snot all over my bed. Zhang Yang paused, standing obediently, and then touched her nose, puzzled. But I don't have any snot. Joko, you're deceiving me. Whoa, so what illness do you have? My brilliant roommate must come to any harm. Joko certainly couldn't reveal the truth, merely stating, it's just a minor illness, a few days of rest, and I'll be discharged. Don't worry. Zhang Yang accepted this without further inquiry, responding, "That's good to hear. Also, I brought you some consolation gifts." She produced large bags of snacks. Joke aside, I guessed you'd bring food. Unfortunately, I can't eat too many snacks while sick. You can sneak a few bites when the nurse isn't looking. Zhang Yang arranged the snacks on the bedside table, exclaiming, "Wow, you have so many gifts. They all seem to be from girls. My genius roommate is indeed a popular figure at school," with a hint of jealousy. She added, "Had I known you received so many things, I wouldn't have bothered bringing food." Zhou coughed lightly, ahem. "In any case, thank you for visiting me. It's not just me. Several people are waiting outside to see you. The nurse only allows one visitor at a time." "Who are they?" Zhang Yang inquired. "You'll find out when they come in." Zhang Yang suddenly leaned in closer, an amused expression on her face, as she pulled out her phone and said, "Zhouke, look at this. Is this your doing?" Zhouke glanced at the screen, perplexed. The headlines read, "Breaking news. Yi Family Financial Tower burgled. Last night at 11 p.m. The Yi Family Financial Center staged a light show. Countless lights formed a clown pattern, lasting for 5 whole minutes. According to our interviews, it was caused by a burglar entering the building's lighting control room. Sources indicate the burglar was completely covered, rendering their appearance unrecognizable. However, they were quite audacious, damaging numerous factory facilities of the Yi family, injuring Yi Ding, the head of the family, in the left eye, and escaped from a high altitude surrounded by bodyguards. Public speculation suggests the burglar was after the Yi family's rumored heirloom. Yet, Yi Ding has repeatedly emphasized that nothing was stolen during the incident. The police are currently conducting a thorough investigation into the burglar's identity. After reading the news, Zhouke's expression remained unperturbed, and she asked calmly, "This news seems intriguing. What's the matter?" Zhang Yang wore a mysterious expression, asking, "Could that burglar possibly be you?" Zhouke deftly replied without directly answering, "Why would you think that?" Zhang Yang pointed to the line about the light show, saying, "I remember the Yi family was also subjected to a light show once before, which was your masterpiece, wasn't it? So when I saw this news, you immediately came to mind. Was it you?" Zhouke rubbed her forehead, replying, "Zhang Yang, I suggest you eat more fish in the future." "Why?" Zhang Yang scratched her head. "For brain health," Zhouke stated succinctly. "Huh?" Zhang Yang looked even more confused. Zhouke coughed twice again, slumping back on the bed. "Look at me. I'm in such a pitiful state that I wouldn't even faint, let alone break into a building at midnight. Besides, the campus hospital locks its doors at night. How could I leave? Climb out the window? Furthermore, the news says the Yi family didn't lose anything. If I were the burglar, what would I go there for? To play?" Zhouke delivered 3 rhetorical questions in rapid succession, leaving Zhang Yang momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth to respond but then said, "That makes sense. I seem to have asked some foolish questions." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Yang scratched her head. "Then I won't disturb your rest. Get well soon and return to the dormitory. I'm scared sleeping alone tonight." As Zhang Yang exited the room, the next visitor promptly entered. A dignified figure with silver hair gracefully sat beside the bed. Zhouke looked at her in surprise. "Su Chenxi, I didn't expect you to visit me." Unlike the previous 2, Su Chenxi wore an expression that was tense yet tinged with sorrow. She spoke softly, "Because I know that if I don't come to see you, I might not have another chance." Zhouke immediately straightened up, asking, "What do you mean? Why do you make it sound as if I'm about to die?" Su Chenxi's gaze shifted slightly, still bearing that sorrowful expression. "Isn't it true?" Professor Yuanqing said, "You have the blood curse. Other students may not know what this illness entails, but I do. The blood curse is a legendary death curse that cannot be broken. It is the preferred method of the Skull Society for murder. To date, no one who has contracted the blood curse has survived for more than a month." Zhouke observed Su Chenxi, who appeared as if bidding farewell to a corpse. Thus, he told a small lie. Professor Yuanqing merely misjudged the situation. After all, he isn't a professional doctor. The campus doctor said, "I just caught a slight cold and will be discharged soon." He recalled that Professor Yuanqing had once mentioned he wouldn't disclose the matter of the blood curse. He resolved to have a unified narrative later. Su Chenxi looked slightly surprised. "So that's how it is. Then I wish you a swift recovery." Her expression finally relaxed. "Also, I brought you some gifts." Su Chenxi produced a multitude of exquisite magic props. As a professional magician, Zhouke recognized that these items were specially made and quite expensive, something his impoverished self could never afford. "My father taught me that when giving gifts, one should consider the recipient's preferences. I know you enjoy magic, so I specifically purchased many magic-related gifts from the civilian market. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, so I mostly selected the pricier ones. Joka nodded slightly. Thank you. These are thoughtful gifts that I truly appreciate. Suchinsi intended to place the gifts on the bedside table, but noticed it was already overflowing with various consolation items. She paused, her expression shifting. Joku, it seems many girls have sent you gifts. Chapter 100. The rewards of the elite cup. Suchinsi picked up the most conspicuous bouquet of flowers. These flowers smell delightful, she remarked. Joka softly replied, they were given to me by Tang Xin. Tang Xin? Is she a girl? Who is she? Suchinsi immediately turned her head, her eyes widening slightly. She's a friend of mine, a teammate from the freshman assessment. You should have met her, Joku explained. Suchinsi pondered for a moment, resting her chin on one hand. I think I have a vague impression. She suddenly looked up. By the way, speaking of the freshman assessment, I just remembered something that you might find interesting. Joka turned to her. Please, go on. Suchinsi settled back on the edge of the bed. The registration for the Elite Cup is about to begin in a few days. This year's Elite Cup will be particularly grand. It is said to last for a month. A month? Joka keenly seized upon this keyword. For the seer Escol had stated that after a month of being under the death curse, one could uncover the secret of the divine card's ascension. The duration of the Elite Cup also spans a month. This, perhaps, is not mere coincidence. Noticing Joku's silence, Suchinsi inquired, Joku, since your illness does not pose a life-threatening risk, will you sign up for the Elite Cup after you are discharged? After some contemplation, Joka responded. May I first inquire about the rewards for the victors? Suchinsi was momentarily taken aback. She recalled Joku's acceptance speech after the freshman assessment and chuckled with understanding. Your immediate concern for the rewards is quite characteristic of you. She straightened herself and answered earnestly, the rewards for this Elite Cup are quite extraordinary. The winning club will receive a notebook. A notebook? What kind of notebook? What does it contain? Joka quickly asked. Suchinsi shook her head. I don't know much either. It is said to be very ancient, authored by a highly esteemed figure of the divine card. To learn its contents, one must obtain it. I suppose. After a brief pause, she continued, the prestige of the Elite Cup far exceeds that of the freshman assessment. Thus, the rewards ought to be commensurate with the significance of the Elite Cup. I surmise that the contents of the notebook must be of great importance. Joka nodded in understanding. In light of the seer Escol's prophecy, he had formed certain expectations regarding the notebook's content. This ancient, enigmatic notebook likely recorded the secrets of the divine card's ascension. With this thought, a strong desire to possess it surged within Joku. Recalling Suchinsi's earlier words, he asked again, you mentioned that this notebook is not awarded to an individual, but to the victorious club? Suchinsi nodded. Indeed. After all, the Elite Cup is a team competition. Registrations are made by clubs. Currently, our school has only 3 major clubs, and they hardly recruit first-year students. However, Suchinsi smiled slightly. I know that you have already received several invitations from the 3 major clubs. Have you decided which one to join? Joka shook his head. Not yet. This was the truth. He was not well acquainted with any of the clubs. You need to decide quickly, as the registration for the Elite Cup will commence in a couple of days. Without joining a club, you won't be eligible to compete, Suchinsi explained. And what about you, princess? Surely you wish to participate as well. Joka countered. Do you have a club in mind? Although he posed the question, he had a faint suspicion of which club she might want to join. Suchinsi was a spade divine card user and had a penchant for martial prowess. She likely would want to join the club centered around the spade divine card, the Black Blade Society. To his surprise, Suchinsi replied, the Red Heart Society. Joka raised an eyebrow. Why? For personal reasons, Suchinsi replied. I've known Senior Zhuang since childhood. We are good friends. Thus, she extended an invitation to me. By the way, she also invited you to the Red Heart Society's ball tomorrow. Then she looked at Joka. And I know. Senior Zhuang has invited you as well. Will you attend? Joka did not answer immediately. Indeed, Zhuang Xingyao had invited him during the freshman gala, to which he had agreed. To participate in the Elite Cup and win that notebook, he needed to choose a club. Therefore, attending the ball would be reasonable. I will attend. After all, I promised the senior, it would be impolite to back out. Upon hearing Joka's response, Suchinsi seemed to exhale in relief. That's good. She then gazed into Joka's eyes, hesitating to speak. Joka smiled. If there's something you wish to say, please do so openly. At this, Suchinsi's expression shifted slightly. Since it is a ball, one must have a dance partner, and we are likely the only 2 first-year students invited. So, Joka chuckled knowingly. I agree to be your dance partner. For a moment, Su Chenxi's expression lit up with happiness. But she quickly reverted to her usual composed demeanor and rose swiftly. All right, visiting hours are almost over. I cannot delay the time for visiting classmates any longer. Zhou, I must take my leave. See you at the ball tomorrow. Zhou bid farewell to Su Chenxi. He could already envision the astonished expression on Zhang Yang's face upon learning that the princess had personally invited him to attend Senior Zhuang's ball, exclaiming, "What? Zhou, you are going to Senior Zhuang's ball. The princess is your dance partner. My goodness." To be honest, Zhou had little interest in the ball, dancing itself, or even the enchanting princess as a partner. His motivation for attending the ball was still the Elite Cup. After all, participation in the Elite Cup required joining a club. If he ultimately joined the Red Heart Society, attending the ball would serve as an opportunity to familiarize himself with his future teammates. Conversely, if he joined another club, the ball would be an excellent chance to gather intelligence on potential rivals. Zhou reclined back on the bed and murmured, "You said I would know today how to uncover the secrets of the Divine Card's ascension within a month," referring to the reward of the Elite Cup, that notebook, right? It seemed as if he were speaking to the air. Yet, indeed, your reactions have always been remarkably swift. You can only obtain the notebook by winning the Elite Cup. The voice of the skull was deep and ethereal. Then, in the future you see, will I win? Zhou posed this question but received no desired response. He furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when the door to the ward creaked open. Zhou immediately adjusted his expression. The visitor approached slowly, their demeanor serious. Upon seeing the expression of the visitor, all drowsiness vanished, and Zhou instantly became alert. He fixed his gaze intently on the newcomer, Yiling Tian. Chapter 101. The test. The school doctor led Yiling Tian into the room and remarked to Zhou, "You certainly have quite the following. So many people have come to visit you this morning." Yiling Tian feigned a casual demeanor, responding, "Yes, Zhou and I are good friends. And I came specifically to check on his condition. Please, do continue with your work. I wish to spend some time alone with Zhou." He put on an expression of camaraderie, but his eyebrows arched provocatively as he glanced at Zhou. Zhou, frowning deeply, made it clear that he was not welcome. However, the school doctor remained blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere, smiling as she nodded. "All right, I shall not disturb you." Once she exited and closed the door, Yiling Tian immediately shed his smile, his expression turning cold and severe. Zhou remained silent, his gaze unwavering upon him. Zhou understood this was a test between the two. According to news reports, the Yi family was unaware of the thief's identity, indicating that Yiling Tian had not disclosed to Yi Ding that he himself was the little thief, given that he had concealed his identity thoroughly. It was unlikely that Yiling Tian could recognize him with certainty. The first to speak would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage in this game of intrigue. Finally, it was Yiling Tian who broke the silence. "Don't you have anything to say?" "I do," Zhou quickly replied. "I don't recall our relationship being close enough for you to visit me." Yiling Tian was taken aback for a moment before letting out a light chuckle, playing dumb. "Are we? You know perfectly well why I'm here." Zhou's expression remained inscrutable, but he recognized that Yiling Tian was still probing him. He had been responding to questions with questions, deliberately avoiding mention of the four-sided stone, hoping to provoke Zhou into revealing a slip. However, such petty tricks were easily seen through by Zhou. Zhou, stepping up his performance, diverted the conversation. "Could it be? You came for the Elite Cup? Are you inquiring which club I would join?" Yiling Tian's expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise, yet he quickly regained composure. "It seems you truly refuse to admit anything." Yiling Tian decided to be direct, stating plainly, "Hand over the four-sided stone." Zhou raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What is the four-sided stone?" Still playing dumb. "It is the diamond you stole from the building yesterday." Yiling Tian raised his voice. Zhou feigned greater surprise. "What? Did something go missing from your building?" "But the news said no items were reported stolen." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yiling Tian's face. He could not be entirely sure that the thief from yesterday was Zhou himself. If that thief were indeed someone else, then Yiling Tian had inadvertently disclosed the information about the theft of the four-sided stone. Yet, instinctively, he felt that the thief could only be Zhou. Given the manner of speaking, the logic of actions, and the style of escape, all too reminiscent of Zhou's demeanor, it would be nearly impossible to find another in the entire East City, or even the whole of Longhua, who matched that description. Yet, Zhou's performance was flawless. He appeared genuinely unaware. Yiling Tian pondered for a moment before asking again, "Did you go out last night?" Zhou wore a bemused expression. "Are you being foolish as well? Look at this hospital room," he gestured. "I'm sick. How could I go out? Besides, the door is locked." With years of experience in magic performances, Joke's tone, demeanor, and even a hint of casual annoyance all blended seamlessly, leaving Yilingtian momentarily stunned. Yilingtian scanned the room, suddenly noticing the window. Of course, the parachute. That little thief had escaped using a parachute. No, it was you. You have a parachute. So, you also jumped from the school with a parachute. Joka finally let out his impatience. Enough with the science fiction stories. If you keep this up, I'll have the school doctor escort you out. I need to recuperate, so please leave. Yilingtian remained silent, slowly approaching the bedside with a mysterious expression. Joka furrowed his brow, maintaining his guard. Suddenly, Yilingtian leaned closer, whispering into Joke's ear, I know it was you. It must be you. But I lack the evidence. I realize I will not be able to retrieve the four-sided stone. Yet, Joka listened quietly, his face devoid of emotion. Until Yilingtian continued, I still want to thank you. Joka was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for gouging out Yiding's eyes. I despise him. I've always harbored hatred. Joka gazed sharply at Yilingtian. Yilingtian suddenly looked up, his expression still inscrutable. He slowly retreated, saying, take care of your health. Just before exiting the room, he paused, adding, also, I will be participating in the Elite Cup, and I assure you, I will not join the same club. I intend to be your rival and personally defeat you. See you at the Elite Cup competition. Today, Joka had received visits from all the guests. Lying in bed, he murmured, Hey, Oracle, your prophecy has once again come to fruition. You said that within a month, I would uncover the secret of the Divine Card's ascension, and the rewards for the Elite Cup are also distributed in a month. Does this mean I am destined to win the Elite Cup? The Oracle's head responded quickly, let me clarify. What I can see of the future is merely probability. In a month, you have a high probability of obtaining that notebook. But the prerequisite is that you must survive until then. Joka chuckled softly. That is precisely what I wish to inquire about. I can sense that my body remains exceedingly frail, as you said, unable to last 3 days. He paused. Yet the Elite Cup begins in 3 days. I may not even endure until then. I need to extend my life. The Oracle's head spoke. Now that no one is disturbing you, you may use the four-sided stone. Excellent. Joka retrieved the four-sided stone, gazing at the flickering four-colored light. You mentioned that the four-sided stone contains 4 souls, correct? These 4 souls can help me prolong my life? Indeed. But the condition is that you must earn their favor and prove your strength to gain their assistance. How can I prove my strength to them? Joka immediately inquired. The Oracle's head replied somberly, through the trials they will arrange. Chapter 102. The trial commences. Joka raised an eyebrow. Nodding in understanding. I see. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To seek their assistance, one must demonstrate capability and worth. They're the examiners, and I am the candidate. The essence of the so-called trial lies in my ability to present a satisfactory answer sheet to the questions they pose. Indeed, your mind is always quick. Joka softly replied, I believe I shall not disappoint these esteemed figures. If I succeed in the trial of one of them, how many extra days of life will I gain? 7 days. 7 days, not in abundance, but better than nothing. Joka murmured. I wish to participate in the trial at once. So, what must I do? The head of the sage spoke. Do you see the 4 colors emitted by the quadrangular stone? Those represent the 4 sages. Choose one color. And envision that light is the ocean. Then, immerse yourself in it. Joka nodded gently. Understood. With that, he adjusted his state of mind. Fixing his gaze upon the quadrangular stone. The stone radiated 4 colors, blue, orange, red, and black. Joka casually selected the blue hue, then stared intently at the azure light. He envisioned the blue light as the ocean and allowed himself to be engulfed by it. When Joka opened his eyes once more, he found the hospital environment had completely vanished. Looking around, he discovered he was in a room reminiscent of an inn. The chandelier above creaked and swayed, its dim light flickering intermittently. The atmosphere of the room was decidedly cold and eerie. Before him appeared several lines of large text. Beginner trial. What is my name? This trial may be repeated multiple times until passed. Joka instinctively recognized that he had entered the assessment of one of the sages. He glanced at the lines of prompt text once more. From the brief 2 lines, he deduced a wealth of information. The term beginner trial indicated that this was merely a warm-up, suggesting the difficulty would not be particularly high, serving only as a prelude to potentially more advanced trials to come. The trial's content, what is my name, comprised a mere 5 words. The I in this context likely referred to the sage posing the question. Thus, the nature of the trial seemed to focus on investigation and exploration, aiming to ascertain the identity and name of this sage. As for the final line, may be repeated, it was quite straightforward. After all, being a beginner trial, it allowed for a degree of error, permitting multiple attempts. Joke also speculated that subsequent trials might escalate in difficulty, potentially requiring a single successful completion. Joku, what are you pondering? Why are you suddenly lost in thought? He snapped back to reality, looking at the person in front of him. The familiar long hair and that somewhat foolish voice. Zhang Yang? What are you doing here? Have you also entered the trial? Zhang Yang appeared bewildered. Trial? What trial? Joku immediately sensed a discrepancy. This Zhang Yang's attire was entirely unlike the one he knew. He did not dress like a noble. Zhang Yang, may I ask you a few questions? Joku regarded him earnestly. Zhang Yang hesitated. Why so serious all of a sudden? Go ahead. Joku fixed his gaze on him, not missing any subtle expressions. What is your divine token? Divine token? What is that? Zhang Yang seemed to hear the term for the first time. Joku had anticipated this answer. How did we meet? Where did we attend school? Where did we last meet? And why did you seek me out? He posed 3 questions in quick succession. Zhang Yang appeared flustered. Stop. Slow down. Let me think. He counted off on his fingers. We must have been childhood friends. I think we first met when we were very young, but I can't recall clearly. This was inconsistent with the truth. Joku and Zhang Yang were not childhood friends. The real Zhang Yang had encountered Joku during the freshman assessment. The second question. Where did we attend school? Haven't we graduated? What a strange question. Once again, this contradicted the facts. They were both students of the Divine Token Academy. For the third, we last met yesterday at your house? I came to hang out. Incorrect. Their last meeting had been in the hospital. When Zhang Yang visited him, gazing at the face before him, identical to that of his roommate, Joku began to form a suspicion. So that's it. Joku murmured, you must not be real, right? Zhang Yang scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean real or not? Joku, you're acting After a moment of contemplation, Joku had made a judgment about Zhang Yang's identity. It was likely that the trial's master, the sage, had accessed Joku's memories and learned of Zhang Yang's existence, subsequently fabricating this character. In other words, the Zhang Yang before him was merely an NPC within the trial. Having swiftly grasped the situation, Joku chose not to delve deeper into Zhang Yang's identity. It's nothing. By the way, what are we doing now? Where is this place? Zhang Yang looked at him with concern. Are you all right? You seem a bit off today. This is my home, and we're watching television. Watching television? Joku blinked in surprise. He turned to face a flickering, old television set. However, this television was not the common LCD screen found on the market, but rather a bulky cathode ray tube model. Joku surveyed the room once more. The decor was decidedly retro, evoking the style of the 1970s or 80s. How is this videotape? Is it entertaining? Zhang Yang asked with a grin. Videotape? Joku was taken aback. Do people still use videotapes to watch television? Based on the archaic television and the use of tapes, Joku had formed an initial judgment about the era of this trial's environment. It was not modern, but rather around the late 20th century. The Zhang Yang before him was not a noble, but rather an ordinary person, unaware of the divine token's significance. As for the reason, Joku began to speculate. Given that the trial's question involved identifying the master of the trial, it necessitated information for discernment. Thus, the events unfolding in this room were likely a fragment of this sage's memory. Zhang Yang continued. They say, those who watch this videotape will be plagued by misfortune. What? Joku was startled. Thunder rumbled ominously from outside the dim room. Zhang Yang lowered his voice conspiratorially. They say this is a cursed videotape, and those who view it will gradually have their life force drained, leaving only 7 days of remaining life. Chapter 103. 7 days, 7 days? Joku's expression shifted. Wasn't this precisely the remainder of his lifespan after passing the trial? Crash. Another thunderclap echoed outside. The light flickered, casting shadows across the dimly lit room. Zhang Yang lowered his voice, intentionally adopting a mysterious tone as if recounting a tale. It is said that those who have watched this videotape will receive a phone call from a woman at midnight. He spoke in a hushed tone, as if to enhance the eerie atmosphere, and the woman on the line will utter but a single phrase. You will die in 7 days. After finishing his ghost story, Zhang Yang suddenly shouted, seemingly intending to startle Joku. Yet, Joku remained unfazed, even suppressing a laugh. Wait a moment, Joku. Aren't you usually quite timid? If you heard such a ghost story, you would have been terrified. What has changed today? You seem like a different person. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Joku looked at him with a hint of exasperation. It's not frightening at all. These are all fabrications, mere fiction. With only 3 days of life left in reality, the videotape in this trial could extend it to 7 days. He was more delighted than fearful. What a joke. Ah, you think I'm spinning a ghost story? What I'm saying is true. It is said that a distant relative of mine watched this tape and truly died 7 days later. The manner of death was particularly bizarre. Joka fixed him with a steady gaze. Then why do you want me to watch it? Cough. They say that as long as the contents of the tape are shared with others, the curse will lose its power. Upon noticing Joka's incredulous expression, Zhang Yang quickly added, besides, it could very well be false. Watching it might just be for a laugh. After all, my only aim is to pass the trial. Joka mused inwardly. Thus, he redirected his gaze to the television screen. The display was filled with an array of nonsensical imagery, fluttering moths, a collection of broken fingernails, and a few blinking eyes. The background noise was a low, droning white sound. Yet, when these meaningless visuals coalesced, they evoked an unsettling feeling. However, in the final moments, the screen flickered, revealing a ring. It resembled a ring or a bracelet, simply a circular form. Joka blinked, momentarily perplexed by the message the videotape sought to convey. Zhang Yang abruptly switched off the television. What are you doing? Why not continue watching? Joka questioned him, puzzled. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. I have a bad feeling. I can't shake the sense that something terrible will happen if we keep watching. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Silence enveloped them, amplifying the sound. Tick. The hour hand pointed to 12. Suddenly, the landline phone in the living room erupted with a jarring ring. The noise was abrupt, shrill, reverberating through the house like a death knell. Both were startled, exchanging silent glances. It's your phone, you should answer it, Joka suggested softly. Ah, I can't. Joka, you do it. Zhang Yang recoiled, his gaze filled with dread. Joka sighed and stood up. Look at how frightened you are. It's just a phone call. The living room was shrouded in darkness, the outlines of the furniture barely discernible. Joka felt as though he had stepped into a horror film. Cautiously, he approached the landline, gently picking up the receiver and pressing the speakerphone button. For a moment, there was silence. But the next second, it sounded as if someone had dragged their nails across a chalkboard, a screeching noise emanating from the receiver. Then, a hoarse, thin voice filled with an eerie resonance groaned, repeatedly uttering 2 words. 7 days. 7 days. 7 days. Hiss. Zhang Yang nearby gasped, seemingly covered in goosebumps. Joka, with a calm demeanor, hung up the phone. He pondered, this is merely a trial. The essence of the trial is, what is my name? All clues to discern my identity reside within this house. The dim lighting, the oppressive atmosphere outside, the bizarre videotape, and the strange woman on the phone. Joka felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, he could not pinpoint what this familiarity was. Ahe! Zhang Yang suddenly let out a piercing scream. Joka, unfazed by the terror, flinched at Zhang Yang's shriek. What are you screaming about now? Joka snapped at him from across the room. However, after that scream, Zhang Yang fell into a profound silence. Zhang Yang? Joka gently placed the receiver down, calling out softly. Yet, there was no response. Joka shook his head in resignation, slowly advancing towards the bedroom. His feet creaked on the slightly damp wooden floor. Creak, creak. Upon entering the room, Joka was immediately met with an odd buzzing sound. He turned to the television and discovered it had inexplicably flickered back to life, displaying a static-filled screen. Zhang Yang sat transfixed before the TV, unresponsive. Zhang Yang, did you turn the TV back on? Joka inquired, but Zhang Yang remained still, not reacting in the slightest. Joka raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to Zhang Yang's front. Suddenly, Joka staggered back 2 steps. Zhang Yang's face was contorted in terror, his mouth agape revealing a set of uneven teeth. His eyes were wide open, as if witnessing something exceedingly horrific. Strangely, Zhang Yang's skin appeared to have lost all color, becoming mottled and rigid. Joka observed Zhang Yang's finger, pointing stiffly behind him. In that instant, Joka felt a sensation as though something was softly brushing against his hair from behind. A chill ran down his spine. He instantly turned around. Nothing was there. Only the flickering static of the television screen resumed, continuing the playback of the videotape. A ring-like shape hung in the center of the screen. As Joka leaned closer, he realized. No, it was not merely a ring. It was a well. In an instant, the television screen began to spew forth murky well water. Then, a withered, pale, twisted hand emerged silently from that well. Chapter 104. Sadako at first. There was merely a withered hand, and then, a figure draped in tattered white cloth, filthy and soaked with murky water, slowly crawled out of the well. The figure was indistinct to Joka, as her face was entirely obscured by hair that resembled water plants. She emerged from the well, barefoot, gradually making her way toward the area beyond the screen. Joko's expression turned grave as he bowed his head in contemplation. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. The videotape, the television, midnight at 12, the phone, and the woman in the well. What is my name? A dark, raspy voice of a woman echoed softly. Joko jolted his head up. He saw the long-haired woman from the videotape crawl out of the screen, standing right before him. The woman raised her emaciated hand, reaching towards her face, clutching a handful of hair. Then came another whisper. What is my name? Joko opened his mouth. Yet before he could utter a sound from his throat, the woman suddenly swept aside her hair, revealing her murky, hollow eyes, veined with blood. In that instant, Joko felt a deafening buzz ringing in his ears, as if countless insects were swirling around him. His entire body became rigid, unable to move. A searing pain engulfed him, and he sensed his consciousness fading, vitality slipping away. In the final second before losing consciousness, his eyes widened in realization. He remembered who the woman before him was. The world spun violently. The agony, dizziness, rigidity, and helplessness dissipated, replaced by the warmth of a hospital room and the soft texture of a hospital bed. Joko blinked, adjusting his state, pulling himself out of the trial's immersion. Returning to reality. How was it? The voice of the prophet's skull inquired immediately. Joko blinked. Can't you foresee what transpired within? Of course not. I can only perceive human reality, whereas the tetragonal stone is, after all, a relic of the divine. In other words, regardless of the challenges you encounter in the trial, you must rely solely on yourself. That is of no concern. Joko replied nonchalantly. I have essentially deciphered the initial riddle posed by this sage. Oh, what is it? The prophet's skull inquired, its tone imbued with curiosity, as if it too was intrigued by the powers stored within the tetragonal stone. The first primary trial was quite straightforward. The riddle was simply, what is my name? As Joko articulated this, he also organized the information he had gathered and his reasoning. The examiner seemed to have imparted a segment of her memory to me, wherein I assumed the role of an NPC, and she appeared to have extracted my memories, crafting other NPCs based on familiar figures from my life. Joko refrained from delving into excessive details, believing that the wisdom of this wide-eyed entity would grasp the essence with ease. Understood, so through the memory she provided. You successfully deduced her name? The prophet's skull rapidly comprehended, despite not personally undergoing the trial. It quickly grasped the trial's content from Joko's brief. I discerned her specific identity, but I do not know her full name. Joko paused. However, I am aware that she is widely known by another name. What is it? Sadako. In the library, Joko continuously perused historical texts. After unraveling the identity of the sage, he promptly requested discharge from the school doctor, yet the doctor insisted he remain for another night, compelling Joko to come to the library the following day to conduct further research. Sadako is a renowned and powerful bearer of a divine card, whose chief pastime is to exhibit her divine abilities in a manner that terrifies and intimidates the common folk. Countless civilians have perished from sheer fright due to Sadako's twisted amusement, or have suffered her cruel murders. Consequently, Sadako's terrifying tales have circulated widely among the common people, with her stories even being adapted into novels and films. Notable examples include the popular science fiction novel Ring and the horror film Ringu. Joko glanced at his phone, skimming through these works, discovering that many elements from the trial he experienced bore striking resemblance to certain plot points in Ringu, albeit with some discrepancies. After all, the film was an adaptation from the world of commoners, thus deviations from Sadako's true experiences were entirely reasonable. Yet, Joko remained utterly convinced the master of this trial was indeed Sadako herself. Like the sirens, the ghost stories circulating in the world of commoners were merely reflections of the divine card bearers from the noble realm. Joko continued his relentless search for various materials, hoping to uncover Sadako's full name. At last, within a seemingly inconspicuous ancient text, he discovered a brief passage. The daughter of a fallen Japanese noble, Yamamura Shizuko, married a commoner, Akuma Hayakairo, giving birth to Sadako. However, due to abandonment by her father, Sadako adopted her mother's surname. She became the subsequently renowned Yamamura Sadako. With a snap, upon acquiring Sadako's full name, Joko was eager to retrieve the tetragonal stone and re-enter the trial. It seems you have overlooked something. The voice of the skull resonated softly. Joko, initially immersed in his investigative thoughts, felt a tinge of annoyance at the sudden interruption. Why do you always speak so abruptly? Could you not give me a prior warning before you open your mouth? The skull's voice remained devoid of emotion. I had no intention of disturbing you. I even anticipated being blamed for making a sound. Yet, I must remind you, as you are about to miss a significant event. What is it? Joka finally directed his attention to the skull. A ball. Joka sprang to his feet, glancing at the clock. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm almost late. The skull replied. The little ancestor is quite difficult to serve. Suchinsi, dressed in a flowing gown, her makeup exquisite, stood poised at the entrance of the Red Heart Society's gala hall. Though she maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed, she nodded graciously at each member of the Red Heart Society greeting her, subtly declining every invitation for a dance from the young men. Yet, within her heart, anxiety brewed. Had Shoko lost track of time and overslept? Or had he politely declined her invitation by leaving her waiting? Surely nothing unfortunate had befallen him on the journey, such as being struck by a large truck. As her mind spiraled with worry, she shook her head to dispel the troubling thoughts. Ultimately, she sighed softly, turning to attend the ball alone. Just as she pushed the door open, that familiar, clear voice resonated from behind. Your Highness, I have arrived late. She gently turned back. The dazzling figure filled her entire vision. Chapter 105, The Task of Greed. Joku, adorned in a splendid black and white tuxedo, gradually approached Su Chensi, who stood before the entrance of the grand ballroom. As he advanced, countless onlookers cast either envious or admiring glances in his direction. Yet, he paid them no mind, moving at a leisurely pace. At last, he arrived behind Su Chensi, who was slightly bowed, her expression seemingly melancholic, lost in thought. Observing this, Joku gently called out, Your Highness, I have arrived late. Su Chensi suddenly lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Joku. For a fleeting moment, her expression appeared dazed, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Joku stepped beside her, waving his hand before her eyes. Shall we enter? Indeed. Su Chensi's demeanor regained its composed and dignified air. The two of them walked side by side into the ballroom. You Family Financial Tower. Though today was not the scheduled reporting day for the Skeleton Club, Greed received an urgent notification. The organization typically convenes meetings at fixed times for the sake of discretion, making such impromptu gatherings quite rare. Anxiously, he rode the elevator, glancing at his watch from time to time. He was uncertain about the organization's summons and what arrangements awaited him. He did not know whether it was the leader who called for this emergency meeting or if it was Pride who instigated it. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Given his relationship with Yi Ding, he could freely enter and exit the building. Ding. He pressed the -1 button in the elevator, scanning his ID card. The elevators in the Yi Family Financial Tower have a unique feature. They only operate with an authorized ID card. The -1 level, originally designated as the underground parking garage, allows any regular employee of the building to access it freely after swiping their card. However, if a member of the Skeleton Club swiped their divine card, the -1 level would not lead to the parking garage but to the headquarters meeting room of the Skeleton Club. Ding. The elevator arrived, and the metallic doors slid open. He strolled into the familiar dimly lit room, taking a seat at the long conference table. This time, he was not the last to arrive. Greed surveyed the table. Pride sat in the usual position of authority, while Lust merely examined her freshly painted nails, barely acknowledging him. Aside from them, the other members had yet to arrive. Greed cast an inquiring glance at Pride. He truly could not fathom why the Skeleton Club would exceptionally convene an urgent meeting, hoping to glean some information from him. Yet, Pride remained silent, seated immobile, like a statue. Thus, Greed ceased his agitation and maintained his composed posture. Time ticked by, and gradually, the remaining members of the Skeleton Club arrived one by one, each entering the long table from various entrances, not from the elevator. They came from prearranged clandestine entrances around the globe. The identities of all Skeleton Club members were unknown to one another. They referred to each other solely by their code names. They could be elites from various fields or merely fallen nobility in dire straits. Greed was uncertain if the others had ever met the leader or whether they possessed absolute loyalty to the organization. However, he understood that he worked for the Skeleton Club solely for the promised rewards of the leader. He did not perceive this as disloyalty, for there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. A hierarchy sustained by mutual benefit is the only truly reliable relationship. As he pondered this, a sudden chuckle escaped him, just for the sake of profit. Perhaps that was the very reason he earned the codename Greed. With a jarring screech of chair legs against the floor, the last core leader of the Skeleton Club, Laziness, took his seat. At this moment, Pride finally shifted slightly, surveying the members, and then spoke slowly. I know everyone harbors doubts. Today is not our usual meeting day. Pride paused, clearing his throat twice, then continued with a gravelly voice. The leader's plan has encountered an unforeseen complication. Attention filled the room as everyone straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed upon Pride. According to the arrangements provided by the leader, Joku has been afflicted by a blood curse and has but a short time to live. His scheduled date of demise was yesterday. Pride fell silent. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the dim room. The blood curse should have torn Joku to shreds yesterday. Yet he remains alive and well. The reason for this is that he has acquired a new divine relic, the four-sided stone. Pride suddenly turned slightly, directing his gaze at Greed. Greed, is this not the reason Joku remains alive? Greed was taken aback, unsure why Pride would direct a question towards him. He quickly leaned forward. Since you say so, it must be true. Incorrect. Pride uttered the single word softly, yet it sent chills down the spine. Incorrect. The reason lies not here. The root cause of the leader's plan going awry is your disloyalty. A thunderclap of realization struck. The other members of the skeleton club collectively gasped, their gazes shifting to Greed. He felt the weight of 6 pairs of eyes piercing through him like daggers. Greed's voice faltered as he hastily defended himself. I have never betrayed. Until now, I have followed the leader's directives flawlessly, acting according to your orders. Pride remained unfazed. I have never claimed you betrayed us. Yet you entertained thoughts of betrayal. The leader knows everything, understands everything. As his most trusted subordinate, he has revealed much to me. Thus, I am also fully aware. Pride's gaze beneath the mask seemed to penetrate Greed's very soul. He continued in his habitual gravelly tone, you have not betrayed. Yet you harbor thoughts of betrayal, and you are on the verge of acting. This is a warning, a reminder of your conscience. The leader wishes to remind you that he will show no mercy to traitors. Greed rose, bending over the long table, pressing his forehead against the cold surface. I shall never betray. I will prove my loyalty to the leader. Pride waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Words alone hold no weight. I have received intel that Joku is currently attending a ball. This is our opportunity. A new task awaits your execution. Chapter 106. The ball. Greed eagerly leaned forward, declaring, regardless of the task, I shall execute it with utmost diligence. Arrogance offered no immediate reply, instead gently producing a small object. It was a dark golden box, no larger than a palm, devoid of any keyhole, yet adorned with a menacing black skull. Arrogance slightly raised his head, gesturing for Greed to take it. Greed promptly approached, bowing deeply as he accepted the small box with both hands. Arrogance elucidated, this is a box given to me by the leader. He requires us to deliver it to him before the conclusion of Joku's ball. This task is entrusted to you. Gazing at the box in his hands, Greed inquired, is the leader permitting us to open this box? A faint chuckle escaped. Arrogance, you may attempt it. I grant you permission. Upon hearing this, Greed bowed once more and, with one hand, cradled the small box, preparing to exert force to open it. Yet, the unlatched box remained resolutely sealed, as though it had been welded shut. This left Greed momentarily astonished. What could be inside this box? Arrogance slowly shook his head. I cannot say. The leader did not divulge any specifics. However, he did inform me that only Joku can open this box. I surmise that since Joku was not affected by the blood curse, the leader has decided to personally eliminate him. Within this box lies the leader's killing move. As soon as the words left his lips, several members of the Skeleton Society raised their heads in varying degrees of astonishment. The leader is actually taking action himself? Arrogance dismissed their reactions with a wave of his hand. Enough. The task has been assigned. Greed, you may take your leave. Deliver the gift from the Skeleton Society to Joku. Remember, do it swiftly. Greed bowed once more and then vanished into the shadows, clutching the small box. The ballroom was adorned in a Western style, with a crystal chandelier in the center gleaming brilliantly. The venue of the Crimson Heart Society was suffused with a red aesthetic, red murals, a red carpet, and the emblem of a red heart. Amongst this stood Senior Zhuang Xingyao, elegantly clad in a long red gown, engaged in conversation with several members of the Crimson Heart Society. With a soft click, the doors of the ballroom were gently pushed open. Zhuang Xingyao turned her gaze toward the entrance, where Joku and Su Chenxi entered side by side. Joku walked with a slow and steady pace, while Su Chenxi stayed close beside him. Countless individuals halted their activities, turning their attention toward the duo. In truth, the flow of people entering and exiting the ball was not sparse, yet none could capture the attention of the crowd like Joku and Su Chenxi. This was hardly surprising. Both possessed exceptional beauty akin to that of star artists, having meticulously adorned themselves for the ball in the most exquisite and glamorous attire. Their mere presence commanded the attention of every student in the hall. Moreover, their identities were even more dazzling. Su Qinsi, without need for elaboration, was the most cherished princess of the Dragon Kingdom, belonging to the illustrious Su family, and the sole heir to the throne. Zhou Ke, though of humble origins, was the only commoner admitted under special circumstances. Furthermore, he possessed the rare Plum Blossom Divine card, specifically the K rank in the alphabet card system. To enumerate the accolades and achievements he garnered post-enrollment: Newcomer King, the sole victor of the 3 major freshman evaluations, the one who escaped the clutches of the Skeleton Society, the known possessor of divine relics, a prominent figure at the freshman gala. And top of the campus popularity chart, each title alone could elevate someone to the pinnacle of notoriety within the institution. All these accomplishments belonged solely to Zhou Ke. Among the attendees at the ball were not only members of the Crimson Heart Society but also invited upperclassmen. Whispers erupted among the crowd. I heard the Crimson Heart Society invited 2 first-year students this year. I didn't believe it at first. But it turns out to be these 2. Wow, is the Crimson Heart Society really that impressive? President Zhuang Xingyao truly possesses remarkable influence. She has managed to invite both Zhou Ke and Su Qinsi, the heavyweight newcomers. Zhou Ke paid no heed to the commotion, quietly making his way inside, with Su Qinsi closely following. In truth, Zhou Ke wished to avoid the spotlight, constantly reminding himself of his objective for attending the ball, to prepare for the upcoming Elite Cup, either by forming alliances or gathering intelligence. Unfortunately, it seemed that wherever he went, the entire ball became the epicenter of attention, indicating that his information-gathering endeavors might not proceed as smoothly as he hoped. Su Qinsi, however, appeared accustomed to such scrutiny. She retained her signature, dignified smile, politely acknowledging the crowd with nods. Zhou Ke's gaze scanned the room, searching for the host of the ball. Senior Zhuang Xingyu sat at the forefront. In the center of the ballroom, her gaze seemed to flit between the 2 newcomers. Beside her stood a tall male student, who stood rigidly and noticed that Zhuang Xingyao, like most others, had turned her attention to the duo, appearing somewhat displeased as he furrowed his brow. Leaning down, he whispered something into Zhuang Xingyao's ear. Her expression remained unchanged, her demeanor still icy, though she imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, what are you looking at? Zhou Ke's observation was interrupted by a somewhat childish voice. He momentarily failed to discern its source until he looked down. There stood a small boy, seemingly quite young, squinting up at Zhou Ke with a broad smile. Little kid? Zhou Ke muttered softly to himself, though the boy seemed to catch the remark. Ah, what little kid? I'm your senior. Just a bit short. The boy appeared momentarily irked. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he continued. Hello. You must be the 2 first-year students that the president mentioned. The boy, no, the senior, extended a hand. I am Yu Xingxing, a second-year member of the Crimson Heart Society. Yu Xingxing? The name seemed somewhat fitting for a diminutive figure. Zhou Ke internally mused, finding it a tad disrespectful to refer to a senior in such a manner. The 2 exchanged handshakes with the senior, who appeared reminiscent of a kindergarten student. Hey, what were you just looking at? Yu Xingxing followed Zhou Ke's gaze. Oh, isn't that President Zhuang and Vice President's son? With an air of seniority, Yu Xingxing asserted. You 2, as first years, might not be familiar with the members of the Crimson Heart Society yet. Allow me, your elder, to introduce you. He deliberately emphasized the term elder, as if to assert that he was not merely a child. Zhou Ke's interest was piqued. Understanding the structure of the Crimson Heart Society was indeed one of his objectives for attending the ball. Please, go ahead, senior. Chapter 107. The additional segment. It seemed that Yu Xingxing was quite pleased with the title of senior, as he smiled and nodded, swaying his head and saying, Junior, I know you have come to our ball for the sake of the Elite Cup. However, I must remind you that although there are many members of the Red Heart Society, only a select few will be chosen to participate in the Elite Cup. He suddenly displayed a mysterious smile, adding, thus, understanding how to curry favor with the leaders of the Red Heart Society is essential to avoid taking a wrong turn. Zhou Ke chuckled softly, non-committal in his response. He looked down upon the notion of pandering to those in authority. In fact, he had yet to decide whether he wished to join the Red Heart Society. However, in pursuit of gathering more information, he feigned enthusiasm and said, Senior, I am eager to improve. Please impart your wisdom. The petite senior displayed a look of satisfaction, as if to convey, Junior, you are quite perceptive. He then began earnestly to introduce. The foremost figure of the Red Heart Society is, of course, Chairperson Zhuang Xingyao. She is the only student in the school to possess a Golden God card, an heir of one of the 4 great families, the Hongxin family. And she led our Red Heart Society to victory in the last Elite Cup. Yu Xingxing, with a beaming smile, continued, just from this fact alone, you can comprehend the formidable nature of the Red Heart Society. If you wish to gain eligibility for the Elite Cup after joining, you must earn the admiration of Senior Zhuang. After a brief pause, Yu Xingxing added, of course, I have heard that it was Senior Zhuang herself who invited you. So you should have already passed the chairperson's scrutiny. Zhou inquired further, and what about that tall young man standing next to Senior Zhuang? He seems to hold a significant position within the Red Heart Society as well. Yu Xingxing glanced toward the front stage and replied, oh, him? His name is Sun Qiren, the vice chairperson of the Red Heart Society. He joined the society even before Senior Zhuang, being a year ahead of her, though he possesses greater experience. He fell short in the chairperson elections and merely became the vice chairperson. Nevertheless, Senior Zhuang's capabilities are evident, and vice chairperson Sun, despite being an upperclassman, holds no objections and is quite pleased to serve as her right-hand man. You see, Senior Zhuang tends to be somewhat aloof and reserved, and vice chairperson Sun is the closest male figure to her. He often manages various activities for the Red Heart Society. Yu Xingxing lowered his voice conspiratorially, therefore, it would be wise for you to also win the favor of this vice chairperson. Indeed, Zhou responded while mentally noting this invaluable information. Through the description provided by the diminutive senior, he began to grasp the power dynamics within the Red Heart Society. As they conversed, Vice Chairperson Sun Qiren stood up, taking the microphone and clearing his throat. Everyone, please quiet down. The students in the ballroom ceased their chatter and turned their attention toward him. Once he had captured the audience's focus, Sun Qiren continued, I am Sun Qiren, the Vice Chairperson of the Red Heart Society. First, I would like to thank all of you for attending the ball organized by our society. We understand that many of you are here in hopes of securing an opportunity to join us. However, today's ball serves merely as a chance for everyone to mingle and become acquainted. There is no need for pressure. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. He raised the microphone slightly higher. Since everyone is present, according to tradition, we will now proceed with the noble opening dance. After the chairperson leads the dance, all students wishing to dance may enter the ballroom. Upon hearing this, Su Chenxi whispered to Zhou, since we are special guests invited by Senior Zhuang, should we participate in a dance? Zhou nodded gently, certainly. How could one attend a ball and not dance? However, I have a question. Before Su Chenxi could respond, Yu Xingxing chimed in quickly, Junior, what is your question? Come, let me help you with that. Zhou quietly asked, waltz, tango, cha-cha. I can dance those, but what is this? Noble opening dance. I seem to have never heard of it. Yu Xingxing was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of realization crossed his face. Indeed, Junior, I have heard that you come from humble beginnings and may not be familiar with our world. I didn't expect that you truly know nothing. The noble opening dance is a customary activity performed in the noble world before significant social gatherings. There are no specific requirements for the dance, simply move to the rhythm of the music. Freestyle. However, Yu Xingxing suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously, interestingly enough. Before the opening, there is an additional segment that requires two dancers to prepare. This additional segment is a classic custom of the noble world, passed down through generations, showcasing the bloodline hierarchy of nobility. Since you are participating in the Red Heart Society's ball, it would be prudent to adhere to the host's customs, Zhou promptly inquired. What is this additional segment? How does one participate? Yu Xingxing mischievously blinked a few times. You will find out soon enough. Zhou felt a twinge of confusion within. Su Chenxi seemed to sense his unease and reassured him softly. Do not worry. What the senior refers to as the additional segment is fully automated. You need not do anything. As elegant and melodious background music began to play, Zhuang Xingyao and Sun Qiren, the two leaders of the Red Heart Society, stepped into the dance floor side by side. As the hosts of the ball, they were the first pair to take to the floor. Standing at the center of the ballroom, they exchanged silent glances, awaiting the rhythm of the music. As the first notes of music began, Zhuang Xingyao slightly extended her hand towards Sun Qiren, as if compelled by an unseen force. He suddenly bent down, slightly kneeling, then grasped one of Zhuang Xingyao's delicate hands. Raising it before him, he gently placed a kiss upon it, reciting in a poetic manner, Noble-blooded dark night rose, allow me to invite you to dance. Afterward, he lowered his head, silently awaiting Zhuang Xingyao's response. He remained in his bowed position, as if he could not rise until he heard her reply. Throughout this exchange, Zhuang Xingyu maintained her icy demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement after hearing Sun Qiren's words. In the name of the fervent Red Heart, I accept your invitation. She responded in a similarly lyrical manner. Together, they began to move with an elegance Zhou had never witnessed before, embodying the aristocratic style of dance. Did you hear the dialogue between the two seniors before they began to dance? That is what I referred to as the additional segment. Yu Xingxing whispered beside Zhou Ku. Chapter 108. The fully automated nobility etiquette. Zhou Ku furrowed his brow. Non-committal. Is this the elaborate formality of the nobility? Quite troublesome. Oh, Junior. It's not troublesome at all, exclaimed the petite senior, earnestly introducing the intricacies of noble society to the fresh-faced Zhou Ku. As Her Highness the Princess previously mentioned, this process is entirely fully automated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku scrutinized the dance floor anew, with the two chairpersons initiating the proceedings. Numerous dancers from the Red Heart